In America, as elsewhere, Chateaubriand's chief concern is not with any outer fact or activity, but with his own emotions and the enhancement of these emotions by his imagination. In him as in many other romanticists, the different elements of Rousseauism, Arcadian longing, the pursuit of the dream woman, the aspiration towards the infinite, appear at times more or less separately and then again almost inextricably blended with one another and with the cult of nature. It may be well to consider more in detail these various elements of Rousseauism and their relation to nature in about the order I have mentioned. The association of Arcadian longing with nature is in part an outcome of the conflict between the ideal and the real. The romantic idealist finds that men do not understand him, his vision is mocked and his genius is unrecognized. The result is the type of sentimental misanthropy of which I spoke at the end of the last chapter. He feels, as Lamartine says, that there is nothing in common between the world and him. Lamartine adds, however, but nature is there who invites you and loves you. You will find in her the comprehension and companionship that you have failed to find in society. And nature will seem a perfect companion to the Rousseauist in direct proportion as she is uncontaminated by the presence of man. Wordsworth has described the misanthropy that supervened in many people on the collapse of the revolutionary idealism. He himself overcame it, though there is more than a suggestion in the manner of his own retirement into the hills of a man who retreats into an Arcadian dream from actual defeat. The suggestion of defeat is much stronger in Ruskin's similar retirement. Ruskin doubtless felt in later life, like Rousseau, that if he had failed to get on with men it was less his fault than theirs. 204. Perhaps emotional misanthropy and the worship of wild nature are nowhere more fully combined than in Byron. He gives magnificent expression to the most untenable of paradoxes that one escapes from solitude by eschewing human haunts in favor of some wilderness. 205 In these haunts, he says, he became like a falcon with clipped wing, but found in nature the kindest of mothers. Oh! She is fairest in her features wild, where nothing polished dare pollute her path. To me by day or night she ever smiled, though I have marked her when none other hath, and sought her more and more, and loved her best in wrath. 206. He not only finds companionship in nature but at the same time partakes of her infinitude, and infinitude, one should note, of feeling. I live not in myself, but I become portion of that around me, and to me. High mountains are a feeling, but the hum of human cities torture. 207. In his less misanthropic moods the Rousseauist sees in wild nature not only a refuge from society, but also a suitable setting for his companionship with the ideal mate, for what the French term la solitude à deux. Oh! That the desert were my dwelling place, with one fair spirit for my minister, that I might all forget the human race, and, hating no one, love but only her. 208. The almost innumerable passages in the Romantic movement that celebrate this Arcadian companionship in the wilderness merely continue in a sense the pastoral mood that must be as old as human nature itself. But in the past the pastoral mood has been comparatively placid. It has not been associated in any such degree with misanthropy and wildness, with nympholeptic longing and the thirst for the infinite. The scene that Chateaubriand has imagined between Chactes and Attila in the primeval forest, is surely the stormiest of Arcadias, so stormy indeed that it would have been unintelligible to Theocritus. It is not certain that it would have been intelligible to Shakespeare, who like the other Elizabethans felt at times that he too had been born in Arcadia. The Arcadian of the past was much less inclined to sink down to the subrational and to merge his personality in the landscape. Rousseau describes with a charm that has scarcely been surpassed by any of his disciples, the reveries in which he thus descends below the level of his rational self. Time, no longer broken up by the importunate intellect and its analysis, is then felt by him in its unbroken flow. The result is a sort of eternal present that leaves no sense of emptiness. Of such a moment of reverie Rousseau says, anticipating Faust, that he would like it to last forever. Bergson in his conception of the summum bonum as a state in which time is no longer cut up into artificial segments but is perceived in its continuous stream as a present that endures. 209 has done little more than repeat Rousseau. The sight and sound of water seem to have been a special aid to Reverie in Rousseau's case. His accounts of the semi-dissolution of his conscious self that he enjoyed while drifting idly on the lake of Bienne are justly celebrated. Lamartine's soul was, like that of Rousseau, lulled by the murmur of waters. Nothing again is more Rousseauistic than the desire Arnold attributes to Maurice de Guérin, the desire to be borne on forever down an enchanted stream. That too is why certain passages of Shelley are so near in spirit to Rousseau, for example, the boat Reverie in Prometheus Unbound, in which an Arcadian nature and the dream companion mingle to the strains of music in a way that is supremely romantic. 210. The association of nature with Arcadian longing and the pursuit of the dream woman is even less significant than its association with the idea of the infinite. For as a result of this latter association, the nature cult often assumes the aspect of a religion. The various associations may indeed, as I have said, be very much blended, or else may run into one another almost insensibly. No better illustration of this blending can be found perhaps than in Chateaubriand, especially in that compendium of Rousseauistic psychology, his René. The soul of René, one learns, was too great to adjust itself to the society of men. He found that he would have to contract his life if he put himself on their level. Men, for their part, treated him as a dreamer, and so he is forced more and more by his increasing disgust for them into solitude. Now René rests the sense of his superiority over other men on two things: first, on his superlative capacity to feel grief, 2:11. Secondly, on his thirst for the infinite. What is finite, he says, has no value for me. What is thus pushing him beyond all bounds is an unknown good of which the instinct pursues me. I began to ask myself what I desired. I did not know, but I thought all of a sudden that the woods would be delicious to me. What he found in this quest for the mystical something that was to fill the abyss of his existence was the dream woman. I went down into the valley, I strode upon the mountain, summoning with all the force of my desire the ideal object of a future flame. I embraced this object in the winds, I thought that I heard it in the moanings of the river. All was this phantom of the imagination, both the stars in heaven and the very principle of life in the universe. I have already quoted a very similar passage and pointed out the equivalent in Shelley. No such close equivalent could be found in Byron, and Wordsworth, it is scarcely necessary to say, offers no equivalent at all. If one reads on, however, one finds passages that are Byronic and others that are Wordsworthian. Paganism, Chateaubriand complains, by seeing in nature only certain definite forms, fauns and satyrs and nymphs, had banished from it both God and the infinite. But Christianity expelled these thronging figures in turn and restored to the grottos their silence and to the woods their reverie. The true God thus became visible in his works and bestowed upon them his own immensity. What Chateaubriand understands by God and the infinite appears in the following description of the region near Niagara seen by moonlight. The passage is Byronic as a whole, with a Wordsworthian touch at the end. The grandeur, the amazing melancholy of this picture cannot be expressed in human language, the fairest night of Europe can give no conception of it. In vain in our cultivated fields does the imagination seek to extend itself. It encounters on every hand the habitations of men, but in these savage regions the soul takes delight in plunging into an ocean of forests, in hovering over the gulf of cataracts, in meditating on the shores of lakes and rivers and, so to speak, in finding itself alone in the presence of God. The relation between wild and solitary nature and the romantic idea of the infinite is here obvious. It is an aid to the spirit in throwing off its limitations and so in feeling itself free. 2:12. A greater spiritual elevation, it is sometimes asserted, is found in Wordsworth's communings with nature than in those of Rousseau and Chateaubriand. The difference perhaps is less one of spirit than of temperament. In its abdication of the intellectual and critical faculties, in its semi-dissolution of the conscious self, the reverie of Wordsworth does not differ from that of Rousseau 2:13 and Chateaubriand, but the erotic element is absent. In The Genius of Christianity, Chateaubriand gives a magnificent description of sunset at sea and turns the whole picture into a proof of God. Elsewhere he tells us that it was not God alone that I contemplated on the waters in the splendor of his works. I saw an unknown woman and the miracle of her smile. I should have sold eternity for one of her caresses. I imagined that she was palpitating behind that veil of the universe that hid her from my eyes, etc. Wordsworth was at least consistently religious in his attitude towards the landscape. He did not see in it at one moment God, and at another an unknown woman and the miracle of her smile. At the same time his idea of spirituality is very remote from the traditional conception. Formerly spirituality was held to be a process of recollection, of gathering oneself in, that is, towards the center and not of diffusive emotion, so that when a man wished to pray he retired into his closet, and did not, like a Wordsworth or a Rousseau, fall into an inarticulate ecstasy before the wonders of nature. As for the poets of the past, they inclined as a rule to look on nature as an incentive not to religion but to love. Keble, following Wordsworth, protests on this ground against Aristophanes and Catullus and Horace and Theocritus. He might have lengthened the list almost indefinitely. Chateaubriand bids us in our devotional moods to betake ourselves to the religious forest. La Fontaine is at least as near to normal human experience and also at least as poetical when he warns fair ones to fear the depths of the woods and their vast silence. 2:14. No one would question that Wordsworth has passages of great ethical elevation. But in some of these passages he simply renews the error of the Stoics, who also display at times great ethical elevation. He ascribes to the natural order virtues that the natural order does not give. This error persists to some extent even when he is turning away, as in the Ode to Duty, from the moral spontaneity of the Rousseauist. It is not quite clear that the law of duty in the breast of man is the same law that preserves the stars from wrong. His earlier assertion that the light of setting suns and the mind of man are identical in their essence is at best highly speculative, at least as speculative as the counter-assertion of Sir Thomas Browne that there is surely a piece of divinity in us, something that was before the elements, and owes no homage unto the sun. Furthermore, this latter sense of the gap between man and nature seems to be more fully justified by its fruits in life and conduct, and this is after all the only test that counts in the long run. One of the reasons why pantheistic reverie has been so popular is that it seems to offer a painless substitute for genuine spiritual effort. In its extreme exponents, a Rousseau or a Walt Whitman, it amounts to a sort of ecstatic animality that sets up as a divine illumination. Even in its milder forms it encourages one to assume a tone of consecration in speaking of experiences that are aesthetic rather than truly religious. "'Tis only heaven that's given away," sings Lowell, "'tis only God may be had for the asking." God and heaven are accorded by Lowell with such strange facility because he identifies them with the luxurious enjoyment of a day in June. When pushed to a certain point, the nature cult always tends towards sham spirituality. O world as God has made it! All is beauty. And knowing this is love, and love is duty. It seems to follow from these verses of Browning, perhaps the most flaccid spiritually in the English language, that to go out and mix oneself up with the landscape is the same as doing one's duty. As a method of salvation, this is even easier and more aesthetic than that of the ancient mariner, who, it will be remembered, is relieved of the burden of his transgression by admiring the color of water snakes. The nature cult arose at a time when the traditional religious symbols were becoming incredible. Instead of working out new and firm distinctions between good and evil, the Rousseauist seeks to discredit all precise distinctions, whether new or old, in favor of mere emotional intoxication. The passage to which I have already alluded, in which Faust breaks down the scruples of Marguerite by proclaiming the supremacy of feeling, surpasses even the lines I have cited from Browning as an example of sham spirituality. Marguerite. Dost thou believe in God? Faust. My darling, who dares say? Yes, I in God believe. Question or priest or sage, and they seem, in the answer you receive, to mock the questioner. Marguerite. Then thou dost not believe? Faust. Sweet one. My meaning do not misconceive. Him who dare name, and who proclaim, him I believe. Who that can feel, his heart can steal, to say, I believe him not. The all-embracer, all-sustainer, Holds and sustains he not. The, me, himself. Lifts not the heaven its dome above? Doth not the firm set earth beneath us lie? And beaming tenderly with looks of love, climb not the everlasting stars on high? Do I not gaze into thine eyes? Nature's impenetrable agencies, are they not thronging on thy heart and brain? Viewless, or visible to mortal ken, around thee weaving their mysterious chain? Fill thence thy heart, how large soe'er it be, and in the feeling when thou utterly art blessed, then call it what thou wilt. Call it bliss, heart, love, God. I have no name for it. Feeling is all. Name is but sound and smoke, shrouding the glow of heaven. 215. The upshot of this enthusiasm that overflows all boundaries and spurns definition as mere smoke that veils its heavenly glow is the seduction of a poor peasant girl. Such is the romantic contrast between the ideal and the real. Those to whom I may seem to be treating the nature cult with undue severity should remember that I am treating it only in its pseudo-religious aspect. In its proper place all this refining on man's relation to the outworld may be legitimate and delightful, but that place is secondary. My quarrel is only with the aesthete who assumes an apocalyptic pose and gives forth as a profound philosophy what is at best only a holiday or week-end view of existence. No distinction is more important for anyone who wishes to maintain a correct scale of values than that between what is merely recreative and what ministers to leisure. There are times when we may properly seek solace and renewal in nature, when we may invite both our souls and our bodies to loaf. The error is to look on these moments of recreation and relief from concentration on some definite end as in themselves the consummation of wisdom. Rousseau indeed assumes that his art of mixing himself up with the landscape is identical with leisure. Like innumerable disciples he confuses reverie with meditation, a confusion so grave that I shall need to revert to it later. He parodies subtly what is above the ordinary rational level in terms of what is below it. He thus brings under suspicion the most necessary of all truths, that the kingdom of heaven is within us. The first place always belongs to action and purpose and not to mere idling, even if it be like that of the Rousseauist transcendental idling. The man who makes a deliberate choice and then plans his life with reference to it is less likely than the aimless man to be swayed by every impulse and impression. The figures of Raphael according to Hazlitt have always a set, determined, voluntary character. They want that wild uncertainty of expression which is connected with the accidents of nature and the changes of the elements. And Hazlitt therefore concludes rightly that Raphael has nothing romantic about him. The distinction is so important that it might be made the basis for a comparison between the painting of the Renaissance and some of the important schools of the 19th century. Here again no sensible person would maintain that the advantage is all on one side. Romanticism gave a great impulse to landscape painting and to the painting of man in the landscape. Few romantic gains are more indubitable. One may prefer the best work of the Barbizon school, for example, to the contemporary product in French literature. But even here it must be insisted that painting from which man is absent or in which he is more or less subordinated to the landscape is not the highest type of painting. Turner, one of the greatest masters of landscape, was almost incapable of painting the human figure. Ruskin is therefore indulging in romantic paradox when he puts Turner in the same class as Shakespeare. Turner's vision of life as compared with that of Shakespeare is not central but peripheral. The revolution that has resulted from the triumph of naturalistic over humanistic tendencies in painting extends down to the minutest details of technique. It has meant the subordination of design, the imposition, that is, on one's material of a firm central purpose to light and color, and this in painting corresponds to the literary pursuit of glamour and illusion for their own sake. It has meant in general a tendency to sacrifice all the other elements of painting to the capture of the vivid and immediate impression. And this corresponds to the readiness of the writer to forego decorum in favor of intensity. The choice that is involved, including a choice of technique, according as one is a naturalist or a humanist, is brought out by Mr. Kenyon Cox in his comparison of two paintings of hermits 216, one by Titian and one by John Sargent. The impressionistic and pantheistic hermit of Sargent is almost entirely merged in the landscape. he is little more than a pretext for a study of the accidents of light. The conception of Titian's Saint Jerome in the desert is perhaps even more humanistic than religious. The figure of the saint on which everything converges is not merely robust, it is even a bit robust-ious. The picture affirms in its every detail the superior importance of man and his purposes to his natural environment. So far as their inner life is concerned, the two hermits are plainly moving in opposite directions. An appropriate motto for Sargent's hermit would be the following lines that I take from a French symbolist, but the equivalent of which can be found in innumerable other Rousseauists. Je voudrais me confondre avec les chasses, tordre mes bras centre la pierre et les fraîches écorces. Être l'arbre, le mur, le pollen et le sel. Et me décidre au fond de l'être universal. This is to push the reciprocity between man and nature to a point where the landscape is not only a state of the soul but the soul is a state of the landscape, just as in Shelley's ode, Shelley becomes the west wind and the west wind becomes Shelley. 217 The changes in the romantic soul are appropriately mirrored in the changes of the seasons. In Tieck's Genevieve, for example, Golo's love blossoms in the springtime, the sultry summer impels him to sinful passion, the autumn brings grief and repentance, and in winter avenging judgment overtakes the offender and casts him into the grave. 218 Autumn is perhaps even more than springtime the favorite season of the Rousseauist. The movement is filled with souls who, like the hero of Poe's Ulalume, have reached the October of their sensations. Some traces of this sympathetic relation between man and nature may indeed be found in the literature of the past. The appropriateness of the setting in the Prometheus Bound of Aeschylus would scarcely seem to be an accident. The storm in Lear may also be instanced. But as I have already said, Occidental man did not before Rousseau show much inclination to mingle with the landscape. The parallelism that Pater establishes in Marius the Epicurean between the moods of the hero and the shifting aspects of nature is felt as a distinct anachronism. If we wish to find any early approximations to the subtleties and refinements of the Rousseauist in his dealings with nature, we need to turn to the Far East, especially to the Taoist movement in China. 219 As a result of the Taoist influence, China had from a very early period poets and painters for whom the landscape is very plainly a state of the soul. Pantheistic reverie of the kind I have been describing leads inevitably to a special type of symbolism. The Rousseauist reads into nature unutterable love. He sees shining through its finite forms the light of the infinite. The Germans especially set out to express symbolically the relationship between the love and infinitude that they saw in nature and the kindred elements in themselves. Anyone who has attempted to thread his way through the German theories of the symbol will feel that he has, like Wordsworth's shepherd, been in the heart of many thousand mists. But in view of the importance of the subject, it is necessary to venture for a moment into this metaphysical murk. Schelling's nature philosophy is perhaps the most ambitious of all the German attempts to run together symbolically the human spirit and phenomenal nature. What we call nature, says Schelling, is a poem that lies hidden in a secret wondrous writing. If the riddle could be revealed, we should recognize in nature the odyssey of the spirit. There looks out through sensuous objects as through a half-transparent mist the world of fantasy for which we long. All things are only a garment of the world of spirit. To be romantic, says Ulant, is to have an inkling of the infinite in appearances. Beauty, says Schelling in similar vein, is a finite rendering of the infinite. Now the infinite and the finite can only be thus brought together through the medium of the symbol. Therefore, as A. W. Schlegel says, beauty is a symbolical representation of the infinite. All poetry is an everlasting symbolizing. This assertion is in an important sense true. Unfortunately, there remains the ambiguity that I have already pointed out in the word infinite. No one would give a high rating to a certain type of allegory that flourished in neoclassical times as also in a somewhat different form during the Middle Ages. It is a cold intellectual contrivance in which the imagination has little part and which therefore fails to suggest the infinite in any sense. But to universalize the particular in the classical sense is to give access imaginatively to the human infinite that is set above nature. Every successful humanistic creation is more or less symbolical. Othello is not merely a jealous man, he is also a symbol of jealousy. Some of the myths of Plato again are imaginative renderings of a supersensuous realm to which man has no direct access. They are symbolical representations of an infinite that the romanticist leaves out of his reckoning. The humanistic and spiritual symbols that abound in the religion and poetry of the past, are then, it would seem, very different from the merely aesthetic symbolizing of a Schelling. For Schelling is one of the chief of those who from Shaftesbury down have tended to identify beauty and truth and to make both purely aesthetic. But a symbol that is purely aesthetic, that is in other words purely a matter of feeling, rests on what is constantly changing not only from man to man but in the same man. Romantic symbolism, therefore, though it claims at one moment to be scientific and at another moment to have a religious value, is at bottom the symbolizing of mood. Both the imagination and the emotion that enter into the romantic symbol are undisciplined. The results of such a symbolism do not meet the demand of the genuine man of science for experimental proof, they do not again satisfy the test of universality imposed by those who believe in a distinctively human realm that is set above nature. The nature philosophy of a Schelling leads therefore on the one hand to sham science and on the other to sham philosophy and religion. The genuine man of science has as a matter of fact repudiated the speculations of Schelling and other romantic physicists as fantastic. He may also be counted on to look with suspicion on the speculations of a Bergson who, more perhaps than any living Rousseauist, reminds one of the German romantic philosophers. One idea has however lingered in the mind even of the genuine man of science as a result of all this romantic theorizing, namely that man has access to the infinite only through nature. Thus Professor Henry Fairfield Osborn said in a recent address to the students of Columbia University, "I would not for a moment take advantage of the present opportunity to discourage the study of human nature and of the humanities, but for what is called the best opening for a constructive career give me nature. The ground for my preference is that human nature is an inexhaustible fountain of research. Homer understood it well, Solomon fathomed it, Shakespeare divined it, both normal and abnormal. The modernists have been squeezing out the last drops of abnormality. Nature, studied since Aristotle's time, is still full to the brim, no perceptible falling of its tides is evident from any point at which it is attacked, from nebulae to protoplasm, it is always wholesome, refreshing and invigorating. Of the two most creative literary artists of our time, Maeterlinck, jaded with human abnormality, comes back to the bee and the flowers and the blue bird, with a delicious renewal of youth, while Rostand turns to the barnyard. The Romanticists acted from the start, following here in the wake of the pseudo-classicists, on Professor Osborn's assumption that normal human nature is something that may be bottled up once for all and put by on a shelf, though they would have been pained to learn from him that even abnormal human nature may also be bottled up and put by in the same fashion. Sophistries of this kind should perhaps be pardoned in the man of science when so many men who are supposed to stand for letters have shown him the way. Great literature is an imaginative and symbolical interpretation of an infinite that is accessible only to those who possess in some degree the same type of imagination. A writer like Maeterlinck, whom Professor Osborn takes to be representative of literature in general, is merely a late exponent of a movement that from the start turned away from this human infinite towards pantheistic reverie. The imagination is, as Coleridge says, the great unifying power. It draws together things that are apparently remote. But its analogies to be of value should surely have validity apart from the mere shifting mood of the man who perceives them. Otherwise he simply wrests some outer object from the chain of cause and effect of which it is actually a part, and incorporates it arbitrarily into his own private dream. Wordsworth is not sparing of homely detail in his account of his leech-gatherer, but at a given moment in this poem the leech-gatherer undergoes a strange transformation. He loses all verisimilitude as a leech-gatherer and becomes a romantic symbol, a mere projection, that is, of the poet's own broodings. To push this symbolizing of mood beyond a certain point is incipient hallucination. We are told that when the asylum at Charenton was shelled in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, the lunatics saw reflected in the bursting bombs, each in a different way, his own madness. One took the bombs to be a link in the plot of his enemies against him, etc. It is hard to consider the symbolizing and visions of the extreme romanticist, such as those of William Blake, without thinking at times of Charenton. What I have said of the romantic symbol is true in some degree of the romantic metaphor, for the symbol and even the myth are often only a developed metaphor. The first part of the romantic metaphor, the image or impression that has been received from the outer world, is often admirably fresh and vivid. 220 But the second part of the metaphor, when the analogy involved is that between some fact of outer perception and the inner life of man, is often vague and misty, for the inner life in which the romanticist takes interest is not the life he possesses in common with other men, but what is most unique in his own emotions, his mood in short. That is why the metaphor, and still more the symbol in so far as they are romantic, are always in danger of becoming unintelligible, since it is not easy for one man to enter into another's mood. Men accord a ready welcome to metaphors and symbols that, instead of expressing something more or less individual, have a real relevancy to their common nature. Tribulation, for example, means literally the beating out of grain on the threshing floor. The man who first saw the analogy between this process and certain spiritual experiences established a legitimate link between nature and human nature, between sense and the supersensuous. Language is filled with words and expressions of this kind which have become so current that their metaphorical and symbolical character has been forgotten, and which have at the same time ceased to be vivid and concrete and become abstract. The primitivistic fallacies of the German Romanticists in their dealings with the symbol and metaphor appear in various forms in French Romanticism, and even more markedly in its continuation known as the symbolistic movement. What is exasperating in many of the poets of this school is that they combine the pretense to a vast illumination with the utmost degree of spiritual and intellectual emptiness and vagueness. Like the early German Romanticists, they mix up flesh and spirit in nympholeptic longing and break down and blur all the boundaries of being in the name of the infinite. Of this inner formlessness and anarchy, the chaos of the vers libre is only an outer symptom. 221. If the Rousseauistic primitivist recognizes the futility of his symbolizing, and consents to become a passive register of outer perception, if for example he proclaims himself an imagist, he at least has the merit of frankness, but in that case he advertises by the very name he has assumed the bankruptcy of all that is most worthwhile in poetry. But to return to Romanticism and nature. It should be plain from what has already been said that the Romanticist tends to make of nature the mere plaything of his mood. When Werther's mood is cheerful, nature smiles at him benignly. When his mood darkens, she becomes for him a devouring monster. When it grows evident to the Romanticist that nature does not alter with his alteration, he chides her at times for her impassibility, or again he seeks to be impassible like her, even if he can be so only at the expense of his humanity. This latter attitude is closely connected with the dehumanizing of man by science that is reflected in a whole literature during the last half of the 19th century, for instance, in so-called impassive writers like Flaubert and Leconte de Lisle. The causal sequences that had been observed in the physical realm were developed more and more during this period with the aid of pure mathematics and the mathematical reason into an all-embracing system. For the earlier Romanticists, nature had at least been a living presence, whether benign or sinister. For the mathematical determinist, she tends to become a soulless, pitiless mechanism against which man is helpless. 222 This conception of nature is so important that I shall need to revert to it in my treatment of melancholy. The man who has accepted the universe of the mechanist or determinist is not always gloomy. But men in general felt the need of some relief from the deterministic obsession. Hence the success of the philosophy of Bergson and similar philosophies. The glorification of impulse that Bergson opposes to the mechanizing of life is in its main aspects, as I have already indicated, simply a return to the spontaneity of Rousseau. His plan of escape from deterministic science is at bottom very much like Rousseau's plan of escape from the undue rationalism of the Enlightenment. As a result of these 18th century influences, nature had, according to Carlyle, become a mere engine, a system of cogs and pulleys. He therefore hails Novalis as an anti-mechanist, a deep man, because of the way of deliverance that he teaches from this nightmare. I owe him somewhat. What Carlyle owed to Novalis many moderns have owed to Bergson, but it is not yet clear that either Novalis or Bergson are deep men. The mechanistic view of nature, whether held pessimistically or optimistically, involving as it does factors that are infinite and therefore beyond calculation, cannot furnish proofs that will satisfy the true positivist. He is inclined to dismiss it as a mere phantasmagoria of the intellect. The Rousseauistic view of nature, on the other hand, whether held optimistically or pessimistically, is even less capable of satisfying the standards of the positivist and must be dismissed as a mere phantasmagoria of the emotions. The fact is that we do not know and can never know what nature is in herself. The mysterious mother has shrouded herself from us in an impenetrable veil of illusion. But though we cannot know nature absolutely, we can pick up a practical and piecemeal knowledge of nature not by dreaming but by doing. The man of action can within certain limits have his way with nature. Now the men who have acted during the past century have been the men of science and the utilitarians who have been turning to account the discoveries of science. The utilitarians have indeed derived such potent aid from science that they have been able to stamp their efforts on the very face of the landscape. The romanticists have not ceased to protest against the scientific utilizing of nature as a profanation. But inasmuch as these protests have come from men who have stood not for work but for reverie, they have for the most part been futile. This is not the least of the ironic contrasts that abound in this movement between the ideal and the real. No age ever grew so ecstatic over natural beauty as the 19th century, at the same time no age ever did so much to deface nature. No age ever so exalted the country over the town, and no age ever witnessed such a crowding into urban centers. A curious study might be made of this ironic contrast as it appears in the early Romantic crusade against railways. One of the Romantic grievances against the railway is that it does not encourage vagabondage. It has a definite goal and gets to it so far as possible in a straight line. Yet in spite of Wordsworth's protesting sonnet, the Windermere Railway was built. Ruskin's wrath at railways was equally vain. In general, sentiment is not of much avail when pitted against industrial advance. The papers announced recently that one of the loveliest cascades in the California Sierras had suddenly disappeared as a result of the diversion of its water to a neighboring power plant. The same fate is overtaking Niagara itself. It is perhaps symbolic that a quarry has made a hideous gash in the hillside on the shores of Rydalmere right opposite Wordsworth's house. If the man of science and the utilitarian do not learn what nature is in herself, they learn at least to adjust themselves to forces outside themselves. The Rousseauist, on the other hand, does not in his communion with nature adjust himself to anything. He is simply communing with his own mood. Rousseau chose appropriately as title for the comedy that was his first literary effort Narcissus, or the Lover of Himself. The nature over which the Rousseauist is bent in such rapt contemplation plays the part of the pool in the legend of Narcissus. It renders back to him his own image. He sees in nature what he himself has put there. The Rousseauist transfuses himself into nature in much the same way that Pygmalion transfuses himself into his statue. Nature is dead, as Rousseau says, unless animated by the fires of love. Make no mistake, says M. Masson, the nature that Jean-Jacques worships is only a projection of Jean-Jacques. He has poured himself forth so complacently upon it that he can always find himself and cherish himself in it. And M. Masson goes on and quotes from a curious and little-known fragment of Rousseau, "Beloved solitude, Rousseau sighs, beloved solitude, where I still pass with pleasure the remains of a life given over to suffering. Forest with stunted trees, marshes without water, broom, reeds, melancholy heather, inanimate objects, you who can neither speak to me nor hear me, what secret charm brings me back constantly into your midst? Unfeeling and dead things, this charm is not in you, it could not be there. It is in my own heart, which wishes to refer back everything to itself." 223. Coleridge plainly only continues Rousseau when he writes, "O lady! We receive but what we give. And in our life alone does nature live." 224. Ours is her wedding garment, ours her shroud. And would we aught behold, of higher worth, than that inanimate cold world allowed to the poor loveless ever anxious crowd? Ah! From the soul itself must issue forth a light, a glory, a fair luminous cloud, enveloping the earth. The fair luminous cloud is no other than the Arcadian imagination. the light that never was on sea or land, the consecration, and the poet's dream of which Wordsworth speaks, is likewise, as appears very plainly from the context, 225 Arcadian. He should once, Wordsworth writes, have wished to see Peel Castle bathed in the Arcadian light, but now that he has escaped by sympathy for his fellow men from the Arcadian aloofness, he is willing that it should be painted in storm. Mere storminess, one should recollect, is not in itself an assurance that one has turned from the romantic dream to reality. One finds in this movement, if nowhere else, as I remarked apropos of Chateaubriand, the stormy Arcadia. It is not through the Arcadian imagination that one moves towards reality. This does not much matter if what one seeks in a return to nature is merely recreation. I cannot repeat too often that I have no quarrel with the nature cult when it remains recreative, but only when it sets up as a substitute for philosophy and religion. This involves a confusion between the two main directions of the human spirit, a confusion, as I have said in a previous chapter, between the realm of awe and the region of wonder. Pascal exaggerates somewhat when he says the Bible never seeks to prove religion from the wonders of nature. But this remark is true to the total spirit of the Bible. A knowledge of the flowers of the Holy Land is less necessary for an understanding of the Gospel narrative than one might suppose from Renan. 226 Renan is simply seeking to envelop Jesus so far as possible in an Arcadian atmosphere. In so doing he is following in the footsteps of the great father of sentimentalists. According to M. Masson, Jesus, as depicted by Jean-Jacques, becomes a sort of grand master of the Golden Age. Here as elsewhere the Rousseauist is seeking to identify the Arcadian view of life with wisdom. The result is a series of extraordinarily subtle disguises for egoism. We think we see the Rousseauist prostrate before the ideal woman or before nature or before God himself, but when we look more closely we see that he is only in perpetual adoration before the holy sacrament of himself. The fact that he finds in nature only what he has put there seems to be for Rousseau himself a source of satisfaction. But the poem of Coleridge I have just quoted, in which he proclaims that so far as nature is concerned we receive but what we give, is entitled Ode to Dejection. One of man's deepest needs would seem to be for genuine communion, for a genuine escape, that is, from his ordinary self. The hollowness of the Rousseauistic communion with nature as well as other Rousseauistic substitutes for genuine communion is indissolubly bound up with the subject of romantic melancholy. Chapter 9. Romantic Melancholy. Rousseau and his early followers, especially perhaps his early French followers, were very much preoccupied with the problem of happiness. Now in a sense all men, even those who renounce the world and mortify the flesh, aim at happiness. The important point to determine is what any particular person means by happiness and how he hopes to attain it. It should be plain from all that has been said that the Rousseauist seeks happiness in the free play of the emotions. The influence of the passions on happiness is the significant title of one of Madame de Staël's early treatises. The happiness that the Rousseauist seeks involves not merely a free play of feeling but what is even more important, a free play of the imagination. Feeling acquires a sort of infinitude as a result of this cooperation of the imagination, and so the romanticist goes, as we have seen, in quest of the thrill superlative, as appears so clearly in his nympholepsy, his pursuit of the impossible she. But the more imaginative this quest for emotional happiness grows, the more it tends to become a mere nostalgia. Happiness is achieved so far as it is achieved at all in dreamland. Rousseau says of himself, Mon plus constant bonheur fut en songe. Every finite satisfaction by the very fact that it is finite leaves him unsatisfied. René says that he had exhausted solitude as he had exhausted society, they had both failed to satisfy his insatiable desires. René plainly takes his insatiableness to be the badge of his spiritual distinction. To submit to any circumscribing of one's desires is to show that one has no sense of infinitude and so to sink to the level of the Philistine. But does one become happy by being nostalgic and hyperesthetic, by burning with infinite indeterminate desire? We have here perhaps the chief irony and contradiction in the whole movement. The Rousseauist seeks happiness and yet on his own showing, his mode of seeking it results, not in happiness but in wretchedness. One finds indeed figures in the 19th century, a Browning, for example, who see in life first of all an emotional adventure and then carry this adventure through to the end with an apparently unflagging gusto. One may affirm nevertheless that a movement which began by asserting the goodness of man and the loveliness of nature ended by producing the greatest literature of despair the world has ever seen. No movement has perhaps been so prolific of melancholy as emotional romanticism. To follow it from Rousseau down to the present day is to run through the whole gamut of gloom. 227. Infections of unutterable sadness. Infections of incalculable madness. Infections of incurable despair. According to a somewhat doubtful authority, Ninon de l'Enclos, the joy of the spirit measures its force. When the romanticist on the other hand discovers that his ideal of happiness works put into actual unhappiness, he does not blame his ideal. He simply assumes that the world is unworthy of a being so exquisitely organized as himself, and so shrinks back from it and enfolds himself in his sorrow as he would in a mantle. Since the superlative bliss that he craves eludes him, he will at least be superlative in woe. So far from being a mark of failure, this woe measures his spiritual grandeur. A great soul, as René says, must contain more grief than a small one. The romantic poets enter into a veritable competition with one another as to who shall be accounted the most forlorn. The victor in this competition is awarded the palm not merely for poetry but wisdom. In the words of Arnold, amongst us one who most has suffered, takes dejectedly his seat upon the intellectual throne, and all his store of sad experience he lays bare of wretched days, tells us his misery's birth and growth and signs, and how the dying spark of hope was fed, and how the breast was soothed, and how the head, and all his hourly varied anodynes. This for our wisest, and we others pine, and wish the long unhappy dream would end, and waive all claim to bliss, and try to bear with close-lipped patience for our only friend. Sad patience, too near neighbor to despair. Though Arnold may in this poem, as someone has complained, reduce the muse to the role of hospital nurse, he is, like his master Senancour, free from the taint of theatricality. He does not, as he said of Byron, make a pageant of his bleeding heart, and the Byronic pose has a close parallel in the pose of Chateaubriand. An Irish girl at London once told Chateaubriand that he carried his heart in a sling. He himself said that he had a soul of the kind the ancients called a sacred malady. Chateaubriand, to be sure, had his cheerful moments and many of them. His sorrows he bestowed upon the public. Herein he was a true child of Jean-Jacques. We are told by eyewitnesses how heartily Rousseau enjoyed many aspects of his life at Maudit-Estrevers. On his own showing, he was plunged during this period in almost unalloyed misery. Froude writes of Carlyle, it was his peculiarity that if matters were well with himself, it never occurred to him that they could be going ill with anyone else, and, on the other hand, if he was uncomfortable, he required everybody to be uncomfortable along with him. We can follow clear down to Gissing the assumption in some form or other that art must be the mouthpiece of misery. This whole question as to the proper function of art goes to the root of the debate between the classicist and the Rousseauist. All these poets, Goethe complains to Eckermann of the Romanticists of 1830, write as though they were ill, and as though the whole world were a hospital. Every one of them in writing tries to be more desolate than all the others. This is really an abuse of poetry which has been given to make man satisfied with the world and with his lot. But the present generation is afraid of all solid energy, its mind is at ease and sees poetry only in weakness. I have found a good expression to vex these gentlemen. I am going to call their poetry hospital poetry. 228. Now Goethe is here, like Chateaubriand, mocking to some degree his own followers. When he suffered from a spiritual ailment of any kind, he got rid of it by inoculating others with it, and it was in this way, as we learn from his autobiography, that he got relief from the Weltschmerz of Werther. But later in life Goethe was classical not merely in precept like Chateaubriand, but to some extent in practice. The best of the poetry of his maturity tends like that of the ancients to elevate and console. The contrast between classic and romantic poetry in this matter of melancholy is closely bound up with the larger contrast between imitation and spontaneity. Homer is the greatest of poets, according to Aristotle, because he does not entertain us with his own person but is more than any other poet an imitator. The romantic poet writes, on the other hand, as Lamartine says he wrote, solely for the relief of his heart. He pours forth himself, his most intimate and private self, above all, his anguish and his tears. In his relation to his reader, as Musset tells us in a celebrated image 229, he is like the pelican who rends and lacerates his own flesh to provide nourishment for his young. Les plus désespérés sont les chants les plus beaux. Etjncs des immortals qui sont de purs sanglots. 230. To make of poetry a spontaneous overflow of powerful emotion, usually of sorrowful emotion, is what the French understand by lyricism, and it may be objected that it is not fair to compare an epic poet like Homer with a lyricist like Musset. Let us then take for our comparison the poet whom the ancients themselves looked upon as the supreme type of the lyricist, Pindar. He is superbly imaginative, sailing, as Gray tells us, with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air, but his imagination is not like that of Musset in the service of sensibility. He does not bestow his own emotions upon us but is rather in the Aristotelian sense an imitator. He is indeed at the very opposite pole from Rousseau and the apostles of affliction. Let a man, he says, not darken delight in his life. Disclose not to strangers our burden of care, this at least shall I advise thee. Therefore is it fitting to show openly to all the folk the fair and pleasant things allotted us, but if any baneful misfortune sent of heaven befalleth man, it is seemly to shroud this in darkness. 231. And one should also note Pindar's hostility towards that other great source of romantic lyricism, nostalgia, and the closely allied pursuit of the strange and the exotic. He tells of the condign punishment visited by Apollo upon the girl Coronis, who became enamoured of a strange man from Arcadia, and adds, she was in love with things remote, that passion which many ere now have felt. For among men, there is a foolish company of those who, putting shame on what they have at home, cast their glances afar, and pursue idle dreams in hopes that shall not be fulfilled. 232. We are not to suppose that Pindar was that most tiresome and superficial of all types, the professional optimist who insists on inflicting his gladness upon us. The immortals, he says, apportion to man 2 sorrows for every boon they grant. 233. In general, the Greek whom Kipling sings and whom we already find in Schiller, the Greek who is an incarnation of the joy of life unquestioned, the everlasting wonder song of youth. 234 is a romantic myth. We read in the Iliad 235, of all the creatures that breathe or crawl upon the earth, none is more wretched than man. Here is the joy of life unquestioned in Homer. Like Homer, the best of the later Greeks and Romans face unflinchingly the facts of life, and these facts do not encourage a thoughtless elation. Their melancholy is even more concerned with the lot of man in general than with their personal and private grief. The quality of this melancholy is rendered in Tennyson's line on Virgil, one of the finest in 19th-century English poetry. Thou majestic in thy sadness at the doubtful doom of humankind. 236. One should indeed not fail to distinguish between the note of melancholy in a Homer or a Virgil and the melancholy of the ancients, whether Stoic or Epicurean, who had experienced the hopelessness and helplessness of a pure naturalism in dealing with ultimate problems. The melancholy of the Stoic is the melancholy of the man who associates with the natural order a virtue that the natural order does not give, and so is tempted to exclaim at last with Brutus, that he had thought virtue a thing and had found that it was only a word. The melancholy of the Epicurean is that of the man who has tasted the bitter sediment in the cup of pleasure. It is not difficult to discover modern equivalents of both Stoic and Epicurean melancholy. One should seek, says Saint Beuve, in the pleasures of René the secret of his ennuis, and so far as this is true, Chateaubriand is on much the same level as some Roman voluptuary who suffered from the tedium vitae in the time of Tiberius or Nero. 237 But though the Roman decadent gave himself up to the pursuit of sensation, and often of violent and abnormal sensation, he was less prone than a Chateaubriand to associate this pursuit with the infinite, and so he was less nostalgic and hyperesthetic. His Epicureanism was therefore less poetical no doubt, but on the other hand he did not set up mere romantic restlessness as a sort of substitute for religion. It was probably easier therefore for him to feel the divine discontent and so turn to real religion than it would have been if he had, like the Rousseauist, complicated his Epicureanism with sham spirituality. To say that the melancholy even of the decadent ancient is less nostalgic is perhaps only another way of saying what I have said about the melancholy of the ancients in general, that it is not so purely personal. It derives less from his very private and personal illusions and still less from his very private and personal disillusions. In its purely personal quality, romantic melancholy is indeed inseparable from the whole conception of original genius. The genius sets out not merely to be unique but unique in feeling, and the sense uniqueness in feeling speedily passes over into that of uniqueness in suffering, on the principle no doubt laid down by Horace Walpole that life, which is a comedy for those who think, is a tragedy for those who feel. To be a beautiful soul, to preserve one's native goodness of feeling among men who have been perverted by society, is to be the elect of nature, and yet this election turns out, as Rousseau tells us, to be a fatal gift of heaven. It is only the disillusioned romanticist, however, who assumes this elegiac tone. We need to consider what he means by happiness while he still seeks for it in the actual world and not in the pays de chimères. Rousseau tells us that he based the sense of his own worth on the fineness of his powers of perception. Why should nature have endowed him with such exquisite faculties 238 if he was not to have a satisfaction commensurate with them, if he was to die without having lived? We have here the psychological origins of the right to happiness that the Romanticists were to proclaim. We spend on the passions, says Joubert, the stuff that has been given us for happiness. The Rousseauist hopes to find his happiness in the passions themselves. Romantic happiness does not involve any moral effort and has been defined in its extreme forms as a monstrous dream of passive enjoyment. Flaubert has made a study of the right to happiness thus understood in his Madame Bovary. Madame Bovary, who is very commonplace in other respects, feels exquisitely, and inasmuch as her husband had no such fineness, the right to happiness meant for her, as it did for so many other misunderstood women, the right to extramarital adventure. One should note the germs of melancholy that lurk in the quest of the superlative moment, even if the quest is relatively successful. Suppose Saint Preux had succeeded in compressing into a single instant the delights of 1,000 centuries, and so far as outer circumstances are concerned had to pay no penalty. The nearer the approach to a superhuman intensity of feeling, the greater is likely to be the ensuing languor. The ordinary round of life seems pale and insipid compared with the exquisite and fugitive moment. One seems to oneself to have drained the cup of life at a draught, and save perhaps for impassioned recollection of the perfect moment to have no reason for continuing to live. One's heart is empty and swollen 239, and one is haunted by thoughts of suicide. This sense of having exhausted life 240 and the accompanying temptation to suicide that are such striking features of the malady of the age are not necessarily associated with any outer enjoyment at all. One may devour life in reverie, and then the melancholy arises from the disproportion between the dream and the fact. The reverie that thus consumes life in advance is not necessarily erotic. What may be termed the cosmic reverie of a Senancour or an Amiel 241 has very much the same effect. The atony and aridity of which the sufferer from romantic melancholy complains may have other sources besides the depression that follows upon the achieving of emotional intensity, whether in reverie or in fact. It may also be an incident in the warfare between head and heart that assumes so many forms among the spiritual posterity of Jean-Jacques. The Rousseauist seeks happiness in emotional spontaneity, and this spontaneity seems to be killed by the head, which stands aloof and dissects and analyzes. Perhaps the best picture of the emotionalist who is thus incapacitated for a frank surrender to his own emotions is the Adolphe of Benjamin Constant. Whether the victim of romantic melancholy feels or analyzes, he is equally incapable of action. He who faces resolutely the rude buffetings of the world is gradually hardened against them. The romantic movement is filled with the groans of those who have evaded action and at the same time become highly sensitive and highly self-conscious. The man who thrills more exquisitely to pleasure than another will also thrill more exquisitely to pain. Nay, pleasure itself in its extreme is allied to pain, 242 So that to be hyperesthetic is not an unmixed advantage, especially if it be true, as Pindar says, that the gods bestow 2 trials on a man for every boon. Perhaps the deepest bitterness is found, not in those who make a pageant of their bleeding hearts, but in those who, like Leconte de Lisle 243 and others, disdain to make a show of themselves to the mob, and so dissimulate their quivering sensibility under an appearance of impassibility, or, like Stendhal, under a mask of irony that is imperceptible to the vulgar. Stendhal aims not at emotional intensity only, but also glorifies the lust for power. He did as much as anyone in his time to promote the ideal of the Superman. Yet even if the Superman has nerves of steel, as seems to have been the case with Stendhal's favorite, Napoleon, and acts on the outer world with a force of which the man in search of a sensation is quite incapable, he does not act upon himself, he remains ethically passive. This ethical passivity is the trait common to all those who incline to live purely on the naturalistic level, whether they sacrifice the human law and its demands for measure to the lust of knowledge or the lust of sensation or the lust of power. The man who neglects his ethical self and withdraws into his temperamental or private self, must almost necessarily have the sense of isolation, of remoteness from other men. We return here to the psychology of the original genius, to whom it was a tame and uninteresting thing to be simply human, and who, disdaining to seem to others a being of the same clay as themselves, wished to be in their eyes either an angel or a demon, above all a demon. 244 René does not, as I have said 245, want even the woman who loves him to feel at one with him, but rather to be at once astonished and appalled. He exercises upon those who approach him a malign fascination, for he not only lives in misery himself as in his natural element, but communicates this misery to those who approach him. He is like one of those fair trees under which one cannot sit without perishing. Moreover, René disavows all responsibility for thus being a human upas tree. Moral effort is unavailing, for it was all written in the book of fate. The victim of romantic melancholy is at times tender and elegiac, at other times he sets up as a heaven-defying Titan. This latter pose became especially common in France around 1830, when the influence of Byron had been added to that of Chateaubriand. Under the influence of these two writers a whole generation of youth became things of dark imaginings, 246 predestined to a blight that was at the same time the badge of their superiority. One wished like René to have an immense, solitary, and stormy soul, and also, like a Byronic hero, to have a diabolical glint in the eye and a corpse-like complexion. 247 And so seem the blind and deaf agent of funereal mysteries. 248. It was possible to believe everything about René except the truth. The person who delights in being as mysterious as this easily falls into mystification. Byron himself, we are told, was rather flattered by the rumor that he had committed at least one murder. Baudelaire, it has been said, displayed his moral gangrene as a warrior might display honorable wounds. This flaunting of his own perversity was part of the literary attitude he had inherited from the Satanic school. When the romanticist is not posing as the victim of fate, he poses as the victim of society. Both ways of dodging moral responsibility enter into the romantic legend of the poet Maudit. Nobody loves a poet. His own mother, according to Baudelaire, utters a malediction upon him. 249 That is because the poet feels so exquisitely that he is at once odious and unintelligible to the ordinary human pachyderm. Inasmuch as the Philistine is not too sensitive to act, he has a great advantage over the poet in the real world, and often succeeds in driving him from it, and indeed from life itself. This inferiority in action is a proof of the poet's ideality. His gigantic wings, as Baudelaire says, keep him from walking. He has, in Coleridgean phrase, fed on honey-dew and drunk the milk of paradise, 250, and so can scarcely be expected to submit to a diet of plain prose. It is hardly necessary to say that great poets of the past have not been at war with their public in this way. The reason is that they were less taken up with the uttering of their own uniqueness, they were, without ceasing to be themselves, servants of the general sense. Chatterton became for the Romanticists a favorite type of the poet Maudit, and his suicide a symbol of the inevitable defeat of the ideal by the real. The first performance of Vigne's Chatterton with its picture of the implacable hatred of the Philistine for the artist was received by the romantic youth of Paris with something akin to delirium. As Gautier says in his well-known account of this performance, one could almost hear in the night the crack of the solitary pistols. The ordinary man of letters, says Vigne in his preface to this play, is sure of success. Even the great writer may get a hearing, but the poet, a being who is on a far higher level than either, can look forward only to perpetual martyrdom and immolation. He comes into the world to be a burden to others. His native sensibility is so intimate and profound that it has plunged him from childhood into involuntary ecstasies, interminable reveries, infinite inventions. Imagination possesses him above all. It sweeps his faculties heavenward as irresistibly as the balloon carries up its car. From that time forth he is more or less cut off from normal contact with his fellow men. His sensibility has become too keen. What only grazes other men wounds him until he bleeds. He is thrown back more and more upon himself and becomes a sort of living volcano, consumed by secret ardors and inexplicable languors, and incapable of self-guidance. Such is the poet. From his first appearance he is an outlaw. Let all your tears and all your pity be for him. If he is finally forced to suicide, not he but society is to blame. He is like the scorpion that cruel boys surround with live coals and that is finally forced to turn his sting upon himself. Society therefore owes it to itself to see that this exquisite being is properly pensioned and protected by government, to the end that idealism may not perish from the earth. M. Thiers, who was prime minister at that time, is said to have received a number of letters from young poets, the general tenor of which was, "A position or I'll kill myself." 251. A circumstance that should interest Americans is that Poe, as interpreted by Baudelaire, came to hold for a later generation of Romanticists the place that Chatterton had held for the Romanticists of 1830. Poe was actually murdered, says Baudelaire, and there is an element of truth in the assertion along with much exaggeration by this great gas-lighted barbarity. All his inner and spiritual life, whether drunkards or poets, was one constant effort to escape from this antipathetic atmosphere in which, Baudelaire goes on to say, the impious love of liberty has given birth to a new tyranny, the tyranny of the beasts, a zoocracy, and in this human zoo a being with such a superhuman fineness of sensibility as Poe was of course at a hopeless disadvantage. In general, our elation at Poe's recognition in Europe should be tempered by the reflection that this recognition is usually taken as a point of departure for insulting America. Poe is about the only hyperesthetic romanticist we have had, and he therefore fell in with the main European tendency that comes down from the 18th century. Villers de l'Isle-Adam, whom I have already cited as an extreme example of romantic idealism, was one of Poe's avowed followers, but Villers is also related by his aesthetic and diabolic Catholicism to Chateaubriand, and the religiosity of Chateaubriand itself derives from the religiosity of Rousseau. Hitherto I have been studying for the most part only one main type of modern melancholy. This type, even in a Chateaubriand or a Byron, and still more in their innumerable followers, may seem at once superficial and theatrical. It often does not get beyond that Epicurean toying with sorrow, that luxury of grief, which was not unknown even to classical antiquity. 252 The despair of Chateaubriand is frequently only a disguise of his love of literary glory, and Chesterton is inclined to see in the Byronic gloom an incident of youth and high spirits. 253 But this is not the whole story even in Byron and Chateaubriand. To find what is both genuine and distinctive in romantic melancholy we need to enlarge a little further on the underlying difference between the classicist and the Rousseauist. The Rousseauist, as indeed the modern man in general, is more preoccupied with his separate and private self than the classicist. Modern melancholy has practically always this touch of isolation, not merely because of the proneness of the genius to dwell on his own uniqueness, but also because of the undermining of the traditional communions by critical analysis. The noblest form of the malady of the age is surely that which supervenate upon the loss of religious faith. This is what distinguishes the sadness of an Arnold or a Senancour from that of a Gray. The elegy belongs to the modern movement by the humanitarian note, the sympathetic interest in the lowly, but in its melancholy it does not go much beyond the milder forms of classical meditation on the inevitable sadness of life, what one may term pensiveness. Like the other productions of the so-called graveyard school, it bears a direct relation to Milton's Il Penseroso. It is well to retain Gray's own distinction. Mine is a white melancholy, or rather lookachally for the most part, he wrote to Richard West in 1742, but there is another sort, black indeed, which I have now and then felt. Gray did not experience the more poignant sadness, one may suspect, without some loss of the trembling hope that is the final note of the elegy. No forlornness is greater than that of the man who has known faith and then lost it. Renan writes of his own break with the church. The fish of Lake Baikal, we are told, have spent thousands of years in becoming freshwater fish after being saltwater fish. I had to go through my transition in a few weeks. Like an enchanted circle, Catholicism embraces the whole of life with so much strength that when one is deprived of it everything seems insipid. I was terribly lost. The universe produced upon me the impression of a cold and arid desert. For the moment that Christianity was not the truth, all the rest appeared to me indifferent, frivolous, barely worthy of interest. The collapse of my life upon itself left in me a feeling of emptiness like that which follows an attack of fever or an unhappy love affair. 254. The forlornness at the loss of faith is curiously combined in many of the romanticists with the mood of revolt. This type of romanticist heaps reproaches on a God in whose existence he no longer believes. He shakes his fist at an empty heaven, or like Alfred de Vigny assumes towards this emptiness an attitude of proud disdain. He is loath to give up this grandiose defiance of divinity if only because it helps to save him from subsiding into platitude. A somewhat similar mood appears in the satanic Catholics who continue to cling to religion simply because it adds to the gusto of sinning. 255a Barbie succeeded in combining the role of Byronic Titan with that of champion of the Church. But in general the romantic Prometheus spurns the traditional forms of communion whether classical or Christian. He is so far as everything established is concerned enormously centrifugal, but he hopes to erect on the ruins of the past the new religion of human brotherhood. Everything in this movement from Shaftesbury down hinges on the role that is thus assigned to sympathy. If it can really unite men who are at the same time indulging each to the utmost his own genius or idiosyncrasy, there is no reason why one should not accept Romanticism as a philosophy of life. But nowhere else perhaps is the clash more violent between the theory and the fact. No movement is so profuse in professions of brotherhood and none is so filled with the aching sense of solitude. "Behold me then alone upon the earth," is the sentence with which Rousseau begins his last book, 256, and he goes on to marvel that he, the most loving of men, had been forced more and more into solitude. "I am in the world as though in a strange planet upon which I have fallen from the one that I inhabited." 257. When no longer subordinated to something higher than themselves, both the head and the heart not only tend to be opposed to one another, but also, each in its own way, to isolate. Empedocles was used not only by Arnold but by other victims 258 of romantic melancholy, as a symbol of intellectual isolation. By his indulgence in the imperious lonely thinking power, Empedocles has broken the warm bonds of sympathy with his fellows. "Thou art a living man no more, Empedocles. Nothing but a devouring flame of thought. But a naked eternally restless mind." His leaping into Etna typifies his attempt to escape from his loneliness by a fiery union with nature herself. According to religion, one should seek to unite with a something that is set above both man and nature, whether this something is called God as in Christianity or simply the law as in various philosophies of the Far East. 259 The most severe penalty visited on the man who transgresses is that he tends to fall away from this union. This is the element of truth in the sentence of Diderot that Rousseau took as a personal affront: "Only the wicked man is alone." Rousseau asserted in reply, anticipating Mark Twain 260, that on the contrary only the good man is alone. Now in a sense Rousseau is right. Most men are bad, as one of the 7 sages of Greece remarked, and anyone who sets out to follow a very strenuous virtue is likely to have few companions on the way. Rousseau is also right in a sense when he says that the wicked man needs to live in society so that he may have opportunity to practice his wickedness. Yet Rousseau fails to face the main issue: solitude is above all a psychic thing. A man may frequent his fellows and suffer none the less acutely, like Poe's man of the crowd, from a ghastly isolation. And conversely, one may be like the ancient who said that he was never less alone than when he was alone. Hawthorne, who was himself a victim of solitude, brooded a great deal on this whole problem, especially, as may be seen in the Scarlet Letter and elsewhere, on the isolating effects of sin. He perceived the relation of the problem to the whole trend of religious life in New England. The older Puritans had a sense of intimacy with God and craved no other companionship. With the weakening of their faith, the later Puritans lost the sense of a divine companionship, but retained their aloofness from men. Hawthorne's own solution of the problem of solitude, so far as he offers any, is humanitarian. Quicken your sympathies. Let the man who has taken as his motto Excelsior 261 be warned. Nothing will console him on the bleak heights either of knowledge or of power for the warm contact with the dwellers in the valley. Faust, who is a symbol of the solitude of knowledge, seeks to escape from his forlornness by recovering this warm contact. That the inordinate quest of power also leads to solitude is beyond question. Napoleon, the very type of the Superman, must in the nature of the case have been very solitary. 262 His admirer Nietzsche wrote one day, "I have 43 years behind me and am as alone as if I were a child." Carlyle, whose hero derives like the Superman from the original genius 263 of the 18th century, makes the following entry in his diary: "My isolation, my feeling of loneliness, unlimitedness, what tongue shall say? Alone, alone." 264. It cannot be granted, however, that one may escape by love, as the Rousseauist understands the word, from the loneliness that arises from the unlimited quest either of knowledge or power. For Rousseauistic love is also unlimited whether one understands by love either passion or a diffusive sympathy for mankind at large. "What solitudes are these human bodies," Musset exclaimed when fresh from his affair with George Sand. Wordsworth cultivated a love for the lowly that quite overflowed the bounds of neoclassic selection. It is a well-known fact that the lowly did not altogether reciprocate. "A desolate-minded man, Yekna," said an old innkeeper of the lakes to Canon Rawnsley, "'twas potry as did it." If Wordsworth writes so poignantly of solitude, one may infer that it is because he himself had experienced it. 265 Nor would it be difficult to show that the very philanthropic Ruskin was at least as solitary as Carlyle with his tirades against philanthropy. I have spoken of the isolating effects of sin, but sin is scarcely the right word to apply to most of the Romanticists. The solitude of which so many of them complain does, however, imply a good deal of spiritual inertia. Now to be spiritually inert, as I have said elsewhere, is to be temperamental, to indulge unduly the lust for knowledge or sensation or power without imposing on these lusts some center or principle of control set above the ordinary self. The man who wishes to fly off on the tangent of his own temperament and at the same time enjoy communion on any except the purely material level is harboring incompatible desires. For temperament is what separates. A sense of unlimitedness and of solitude are simply the penalties visited upon the eccentric individualist. If we are to unite on the higher levels with other men, we must look in another direction than the expansive outward striving of temperament. We must in either the humanistic or religious sense undergo conversion. We must pull back our temperaments with reference to the model that we are imitating, just as, in Aristotle's phrase, one might pull back and straighten out a crooked stick. 266 Usually the brake on temperament is supplied by the ethos, the convention of one's age and country. I have tried to show elsewhere that the whole program of the eccentric individualist is to get rid of this convention, whatever it may be, without developing some new principle of control. The eccentric individualist argues that to accept control, to defer to some center as the classicist demands, is to cease to be himself. But are restrictions upon temperament so fatal to a man's being himself? The reply hinges upon the definition of the word self, inasmuch as man is a dual being. If a man is to escape from his isolation, he must, I have said, aim at some goal set above his ordinary self, which is at the same time his unique and separate self. But because this goal is set above his ordinary self, it is not therefore necessarily set above his total personality. The limitations that he imposes on his ordinary self may be the necessary condition of his entering into possession of his ethical self, the self that he possesses in common with other men. Aristotle says that if a man wishes to achieve happiness, he must be a true lover of himself. It goes without saying that he means the ethical self. The author of a recent book on Ibsen says that Ibsen's message to the world is summed up in the line, "This above all, to thine own self be true." It is abundantly plain from the context, however, that Polonius is a decayed Aristotelian and not a precursor of Ibsen. The self to which Aristotle would have a man be true is at the opposite pole from the self that Ibsen and the original geniuses are so eager to get uttered. To impose the yoke of one's human self upon one's temperamental self is, in the Aristotelian sense, to work. Aristotle conceives of happiness in terms of work. All types of temperamentalists, on the other hand, are from the human point of view, passive. The happiness that they crave is a passive happiness. A man may pursue power with the energy of a Napoleon and yet remain ethically passive. He may absorb whole encyclopedias and remain ethically passive. He may expand his sympathies until, like Schiller, he is ready to bestow a kiss upon the whole world and yet remain ethically passive. A man ceases to be ethically passive only when he begins to work in the Aristotelian sense, that is when he begins to put the brake on temperament and impulse, and in the same degree he tends to become ethically efficient. By his denial of the dualism of the spirit, Rousseau discredited this inner working, so that inwardness has come to seem synonymous with mere subjectivity, and to be subjective in the Rousseauistic sense is to be diffusive, to lack purpose and concentration, to lose oneself in a shoreless sea of reverie. The utilitarian intervenes at this point and urges the romanticist, since he has failed to work inwardly, at least to work outwardly. Having missed the happiness of ethical efficiency, he may in this way find the happiness of material efficiency, and at the same time serve the world. This is the solution of the problem of happiness that Goethe offers at the end of the second Faust, and we may affirm without hesitation that it is a sham solution. To work outwardly and in the utilitarian sense, without the inner working that can alone save from ethical anarchy, is to stimulate rather than repress the most urgent of all the lusts, the lust of power. It is only too plain that the unselective sympathy or joy in service with which Goethe would complete Faust's utilitarian activity is not in itself a sufficient counterpoise to the will to power, unless indeed we assume with Rousseau that one may control expansive impulses by opposing them to one another. A terrible danger thus lurks in the whole modern program. It is a program that makes for a formidable mechanical efficiency and so tends to bring into an ever closer material contact men who remain ethically centrifugal. The reason why the humanitarian and other schemes of communion that have been set up during the last century have failed is that they do not, like the traditional schemes, set any bounds to mere expansiveness, or, if one prefers, they do not involve any conversion. And so it is not surprising that the feeling of emptiness 267 or unlimitedness and isolation should be the special mark of the melancholy of this period. René complains of his moral solitude, 268, but strictly speaking his solitude is the reverse of moral. Only by cultivating his human self and by the unceasing effort that this cultivation involves does a man escape from his nightmare of separateness and so move in some measure towards happiness. But the happiness of which René dreams is unethical, something very private and personal and egoistic. Nothing is easier than to draw the line from René to Baudelaire and later decadence, for instance to Dessiens, the hero of Huysmans's novel A Rebours, 269, who is typical of the last exaggerations of the movement. Dessiens cuts himself off as completely as possible from other men and in the artificial paradise he has devised gives himself up to the quest of strange and violent sensation, but his dream of happiness along egoistic lines turns into a nightmare. 270 His palace of art becomes a hell. Lemaitre is quite justified in saying of Dessiens that he is only René or Werther brought up to date, a played out and broken down Werther who has a malady of the nerves, a deranged stomach and 80 years more of literature to the bad. 271. Emotional romanticism was headed from the start towards this bankruptcy because of its substitution for ethical effort of a mere lazy floating on the stream of mood and temperament. I have said that Buddhism saw in this ethical indolence the root of all evil. Christianity in its great days was preoccupied with the same problem. To make this point clear, it will be necessary to add to what I have said about classical and romantic melancholy a few words about melancholy in the Middle Ages. In a celebrated chapter of his Genius of Christianity, Chateaubriand seeks to give to the malady of the age Christian and medieval origins. This was his pretext, indeed, for introducing René into an apology for Christianity and so, as Saint Beauvais complained, administering poison in a sacred wafer. Chateaubriand begins by saying that the modern man is melancholy because, without having had experience himself, he is at the same time overwhelmed by the second-hand experience that has been heaped up in the books and other records of an advanced civilization, and so he suffers from a precocious disillusion. He has the sense of having exhausted life before he has enjoyed it. There is nothing specifically Christian in this disillusion and above all nothing medieval. But Chateaubriand goes on to say that from the decay of the pagan world and the barbarian invasions the human spirit received an impression of sadness and possibly a tinge of misanthropy which has never been completely effaced. Those that were thus wounded and estranged from their fellow men took refuge formerly in monasteries, but now that this resource has failed them, they are left in the world without being of it, and so they become the prey of 1,000 chimeras. Then is seen the rise of that guilty melancholy which the passions engender when, left without definite object, they prey upon themselves in a solitary heart. 272. The vague de passions, the expansion of infinite indeterminate desire, that Chateaubriand here describes may very well be related to certain sides of Christianity, especially to what may be termed its Neoplatonic side. Yet Christianity at its best has shown itself a genuine religion. In other words, it has dealt sternly and veraciously with the facts of human nature. It has perceived clearly how a man may move towards happiness and how on the other hand he tends to sink into despair, or what amounts to the same thing. It has seen the supreme importance of spiritual effort and the supreme danger of spiritual sloth. The man who looked on himself as cut off from God and so ceased to strive was, according to the medieval Christian, the victim of acedia. This sluggishness and slackness of spirit, this mere drifting and abdication of will, may, as Chaucer's Parson suggests, be the crime against the Holy Ghost itself. It would in fact not be hard to show that what was taken by the Rousseauist to be the badge of spiritual distinction was held by the medieval Christian to be the chief of all the deadly sins. The victim of acedia often looked upon himself, like the victim of the malady of the age, as foredoomed. But though the idea of fate enters at times into medieval melancholy, the man of the Middle Ages could scarcely so detach himself from the community as to suffer from that sense of loneliness which is the main symptom of romantic melancholy. This forlornness was due not merely to the abrupt disappearance of the older forms of communion, but to the failure of the new attempts at communion. When one gets beneath the surface of the 19th century, one finds that it was above all a period of violent disillusions, and it is especially after violent disillusion that a man feels himself solitary and forlorn. I have said that the special mark of the half-educated man is his harboring of incompatible desires. The new religions or unifications of life that appeared during the 19th century made an especially strong appeal to the half-educated man because it seemed to him that by accepting some one of these he could enjoy the benefits of communion and at the same time not have to take on the yoke of any serious discipline, that he could, in the language of religion, achieve salvation without conversion. When a communion on these lines turns out to be not a reality, but a sham, and its disillusioned votary feels solitary and forlorn, he is ready to blame everybody and everything except himself. A few specific illustrations will help us to understand how romantic solitude, which was created by the weakening of the traditional communions, was enhanced by the collapse of various sham communions. Let us return for a moment to that eminent example of romantic melancholy and disillusion, Alfred de Vigny. His Chatterton deals with the fatal misunderstanding of the original genius by other men. Maes deals more specifically with the problem of his solitude. The genius is so eminent and unique, says Vigny, speaking for himself from behind the mask of the Hebrew prophet, that he is quite cut off from ordinary folk who feel that they have nothing in common with him. 273 This forlornness of the genius is not the sign of some capital error in his philosophy. On the contrary, it is the sign of his divine election, and so Moses blames God for his failure to find happiness. 274 If the genius is cut off from communion with men, he cannot hope for companionship with God because he has grown too sceptical. Heaven is empty and in any case dumb, and so in the poem to which I have already referred, Vigny assumes the mask of Jesus himself to express this desolateness, and concludes that the just man will oppose a haughty and stoic disdain to the divine silence. 275 All that is left for the genius is to retire into his ivory tower, a phrase appropriately applied for the first time to Vigny. 276 In the ivory tower he can at least commune with nature and the ideal woman. But Vigny came at a time when the Arcadian glamour was being dissipated from nature. Partly under scientific influence, she was coming to seem not a benign but a cold and impassive power, a collection of cruel and inexorable laws. I have already mentioned this mood that might be further illustrated from Taine and so many others towards the middle of the 19th century. 277 I am called a mother, Vigny makes nature say, and I am a tomb. 278 And so in the Maison Roulante, or sort of Arcadia on wheels that he has imagined, he must seek his chief solace with the ideal feminine companion. But woman herself turns out to be treacherous, and, assuming the mask of Samson, Vigny utters a solemn malediction upon the eternal Delilah. Such is the disillusion that comes from having sought an ideal communion in a liaison with a Parisian actress. 279 Now that every form of communion has failed, all that is left, it would seem, is to die in silence and solitude like the wolf. Vigny continues to hold, however, like the author of The City of Dreadful Night, that though men may not meet in their joys, they may commune after a fashion in their woe. He opposes to heartless nature and her vain splendors the religion of pity, the majesty of human sufferings. 280 Towards the end, when Vigny feels the growing prestige of science, he holds out the hope that a man may to a certain extent escape from the solitude of his own ego into some larger whole by contributing his might to progress. But the symbol of this communion. 281 That he has chosen that of the shipwrecked and sinking mariner who consigns his geographical discoveries to a bottle in the hope that it may be washed up on some civilized shore is itself of a singular forlornness. Vigny has a concentration and power of philosophical reflection that is rare among the Romanticists. George Sand is inferior to him in this respect, but she had a richer and more generous nature, and is perhaps even more instructive in her life and writings for the student of romantic melancholy. After the loss of the religious faith of her childhood, she became an avowed Rousseauist. She attacks a society that seems to her to stand in the way of the happiness of which she dreams, the supreme emotional intensity to be achieved in an ideal love. In celebrating passion and the rights of passion, she is lyrical. In the two main modes of the Rousseauist, she is either tender and elegiac, or else stormy and titanic. But when she attempts to practice with Musset this religion of love, the result is violent disillusion. In the forlornness that follows upon the collapse of her sham communion, she meditates suicide. 10 years ago, she wrote in 1845 to Mazzini, I was in Switzerland, I was still in the age of tempests, I made up my mind even then to meet you, if I should resist the temptation to suicide which pursued me upon the glaciers. And then gradually a new faith dawned upon her, she substituted for the religion of love the religion of human brotherhood. She set up as an object of worship humanity in its future progress, and then, like so many other dreamers, she suffered a violent disillusion in the revolution of 1848. The radiant abstraction she had been worshipping had been put to the test, and she discovered that there entered into the actual make-up of the humanity she had so idealized a large number of knaves, a very large number of lunatics, and an immense number of fools. What is noteworthy in George Sand is that she not only saved the precious principle of faith from these repeated shipwrecks, but towards the end of her life began to put it on a firmer footing. Like Goethe, she worked out to some extent, in opposition to Romanticism, a genuinely ethical point of view. This latter development can best be studied in her correspondence with Flaubert. She urges him to exercise his will, and he replies that he is as fatalistic as a Turk. His fatalism, however, was not oriental but scientific or pseudo-scientific. I have already cited his demand that man be studied objectively just as one would study a mastodon or a crocodile. Flaubert refused to see any connection between this determinism and his own gloom, or between George Sand's assertion of will and her cheerfulness. It was simply, he held, a matter of temperament, and there is no doubt some truth in this contention. You at the first leap mount to heaven, he says, while I, poor devil, am glued to the earth as though by leaden solace. And again, in spite of your great sphinx eyes you have always seen the world as through a golden mist, whereas I am constantly dissecting, and when I have finally discovered the corruption in anything that is supposed to be pure, the gangrene in its fairest parts, then I raise my head and laugh. Yet George Sand's cheerfulness is also related to her perception of a power in man to work upon himself, a power that sets him apart from other animals. To enter into this region of ethical effort is to escape from the whole fatal circle of naturalism, and at the same time to show some capacity to mature, a rare achievement among the Romanticists. The contrast is striking here between George Sand and Hugo, who, as the ripe fruit of his meditations, yields nothing better than the apotheosis of Robespierre and Marat. I wish to see man as he is, she writes to Flaubert. He is not good or bad, he is good and bad. But he is something else besides. Being good and bad, he has an inner force which leads him to be very bad and a little good, or very good and a little bad. I have often wondered, she adds, why your education sentimental was so ill received by the public, and the reason, as it seems to me, is that its characters are passive, that they do not act upon themselves. But the Titanis of the period of Leila can scarcely be said to have acted upon herself, so that she is justified in writing, I cannot forget that my personal victory over despair is the work of my will, and of a new way of understanding life which is the exact opposite of the one I held formerly. How different is the weary cry of Flaubert, I am like a piece of clockwork, what I am doing today I shall be doing tomorrow, I did exactly the same thing yesterday, I was exactly the same man 10 years ago. The correspondence of Flaubert and George Sand bears interestingly on another of the sham religions of the 19th century, the religion of art. Art is for Flaubert not merely a religion but a fanaticism. He preaches abstinence, renunciation, and mortification of the flesh in the name of art. He excommunicates those who depart from artistic orthodoxy and speaks of heretics and disbelievers in art with a ferocity worthy of a Spanish inquisitor. Ethical beauty such as one finds in the Greeks at their best resides in order and proportion, it is not a thing apart but the outcome of some harmonious whole. Beauty in the purely aesthetic and unethical sense that Flaubert gives to the word is little more than the pursuit of illusion. The man who thus treats beauty as a thing apart, who does not refer back his quest of the exquisite to some ethical center, will spend his life Ixion-like embracing phantoms. "Oh art, art," exclaims Flaubert, "bitter deception, nameless phantom, which gleams and lures us to our ruin." He speaks elsewhere of the chimera of style which is wearing him out soul and body. Attaching as he did an almost religious importance to his quest of the exquisite, he became, like so many other Rousseauists, not merely aesthetic but hyperesthetic. He complains in his old age, "My sensibility is sharper than a razor's edge, the creaking of a door, the face of a bourgeois, an absurd statement set my heart to throbbing and completely upset me." Hardly anywhere else, indeed, will one find such accents of bitterness, such melancholy welling up unbidden from the very depths of the heart, as in the devotees of art for art's sake, Flaubert, Leconte de Lisle, Théophile Gautier. George Sand takes Flaubert to task with admirable tact for his failure to subordinate art to something higher than itself. Talent imposes duties, and art for art's sake is an empty word. As she grew older, she says, she came more and more to put truth above beauty, and goodness before strength. I have reflected a great deal on what is true, and in this search for truth, the sentiment of my ego has gradually disappeared. The truth on which she had reflected was what she herself calls total truth, not merely truth according to the natural law, which received such exclusive emphasis towards the middle of the 19th century as to lead to the rise of another sham religion, the religion of science. You have a better sense for total truth, she tells one of her correspondents, than Saint Beuve, Renan and Littre. They have fallen into the German rut, therein lies their weakness. And Flaubert writes to George Sand, "What amazes and delights me is the strength of your whole personality, not that of the brain alone." Furthermore, the holding of the human law that made possible this rounded development, this growth towards total truth, was a matter not of tradition but of immediate perception. George Sand had succeeded, as Taine says, in making the difficult transition from an hereditary faith to a personal conviction. Now this perception of the human law is something very different from the pantheistic reverie in which George Sand was also an adept. To look on reverie as the equivalent of vision in the Aristotelian sense, as Rousseau and so many of his followers have done, is to fall into sham spirituality. Maurice de Guérin falls into sham spirituality when he exclaims, "Oh! This contact of nature and the soul would engender an ineffable voluptuousness, a prodigious love of heaven and of God." I am not asserting that George Sand herself discriminated sharply between ethical and aesthetic perception, or that she is to be rated as a very great sage at any time. Yet she owes her recovery of serenity after suffering shock upon shock of disillusion to her having exercised in some degree what she terms the contemplative sense, wherein resides invincible faith, and the passages that bear witness to her use of this well-nigh obsolete sense are found in her correspondence. Wordsworth lauds in true Rousseauistic fashion a wise passiveness. But to be truly contemplative is not to be passive at all, but to be energetic in Aristotle's sense, or strenuous in Buddha's sense. It is a matter of no small import that the master analyst of the East and the master analyst of the West are at one in their solution of the supreme problem of ethics, the problem of happiness. For there can be no doubt that the energy 282 in which the doctrine of Aristotle culminates is the same as the strenuousness 283 on which Buddha puts his final emphasis. The highest good, they both agree, is a contemplative working. It is by thus working according to the human law that one rises above the naturalistic level. The scientific rationalists of the 19th century left no place for this true human spontaneity when they sought to subject man entirely to the law for thing. This scientific determinism was responsible for a great deal of spiritual depression and acedia, especially in France during the second half of the 19th century. 284 But even if science is less dogmatic and absolute, one needs to consider why it does not deserve to be given the supreme and central place in life, why it cannot in short take the place of humanism and religion, and the working according to the human law that they both enjoin. A man may indeed effect through science a certain escape from himself, and this is very salutary so far as it goes. He has to discipline himself to an order that is quite independent of his own fancies and emotions. He becomes objective in short, but objective according to the natural and not according to the human law. Objectivity of this kind gives control over natural forces, but it does not supply the purpose for which these forces are to be used. It gives the airship, for instance, but does not determine whether the airship is to go on some beneficent errand or is to scatter bombs on women and children. Science does not even set right limits to the faculty that it chiefly exercises, the intellect. In itself it stimulates rather than curbs one of the three main lusts to which human nature is subject, the lust of knowledge. Renan, who makes a religion of science, speaks of sacred curiosity. But this is even more dangerous than the opposite excess of the ascetic Christian who denounces all curiosity as vain. The man of science avers indeed that he does subordinate his knowledge to an adequate aim, namely the progress of humanity. But the humanity of the Baconian is only an intellectual abstraction, just as the humanity of the Rousseauist is only an emotional dream. George Sand found, as we have seen, that the passage from one's dream of humanity to humanity in the concrete involved a certain disillusion. The scientific or rationalistic humanitarian is subject to similar disillusions. 285 Science not only fails to set proper limits to the activity of the intellect, but one must also note a curious paradox in its relation to the second of the main lusts to which man is subject, the lust for emotion. The prime virtue of science is to be unemotional and at the same time keenly analytical. Now protracted and unemotional analysis finally creates a desire, as Renan says, for the opposite pole, the kisses of the naive being, and in general for a frank surrender to the emotions. Science thus actually prepares clients for the Rousseauist. 286. The man of science is also flattered by the Rousseauistic notion that conscience and virtue are themselves only forms of emotion. He is thus saved from anything so distasteful as having to subordinate his own scientific discipline to some superior religious or humanistic discipline. He often oscillates between the rationalistic and the emotional pole not only in other things but also in his cult of humanity. But if conscience is merely an emotion, there is a cult that makes a more potent appeal to conscience than the cult of humanity itself, and that is the cult of country. One is here at the root of the most dangerous of all the sham religions of the modern age, the religion of country, the frenzied nationalism that is now threatening to make an end of civilization itself. Both emotional nationalism and emotional internationalism go back to Rousseau, but in his final emphasis he is an emotional nationalist. 287. And that is because he saw that patriotic virtue is a more potent intoxicant than the love of humanity. The demonstration came in the French Revolution, which began as a great international movement on emotional lines and ended in imperialism and Napoleon Bonaparte. It is here that the terrible peril of a science that is pursued as an end in itself becomes manifest. It disciplines man and makes him efficient on the naturalistic level, but leaves him ethically undisciplined. Now, in the absence of ethical discipline, the lust for knowledge and the lust for feeling count very little, at least practically, compared with the third main lust of human nature, the lust for power. Hence the emergence of that most sinister of all types, the efficient megalomaniac. The final use of a science that has thus become a tool of the lust for power is, in Burke's phrase, to improve the mystery of murder. This union of material efficiency and ethical unrestraint, though in a way the upshot of the whole movement we have been studying, is especially marked in the modern German. Goethe, as I have pointed out, is ready to pardon Faust for grave violations of the moral law because of work which, so far from being ethical, is, in view of the ruin in which it involves the rustic pair, Baucis and Philemon, under suspicion of being positively unethical. Yet Goethe was far from being a pure utilitarian, and he had reacted more than most Germans of his time from Rousseauism. Rousseau is glorified by Germans as a chief source of their Kultur, as I have already pointed out. Now Kultur, when analyzed, breaks up into two very different things: scientific efficiency and emotionalism, or what the Germans term idealism. There is no question about the relation of this idealism to the stream of tendency of which Rousseau is the chief representative. By his corruption of conscience, Rousseau made it possible to identify character with temperament. It was easy for Fichte and others to take the next step and identify national character with national temperament. The Germans, according to Fichte, are all beautiful souls, the elect of nature. If they have no special word for character, it is because to be a German and have character are synonymous. Character is something that gushes up from the primordial depths of the German's being without any conscious effort on his part. 288. The members of a whole national group may thus flatter one another and inbreed their national genius in the romantic sense, and feel all the while that they are ecstatic idealists, yet as a result of the failure to refer their genius back to some ethical center, to work, in other words, according to the human law, they may, so far as the members of other national groups are concerned, remain in a state of moral solitude. Everything thus hinges on the meaning of the word work. In the abstract and metaphysical sense, man can know nothing of unity. He may, however, by working in the human sense, by imposing, that is, do limits on his expansive desires, close up in some measure the gap in his own nature, and so tend to become inwardly one. He may hope in the same way to escape from the solitude of his own ego, for the inner unity that he achieves through work is only an entering into possession of his ethical self, the self that he possesses in common with other men. Thus to work ethically is not only to become more unified and happy, but also to move away from what is less permanent towards what is more permanent and therefore more peaceful in his total nature, so that the problem of happiness and the problem of peace turn out at last to be inseparable. Souls, says Emerson, never meet, and it is true that a man never quite escapes from his solitude. That does not make the choice of direction any the less important. An infinite beckons to him on either hand. The one inspires the divine discontent, the other romantic restlessness. If instead of following the romantic lure he heeds the call from the opposite direction, he will not indeed attain to any perfect communion, but he will be less solitary. Strictly speaking, a man is never happy in the sense of being completely satisfied with the passing moment. 289, or never, Dr. Johnson would add, except when he is drunk. The happiness of the sober and waking man resides, it may be, not in his content with the present moment, but in the very effort that marks his passage from a lower to a higher ethical level. The happiness of which Rousseau dreamed, it has been made plain, was not this active and ethical happiness, but rather the passive enjoyment of the beautiful moment, the moment that he would like to have last forever. After seeking for the beautiful moment in the intoxication of love, he turned, as we have seen, to pantheistic reverie. As long as it lasts, he says of a moment of this kind, one is self-sufficing like God. Yes, but it does not last, and when he wakes from his dream of communion with nature, he is still solitary, still the prisoner of his ego. The pantheistic dreamer is passive in every sense. He is not working either according to the human or according to the natural law, and so is not gaining either in material or in ethical efficiency. In a world such as that in which we live, this seems too much like picnicking on a battlefield. Rousseau could on occasion speak shrewdly on this point. He wrote to a youthful enthusiast who wished to come and live with him at Montmorency, "The first bit of advice I should like to give you is not to indulge in the taste you say you have for the contemplative life, and which is only an indolence of the spirit reprehensible at every age and especially at yours. Man is not made to meditate but to act." The contemplative life is then, according to Rousseau, the opposite of action. But to contemplate is, according to an Aristotle or a Buddha, to engage in the most important form of action, the form that leads to happiness. To identify leisure and the contemplative life with pantheistic reverie, as Rousseau does, is to fall into one of the most vicious of confusions. Perhaps indeed the most important contrast one can reach in a subject of this kind is that between a wise strenuousness and a more or less wise passiveness, between the spiritual athlete and the cosmic loafer, between a St. Paul, let us say, and a Walt Whitman. The spiritual idling and drifting of the Rousseauist would be less sinister if it did not coexist in the world of today with an intense material activity. The man who seeks happiness by work according to the natural law is to be rated higher than the man who seeks happiness in some form of emotional intoxication. He is not left unarmed, a helpless dreamer in the battle of life. The type of efficiency he is acquiring also helps him to keep at bay man's great enemy, ennui. An Edison, we may suppose, who is drawn ever onward by the lure of wonder and curiosity and power, has little time to be bored. It is surely better to escape from the boredom of life after the fashion of Edison than after the fashion of Baudelaire. 290. I have already pointed out, however, the peril in a one-sided working of this kind. It makes man efficient without making him ethical. It stimulates rather than corrects a fearless, formless expansion on the human level. This inordinate reaching out beyond bounds is, as the great Greek poets saw with such clearness, an invitation to nemesis. The misery that results from unrestraint, from failure to work according to the human law, is something different from mere pain and far more to be dreaded, just as the happiness that results from a right working according to the human law is something different from mere pleasure and far more worthy of pursuit. The present alliance between emotional romanticists and utilitarians 291 is a veritable menace to civilization itself. It does not follow, as I said in a previous chapter, because reverie or intuition of the creative flux cannot take the place of leisure or meditation, that one must therefore condemn it utterly. It may, like other forms of romanticism, have a place on the recreative side of life. What finally counts is work according to either the human or the natural law, but man cannot always be working. He needs moments of relief from tension and concentration and even, it should seem, of semi-oblivion of his conscious self. As one of the ways of winning such moments of relaxation and partial forgetfulness, much may be said for reverie. In general, one must grant the solace and rich source of poetry that is found in communion with nature, even though the final emphasis be put on communion with man. It is no small thing to be, as Arnold says Wordsworth was, a priest of the wonder and bloom of the world. One cannot, however, grant the Wordsworthian that to be a priest of wonder is necessarily to be also a priest of wisdom. Thus to promote to the supreme and central place something that is legitimate in its own degree, but secondary, is to risk starting a sham religion. Those who have sought to set up a cult of love or beauty or science or humanity or country are open to the same objections as the votaries of nature. However important each of these things may be in its own place, it cannot properly be put in the supreme and central place for the simple reason that it does not involve any adequate conversion or discipline of man's ordinary self to some ethical center. I have tried to show that the sense of solitude or forlornness that is so striking a feature of romantic melancholy arises not only from a loss of hold on the traditional centers, but also from the failure of these new attempts at communion to keep their promises. The number of discomfitures of this kind in the period that has elapsed since the late 18th century, suggests that this period was even more than most periods an age of sophistry. Every age has had its false teachers, but possibly no age ever had so many dubious moralists as this, an incomparable series of false prophets from Rousseau himself down to Nietzsche and Tolstoy. It remains to sum up in a closing chapter the results of my whole inquiry and at the same time to discuss somewhat more specifically the bearing of my whole point of view, especially the idea of work according to the human law, upon the present situation. Chapter X: The Present Outlook. It has been my endeavor throughout this book to show that classic and romantic art, though both at their best highly imaginative, differ in the quality of the imagination. I pointed out in my first chapter that in his recoil from the intellectual romanticism of the Renaissance and the medieval romanticism of actual adventure, the neoclassicist came to rest his literary faith on reason, and then opposed this reason or judgment to imagination. This supposed opposition between reason and imagination was accepted by the Romantic rebels against neoclassicism and has been an endless source of confusion to the present day. Though both neoclassicists and romanticists achieved much admirable work which is likely to have a permanent appeal, it is surely no small matter that they both failed on the whole to deal adequately with the imagination and its role whether in literature or life. Thus Dryden attributes the immortality of the Aeneid to its being a well-weighed judicious poem. Whereas poems which are produced by the vigor of imagination only have a gloss upon them at the first which time wears off, the works of judgment are like the diamond, the more they are polished, the more luster they receive. 292. Read on and you will find that Dryden thus stresses judgment by way of protest against the cavalier Marini and the imaginative unrestraint that he and other intellectual romanticists display. Dryden thus obscures the fact that what gives the immortalizing touch to the Aeneid is not mere judgment but imagination, a certain quality of imagination. Even the reader who is to enter properly into the spirit of Virgil needs more than judgment, he needs to possess in some measure the same quality of imagination. The romantic answer to the neoclassic distrust of the imagination was the apotheosis of the imagination, but without sufficient discrimination as to its quality, and this led only too often to an anarchy of the imagination, an anarchy associated, as we have seen, in the case of the Rousseauist, with emotion rather than with thought or action. The modern world has thus tended to oscillate between extremes in its attitude towards the imagination, so that we still have to turn to ancient Greece for the best examples of works in which the imagination is at once disciplined and supreme. Aristotle, I pointed out, is doing little more than give an account of this Greek practice when he says that the poet ranks higher than the historian because he achieves a more general truth, but that he can achieve this more general truth only by being a master of illusion. Art in which the illusion is not disciplined to the higher reality counts at best on the recreative side of life. Imagination, says Poe, feeling herself for once unshackled, roamed at will among the ever-changing wonders of a shadowy and unstable land. 293. To take seriously the creations of this type of imagination is to be on the way towards madness. Every madhouse, indeed, has inmates who are very imaginative in the fashion Poe here describes. We must not confuse the concentric or ethical with the eccentric imagination if we are to define rightly the terms classic and romantic, or indeed to attain to sound criticism at all. My whole aim has been to show that a mainstream of emotional sophistry that takes its rise in the 18th century and flows down through the 19th involves just such a confusion. The general distinction between the two types of imagination would seem sufficiently clear. To apply the distinction concretely is, it must be admitted, a task infinitely difficult and delicate, a task that calls for the utmost degree of the esprit de finesse. In any particular case there enters an element of vital novelty. The relation of this vital novelty to the ethical or permanent element in life is something that cannot be determined by any process of abstract reasoning or by any rule of thumb, it is a matter of immediate perception. The art of the critic is thus hedged about with peculiar difficulties. It does not follow that Aristotle himself, because he has laid down sound principles in his Poetics, would always have been right in applying them. Our evidence on this point is as a matter of fact somewhat scanty. Having thus admitted the difficulty of the undertaking, we may ourselves attempt a few concrete illustrations of how sound critical standards tended to suffer in connection with the Romantic movement. Leaving aside for the moment certain larger aspects of the ethical imagination that I am going to discuss presently, let us confine ourselves to poetry. Inasmuch as the ethical imagination does not in itself give poetry but wisdom, various cases may evidently arise. A man may be wise without being poetical, he may be poetical without being wise, he may be both wise and poetical. We may take as an example of the person who was wise without being poetical Dr. Johnson. Though most persons would grant that Dr. Johnson was not poetical, it is well to remember that this generalization has only the approximate truth that a literary generalization can have. The lines on Leves have been inserted, and rightly, in anthologies. If not on the whole poetical, Johnson was, as Boswell says, eminently fitted to be a majestic teacher of moral and religious wisdom. Few men have had a firmer grasp on the moral law or been freer from the various forms of sophistry that tend to obscure it. Unlike Socrates, however, of whom he reminds us at times by his ethical realism, Johnson rests his insight not on a positive but on a traditional basis. To say that Johnson was truly religious is only another way of saying that he was truly humble, and one of the reasons for his humility was his perception of the ease with which illusion in man passes over into delusion, and even into madness. His chapter on the dangerous prevalence of imagination in Rasselas not only gives the key to that work but to much else in his writings. What he opposes to this dangerous prevalence of imagination is not a different type of imagination but the usual neoclassical reason or judgment or sober probability. His defense of wisdom against the gathering naturalistic sophistries of his time is therefore somewhat lacking in imaginative prestige. He seemed to be opposing innovation on purely formalistic and traditional grounds in an age which was more and more resolutely untraditional and which was determined above all to emancipate the imagination from its straitjacket of formalism. Keats would not have hesitated to rank Johnson among those who blasphemed the bright lyrist to his face. Keats himself may serve as a type of the new imaginative spontaneity and of the new fullness and freshness of sensuous perception. If Johnson is wise without being poetical, Keats is poetical without being wise, and here again we need to remember that distinctions of this kind are only approximately true. Keats has written lines that have high seriousness. He has written other lines which without being wise seem to lay claim to wisdom, notably the lines in which, following Shaftesbury and other aesthetes, he identifies truth and beauty, an identification that was disproved for practical purposes at least as far back as the Trojan War. Helen was beautiful, but was neither good nor true. In general, however, Keats's poetry is not sophistical. It is simply delightfully recreative. There are signs that Keats himself would not have been content in the long run with a purely recreative role to be the idle singer of an empty day. Whether he would ever have achieved genuine ethical purpose is a question. In working out a wise view of life he did not, like Dante, have the support of a great and generally accepted tradition. It is not certain again that he would ever have developed the critical keenness that enabled a Sophocles to work out a wise view of life in a less traditional age than that of Dante. The evidence is rather that Keats would have succumbed, to his own poetical detriment, to some of the forms of sham wisdom current in his day, especially the new humanitarian evangel. 294. In any case, we may contrast Sophocles and Dante with Keats as examples of poets who were not merely poetical but wise in the relative and imperfect sense in which it is vouchsafed to mortals to achieve wisdom. Sophocles and Dante are not perhaps more poetical than Keats. It is not easy to be more poetical than Keats. As Tennyson says, there is something magic and of the innermost soul of poetry in almost everything he wrote. Yet Sophocles and Dante are not only superior to Keats, but in virtue of the presence of the ethical imagination in their work, superior not merely in degree but in kind. Not that even Sophocles and Dante maintain themselves uniformly on the level of the ethical imagination. There are passages in Dante which are less imaginative than theological. Passages of this kind are even more numerous in Milton, a poet who on the whole is highly serious. 295. It is in general easy to be didactic, hard to achieve ethical insight. If Keats is highly imaginative and poetic without on the whole rising to high seriousness or sinking to sophistry, Shelley, on the other hand, illustrates in his imaginative activity the confusion of values that was so fostered by Romanticism. Here again I do not wish to be too absolute. Shelley has passages especially in his Adonais that are on a high level. Yet nothing is more certain than that the quality of his imagination is on the whole not ethical but Arcadian or pastoral. In the name of his Arcadia conceived as the ideal he refuses to face the facts of life. I have already spoken of the flimsiness of his Prometheus Unbound as a solution of the problem of evil. What is found in this play is the exact opposite of imaginative concentration on the human law. The imagination wanders irresponsibly in a region quite outside of normal human experience. We are hindered from enjoying the gorgeous iridescences of Shelley's cloudland by Shelley's own evident conviction that it is not a cloudland, an intense inane, but a true empyrean of the spirit. And our irritation at Shelley's own confusion is further increased by the long train of his indiscreet admirers. Thus Professor C.H. Herford writes in the Cambridge History of English Literature that what Shelley has done in the Prometheus Unbound, is to give magnificent expression to the faith of Plato and of Christ. 296. Such a statement in such a place is a veritable danger signal, an indication of some grave spiritual bewilderment in the present age. To show the inanity of these attempts to make a wise man of Shelley, it is enough to compare him not with Plato and Christ, but with the poet whom he set out at once to continue and contradict with Aeschylus. The Prometheus Bound has the informing ethical imagination that the Prometheus Unbound lacks, and so in its total structure belongs to an entirely different order of art. Shelley, indeed, has admirable details. The romanticism of nympholeptic longing may almost be said to culminate, at least in England, in the passage I have already cited. There is no reason why in recreative moods one should not imagine one's soul an enchanted boat and float away in a musical rapture with the ideal dream companion towards Arcady. But to suppose that reverie of this kind has anything to do with the faith of Plato and of Christ, is to fall from illusion into dangerous delusion. We may doubt whether if Shelley had lived longer he would ever have risen above emotional sophistry and become more ethical in the quality of his imagination. Such a progress from emotional sophistry to ethical insight we actually find in Goethe, and this is the last and most complex case we have to consider. Johnson, I have said, is wise without being poetical and Keats poetical without being wise. Sophocles is both poetical and wise, whereas Shelley is poetical, but with a taint of sophistry or sham wisdom. No such clear-cut generalization can be ventured about Goethe. I have already quoted Goethe's own judgment on his Werther as weakness seeking to give itself the prestige of strength, and perhaps it would be possible to instance from his early writings even worse examples of a morbid emotionalism. How about Faust itself? Most Germans will simply dismiss such a question as profane. With Hermann Grimm they are ready to pronounce Faust the greatest work of the greatest poet of all times, and of all peoples. Yet it is not easy to overlook the sophistical element in both parts of Faust. I have already commented on those passages that would seem especially sophistical. The passage in which the devil is defined as the spirit that always says no strikes at the very root of any proper distinction between good and evil. The passage again in which Faust breaks down all precise discrimination in favor of mere emotional intoxication is an extreme example of the Rousseauistic art of making madness beautiful. The very conclusion of the whole poem, with its setting up of work according to the natural law as a substitute for work according to the human law, is an egregious piece of sham wisdom. The result of work according to the human law, of ethical efficiency in short, is an increasing serenity, and it is not clear that Faust is much calmer at the end of the poem than he is at the beginning. According to Dr. Santayana, he is ready to carry into heaven itself his romantic restlessness, his desperate and feverish attempts to escape from ennui. 297 Perhaps this is not the whole truth even in regard to Faust, and still less can we follow Dr. Santayana when he seems to discover in the whole work of Goethe only romantic restlessness. At the very time when Goethe was infecting others with the wild expansiveness of the new movement, he himself was beginning to strike out along an entirely different path. He writes in his journal as early as 1778, a more definite feeling of limitation and inconsequence of true broadening. Goethe here glimpses the truth that lies at the base of both humanism and religion. He saw that the romantic disease was the imaginative and emotional straining towards the unlimited, and in opposition to this unrestraint he was never tired of preaching the need of working within boundaries. It may be objected that Goethe is in somewhat the same case here as Rousseau, that the side of his work which has imaginative and emotional driving power and has therefore moved the world is of an entirely different order. We may reply that Goethe is at times both poetical and wise. Furthermore, in his maxims and conversations where he does not rise to the poetical level, he displays a higher quality of wisdom than Rousseau. At his best he shows an ethical realism worthy of Dr. Johnson, though in his attitude towards tradition he is less Johnsonian than Socratic. Like Socrates, he saw on what terms a break with the past may be safely attempted. Anything that emancipates the spirit, he says, without a corresponding growth in self-mastery, is pernicious. We may be sure that if the whole modern experiment fails it will be because of the neglect of the truth contained in this maxim. Goethe also saw that a sound individualism must be rightly imaginative. He has occasional hints on the role of illusion in literature and life that go far beneath the surface. Though the mature Goethe, then, always stands for salvation by work, it is not strictly correct to say that it is work only according to the natural law. In Goethe at his best the imagination accepts the limitations imposed not merely by the natural, but also by the human law. However, we must admit that the humanistic Goethe has had few followers either in Germany or elsewhere, whereas innumerable persons have escaped from the imaginative unrestraint of the emotional romanticist, as Goethe himself likewise did, by the discipline of science. The examples I have chosen should suffice to show how my distinction between two main types of imagination, the ethical type that gives high seriousness to creative writing and the Arcadian or Dalian type that does not raise it above the recreative level, works out in practice. Some such distinction is necessary if we are to understand the imagination in its relation to the human law. But in order to grasp the present situation firmly we need also to consider the imagination in its relation to the natural law. I have just said that most men have escaped from the imaginative anarchy of the emotional romanticist through science. Now the man of science at his best is like the humanist at his best, at once highly imaginative and highly critical. By this cooperation of imagination and intellect they are both enabled to concentrate effectively on the facts, though on facts of a very different order. The imagination reaches out and perceives likenesses and analogies, whereas the power in man that separates and discriminates and traces causes and effects tests in turn these likenesses and analogies as to their reality, for we can scarcely repeat too often that though the imagination gives unity it does not give reality. If we were all Aristotle's or even Goethe's we might concentrate imaginatively on both laws, and so be both scientific and humanistic, but as a matter of fact the ordinary man's capacity for concentration is limited. After a spell of concentration on either law he aspires to what Aristotle calls relief from tension. Now the very conditions of modern life require an almost tyrannical concentration on the natural law. The problems that have been engaging more and more the attention of the Occident since the rise of the great Baconian movement have been the problems of power and speed and utility. The enormous mass of machinery that has been accumulated in the pursuit of these ends requires the closest attention and concentration if it is to be worked efficiently. At the same time, the man of the West is not willing to admit that he is growing in power alone, he likes to think that he is growing also in wisdom. Only by keeping this situation in mind can we hope to understand how emotional romanticism has been able to develop into a vast system of sham spirituality. I have said that the Rousseauist wants unity without reality. If we are to move towards reality, the imagination must be controlled by the power of discrimination, and the Rousseauist has repudiated this power as false and secondary. But a unity that lacks reality can scarcely be accounted wise. The Baconian, however, accepts this unity gladly. He has spent so much energy in working according to the natural law that he has no energy left for work according to the human law. By turning to the Rousseauist he can get the relief from tension that he needs and at the same time enjoy the illusion of receiving a vast spiritual illumination. Neither Rousseauist nor Baconian carry into the realm of the human law the keen analysis that is necessary to distinguish between genuine insight and some mere phantasmagoria of the emotions. I am speaking especially, of course, of the interplay of Rousseauistic and Baconian elements that appear in certain recent philosophies like that of Bergson. According to Bergson, one becomes spiritual by throwing overboard both thought and action, and this is a very convenient notion of spirituality for those who wish to devote both thought and action to utilitarian and material ends. It is hard to see in Bergson's intuition of the creative flux and perception of real duration anything more than the latest form of Rousseau's transcendental idling. To work with something approaching frenzy according to the natural law and to be idle according to the human law must be accounted a rather one-sided view of life. The price the man of today has paid for his increase in power is, it should seem, an appalling superficiality in dealing with the law of his own nature. What brings together Baconian and Rousseauist in spite of their surface differences is that they are both intent on the element of novelty. But if wonder is associated with the many, wisdom is associated with the one. Wisdom and wonder are moving not in the same but in opposite directions. The 19th century may very well prove to have been the most wonderful and the least wise of centuries. The men of this period, and I am speaking of course of the main drift, were so busy being wonderful that they had no time, apparently, to be wise. Yet their extreme absorption in wonder and the manifoldness of things can scarcely be commended unless it can be shown that happiness also results from all this reveling in the element of change. The Rousseauist is not quite consistent on this point. At times he bids us boldly set our hearts on the transitory. Aimez, says Vigny, cek jamais en hiver deux fois. But the Rousseauist strikes perhaps a deeper chord when looking forth on a world of flux he utters the anguished exclamation of La Conte de Lille, Tu est cek tout cela qui n'est pas eternel? Even as one swallow, says Aristotle, does not make a spring, so no short time is enough to determine whether a man deserves to be called happy. The weakness of the romantic pursuit of novelty and wonder, and in general of the philosophy of the beautiful moment, whether the erotic moment 298 or the moment of cosmic reverie, is that it does not reckon sufficiently with the something deep down in the human breast that craves the abiding. To pin one's hope of happiness to the fact that the world is so full of a number of things is an appropriate sentiment for a child's garden of verse. For the adult to maintain an exclusive Bergsonian interest in the perpetual gushing forth of novelties would seem to betray an inability to mature. The effect on a mature observer of an age so entirely turned from the one to the many as that in which we are living must be that of a prodigious peripheral richness joined to a great central void. What leads the man of today to work with such energy according to the natural law and to be idle according to the human law is his intoxication with material success. A consideration that should therefore touch him is that in the long run not merely spiritual success or happiness, but material prosperity depend on an entirely different working. Let me revert here for a moment to my previous analysis. To work according to the human law is simply to rein in one's impulses. Now the strongest of all the impulses is the will to power. The man who does not rein in his will to power and is at the same time very active according to the natural law is in a fair way to become an efficient megalomaniac. Efficient megalomania, whether developed in individuals of the same group or in whole national groups in their relations with one another, must lead sooner or later to war. The efficient megalomaniacs will proceed to destroy one another along with the material wealth to which they have sacrificed everything else, and then the meek, if there are any meek left, will inherit the earth. If I am to judge by myself, said an 18th-century Frenchman, man is a stupid animal. Man is not only a stupid animal in spite of his conceit of his own cleverness, but we are here at the source of his stupidity. The source is the moral indolence that Buddha with his almost infallible sagacity defined long ago. In spite of the fact that his spiritual and in the long run his material success hinge on his ethical effort, man persists in dodging this effort, in seeking to follow the line of least or lesser resistance. An energetic material working does not mend but aggravate the failure to work ethically and is therefore especially stupid. Just this combination has in fact led to the crowning stupidity of the ages, the Great War. No more delirious spectacle has ever been witnessed than that of hundreds of millions of human beings using a vast machinery of scientific efficiency to turn life into a hell for one another. It is hard to avoid concluding that we are living in a world that has gone wrong on first principles, a world that, in spite of all the warnings of the past, has allowed itself to be caught once more in the terrible naturalistic trap. The dissolution of civilization with which we are threatened is likely to be worse in some respects than that of Greece or Rome in view of the success that has been attained in perfecting the mystery of murder. Various traditional agencies are indeed still doing much to chain up the beast in man. Of these the chief is no doubt the Church. But the leadership of the Occident is no longer here. The leaders have succumbed in greater or less degree to naturalism to 99 and so have been tampering with the moral law. That the brutal imperialist who brooks no obstacle to his lust for dominion has been tampering with this law goes without saying, but the humanitarian, all adrip with brotherhood and profoundly convinced of the loveliness of his own soul, has been tampering with it also, and in a more dangerous way for the very reason that it is less obvious. This tampering with the moral law, or what amounts to the same thing, this overriding of the veto power in man, has been largely a result, though not a necessary result, of the rupture with the traditional forms of wisdom. The Baconian naturalist repudiated the past because he wished to be more positive and critical, to plant himself upon the facts. Yet the veto power is itself a fact, the weightiest with which man has to reckon. The Rousseauistic naturalist threw off traditional control because he wished to be more imaginative. Yet without the veto power the imagination falls into sheer anarchy. Both Baconian and Rousseauist were very impatient of any outer authority that seemed to stand between them and their own perceptions. Yet the veto power is nothing abstract, nothing that one needs to take on hearsay, but is very immediate. The naturalistic leaders may be proved wrong without going beyond their own principles, and their wrongness is of a kind to wreck civilization. I have no quarrel, it is scarcely necessary to add, either with the man of science or the romanticist when they keep in their proper place. As soon however as they try, whether separately or in unison, to set up some substitute for humanism or religion, they should be at once attacked, the man of science for not being sufficiently positive and critical, the romanticist for not being rightly imaginative. This brings us back to the problem of the ethical imagination, the imagination that has accepted the veto power which I promised a moment ago to treat in its larger aspects. This problem is indeed in a peculiar sense the problem of civilization itself. A curious circumstance should be noted here. A civilization that rests on dogma and outer authority cannot afford to face the whole truth about the imagination and its role. A civilization in which dogma and outer authority have been undermined by the critical spirit, not only can but must do this very thing if it is to continue at all. Man, a being ever changing and living in a world of change, is, as I said at the outset, cut off from immediate access to anything abiding and therefore worthy to be called real, and condemned to live in an element of fiction or illusion. Yet civilization must rest on the recognition of something abiding. It follows that the truths on the survival of which civilization depends cannot be conveyed to man directly but only through imaginative symbols. It seems hard, however, for man to analyze critically this disability under which he labors, and, Facing courageously the results of his analysis, to submit his imagination to the necessary control. He consents to limit his expansive desires only when the truths that are symbolically true are presented to him as literally true. The salutary check upon his imagination is thus won at the expense of the critical spirit. The pure gold of faith needs, it should seem, if it is to gain currency, to be alloyed with credulity. But the civilization that results from humanistic or religious control tends to produce the critical spirit. Sooner or later some Voltaire utters his fatal message. Les prêtres ne sont pas si échus en vain peuple pense. Notre credulité fait tout leur science. The emancipation from credulous belief leads to an anarchic individualism that tends in turn to destroy civilization. There is some evidence in the past that it is not quite necessary to run through this cycle. Buddha, for example, was very critical. He had a sense of the flux and evanescence of all things and so of universal illusion keener by far than that of Anatole France. At the same time he had ethical standards even sterner than those of Dr. Johnson. This is a combination that the Occident has rarely seen and that it perhaps needs to see. At the very end of his life Buddha uttered words that deserve to be the Magna Carta of the true individualist. Therefore, O Ananda, be ye lamps unto yourselves. Be ye refuges unto yourselves. Look to no outer refuge. Hold fast as a refuge unto the law. 300. A man may safely go into himself if what he finds there is not, like Rousseau, his own emotions, but like Buddha, the law of righteousness. Men were induced to follow Rousseau in his surrender to the emotions, it will be remembered, because that seemed the only alternative to a hard and dry rationalism. The rationalists of the Enlightenment were for the most part Cartesians, but Kant himself is in his main trend a rationalist. The epithet critical usually applied to his philosophy is therefore a misnomer. For to solve the critical problem, the relation between appearance and reality, it is necessary to deal adequately with the role of the imagination, and this Kant has quite failed to do. 301 Modern philosophy is in general so unsatisfactory because it has raised the critical problem without carrying it through. It is too critical to receive wisdom through the traditional channels and not critical enough to achieve insight, and so has been losing more and more its human relevancy, becoming, in the words of one of its recent votaries, a narrow and unfruitful eccentricity. The professional philosophers need to mend their ways, and that speedily, if the great world is not to pass them disdainfully by and leave them to play their mysterious little game among themselves. We see one of the most recent groups, the new realists, flat on their faces before the man of science, surely an undignified attitude for a philosopher. It is possible to look on the kind of knowledge that science gives as alone real only by dodging the critical problem, the problem as to the trustworthiness of the human instrument through which all knowledge is received, and it would be easy to show, if this were the place to go into the more technical aspects of the question, that the new realists have been doing just this, whether through sheer naivete or metaphysical despair I am unable to say. The truly critical observer is unable to discover anything real in the absolute sense, since everything is mixed with illusion. In this absolute sense, the man of science must ever be ignorant of the reality behind the shows of nature. The new realist is, however, justified relatively in thinking that the only thing real in the view of life that has prevailed of late has been its working according to the natural law and the fruits of this working. The self-deception begins when he assumes that there can be no other working. What I have myself been opposing to naturalistic excess, such as appears in the new realism, is insight, but insight is in itself only a word, and unless it can be shown to have its own working and its own fruits, entirely different from those of work according to the natural law, the positivist at all events will have none of it. The positivist will not only insist upon fruits, but will rate these fruits themselves according to their bearing upon his main purpose. Life, says Bergson, can have no purpose in the human sense of the word. 302 The positivist will reply to Bergson and to the Rousseauistic drifter in general, in the words of Aristotle, that the end is the chief thing of all and that the end of ends is happiness. To the Baconian who wants work and purpose but according to the natural law alone, the complete positivist will reply that happiness cannot be shown to result from this one-sided working, that in itself it affords no escape from the misery of moral solitude, that we move towards true communion and so towards peace and happiness only by work according to the human law. Now the more individualistic we are, I have been saying, the more we must depend for the apprehension of this law on the imagination, let me hasten to add, supplemented by the intellect. It is not enough to put the brakes on the natural man, and that is what work according to the human law means. We must do it intelligently. Right knowing must here as elsewhere precede right doing. Even a Buddha admitted that at one period in his life he had not been intelligent in his self-discipline. I need only to amplify here what I have said in a previous chapter about the proper use of the false secondary power by those who wish to be either religious or humanistic in a positive fashion. They will employ their analytical faculties, not in building up some abstract system, but in discriminating between the actual data of experience with a view to happiness, just as the man of science at his best employs the same faculties in discriminating between the data of experience with a view to power and utility. I have pointed out another important use of the analytical intellect in its relation to the imagination. Since the imagination by itself gives unity but does not give reality, it is possible to discover whether a unification of life has reality only by subjecting it to the keenest analysis. Otherwise what we take to be wisdom may turn out to be only an empty dream. To take as wise something that is unreal is to fall into sophistry. For a man like Rousseau, whose imagination was in its ultimate quality not ethical at all but overwhelmingly idyllic, to set up as an inspired teacher was to become an arch sophist. Whether or not he was sincere in his sophistry is a question which the emotionalist is very fond of discussing, but which the sensible person will dismiss as somewhat secondary. Sophistry of all kinds always has a powerful ally in man's moral indolence. It is so pleasant to let oneself go and at the same time deem oneself on the way to wisdom. We need to keep in mind the special quality of Rousseau's sophistry if we wish to understand a very extraordinary circumstance during the past century. During this period men were moving steadily towards the naturalistic level, where the law of cunning and the law of force prevail, and at the same time had the illusion, or at least multitudes had the illusion, that they were moving towards peace and brotherhood. The explanation is found in the endless tricks played upon the uncritical and still more upon the half-critical by the Arcadian imagination. The remedy is not only a more stringent criticism, but, as I have tried to make plain in this whole work, in an age of sophistry, like the present, criticism itself amounts largely to that art of inductive defining which it is the great merit of Socrates, according to Aristotle 303, to have devised and brought to perfection. Sophistry flourishes, as Socrates saw, on the confused and ambiguous use of general terms, and there is an inexhaustible source of such ambiguities and confusions in the very duality of human nature. The word nature itself may serve as an illustration. We may take as a closely allied example the word progress. Man may progress according to either the human or the natural law. Progress according to the natural law has been so rapid since the rise of the Baconian movement that it has quite captivated man's imagination and stimulated him to still further concentration and effort along naturalistic lines. The very magic of the word progress seems to blind him to the failure to progress according to the human law. The more a word refers to what is above the strictly material level, the more it is subject to the imagination and therefore to sophistication. It is not easy to sophisticate the word horse, it is only too easy to sophisticate the word justice. One may affirm, indeed, not only that man is governed by his imagination but that in all that belongs to his own special domain the imagination itself is governed by words. 304. We should not therefore surrender our imaginations to a general term until it has been carefully defined, and to define it carefully we need usually to practice upon it what Socrates would call a dichotomy. I have just been dichotomizing or cutting into the word progress. When the two main types of progress, material and moral, have been discriminated in their fruits, the positivist will proceed to rate these fruits according to their relevancy to his main goal, the goal of happiness. The person who is thus fortified by a Socratic dialectic will be less ready to surrender his imagination to the first sophist who urges him to be progressive. He will wish to make sure first that he is not progressing towards the edge of a precipice. Rousseau would have us get rid of analysis in favor of the heart. No small part of my endeavor in this work and elsewhere has been to show the different meanings that may attach to the term heart, meanings that are a world apart, when tested by their fruits. Heart may refer to outer perception and the emotional self, or to inner perception and the ethical self. The heart of Pascal is not the heart of Rousseau. With this distinction once obliterated, the way is open for the Rousseauistic corruption of such words as virtue and conscience, and this is to fling wide the door to every manner of confusion. The whole vocabulary that is properly applicable only to the supersensuous realm is then transferred to the region of the subrational. The impulsive self proceeds to cover its nakedness with all these fair phrases as it would with a garment. A recent student of wartime psychology asks, is it that the natural man in us has been masquerading as the spiritual man by hiding himself under splendid words, courage, patriotism, justice, and now he rises up and glares at us with blood-red eyes? That is precisely what has been happening. But after all, the heart in any sense of the word is controlled by the imagination, so that a still more fundamental dichotomy, perhaps the most fundamental of all, is that of the imagination itself. We have seen how often the Arcadian dreaming of the emotional naturalist has been labeled the ideal. Our views of this type of imagination will therefore determine our views of much that now passes current as idealism. Now the term idealist may have a sound meaning, it may designate the man who is realistic according to the human law. But to be an idealist in Shelley's sense, or that of innumerable other Rousseauists, is to fall into sheer unreality. This type of idealist shrinks from the sharp discriminations of the critic, they are like the descent of a douche of ice water upon his hot illusions. But it is pleasanter, after all, to be awakened by a douche of ice water than by an explosion of dynamite under the bed, and that has been the frequent fate of the romantic idealist. It is scarcely safe to neglect any important aspect of reality in favor of one's private dream, even if this dream be dubbed the ideal. The aspect of reality that one is seeking to exclude finally comes crashing through the walls of the ivory tower and abolishes the dream and at times the dreamer. The transformation of the Arcadian dreamer into the utopist is a veritable menace to civilization. The ends that the utopist proposes are often in themselves desirable, and the evils that he denounces are real. But when we come to scrutinize critically his means, what we find is not a firm grip on the ascertained facts of human nature, but what Bagehot calls the feeble idealities of the romantic imagination. Moreover, various utopists may come together as to what they wish to destroy, which is likely to include the whole existing social order, but what they wish to erect on the ruins of this order will be found to be not only in dreamland, but in different dreamlands. For with the elimination of the veto power from personality, the only power that can pull men back to some common center, the ideal will amount to little more than the projection of this or that man's temperament upon the void. In a purely temperamental world, an affirmative reply may be given to the question of Euryalus in Virgil, is each man's God but his own fell desire? The task of the Socratic critic at the present time is, then, seen to consist largely in stripping idealistic disguises from egoism, in exposing what I have called sham spirituality. If the word spirituality means anything, it must imply, it should seem, some degree of escape from the ordinary self, an escape that calls in turn for effort according to the human law. Even when he is not an open and avowed advocate of a wise passiveness, the Rousseauistic idealist is only too manifestly not making any such effort. It would interfere with his passion for self-expression, which is even more deeply rooted in him than his passion for saving society. He inclines like Rousseau to look upon every constraint 305, whether from within or from without, as incompatible with liberty. A right definition of liberty is almost as important as a right definition of imagination, and derives from it very directly. Where in our anarchical age will such a definition be found, a definition that is at once modern and in accord with the psychological facts? A man has only to declare himself free, says Goethe, and he will at once feel himself dependent. If he ventures to declare himself dependent, he will feel himself free. In other words, he is not free to do whatever he pleases unless he wishes to enjoy the freedom of the lunatic, but only to adjust himself to the reality of either the natural or the human law. A progressive adjustment to the human law gives ethical efficiency, and this is the proper corrective of material efficiency, and not love alone as the sentimentalist is so fond of preaching. Love is another word that cries aloud for Socratic treatment. A liberty that means only emancipation from outer control will result, I have tried to show, in the most dangerous form of anarchy of the imagination. On the degree of our perception of this fact will hinge the soundness of our use of another general term, democracy. We should beware above all of surrendering our imaginations to this word until it has been hedged about on every side with discriminations that have behind them all the experience of the past with this form of government. Only in this way may the democrat know whether he is aiming at anything real or merely dreaming of the golden age. Here as elsewhere there are pitfalls manifold for the uncritical enthusiast. A democracy that produces in sufficient numbers sound individualists who look up imaginatively to standards set above their ordinary selves, may well deserve enthusiasm. A democracy, on the other hand, that is not rightly imaginative, but is impelled by vague emotional intoxications, may mean all kinds of lovely things in dreamland, but in the real world it will prove an especially unpleasant way of returning to barbarism. It is a bad sign that Rousseau, who is more than any other one person the father of radical democracy, is also the first of the great anti-intellectualists. Enough has been said to show the proper role of the secondary power of analysis that the Rousseauist looks upon with so much disfavor. It is the necessary auxiliary of the art of defining that can alone save us in an untraditional age from receiving some mere phantasmagoria of the intellect or emotions as a radiant idealism. A Socratic dialectic of this kind is needed at such a time not only to dissipate sophistry but as a positive support to wisdom. I have raised the question in my introduction whether the wisdom that is needed just now should be primarily humanistic or religious. The preference I have expressed for a positive and critical humanism I wish to be regarded as very tentative. In the dark situation that is growing up in the Occident, all genuine humanism and religion, whether on a traditional or a critical basis, should be welcome. I have pointed out that traditional humanism and religion conflict in certain respects, that it is difficult to combine the imitation of Horace with the imitation of Christ. This problem does not disappear entirely when humanism and religion are dealt with critically and is indeed one of the most obscure that the thinker has to face. The honest thinker, whatever his own preference, must begin by admitting that though religion can get along without humanism, humanism cannot get along without religion. The reason has been given by Burke in pointing out the radical defect of Rousseau: the whole ethical life of man has its root in humility. As humility diminishes, conceit or vain imagining rushes in almost automatically to take its place. Under these circumstances decorum, the supreme virtue of the humanist, is in danger of degenerating into some art of going through the motions. Such was only too often the decorum of the French drawing room, and such, we are told, has frequently been the decorum of the Chinese humanist. Yet the decorum of Confucius himself was not only genuine, but he has put the case for the humanist with his usual shrewdness. I venture to ask about death, one of his disciples said to him. While you do not know life, Confucius replied, how can you know about death? 306. The solution of this problem as to the relation between humanism and religion, so far as a solution can be found, lies in looking upon them both as only different stages in the same path. Humanism should have in it an element of religious insight. It is possible to be a humble and meditative humanist. The type of the man of the world who is not a mere worldling is not only attractive in itself but has actually been achieved in the West, though not perhaps very often, from the Greeks down. Chinese who should be in a position to know affirm again that, alongside many corrupt mandarins, a certain number of true Confucians 307 have been scattered through the centuries from the time of the sage to the present. If humanism may be religious, religion may have its humanistic side. I have said, following Aristotle, that the law of measure does not apply to the religious life, but this saying is not to be understood in an absolute sense. Buddha is continually insisting on the middle path in the religious life itself. The resulting urbanity in Buddha and his early followers in India is perhaps the closest approach that very unhumanistic land has ever made to humanism. It is right here in this joining of humanism and religion that Aristotle, at least the Aristotle that has come down to us, does not seem altogether adequate. He fails to bring out sufficiently the bond between the meditative or religious life that he describes at the end of his Ethics and the humanistic life or life of mediation to which most of this work is devoted. An eminent French authority on Aristotle 308 complains that this separation of the two lives encouraged the ascetic excess of the Middle Ages, the undue spurning of the world in favor of mystic contemplation. I am struck rather by the danger of leaving the humanistic life without any support in religion. In a celebrated passage 309 Aristotle says that the magnanimous man or ideal gentleman sees all things including himself proportionately, he puts himself neither too high nor too low. And this is no doubt true so far as other men are concerned. But does the magnanimous man put human nature itself in its proper place? Does he feel sufficiently its nothingness and helplessness, its dependence on a higher power? No one, indeed, who gets beyond words and outer forms would maintain that humility is a Christian monopoly. Pindar is far more humble 310 than Aristotle, as humble, one might almost maintain, as the austere Christian. A humanism sufficiently grounded in humility is not only desirable at all times, but there are reasons for thinking that it would be especially desirable today. In the first place, it would, so far as the emotional naturalist is concerned, raise a clear-cut issue. The naturalist of this type denies rather than corrupts humanism. He is the foe of compromise and inclines to identify mediation and mediocrity. On the other hand, he corrupts rather than denies religion, turning meditation into pantheistic reverie and in general setting up a subtle parody of what is above the ordinary rational level in terms of the subrational. On their own showing, Rousseau and his followers are extremists 311, and even more effective perhaps than to attack them directly for their sham religion would be to maintain against them that thus to violate the law of measure is to cease to be human. Furthermore, a critical humanism would appear to be the proper corrective of the other main forms of naturalistic excess at the present time, the one-sided devotion to physical science. What keeps the man of science from being himself a humanist is not his science but his pseudo-science, and also the secret push for power and prestige that he shares with other men. The reasons for putting humanistic truth above scientific truth are not metaphysical but very practical. The discipline that helps a man to self-mastery is found to have a more important bearing on his happiness than the discipline that helps him to a mastery of physical nature. If scientific discipline is not supplemented by a truly humanistic or religious discipline, the result is unethical science, and unethical science is perhaps the worst monster that has yet been turned loose on the race. Man, in spite of what I have termed his stupidity, his persistent evasion of the main issue, the issue of his own happiness, will awaken sooner or later to the fearful evil he has already suffered from a science that has arrogated to itself what does not properly belong to it, and then science may be as unduly depreciated as it has, for the past century or two, been unduly magnified, so that in the long run it is in the interest of science itself to keep in its proper place, which is below both humanism and religion. It would be possible to frame in the name of insight an indictment against science that would make the indictment Rousseau has framed against it in the name of instinct seem mild. The critical humanist, however, will leave it to others to frame such an indictment. Nothing is more foreign to his nature than every form of obscurantism. He is ready indeed to point out that the man of science has in common with him at least one important idea, the idea of habit, though its scientific form seems to him very incomplete. One may illustrate from perhaps the best known recent treatment of the subject, that of James in his Psychology. It is equally significant that the humanist can agree with nearly every line of James's chapter on habit, and that he disagrees very gravely with James in his Total Tendency. That is because James shows himself, as soon as he passes from the naturalistic to the humanistic level, wildly romantic. Even when dealing with the varieties of religious experience, he is plainly more preoccupied with the intensity than with the centrality of this experience. 312 He is obsessed with the idea that comes down to him straight from the age of original genius, that to be at the center is to be commonplace. In a letter to C. E. Norton, James praises Ruskin's letters and adds, "Mere sanity is the most philistine and at bottom unessential of a man's attributes." Mere sanity is not to be thus dismissed, because to lack sanity is to be headed towards misery and even madness. Ruskins, says Norton, who was in a position to know, was essentially one of the saddest of lives. 313. Is a man to live one of the saddest of lives merely to gratify romantic lovers of the vivid and picturesque like James? However, if the man of science holds fast to the results reached by James and others regarding habit and at the same time avoids James's romantic fallacies, he might perceive the possibility of extending the idea of habit beyond a naturalistic level, and the way would then be open for an important cooperation between him and the humanist. Humanists themselves, it must be admitted, even critical humanists, have diverged somewhat in their attitude towards habit, and that from the time of Socrates and Aristotle. I have been dwelling thus far on the indispensableness of a keen Socratic dialectic and of the right knowledge it brings for those who aspire to be critical humanists. But does right knowing in itself suffice to ensure right doing? Socrates and Plato with their famous identification of knowledge and virtue would seem to reply in the affirmative. Aristotle has the immediate testimony of consciousness on his side when he remarks simply regarding this identification, the facts are otherwise. 314 No experience is sadder or more universal than that of the failure of right knowledge to secure right performance, so much so that the austere Christian has been able to maintain with some plausibility that all the knowledge in the world is of no avail without a special divine succor. Now the Aristotelian agrees with the Christian that mere knowledge is insufficient, conversion is also necessary. He does not incline, however, like the austere Christian, to look for conversion to thunderclaps and visible upsets of grace. Without denying necessarily these pistol-shot transformations of human nature, he conceives of man's turning away from his ordinary self, and here he is much nearer in temper to the man of science, as a gradual process. This gradual conversion the Aristotelian hopes to achieve by work according to the human law. Now right knowledge, though it supplies the norm, is not in itself this working, which consists in the actual pulling back of impulse. But an act of this kind to be effective must be repeated. A habit is thus formed until at last the new direction given to the natural man becomes automatic and unconscious. The humanistic worker may thus acquire at last the spontaneity in right doing that the beautiful soul professes to have received as a free gift from nature. Confucius narrates the various stages of knowledge and moral effort through which he had passed from the age of 15 and concludes, "At 70 I could follow what my heart desired without transgressing the law of measure." 315. The keener the observer, the more likely he is to be struck by the empire of habit. Habit, as Wellington said, is 10 times nature, and is indeed so obviously a second nature that many of the wise have suspected that nature herself is only a first habit. 316 Now Aristotle, who is open to criticism, it may be, on the side of humility, still remains incomparable among the philosophers of the world for his treatment of habit on the humanistic level. Anyone who wishes to learn how to become moderate and sensible and decent can do no better even at this late day than to steep himself in the Nicomachean ethics. One of the ultimate contrasts that presents itself in a subject of this kind is that between habit as conceived by Aristotle and nature as conceived by Rousseau. The first great grievance of the critical humanist against Rousseau is that he set out to be an individualist and at the same time attacked analysis, which is indispensable if one is to be a sound individualist. The second great grievance of the humanist is that Rousseau sought to discredit habit, which is necessary if right analysis is to be made effective. The only habit the child should be allowed to form, says Rousseau, is that of forming no habit. 317. How else is the child to follow his bent or genius and so arrive at full self-expression? The point I am bringing up is of the utmost gravity, for Rousseau is by common consent the father of modern education. To eliminate from education the idea of a progressive adjustment to a human law, quite apart from temperament, may be to imperil civilization itself. For civilization may be found to consist above all in an orderly transmission of right habits, and the chief agency for securing such a transmission must always be education, by which I mean far more of course than mere formal schooling. Rousseau's repudiation of habit is first of all, it should be pointed out, perfectly chimerical. The trait of the child to which the sensible educator will give chief attention is not his spontaneity, but his proneness to imitate. In the absence of good models the child will imitate bad ones, and so, long before the age of intelligent choice and self-determination, become the prisoner of bad habits. Men, therefore, who aim at being civilized must come together, work out a convention in short, regarding the habits they wish transmitted to the young. A great civilization is in a sense only a great convention. A sane individualist does not wish to escape from convention in itself, he merely remembers that no convention is final, that it is always possible to improve the quality of the convention in the midst of which he is living, and that it should therefore be held flexibly. He would oppose no obstacles to those who are rising above the conventional level, but would resist firmly those who are sinking beneath it. It is much easier to determine practically whether one has to do with an ascent or a descent than our anarchical individualists are willing to acknowledge. The notion that in spite of the enormous mass of experience that has been accumulated in both East and West we are still without light as to the habits that make for moderation and good sense and decency, and that education is therefore still purely a matter of exploration and experiment is one that may be left to those who are suffering from an advanced stage of naturalistic intoxication, for example, to Professor John Dewey and his followers. From an ethical point of view, a child has the right to be born into a cosmos, and not, as is coming to be more and more the case under such influences, pitchforked into chaos. But the educational radical, it may be replied, does stress the idea of habit, and it is true that he would have the young acquire the habits that make for material efficiency. This, however, does not go beyond Rousseau, who came out very strongly for what we should call nowadays vocational training. 318 It is the adjustment to the human law against which Rousseau and all the Rousseauists are recalcitrant. Self-expression and vocational training combined in various proportions and tempered by the spirit of service, are nearly the whole of the new education. But I have already said that it is not possible to extract from any such compounding of utilitarian and romantic elements, with the resulting material efficiency and ethical inefficiency, a civilized view of life. It is right here indeed in the educational field that concerted opposition to the naturalistic conspiracy against civilization is most likely to be fruitful. If the present generation, and I have in mind especially American conditions, cannot come to a working agreement about the ethical training it wishes given the young, if it allows the drift towards anarchy on the human level to continue, it will show itself, however ecstatic it may be over its own progressiveness and idealism, both cowardly and degenerate. It is very stupid, assuming that it is not very hypocritical, to denounce Kultur, and then to adopt educational ideas that work out in much the same fashion as Kultur, and have indeed the same historical derivation. The dehumanizing influences I have been tracing are especially to be deprecated in higher education. The design of higher education, so far as it deserves the name, is to produce leaders, and on the quality of the leadership must depend more than on any other single factor the success or failure of democracy. I have already quoted Aristotle saying that most men would rather live in a disorderly than in a sober manner. This does not mean much more than that most men would like to live temperamentally, to follow each his own bent and then put the best face on the matter possible. Most men, says Goethe in a similar vein, prefer error to truth because truth imposes limitations and error does not. It is well also to recall Aristotle saying that the multitude is incapable of making distinctions. 319. Now my whole argument is that to be sound individualists we must not only make the right distinctions but submit to them until they become habitual. Does it follow that the whole experiment in which we are engaged is foredoomed to failure? Not quite, though the obstacles to success are somewhat greater than our democratic enthusiasts suspect. The most disreputable aspect of human nature, I have said, is its proneness to look for scapegoats, and my chief objection to the movement I have been studying is that more perhaps than any other in history it has encouraged the evasion of moral responsibility and the setting up of scapegoats. But as an offset to this disreputable aspect of man, one may note a creditable trait: he is very sensitive to the force of a right example. If the leaders of a community look up to a sound model and work humanistically with reference to it, all the evidence goes to show that they will be looked up to and imitated in turn by enough of the rank and file to keep that community from lapsing into barbarism. Societies always decay from the top. It is therefore not enough, as the humanitarian would have us believe, that our leaders should act vigorously on the outer world and at the same time be filled with the spirit of service. Purely expansive leaders of this kind we have seen who have the word humanity always on their lips and are at the same time ceasing to be human. That wherein the superior man cannot be equaled, says Confucius, is simply this his work which other men cannot see. 320. It is this inner work and the habits that result from it that above all humanize a man and make him exemplary to the multitude. To perform this work he needs to look to a center and a model. We are brought back here to the final gap that opens between classicist and romanticist. To look to a center according to the romanticist is at the best to display reason, at the worst to be smug and philistine. To look to a true center is, on the contrary, according to the classicist, to grasp the abiding human element through all the change in which it is implicated, and this calls for the highest use of the imagination. The abiding human element exists, even though it cannot be exhausted by dogmas and creeds, is not subject to rules and refuses to be locked up in formulae. A knowledge of it results from experience, experience vivified by the imagination. To do justice to writing which has this note of centrality we ourselves need to be in some measure experienced and imaginative. Writing that is romantic, writing in which the imagination is not disciplined to a true center is best enjoyed while we are young. The person who is as much taken by Shelley at 40 as he was at 20 has, one may surmise, failed to grow up. Shelley himself wrote to John Gisborne, "As to real flesh and blood, you know that I do not deal in those articles. You might as well go to a gin shop for a leg of mutton as expect anything human or earthly from me." The mature man is likely to be dissatisfied with poetry so unsubstantial as this even as an intoxicant, and still more when it is offered to him as the ideal. The very mark of genuinely classical work, on the other hand, is that it yields its full meaning only to the mature. Young and old are, as Cardinal Newman says, affected very differently by the words of some classic author, such as Homer or Horace. Passages, which to a boy are but rhetorical commonplaces, neither better nor worse than 100 others which any clever writer might supply, at length come home to him, when long years have passed, and he has had experience of life, and pierce him, as if he had never before known them, with their sad earnestness and vivid exactness. Then he comes to understand how it is that lines, the birth of some chance morning or evening at an Ionian festival or among the Sabina hills, have lasted generation after generation for thousands of years, with a power over the mind and a charm which the current literature of his own day, with all its obvious advantages, is utterly unable to rival. In the poets whom Newman praises the imagination is, as it were, centripetal. The neoclassic proneness to oppose good sense to imagination, and the romantic proneness to oppose imagination to good sense, have at least this justification, that in many persons, perhaps in most persons, the two actually conflict, but surely the point to emphasize is that they may come together, that good sense may be imaginative and imagination sensible. If imagination is not sensible, as is plainly the case in Victor Hugo, for example, we may suspect a lack of the universal and ethical quality. All men, even great poets, are more or less immersed in their personal conceit and in the zones of illusion peculiar to their age. But there is the question of degree. The poets to whom the world has finally accorded its suffrage have not been megalomaniacs, they have not threatened like Hugo to outbellow the thunder or pull comets around by the tail. 321 Bossuet saying that good sense is the master of human life does not contradict but complete Pascal's saying that the imagination disposes of everything, provided only due stress be laid on the word human. It would not be easy to live a more imaginative life than Hugo, but his imagination was so unrestrained that we may ask whether he lived a very human life, whether he was not rather, in Tennyson's phrase, a weird titan. Man realizes that immensity of his being of which Joubert speaks only in so far as he ceases to be the thrall of his own ego. This human breadth he achieves not by throwing off but by taking on limitations, and what he limits is above all his imagination. The reason why he should strive for a life that is thus increasingly full and complete is simply, as Joubert suggests, that it is more delectable, that it is found practically to make for happiness. The end. Appendix. Chinese primitivism. Perhaps the closest approach in the past to the movement of which Rousseau is the most important single figure is the early Taoist movement in China. Taoism, especially in its popular aspects, became later something very different, and what I say is meant to apply above all to the period from about 550 to 200 BC. The material for the Taoism of this period will be found in convenient form in the volume of Leon Weiger Les Paris du Système Taoiste. The Tao Te King of Lao Tzu is a somewhat enigmatical document of only a few thousand words, but plainly primitivistic in its general trend. The phrase that best sums up its general spirit is that of Wordsworth, a wise passiveness. The unity at which it aims is clearly of the pantheistic variety, the unity that is obtained by breaking down discrimination and affirming the identity of contradictories, and that encourages a reversion to origins, to the state of nature and the simple life. According to the Taoist, the Chinese fell from the simple life into artificiality about the time of the legendary Yellow Emperor, Huangti. The individual also should look back to beginnings and seek to be once more like the newborn child 322 or, according to Chuang-Tzu, like the newborn calf. 323 It is in Chuang-Tzu indeed that the doctrine develops its full naturalistic and primitivistic implications. Few writers in either East or West have set forth more entertainingly what one may term the bohemian attitude towards life. He heaps ridicule upon Confucius and in the name of spontaneity attacks his doctrine of humanistic imitation. 324 He sings the praises of the unconscious. 325 Even when obtained through intoxication. 326 And extols the morality of the beautiful soul. 327 He traces the fall of mankind from nature into artifice in a fashion that anticipates very completely both Rousseau's discourse on the arts and sciences. 328 And that on the origin of inequality. 329 See also the amusing passage in which the brigand, child of nature and champion of the weak against the oppressians of government, paints a highly Rousseauistic picture of man's fall from his primitive felicity. 330 Among the things that are contrary to nature and purely conventional, according to Chuang-Tzu and the Taoists, are, not only the sciences and arts and attempts to discriminate between good and bad taste. 331 But likewise government and statecraft. 332 Virtue and moral standards. 333 To the artificial music of the Confucians. The Taoists oppose a natural music that offers startling analogies to the most recent programmatic and descriptive tendencies of Occidental music. 334 See especially Chuang-Tzu's program for a cosmic symphony in 3 movements. 335 The Pipes of Pan, as one is tempted to call it. This music that is supposed to reflect in all its mystery and magic the infinite creative processes of nature is very close to the primitivistic music with which Hugo's satyr strikes panic into the breasts of the Olympians. The Taoist notion of following nature is closely related, as in other naturalistic movements, to the idea of fate whether in its stoical or Epicurean form. 336 From the references in Chuang-Tzu 337 and elsewhere to various sects and schools we see that Taoism was only a part of a great stream of naturalistic and primitivistic tendency. China abounded at that time in pacifists. 338 In apostles of brotherly love, and as we should say nowadays Tolstoyans. A true opposite to the egoistic Yang Chu was the preacher of pure altruism and indiscriminate sympathy, Mei Ti. Mencia said that if the ideas of either of these extremists prevailed, the time would come, not only when wolves would devour men, but men would devour one another. 339 In opposing discrimination and ethical standards to the naturalists, Mencius and the Confucian humanists were fighting for civilization. Unfortunately, there is some truth in the Taoist charge that the standards of the Confucians are too literal, that in their defense of the principle of imitation they did not allow sufficiently for the element of flux and relativity and illusion in things, an element for which the Taoists had so keen a sense that they even went to the point of suppressing the difference between sleeping and waking. 340 And life and death. 341 To reply properly to the Taoist relativist, the Confucians would have needed to work out a sound conception of the role of the imagination, the universal key to human nature, and this they do not seem to have done. One is inclined to ask whether this is the reason for China's failure to achieve a great ethical art like that of the drama and the epic of the Occident at their best. The Taoists were richly imaginative but along romantic lines. We should not fail to note the Taoist influence upon Li Po and other Bohemian and bibulous poets of the Tang dynasty, or the relation of Taoism to the rise of a great school of landscape painting at about the same time. We should note also the Taoist element in Chen Buddhism, some knowledge of which is needed for an understanding of whole periods of Japanese and Chinese art. In these later stages, however, the issues are less clear-cut than in the original struggle between Taoists and Confucians. The total impression one has of early Taoism is that it is a main manifestation of an age of somewhat sophistical individualism. Ancient Chinese individualism ended like that of Greece at about the same time in disaster. After a period of terrible convulsions, the inevitable man on horseback appeared from the most barbaric of these states and put the lid on everybody. Shi Huangti, the new emperor, had many of the scholars put to death and issued an edict that the writings of the past, especially the Confucian writings, should be destroyed. Though the emperor behaved like a man who took literally the Taoist views as to the blessings of ignorance, it is not clear from our chief authority, the historian Sima Chen, that he acted entirely or indeed mainly under Taoist influence. It is proper to add that though Lao Tzu proclaims that the soft is superior to the hard, a doctrine that should appeal to the Occidental sentimentalist, one does not find in him or in the other Taoists the equivalent of the extreme emotional expansiveness of the Rousseauist. There are passages, especially in Lao Tzu, that in their emphasis on concentration and calm are in line with the ordinary wisdom of the East, and even where the doctrine is unmistakably primitivistic, the emotional quality is often different from that of the corresponding movement in the West. Rousseau by John Cooper Powys. From Suspended Judgments, Essays on Books and Sensations. Nothing is more clear than that the enjoyment of art and letters is forbidden, in any rich or subtle degree, to the apprehension of the moralist. It is also forbidden, for quite other reasons, to the apprehension of the extravagantly vicious. The moralist is debarred from any free and passionate love of literature by the simple fact that all literature is created out of the vices of men of letters. The extravagantly vicious man is debarred from such a love by the still simpler fact that his own dominant obsession narrows down his interest to the particular writers who share his own vice. When I encounter a Catholic and impassioned lover of books of many books and many authors, I know two things about him. I know that he is the opposite of a moralist, and I know that he is free from any maniacal vice. I might go further and say that I know he has a rooted hatred of moralists and a tolerant curiosity about every other form of human aberration. When I say that literature is created out of the vices of men of letters, I use the word in a large and liberal sense. A vice is a pleasant sensation condemned by Puritans. It is an overemphasis laid upon some normal reaction, or it is a perverse and morbid deviation from the normal path. It would not require any fantastic stretch of psychological interpretation to show how all the great men of letters are driven forward along their various paths by some demoniac urge, some dynamic impulse, that has its sensual as well as its intellectual origin. The psychology of genius is still in its infancy. It seems a pity that so much of the critical interpretation of the great writers of the world should be in the hands of persons who by the reason of their academic profession are naturally more interested in the effect of such work upon youthful minds than in its intrinsic quality. The barbaric vulgarity of our commercial age is largely responsible for the invidious slur cast upon any genuine critical psychology, upon any psychology which frankly recognizes the enormous influence in literature exercised by normal or abnormal sexual impulses. Criticism of literature which has nothing to say about the particular sexual impulse, natural or vicious, as it may happen, which drives a writer forward, becomes as dull and unenlightening as theology without the real presence. Among the influences that obstruct such free criticism among us at present may be noted Puritan fanaticism, academic professionalism, popular vulgarity, and that curious Anglo-Saxon uneasiness and reticence in these things which, while in no sense a sign of purity of mind, invokes an invincible prejudice against any sort of straightforward discussion. It is for these reasons that the art of criticism in England and America is so childish and pedantic when compared with that of France. In France even the most reactionary of critics, persons like Leon Bloy, for instance, habitually use the boldest sexual psychology in elucidating the mysterious caprices of human genius, and one can only wish that the conventional inhibition that renders such freedom impossible with us could come to be seen in its true light, that is to say as itself one of the most curious examples of sexual morbidity ever produced by unnatural conditions. Rousseau is perhaps of all great original geniuses the one most impossible to deal with without some sort of recognition of the sexual peculiarities which penetrated his passionate and restless spirit. No writer who has ever lived had so sensitive, so nervous, so vibrant a physiological constitution. Nothing that he achieved in literature or in the creation of a new atmosphere of feeling in Europe, can be understood without at least a passing reference to the impulses which pushed him forward on his wayward road. As we watch him in his pleasures, his passions, his pilgrimages, his savage reactions, it is difficult to avoid the impression that certain kinds of genius are eminently and organically antisocial. It is perhaps for this reason at bottom that the political-minded Anglo-Saxon race, with its sturdy good citizen ideals, feels so hostile and suspicious toward these great anarchists of the soul. Rousseau is indeed, temperamentally considered, one of the most passionately anarchical minds in the history of the race. The citizen of Geneva, the lover of humanity, the advocate of liberty and equality, was so scandalous an individualist that there has come to breathe from the passage of his personality across the world an intoxicating savor of irresponsible independence. The most ingrained pursuer of his own path, the most intransigent enemy of the people, would be able to derive encouragement in his obstinate loneliness from reading the works of this philanthropist who detested humanity, this reformer who fled from society, this advocate of domesticity who deserted his children, this pietist who worshipped the god of nature. The man's intellect was so dominated by his sensualism that, even at the moment he is eloquently protesting in favor of a regenerated humanity living under enlightened laws, there emanates from the mere physical rhythm of his sentences an antisocial passion, a misanthropic self-worship, a panic terror of the crowd, which remains in the mind when all his social theories are forgotten. He is the grand example of a writer whose subconscious intimate self contradicts his overt dogmas and creates a spiritual atmosphere in which his own reforming schemes wither and vanish. Rousseau is, from any moral or social or national point of view, a force of much more disintegrating power than Nietzsche can ever be. And he is this for the very reason that his sensual and sentimental nature dominates him so completely. From the austere Nietzschean watchtower, this man's incorrigible weakness presents itself as intrinsically more dangerous to the race than any unscrupulous strength. The voluptuous femininity of his insidious eloquence lends itself, as Nietzsche saw, to every sort of crafty hypocrisy. Rousseau's rich, subtle, melodious style, soft as a voice of a choir of women celebrating some Euripidean Dionysus, flows round the revolutionary figure of liberty with an orgiastic passion worthy of the backward flung heads, bared breasts, and streaming hair of a dance of base Arids. Other symbolic figures besides that of liberty emerge above the stream of this impassioned return to nature. The figure of justice is there and the figure of fraternity, while above them all the shadowy lineaments of some female personification of the future of humanity, crowned with the happy stars of the age of gold, looks down upon the rushing tide. Oh, liberty! One can hear the voice of many heroic souls protesting, "Oh, liberty, what things are done in thy name!" For it is of the essential nature of Rousseau's eloquence, as it is of the essential nature of his temperament, that any kind of sensual abandonment, slurred over by rich orchestral litanies of human freedom, should be more than tolerated. This religion of liberty lends itself to strange hypocrisies when the torrent of his imaginative passion breaks upon the jagged rocks of reality. That is why from Robespierre down to very modern persons the eloquent use of such vague generalizations as justice, virtue, simplicity, nature, humanity, reason, excites profound suspicion in the psychological mind. From the antinomian torrent of this voluptuous anarchy the spirits of Epicurus, of Spinoza, of Goethe, of Nietzsche, turn away in horror. This is indeed an insurrection from the depths, this is indeed a breaking loose of chaos, this is indeed a return to nature. For there is a perilous intoxication in all this, and, like chemical ingredients in some obsessing drug, these great vague names work magically and wantonly upon us, giving scope to all our weaknesses and perversities. If I were asked, taking all the great influences which have molded human history together, what figure, what personality, I would set up as the antipodal antagonist of the influence of Nietzsche, I would retort with the name of Rousseau. Here is an immoralism deeper and far more antisocial than any beyond good and evil. Nietzsche hammered furiously at Christian ethics, but he did so with the sublime intention of substituting for what he destroyed a new ethical construction of his own. Rousseau, using with stirring and caressing unction symbol after symbol, catchword after catchword, from the moral atmosphere of Christendom, draws us furiously after him, in a mad hysterical abandonment of all that every human symbol covers, toward a cataract of limitless and almost inhuman subjectivity. To certain types of mind Rousseau appears as a noble prophet of what is permanent in evangelic truth and of what is desirable and lovely in the future of humanity. To other types, to the pronounced classical or Goethean type, for instance, he must appear as the most pernicious, the most disintegrating, the most poisonous, the most unhealthy influence that has ever been brought to bear upon the world. Such minds confronting him with a genuine and logical anarchist, such as Max Stirner, would find him far more dangerous. For Rousseau's anarchy is of an emotional, psychological, feminine kind, a kind that carries along upon the surface of its eloquence every sort of high-sounding abstraction, while, all the time, the sinuous waters of its world-sapping current filter through all the floodgates of human institution. One cannot but be certain that Rousseau would have been one of those irresistible but most injurious persons whom, honorably crowned with fillets of well-spun wool and fresh-grown myrtle, Plato would have dismissed from the gates of the great republic. One asks oneself the question, and it is a question less often asked than one would expect, whether it is really possible that a man of immense genius and magnetic influence can actually, as the phrase runs, do more harm than good to the happiness of the human race. We are so absurdly sheep-like and conventional in these things that we permit our old-fashioned belief in a benignant providence turning all things to good, to transform itself into a vague optimistic trust in evolutionary progress, a progress which can never for one moment fail to make everything work out to the advantage of humanity. We have such pathetic trust too in the inherent friendliness of the universe that it seems inconceivable to us that a great genius, inspired from hidden cosmic depths, should be actually a power of evil, dangerous to humanity. And yet, why not? Why should there not appear sometimes from the secret reservoirs of being, powerful and fatal influences that, in the long result, are definitely baleful and malign in their effect upon the fortunes of the human race? This was the underlying belief in the Middle Ages, and it led to the abominable persecution of persons who were obviously increasing the sum of human happiness. But may not there have been behind such unpardonable persecution, a legitimate instinct of self-protection, an instinct for which in these latter days of popular worship of great names there is no outlet of expression? The uneasiness of the modern English-speaking world in the presence of free discussion of sex is, of course, quite a different matter. This objection is a mere childish prejudice reinforced by outworn superstitions. The religious terror excited by certain formidable freethinkers and antisocial philosophers in earlier days went much deeper than this, and was quite free from that mere prurient itch of perverted sensuality which inspires the Puritans of our time. This religious terror, barbarous and hideous as it was in many of its manifestations, may have been a legitimate expression of subconscious panic in the presence of something that, at least now and then, was really antagonistic to the general welfare. Why should there not arise sometimes great demonic forces, incarnated in formidable personalities, who are really and truly humani-generous hosts, enemies of the human race? The weird medieval dream of the Antichrist, drawn from apocalyptic literature, symbolizes this occult possibility. Because a writer has immense genius, there is no earthly reason why his influence upon the world should be good. There is no reason why it should be for the happiness of the world, putting the moral question aside. In the classic ages the state regulated literature. In the Middle Ages, the church regulated it. In our own age it is not regulated at all, it is neglected by ignorance and expurgated by stupidity. The mob in our days cringes before great names, the journalist exploits great names, and the schoolmaster dishes them up for the young. No one seriously criticizes them, no one seriously considers their influence upon the world. The businessman has a shrewd suspicion that they have no influence at all, or certainly none comparable with that of well-placed advertisements. Meanwhile, under the surface, from sensitive minds to sensitive minds, there run the electric currents of new intellectual ideas, setting in motion those psychic and spiritual forces which still, in spite of all our economic philosophers, upheave the world. Was Rousseau, more than anyone, more than Voltaire, more than Diderot, responsible for the French Revolution? I am inclined to hold that he was, and if so, according to the revolutionary instincts of all enemies of oppression, we are bound to regard his influence as good, unless by chance we are among those who consider the tyranny of the middle class no less outrageous than the tyranny of the aristocracy. But Rousseau's influence, so far stretching is the power of personal genius, does not stop with the French Revolution. It does not stop with the Commune or with any other outburst of popular indignation. It works subterraneanly in 1,000 devious ways until the present hour. Wherever, under the impassioned enthusiasm of such words as justice, liberty, equality, reason, nature, love, self-idealizing, self-worshipping, self-deceiving prophets of magnetic genius give way to their weaknesses, their perversities, their antisocial reactions, the vibrant nerves of the great citizen of Geneva may still be felt, quivering melodiously, touching us with the tremulousness of their anarchical revolt against everything hard and stern and strong. Suppose for a moment that Rousseau were the equivocal pernicious influence, half priest, half pandar, half charlatan, half prophet of a world disintegrating orgy of sentiment, should I for one, I am tempted to ask, close the gates of our Platonic Republic against him? Not so. Let the world look to itself. Let the sheep-like crowd take the risks of its docility. Let the new bourgeois tyrants cuddle and cosset the serpent that shall bite them, as did the salon ladies of the old regime. No. Let the world look to itself, and let progress look to itself. There seems something exhilarating about this possible appearance upon the earth of genuinely dangerous writers, of writers who exploit their vices, lay bare their weaknesses, brew intoxicating filtrates of sweet poison out of their obsessions, and lead humanity to the edge of the precipice. And there is something peculiarly stimulating to one's psychological intelligence when all this is done under the anesthesia of humanitarian rhetoric and the lulling incantations of pastoral sentiment. Rousseau is, in one very important sense, the pioneer of that art of delicate egoism in which the wisest Epicureans of our day love to indulge. I refer to his mania for solitude, his self-conscious passion for nature. This feeling for nature was absolutely genuine in him and associates itself with all his amours and all his boldest speculations. The interesting thing about it is that it takes the form of that vague, intimate magical rapport between our human souls and whatever mysterious soul lurks in the world around us, which has become in these recent days the predominant secret of imaginative poetry. Not that Rousseau carries things as far as Wordsworth or Shelley. He is a born prose writer, not a poet. But for the very reason that he is writing prose, and writing it with a sentimental rather than a mystical bias, there are aspects of his work which have a simple natural personal appeal that the sublime imagination of the great spiritual poets must necessarily lack. There is indeed about Rousseau's allusions to places and spots which had become dear to him from emotional association a lingering regretful tenderness, full of wistful memories and a vague tremulous yearning, which leaves upon the mind a feeling unlike that produced by any other writer. The subconscious music of his days seems at those times to rise from some hidden wells of emotion in him and overflow the world. When he speaks of such places, the mere admixture in his tone of the material sensuousness of the 18th century with something new and thrilling and different has itself an appealing charm. The blending of a self-conscious artificial, pastoral sentiment, redolent of the sophisticated Arcadias of Poussin and Watteau, and suggestive of the dairy-maid masquerades of Marie Antoinette in the gardens of Versailles, with a direct passionate simplicity almost worthy of some modern Russian, produces a unique and memorable effect upon a sympathetic spirit. The mere fact that that incorrigible egoist and introspective Epicurean, William Hazlitt, whose essays are themselves full of an ingratiating and engaging sensuousness, should have taken Rousseau as his special master and idealized him into a symbolic figure, is a proof of the presence in him of something subtle, arresting, and unusual. I always like to bring these recondite odors and intimations of delicate spiritual qualities down to the test of actual experience, and I am able to say that, through the help of Hazlitt's intuitive commentaries, the idea of Rousseau has twined itself around some of the pleasantest recollections of my life. I can see at this moment as I pen these lines, a certain ditch-bordered path leading to a narrow footbridge across a river in Norfolk. I can recall the indescribable sensations which the purple spikes of loosestrife and the tall willow herb, growing with green rushes, produced in my mind on a certain misty morning when the veiled future bowed toward me like a vision of promise and the dead past flew away over the fens like a flight of wild swans. The image of Rousseau cherishing so tenderly every rose-tinged memory and every leafy oasis in his passionate pilgrimage, came to me then, as it comes to me now, a thing that no harsh blows of the world, no unkind turns of fate, no coining of my soul for drachmas can ever quite destroy. There is, after all, a sort of spiritual second self, a sort of astral residuum left behind by a personality of this kind, which to certain natures becomes more sacred and suggestive than any of those tedious speculations or literary theories about which the historians may argue. Most human beings, especially in these centers of civilization, which are more hideous than anything the sun has looked upon since it watched the mammoths tusking the frozen earth or the ichthyosauruses wallowing in the primeval mud, go through this life blindly, mechanically, unconsciously, fulfilling their duties, snatching at their pleasures, and shuddering at the thought of the end. Few men and women seem really conscious of what it is to be alive and endowed with imagination and memory, upon this time-battered planet. It needs perhaps the antisocial instincts of a true philosophic anarchist to detach oneself from the absorbing present and to win the larger perspective. Rousseau was of so fluid, so irresponsible a temperament that he never could be brought to take seriously, to take as anything but as suggestive subjects for eloquent diatribes, the practical and domestic relations between human beings in organized society. He played lightly with these relations, he laughed over them and wept over them, he wrote impassioned and dithyrambic orations upon them. But they were not his real life. His real life was the life he lived with his music and his botany and his love affairs, the life of his dreamy wanderings from refuge to refuge among the woods and chateaux of France, the life of his delicate memories and wistful regrets, the life of his thrilling indescribable thoughts, half sensual and half spiritual, as he drifted along the lonely roads and under the silent stars, or sat staring at the firelight in his Paris attic while the city roared about him. No lonely introspective spirit, withdrawn from the crowd and hating the voices of the world, can afford to lose touch with the secret of Rousseau, with what his self-centered and impassioned existence really meant. We need not tease ourselves with his pious speculations, with his philanthropic oratory or his educational proposals. These can be left to those who are interested in such things. What we find arresting and suggestive in him, after this lapse of years, is a certain quality of personal passion, a certain vein of individual feeling, the touch of which still has a living power. How interesting, for example, is that voluptuous desire of his to lay bare all his basest and meanest lusts, all his little tricks and devices and vanities and envies and jealousies. This mania for self-exposure, this frantic passion for self-laceration and self-humiliation is all of a piece with the manner in which he seemed to enjoy being ill-used and tyrannized over in his singular love affairs. More interesting still, and still more morbid, is that persecution mania which seized him in his later days, the mania that all the world loathed him and laughed at him and plotted to make a fool of him. Though betrayed into using the popular phrase, persecution mania, I am myself inclined to resent, on Rousseau's behalf and on behalf of those who temperamentally resemble him, this cool assumption by the normal world that those whom it instinctively detests are mad when they grow aware of such detestation. There seems no doubt that certain human beings appear at intervals on the world stage, whose sentient organization, attuned to an abnormal receptivity, renders them alien and antagonistic to the masses of mankind. They seem like creatures dropped upon the earth from some other planet, and, do what they may, they cannot grow native and indued unto the element of our terrestrial system. This difference in them is not only irritating to the normal herd, it is also provocative of bitter hostility in those among their contemporaries who are themselves possessed of genius. These other wooers of posterity feel outraged and piqued to the limit of their endurance at having to contend in the same arena with an antagonist who seems to obey no human rules. A conspiracy of silence or of scandalous aspersions is almost instinctively set on foot. Rousseau's so-called mania of persecution can easily be explained. There was morbidity, there was neurotic unwisdom, in the manner in which he dealt with all these people. But he was probably perfectly right in assuming that they came to hate him. In his confessions he does his best to make posterity hate him, and in private life he must have been constantly, like one of those strange self-lacerating persons in Dostoevsky, bringing to the front, with shameless indecency, his vanities and jealousies, his weakness and his manias. When he couldn't enjoy the society of some friendly lady and his friends were nearly always uneasy under the infliction, he poured forth his childish petulances and his rare imaginations on the bosom, so to speak, of society in general, and society in general flung him back in wondering contempt. His clever contemporaries would naturally, under the pressure of the moment, concentrate their critical attention upon the weakest part of his genius, that is to say upon his reforming theories and large world-shaking speculations, while the portion of him that interests us now would merely strike them as tiresome and irrelevant. He grew more and more lonely as he neared his end. It might be said that he deserved this fate, he who refused to accept even the responsibility of paternity. But one cannot resist a certain satisfaction in noting how the high-placed society people who came to visit him as he sat in his attic, copying music for a livelihood, were driven from his door. The great sentimentalist must have had his exquisite memories, even then, as he sat brooding over his dull mechanical work, he whose burning eloquence about liberty and justice and simplicity and nature was already sowing the seed of the earthquake. Queer memories he must have had of his early tramp life through the roads and villages of France, of his conversations with the sceptical Hume among the hills of Derbyshire, of his sweet romantic sojournings in old historic houses, and his strange passions and fatal loves. But the rarest of his memories must have been of those hours and days when, in the pastoral seclusion of some cherished hiding place, he let the world go by and sank, among patient leaves and flowers that could not mock him, into his own soul and the soul of nature. He has been hugely vituperated by evolutionary philosophers for his mania for the age of gold and his disbelief in progress. One of his favorite themes, that civilization is a curse and not a blessing, excited the derision of his best friends. Others said that he stole the idea. But we may be sure that as he copied his daily portion of music with the civilization of the salons clamouring unheeded around him, his mind reverted rather to those exquisite moments when he had been happy alone, than to all the triumphs of his genius. He was just the type that the world would naturally persecute. Devoid of any sparkling wit, devoid of any charm of manner, singularly devoid of the least sense of proportion, he lent himself to every sort of social rancour. He was one of those persons who take themselves seriously, and that, in his world as in the world of our own time, was an unpardonable fault. He loved humanity better than men and women. He loved nature better than humanity. He was a man with little sense of humor and with little interest in other men. He lived for his memories and his dreams, his glimpses and his visions. Turning away from all dogmatic creeds, he yet sought God and prayed to him for his mercy. Born into a world whose cleverness he dreaded, whose institutions he loathed, whose angers he provoked, whose authorities he scandalized, whose crowds he hated, he went aside botanizing and copying music, every now and then hurling forth from his interludes of sentimental journeying a rhythmical torrent of eloquent prophecy in which he himself only half believed and of which, quite often, the idea was stolen. In his abnormal receptivity, he was used as a reed for the invisible powers to blow their wild tunes through and to trouble the earth. He produced one great revolution, and he may, through the medium of souls like his own, produce another, but all the time his real happiness was in his wanderings by field and hedge and road and lane, by canal side and by river bank, thinking the vague delicious thoughts of sensuous solitude and dreaming over the dumb quiescence of that mute inanimate background of our days into which, with his exasperated human nerves, he longed to sink and be at rest. The Religion of Rousseau by John Middleton Murray. From Aspects of Literature. These are times when men have need of the great solitaries, for each man now in his moment is a prey to the conviction that the world and his deepest aspirations are incommensurable. He is shaken by a presentiment that the lovely bodies of men are being spent and flaming human minds put out in a conflict for something which never can be won in the clash of material arms, and he is distraught by a vision of humanity as a child pitifully wandering in a dark wood where the wind faintly echoes the strange word peace. Therefore he too wanders pitifully like that child, seeking peace, and men are become the symbols of mankind. The tragic paradox of human life which slumbers in the soul in years of peace is awakened again. When we would be solitary and cannot, we are made sensible of the depth and validity of the impulse which moved the solitaries of the past. The paradox is apparent now on every hand. It appears in the death of the author of La Formation religieuse de J.J. Rousseau. One of the most distinguished of the younger generation of French scholar critics, M. Masson met a soldier's death before the book to which he had devoted 10 years of his life was published. He had prepared it for the press in the leisure hours of the trenches. There he had communed with the unquiet spirit of the man who once thrilled the heart of Europe by stammering forgotten secrets, and whispered to an age flushed and confident with material triumphs that the battle had been won in vain. Rousseau, rightly understood, is no consoling companion for a soldier. What if after all, the true end of man be those hours of plenary beatitude he spent lying at the bottom of the boat on the lake of Bienne? What if the old truth is valid still, that man is born free but is everywhere in chains? Let us hope that the dead author was not too keenly conscious of the paradox which claimed him for sacrifice. His death would have been bitter. From his book we can hardly hazard a judgment. His method would speak against it. Jean-Jacques, as he himself knew only too well, is one of the last great men to be catechized historically, for he was inadequate to the life which is composed of the facts of which histories are made. He had no historical sense, and of a man who has no historical sense no real history can be written. Chronology was meaningless to him because he could recognize no sovereignty of time over himself. With him ends were beginnings. In the third dialogue he tells us, and it is nothing less than the sober truth told by a man who knew himself well, that his works must be read backwards, beginning with the last, by those who would understand him. Indeed, his function was, in a deeper sense than is imagined by those who take the parable called the Contrat Social for a solemn treatise of political philosophy, to give the light to history. In himself he pitted the eternal against the temporal and grew younger with years. He might be known as the man of the second childhood par excellence. To the eye of history the effort of his soul was an effort backwards, because the vision of history is focused only for a perspective of progress. On his after-dinner journey to Diderot at Vincennes, Jean-Jacques saw, with the suddenness of intuition, that progress, amongst whose convinced and cogent prophets he had lived so long, was for him an unsubstantial word. He beheld the soul of man sub specie aeternitatis. In his vision history and institutions dissolved away. His second childhood had begun. On such a man the historical method can have no grip. There is, as the French say, no engrenage. It points to a certain lack of the subtler kind of understanding to attempt to apply the method, more truly, perhaps, to an unessential interest, which has of late years been imported into French criticism from Germany. The Sorbonne has not, we know, gone unscathed by the disease of documentation for documentation's sake. M. Masson's 3 volumes leave us with the sense that their author had learnt a method, and in his zeal to apply it had lost sight of the momentous question whether Jean-Jacques was a person to whom it might be applied with a prospect of discovery. No one who read Rousseau with a mind free of ulterior motives could have any doubt on the matter. Jean-Jacques is categorical on the point. The Savoyard vicar was speaking for Jean-Jacques to posterity when he began his profession of faith with the words, Je ne veux argumenter avec vous, ni même de tenter vous convaincre, il me suffit de vous exposer ce que je pense dans la simplicité de mon cœur. Consultez le votre pendant mon discours, c'est tout ce que je vous demande. To the extent, therefore, that M. Masson did not respond to this appeal and filled his volumes with information concerning the books Jean-Jacques might have read and 100 other interesting but only partly relevant things, he did the citizen of Geneva a wrong. The ulterior motive is there, and the faint taste of a thesis in the most modern manner. But the method is saved by the perception which, though it sometimes lacks the perfect keenness of complete understanding, is exquisite enough to suggest the answer to the questions it does not satisfy. Though the environment is lavish, the man is not lost. It is but common piety to seek to understand Jean-Jacques in the way in which he pleaded so hard to be understood. Yet it is now over 40 years since a voice of authority told England how it was to regard him. Lord Morley was magisterial and severe, and England obeyed. One feels almost that Jean-Jacques himself would have obeyed if he had been alive. He would have trembled at the stern sentence that his deism was a rag of metaphysics floating in a sunshine of sentimentalism, and he would have whispered that he would try to be good, but, when he heard his dialogues described as the outpourings of a man with persecution mania, he might have rebelled and muttered silently an épée est muave. We see now that it was a mistake to stand him in the social dock, and that precisely those dialogues which the then Mr. Morley so powerfully dismissed contain his plea that the tribunal has no jurisdiction. To his contention that he wrote his books to ease his own soul, it might be replied that their publication was a social act which had vast social consequences. But Jean-Jacques might well retort that the fact that his contemporaries and the generation which followed read and judged him in the letter and not in the spirit is no reason why we, at nearly 2 centuries remove, should do the same. A great man may justly claim our deference. If Jean-Jacques asks that his last work shall be read first, we are bound, even if we consider it only a quixotic humor, to indulge it. But to those who read the neglected dialogues it will appear a humor no longer. Here is a man who at the end of his days is filled to overflowing with bitterness at the thought that he has been misread and misunderstood. He says to himself, either he is at bottom of the same nature as other men or he is different. If he is of the same nature, then there must be a malignant plot at work. He has revealed his heart with labor and good faith. Not to hear him his fellow men must have stopped their ears. If he is of another kind than his fellows, then but he cannot bear the thought. Indeed, it is a thought that no man can bear. They are blind because they will not see. He has not asked them to believe that what he says is true, he asks only that they shall believe that he is sincere, sincere in what he says, sincere, above all, when he implores that they should listen to the undertone. He has been the painter of nature and the historian of the human heart. His critics might have paused to consider why Jean-Jacques, certainly not niggard of self-praise in the dialogues, should have claimed no more for himself than this. He might have claimed, with what in their eyes at least must be good right, to have been preeminent in his century as a political philosopher, a novelist, and a theorist of education. Yet to himself he is no more than the painter of nature and the historian of the human heart. Those who would make him more make him less, because they make him other than he declares himself to be. His whole life has been an attempt to be himself and nothing else besides, and all his works have been nothing more and nothing less than his attempt to make his own nature plain to men. Now at the end of his life he has to swallow the bitterness of failure. He has been acclaimed the genius of his age, kings have delighted to honor him, but they have honored another man. They have not known the true Jean-Jacques. They have taken his parables for literal truth, and he knows why. De etres si singulièrement constitués doivent nécessairement s'exprimer autrement que les hommes ordinaires. Il est impossible qu'avec des aims si différemment modifiés ils ne portent pas dans l'expression de leurs sentiments et de leurs idées l'empreinte de ces modifications. Si cette empreinte échappe à ceux qui n'ont aucune notion de cette manière d'être, elle ne peut échapper à ceux qui la connaissent, et qui en sont affectés mêmes. C'est un signe caractéristique que les unités se reconnaissent entre eux, etc qui donne un grand prix à ces signes, c'est qu'il ne peut se contrefaire, que jamais il n'agit au niveau de sa source, etc. Quand il ne part pas du cœur de ce qui est limitant, il n'arrive pas non plus auxiliary cœurs faits pour le distinguer, mais sitôt où il y parvient, on ne saurait y m'apprendre, il est vrai de où il est senti. At the end of his days he felt that the great labor of his life, which had been to express an intuitive certainty in words which would carry intellectual conviction, had been in vain, and his last words are, "It is true so soon as it is felt." 3 pages would tell as much of the essential truth of his religious formation as 3 volumes. At Les Charmettes with Madame de Warens, as a boy and as a young man, he had known peace of soul. In Paris, amid the intellectual exaltation and enthusiasms of the encyclopedists, the memory of his lost peace haunted him like an uneasy conscience. His boyish unquestioning faith disappeared beneath the destructive criticism of the great pioneers of enlightenment and progress. Yet when all had been destroyed, the hunger in his heart was still unsatisfied. Underneath his passionate admiration for Diderot smoldered a spark of resentment that he was not understood. They had torn down the fabric of expression into which he had poured the emotion of his immediate certainty as a boy. Sometimes with an uplifted, sometimes with a sinking heart he surveyed the ruins. But the certainty that he had once been certain, the memory and the desire of the past peace, this they could not destroy. They could hardly even weaken this element within him, for they did not know that it existed, they were unable to conceive that it could exist. Jean-Jacques himself could give them no clue to its existence, he had no words, and he was still under the spell of the intellectual dogma of his age that words must express definite things. In common with his age he had lost the secret of the infinite persuasion of poetry. So the consciousness that he was different from those who surrounded him, and from those he admired as his masters, took hold of him. He was afraid of his own otherness, as all men are afraid when the first knowledge of their own essential loneliness begins to trouble their depths. The pathos of his struggle to kill the seed of this devastating knowledge is apparent in his declared desire to become a polished gentleman. In the note which he added to his memoir for M. Dupin in 1749 he confesses to this ideal. If only he could become one of them, indistinguishable without and within, he might be delivered from that disquieting sense of tongue-tied queerness in a normal world. If he cheated himself at all, the deception was brief. The poignant memory of Les Charmettes whispered to him that there was a state of grace in which the hard things were made clear. But he had not yet the courage of his destiny. His consciousness of his separation from his fellows had still to harden into a consciousness of superiority before that courage would come. On the road to Vincennes on an October evening in 1749, M. Masson has fixed the date for us. He read in a news sheet the question of the Dijon Academy, s'il rétablissement des arts et des sciences a contribué à épurer les mœurs. The scales dropped from his eyes and the weight was removed from his tongue. There is no mystery about this revelation. For the first time the question had been put in terms which struck him squarely in the heart. Jean-Jacques made his reply with the stammering honesty of a man of genius wandering in age of talent. The first discourse seems to many rhetorical and extravagant. In after days it appeared so to Rousseau himself, and he claimed no more for it than that he had tried to tell the truth. Before he learned that he had won the Dijon prize and that his work had taken Paris by storm, he was surely a prey to terrors lest his Vincennes vision of the non-existence of progress should have been mere madness. The success reassured him. Cette faveur du public, nullement brig, et pour un auteur inconnu, me donna la première assurance véritable de mon talent. He was, in fact, not queer, but right, and he had seemed to be queer precisely because he was right. Now he had the courage. Je suis grossier, he wrote in the preface to Narcisse, Mausada, impoli par principes, je me fus de tout votre gens de coeur, je suis un barber. There is a touch of exaggeration and bravado in it all. He was still something of the child hallooing in the dark to give himself heart. He clutched hold of material symbols of the freedom he had won, round wig, black stockings, and a living gained by copying music at so much a line. But he did not break with his friends, the bear suffered himself to be made a lion. He had still a foot in either camp, for though he had the conviction that he was right, he was still fumbling for his words. The memoirs of Madame d'Épinay tell us how in 1754, at dinner at Mlle Quinault's, impotent to reply to the polite atheistical persiflage of the company, he broke out, "Et moi, messieurs, je crois en Dieu. Je sours si vous dites un mot de plus." That was not what he meant, neither was the first discourse what he meant. He had still to find his language, and to find his language he had to find his peace. He was like a twig whirled about in an eddy of a stream. Suddenly the stream bore him to Geneva, where he returned to the church which he had left at Confignon. That, too, was not what he meant. When he returned from Geneva, Madame d'Épinay had built him the Hermitage. In the Reveries, which are mellow with the golden calm of his discovered peace, he tells how, having reached the climacteric which he had set at 40 years, he went apart into the solitude of the Hermitage to inquire into the configuration of his own soul, and to fix once for all his opinions and his principles. In the exquisite third Reverie two phrases occur continually. His purpose was to find firm ground prendre un assiette, and his means to this discovery was spiritual honesty bonne foi. Rousseau's deep concern was to elucidate the anatomy of his own soul, but, since he was sincere, he regarded it as a type of the soul of man. Looking into himself, he saw that, in spite of all his follies, his weaknesses, his faintings by the way, his blasphemies against the spirit, he was good. Therefore he declared, "Man is born good." Looking into himself he saw that he was free to work out his own salvation, and to find that solid foundation of peace which he so fervently desired. Therefore he declared, "Man is born free." To the whisper of Les Charmettes that there was a condition of grace had been added the sterner voice of remorse for his abandoned children, telling him that he had fallen from his high estate. J'ai foi en vain, pour tout j'ai retrouvé la loi. Il faut céder enfin. Au port, il faut admettre. L'autre, que frémissant, il faut subir le maître. Quelqu'un qui soit en moi plus moi-même que moi. The noble verse of M. Claudel contains the final secret of Jean-Jacques. He found in himself something more him than himself. Therefore he declared, "There is a God." But he sought to work out a logical foundation for these pinnacles of truth. He must translate these luminous convictions of his soul into arguments and conclusions. He could not, even to himself, admit that they were only intuitions, and in the contrat social he turned the reason to the service of a certainty not her own. This unremitting endeavor to express an intuitive certainty in intellectual terms lies at the root of the many superficial contradictions in his work, and of the deeper contradiction which forms, as it were, the inward rhythm of his three great books. He seems to surge upwards on a passionate wave of revolutionary ideas, only to sink back into the calm of conservative or quietist conclusions. M. Masson has certainly observed it well. Le premier discours anathematis les sciences et les arts, et n'évoit le salut que dans les academies, le discours sur l'inégalité paraît détruire tout autorité, et recommanda pourtant l'obéissance scrupuleuse auxiliary lois et auxiliary hommes qui en sont les auteurs, la nouvelle Héloïse preachit d'abord l'émancipation sentimentale, et proc lame la suprématie de droits de la passion, mais elle aboutit à exalter la fidélité conjugale, à consolider les grands devoirs familiaux et sociaux. Le vicaire Savoyard nous réserve la même surprise. To the revolutionaries of his age he was a renegade and a reactionary, to the conservatives, a subversive charlatan. Yet he was in truth only a man stricken by the demon of la bonne foi, and, like many men devoured by the passion of spiritual honesty, in his secret heart he believed in his similitude to Christ. Je ne peux pas souffrir les tides, he wrote to Madame Latour in 1762, quiconque ne passion pas pour moi n'est pas digne de moi. There is no mistaking the accent, and it sounds more plainly still in the dialogues. He, too, was persecuted for righteousness' sake, because he, too, proclaimed that the kingdom of heaven was within men. And what, indeed, have material things to do with the purification and the peace of the soul. World-shattering arguments and world-preserving conclusions. This is the inevitable paradox which attends the attempt to record truth seen by the eye of the soul in the language of the marketplace. The eloquence and the inspiration may descend upon the man so that he writes believing that all men will understand. He wakes in the morning and he is afraid, not of his own words whose deeper truth he does not doubt, but of the incapacity of mankind to understand him. They will read in the letter what was written in the spirit, their eyes will see the words, but their ears will be stopped to the music. The mystique, as Pigalle would have said, will be degraded into politique. To guard himself against this unhallowed destiny, at the last Rousseau turns with decision and in the language of his day rewrites the hard saying, that the things which are Caesar's shall be rendered unto Caesar. In the light of this necessary truth all the contradictions which have been discovered in Rousseau's work fade away. That famous confusion concerning the natural man, whom he presents to us now as a historic fact, now as an ideal, took its rise, not in the mind of Jean-Jacques, but in the minds of his critics. The Contrat Social is a parable of the soul of man, like the Republic of Plato. The truth of the human soul is its implicit perfection. To that reality material history is irrelevant, because the anatomy of the soul is eternal. And as for the nature of this truth, it is true so soon as it is felt. When the Savoyard vicar, after accepting all the destructive criticism of religious dogma, turned to the gospel story with the immortal "Cen est pas in un invent," he was only anticipating what Jean-Jacques was to say of himself before his death, that there was a sign in his work which could not be imitated, and which acted only at the level of its source. We may call Jean-Jacques religious because we have no other word, but the word would be more truly applied to the reverence felt towards such a man than to his own emotion. He was driven to speak of God by the habit of his childhood and the deficiency of a language shaped by the intellect and not by the soul. But his deity was one whom neither the Catholic nor the Reformed Church could accept, for he was truly a God who does not dwell in temples made with hands. The respect he owed to God, said the vicar, was such that he could affirm nothing of him. And, again, still more profoundly, he said, he is to our souls what our soul is to our body. That is the mystical utterance of a man who was no mystic, but of one who found his full communion in the beatific dolce far niente of the Lake of Bienne. Jean-Jacques was set apart from his generation, because, like Malvolio, he thought highly of the soul and in no wise approved the conclusions of his fellows, and he was fortunate to the last, in spite of what some are pleased to call his madness, because he enjoyed the certainty that his high appraisement of the soul was justified. March, 1918. Cooper and Rousseau by Leslie Stephen. From Hours in a Library. Sainte-Beuve's essay on Cooper, considered as the type of domestic poets, has recently been translated for the benefit of English readers. It is interesting to know on the highest authority what are the qualities which may recommend a writer, so strongly tinged by local prejudices, to the admiration of a different race and generation. The gulf which separates the Olney of a century back from modern Paris is wide enough to give additional value to the generous appreciation of the critic. I have not the presumption to supplement or correct any part of his judgment. It is enough to remark briefly that Cooper's immediate popularity was, as is usually the case, due in part to qualities which have little to do with his more enduring reputation. Sainte-Beuve dwells with special fondness upon his pictures of domestic and rural life. He notices, of course, the marvelous keenness of his pathetic poems, and he touches, though with some hint that national affinity is necessary to its full appreciation, upon the playful humor which immortalized John Gilpin, and lights up the poet's most charming letters. Something, perhaps, might still be said by a competent critic upon the singular charm of Cooper's best style. A poet, for example, might perhaps tell us, though a prosaic person cannot, what is the secret of the impression made by such a poem as The Wreck of the Royal George. Given an ordinary newspaper paragraph about wreck or battle, turn it into the simplest possible language, do not introduce a single metaphor or figure of speech, indulge in none but the most obvious of all reflections as, for example, that when a man is once drowned he won't win any more battles and produce as the result a copy of verses which nobody can ever read without instantly knowing them by heart. How Cooper managed to perform such a feat, and why not one poet even in 100 can perform it, are questions which might lead to some curious critical speculation. The qualities, however, which charm the purely literary critic do not account for the whole of Cooper's influence. A great part of his immediate, and some part of his more enduring success, have been clearly owing to a different cause. On reading Johnson's Lives, Cooper remarked, rather uncharitably, that there was scarcely one good man amongst the poets. Few poets, indeed, shared those religious views which commended him more than any literary excellence to a large class of readers. Religious poetry is generally popular out of all proportion to its aesthetic merits. Young was but a second-rate pope in point of talent, but probably the Night Thoughts have been studied by a dozen people for one who has read the Essay on Man or the Imitations of Horace. In our own day, nobody, I suppose, would hold that the popularity of the Christian year has been strictly proportioned to its poetical excellence, and Cooper's vein of religious meditation has recommended him to thousands who, if biased at all, were quite unconsciously biased by the admirable qualities which endeared him to such a critic as Saint Beuve. His own view was frequently and unequivocally expressed. He says over and over again, and his entire sincerity lifts him above all suspicion of the affected self-depreciation of other writers, that he looked upon his poetical work as at best innocent trifling, except so far as his poems were versified sermons. His intention was everywhere didactic, sometimes annoyingly didactic, and his highest ambition was to be a useful auxiliary to the prosaic exhortations of Doddridge, Watts, or his friend Newton. His religion, said some people, drove him mad. Even a generous critic like Mr. Stopford Brooke cannot refrain from hinting that his madness was in some part due to the detested influence of Calvinism. In fact, it may be admitted that Newton, who is half inclined to boast that he has a name for driving people mad, scarcely showed his judgment in setting a man who had already been in confinement to write hymns which at times are the embodiment of despair. But it is obviously contrary to the plainest facts to say that Cooper was driven mad by his creed. His first attack preceded his religious enthusiasm, and a gentleman who tries to hang himself because he has received a comfortable appointment for life, is in a state of mind which may be explained without reference to his theological views. It would be truer to say that when Cooper's intellect was once unhinged, he found a congenial expression for the tortures of his soul in the imagery provided by the sternest of Christian sects. But neither can this circumstance be alleged as in itself disparaging to the doctrines thus misapplied. A religious belief which does not provide language for the darkest moods of the human mind, for profound melancholy, torturing remorse and gloomy foreboding, is a religion not calculated to lay a powerful grasp upon the imaginations of mankind. Had Cooper been a Roman Catholic, the same anguish of mind might have driven him to seek relief in the recesses of some austere monastery. Had he, like Rousseau, been a theoretical optimist, he would, like Rousseau, have tortured himself with the conflict between theory and fact, between the world as it might be and the corrupt and tyrannous world as it is, and have held that all men were in a conspiracy to rob him of his peace. The chief article of Rousseau's rather hazy creed was the duty of universal philanthropy, and Rousseau fancied himself to be the object of all men's hatred. Similarly, Cooper, who held that the first duty of man was the love of God, fancied that some mysterious cause had made him the object of the irrevocable hatred of his Creator. With such fancies, reason and creeds which embody reason have nothing to do except to give shape to the instruments of self-torture. The cause of the misery is the mind diseased. You can no more raise out its rooted troubles by arguing against the reality of the phantoms which it generates than cure any other delirium by the most irrefragable logic. Saint Beuve makes some remarks upon this analogy between Rousseau and Cooper. The comparison suggests some curious considerations as to the contrast and likeness of the two cases represented. Some personal differences are, of course, profound and obvious. Cooper was as indisputably the most virtuous man, as Rousseau the greatest intellectual power. Cooper's domestic life was as beautiful as Rousseau's was repulsive. Rousseau, moreover, was more decidedly a sentimentalist than Cooper, if by sentimentalism we mean that disposition which makes a luxury of grief, and delights in poring over its own morbid emotions. Cooper's tears are always wrung from him by intense anguish of soul, and never, as is occasionally the case with Rousseau, suggests that the weeper is proud of his excessive tenderness. Nevertheless, it is probably true, as Mr. Lowell says, that Cooper is the nearest congener of Rousseau in our language. The two men, of course, occupy in one respect an analogous literary position. We habitually assign to Cooper an important place, though of course a subordinate place, to Rousseau in bringing about the reaction against the 18th century code of taste and morality. In each case it would generally be said that the change indicated was a return to nature and passion from the artificial coldness of the dominant school. That reaction, whatever its precise nature, took characteristically different forms in England and in France, and it is as illustrating one of the most important distinctions that I propose to say a few words upon the contrast thus exhibited. Return to nature. That was the war cry which animated the Lake School in their assault upon the then established authority. Pope, as they held, had tied the hands of English poets by his jingling meters and frigid conventionalities. The muse, to make use of the old-fashioned phrase, had been rouged and bewigged, and put into high-heeled boots, till she had lost the old majestic freedom of gait and energy of action. Let us go back to our ancient school, to Milton and Shakespeare and Spenser and Chaucer, and break the ignoble fetters imported from the pseudo-classicists of France. These and similar phrases, repeated and varied in 1,000 forms, have become part of the stock in trade of literary historians, and are put forward so fluently that we sometimes forget to ask what it is precisely that they mean. Down to Milton, it is assumed, we were natural, then we became artificial, and with the Revolution we became natural again. That a theory so generally received and so consciously adopted by the leaders of the new movement must have in it a considerable amount of truth, is not to be disputed. But it is sometimes not easy to interpret it into very plain language. The method of explaining great intellectual and social movements by the phrase reaction is a very tempting one, for the simple reason that it enables us to effect a great saving of thought. The change is made to explain itself. History becomes a record of oscillations, we are always swinging backwards and forwards, pendulum fashion, from one extreme to another. The courtiers of Charles II were too dissolute because the Puritans were too strict, Addison and Steele were respectable because Congreve and Wycherley were licentious, Wesley was zealous because the Church had become indifferent. The Revolution of 1789 was a reaction against the manners of the last century, and the Revolution in running its course set up a reaction against itself. Now it is easy enough to admit that there is some truth in this theory. Every great man who moves his race profoundly is of necessity protesting against the worst evils of the time, and it is as true as a copybook that zeal leads to extremes, and one extreme to its opposite. A river flowing through a nearly level plain turns its concavity alternately to the east and west, and we may fairly explain each bend by the fact that the previous bend was in the opposite direction. But that does not explain why the river flows downhill, nor show which direction tends downwards. We may account for trifling oscillations, not for the main current. Nor does it seem at first a self-evident proposition that vice, for example, necessarily generates over-strictness. A man is not always a Pharisee because his father has been a sinner. In fact, the people who talk so fluently about reaction fall back whenever it suits them upon the inverse theory. If a process happens to be continuous, the reason is as simple and satisfactory as in the opposite case. A man is dissolute, they will tell us, because his father was dissolute, just as they will tell us, in the opposite case, that he was dissolute because his father was strict. Obviously, the mere statement of a reaction is not by itself satisfactory. We want to know why there should have been a reaction, why the code of morals which satisfied one generation did not satisfy its successors, why the coming man was repelled rather than attracted, what it was that made Pope array himself in a wig instead of appreciating the noble freedom of his predecessors, and why, again, at a given period men became tired of the old wig business. When we have solved, or approximated to a solution of, that problem, we shall generally find, I suspect, that the action and reaction are generally more superficial phenomena than we suppose, and that the great processes of evolution are going on beneath the surface comparatively undisturbed by the changes which first attract our notice. Every man naturally exaggerates the share of his education due to himself. He fancies that he has made a wonderful improvement upon his father's views, perhaps by reversing the improvement made by the father on the grandfathers. He does not see, what is plain enough to a more distant generation, that in reality each generation is most closely bound to its nearest predecessors. There is, too, a special source of ambiguity in the catchword used by the revolutionary school. They spoke of a return to nature. What, to ask once more a very troublesome question, is meant by nature? Does it mean inanimate nature? If so, is a love of nature clearly good or natural? Was Wordsworth justifiable prima facie for telling us to study mountains rather than Pope for announcing that the proper study of mankind is man? Is it not more natural to be interested in men than in mountains? Does nature include man in his natural state? If so, what is the natural state of man? Is the savage the man of nature, or the unsophisticated peasant, or the man whose natural powers are developed to the highest pitch? Is a native of the Andaman Islands the superior of Socrates? If you admit that Socrates is superior to the savage, where do you draw the line between the natural and the artificial? If a coral reef is natural and beautiful because it is the work of insects, and a town artificial and ugly because made by man, we must reject as unnatural all the best products of the human race. If you distinguish between different works of man, the distinction becomes irrelevant, for the products to which we most object are just as natural, in any assignable sense of the word, as those which we most admire. The word natural may indeed be used as equivalent simply to beneficial or healthy, but then it loses all value as an implicit test of what is and what is not beneficial. Probably, indeed, some such sense was floating before the minds of most who have used the term. We shall generally find a vague recognition of the fact that there is a continuous series of integrating and disintegrating processes, that some charges imply a normal development of the social or individual organism leading to increased health and strength, whilst others are significant of disease and ultimate obliteration or decay of structure. Thus the artificial style of the Pope school, the appeals to the muse, the pastoral affectation, and so forth, may be called unnatural, because the philosophy of that style is the retention of obsolete symbols after all vitality has departed, and when they consequently become mere obstructions, embarrassing the free flow of emotion which they once stimulated. But, however this may be, it is plain that the very different senses given to the word nature by different schools of thought were characteristic of profoundly different conceptions of the world and its order. There is a sense in which it may be said with perfect accuracy that the worship of nature, so far from being a fresh doctrine of the new school, was the most characteristic tenet of the school from which it dissented. All the speculative part of the English literature in the first half of the 18th century is a prolonged discussion as to the meaning and value of the law of nature, the religion of nature, and the state of nature. The deist controversy, which occupied every one of the keenest thinkers of the time, turned essentially upon this problem, granting that there is an ascertainable and absolutely true religion of nature. What is its relation to revealed religion? That, for example, is the question explicitly discussed in Butler's typical book, which gives the pith of the whole orthodox argument, and the same speculation suggested the theme of Pope's essay on man, which, in its occasional strength and its many weaknesses, is perhaps the most characteristic, though far from the most valuable product of the time. The religion of nature undoubtedly meant something very different with Butler or Pope from what it would have meant with Wordsworth or Coleridge, something so different, indeed, that we might at first say that the two creeds had nothing in common but the name. But we may see from Rousseau that there was a real and intimate connection. Rousseau's philosophy, in fact, is taken bodily from the teaching of his English predecessors. His celebrated profession of faith through the lips of the Vicaire Savoyard, which delighted Voltaire and profoundly influenced the leaders of the French Revolution, is in fact the expression of a deism identical with that of Pope's essay. The political theories of the social contract are founded upon the same base which served Locke and the English political theorists of 1688, and are applied to sanction the attempt to remodel existing societies in accordance with what they would have called the law of nature. It is again perfectly true that Rousseau drew from his theory consequences which inspired Robespierre, and would have made Locke's hair stand on end, and that Pope would have been scandalized at the too open revelation of his religious tendencies. It is also true that Rousseau's passion was of infinitely greater importance than his philosophy. But it remains true that the logical framework into which his theories were fitted came to him straight from the same school of thought which was dominant in England during the preceding period. The real change effected by Rousseau was that he breathed life into the dead bones. The English theorists, as has been admirably shown by Mr. Morley in his Rousseau, acted after their national method. They accepted doctrines which, if logically developed, would have led to a radical revolution, and therefore refused to develop them logically. They remained in their favorite attitude of compromise, and declined altogether to accommodate practice to theory. Locke's political principles fairly carried out implied universal suffrage, the absolute supremacy of the popular will, and the abolition of class privileges. And yet it never seems to have occurred to him that he was even indirectly attacking that complex structure of the British Constitution, rooted in history, marked in every detail by special conditions of growth, and therefore anomalous to the last degree when tried by a priori reasoning, of which Burke's philosophical eloquence gives the best explanation and apology. Similarly, Clarke's theology is pure deism, embodied in a series of propositions worked out on the model of a mathematical textbook, and yet in his eyes perfectly consistent with an acceptance of the orthodox dogmas which repose upon traditional authority. This attitude of mind, so intelligible on this side of the Channel, was utterly abhorrent to Rousseau's logical instincts. Englishmen were content to keep their abstract theories for the closet or the lecture room, and drop them as soon as they were in the pulpit or in Parliament. Rousseau could give no quarter to any doctrine which could not be fitted into a symmetrical edifice of abstract reasoning. He carried into actual warfare the weapons which his English teachers had kept for purposes of mere scholastic disputation. A monarchy, an order of privileged nobility, a hierarchy claiming supernatural authority, were not logically justifiable on the accepted principles. Never mind, was the English answer, they work very well in practice, let us leave them alone. Down with them to the ground, was Rousseau's passionate retort. Realize the ideal, force practice into conformity with theory, the voice of the poor and the oppressed is crying aloud for vengeance, the divergence of the actual from the theoretical is no mere trifle to be left to the slow action of time, it means the misery of millions and the corruption of their rulers. The doctrine which had amused philosophers was to become the war cry of the masses. The men of '89 were at no loss to translate into precepts suited for the immediate wants of the day the doctrines which found their first utterance in the glow of his voluminous eloquence, and the fall of the Bastille showed the first vibrations of the earthquake which is still shaking the soil of Europe. It is easy, then, to give a logical meaning to Rousseau's return to nature. The whole inanimate world, so ran his philosophy, is perfect, and shows plainly the marks of the divine workmanship. All evil really comes from man's abuse of free will. Mountains, and forests, and seas, all objects which have not suffered from his polluting touch, are perfect and admirable. Let us fall down and worship. Man, too, himself, as he came from his Creator's hands, is perfect. His natural, that is, original impulses are all good, and in all men, in all races and regions of the earth, we find a conscience which unerringly distinguishes good from evil, and a love of his fellows which causes man to obey the dictates of his conscience. And yet the world, as we see it, is a prison or a lazar house. Disease and starvation make life a burden, and poison the health of the coming generations. Those whom fortune has placed above the masses make use of their advantages to harden their hearts, and extract means of selfish enjoyment from the sufferings of their fellow creatures. What is the source of this here trending discord? The abuse of men's free will, that is, of the mysterious power which enables us to act contrary to the dictates of nature. What is the best name for the disease which it generates? Luxury and corruption, the two cant objects of denunciations which were as popular in the pre-revolutionary generation as attacks upon sensationalism and overexcitement at the present day. And what, then, is the mode of cure? The return to nature. We are to make history run backwards, to raise to its foundations the whole social and intellectual structure that has been erected by generations of corrupt and selfish men. Everything by which the civilized man differs from some theoretical pretension is tainted with a kind of original sin. Political institutions, as they exist, are conveniences for enabling the rich to rob the poor, and churches contrivances by which priests make ignorance and superstition play into the hands of selfish authority. Level all the existing order, and build up a new one on principles of pure reason, give up all the philosophical and theological dogmas, which have been the work of designing priests and bewildered speculators, and revert to that pure and simple religion which is divinely implanted in the heart of every uncorrupted human being. The Savoyard vicar, if you have any doubts, will tell you what is the true creed, and if you don't believe it, is Rousseau's rather startling corollary, you ought to be put to death. That final touch shows the arbitrary and despotic spirit characteristic of the relentless theorist. I need not here inquire what relation may be borne by Rousseau's theories to any which could now be accepted by intelligent thinkers. It is enough to say that there would be, to put it gently, some slight difficulty in settling the details of this pure creed common to all unsophisticated minds, and in seeing what would be left when we had destroyed all institutions alloyed by sin and selfishness. The meaning, however, in this connection of his love of nature, taking the words in their mere common sense, is in harmony with his system. The mountains, whose worship he was the first to adumbrate, if not actually to institute, were the symbols of the great natural forces free from any stain of human interference. Greed and cruelty had not stained the pure waters of his lovely lake, or dimmed the light to which his vicar points as in the early morning it grazes the edges of the mighty mountain buttresses. Whatever symbolism may be found in the Alps, suggesting emotions of awe, wonder, and softened melancholy, came unstained by the association with the vices of a complex civilization. If poets and critics have not quite analyzed the precise nature of our modern love of mountain scenery, the sentiment may at least be illustrated by a modern parallel. The most eloquent writer who, in our day, has transferred to his pages the charm of alpine beauties, shares in many ways Rousseau's antipathy for the social order. Mr. Ruskin would explain better than anyone why the love of the sublimest scenery should be associated with a profound conviction that all things are out of joint, and that society can only be regenerated by rejecting all the achievements upon which the ordinary optimist plumes himself. After all, it is not surprising that those who are most sick of man as he is should love the regions where man seems smallest. When Swift wished to express his disgust for his race, he showed how absurd our passions appear in a creature 6 inches high, and the mountains make us all Lilliputians. In other mouths Rousseau's sentiment, more fully interpreted, became unequivocally misanthropical. Byron, if any definite logical theory were to be fixed upon him, excluded the human race at large from his conception of nature. He loved, or talked as though he loved, the wilderness precisely because it was a wilderness, the sea because it sent men shivering to their gods, and the mountains because their avalanches crush the petty works of human industry. Rousseau was less antisocial than his disciple. The mountains with him were the great barriers which kept civilization and all its horrors at bay. They were the asylums for liberty and simplicity. There the peasant, unspoiled as yet by trinkgelds, not oppressed by the great, nor corrupted by the rich, could lead that idyllic life upon which his fancy delighted. In a passage quoted, as Saint Beuve notices, by Cooper, Rousseau describes, with his usual warmth of sentiment, the delightful matinée anglaise passed inside of the Alps by the family which had learnt the charms of simplicity, and regulated its manners and the education of its children by the unsophisticated laws of nature. It is doubtless a charming picture, though the virtuous persons concerned are a little overconscious of their virtue, and it indicates a point of coincidence between the two men. Rousseau, as Mr. Morley says, could appreciate as well as Cooper the charms of a simple and natural life. Nobody could be more eloquent on the beauty of domesticity, no one could paint better the happiness of family life, where the main occupation was the primitive labor of cultivating the ground, where no breath of unhallowed excitement penetrated from the restless turmoil of the outside world, where the mother knew her place, and kept to her placid round of womanly duties, and where the children were taught with a gentle firmness which developed every germ of reason and affection, without undue stimulus or undue repression. And yet one must doubt whether Cooper would have felt himself quite at ease in the family of the Walmers. The circle which gathered round the hearth at Olney to listen for the horn of the approaching postman, and solaced itself with cups that cheer but not inebriate, would have been a little scandalized by some of the sentiments current in the Vaudois paradise, and certainly by some of the antecedents of the party assembled. Cooper and Mrs. Unwin, and even their more fashionable friend, Lady Austen, would have felt their respectable prejudices shocked by contact with the new Heloise, and the views of life taken by their teacher, the converted slave-holder, John Newton, were as opposite as possible to those of Rousseau's imaginary vicar. Indeed, Rousseau's ideal families have that stain of affectation from which Cooper is so conspicuously free. The rose color is laid on too thickly. They are too fond of taking credit for universal admiration of the fine feelings which invariably animate their breasts. Their charitable sentiments are apt to take the form of very easy condonation of vice, and if they repudiate the world, we cannot believe that they are really unconscious of its existence. Perhaps this dash of self-consciousness was useful in recommending them to the taste of the jaded and weary society, sickening of a strange disease which it could not interpret to itself, and finding for the moment a new excitement in the charms of ancient simplicity. The real thing might have palled upon it. But Rousseau's artificial and self-conscious simplicity expressed that vague yearning and spirit of unrest which could generate a half-sensual sentimentalism, but could be repelled by genuine sentiment. Perhaps it not uncommonly happens that those who are more or less tainted with a morbid tendency can denounce it most effectually. The most effective satirist is the man who has escaped with labor and pains, and not without some grievous stains, from the slough in which others are still mired. The perfectly pure has sometimes too little sympathy with his weaker brethren to place himself at their point of view. Indeed, as we shall have occasion to remark, Cooper is an instance of a thinker too far apart from the great world to apply the lash effectually. Rousseau's view of the world and its evils was thus coherent enough, however unsatisfactory in its basis, and was a development of, not a reaction against, the previously dominant philosophy, and, though using a different dialect and confined by different conditions, Cooper's attack upon the existing order harmonizes with much of Rousseau's language. The first volume of poems, in which he had not yet discovered the secret of his own strength, is in form a continuation of the satires of the Pope school, and in substance a religious version of Rousseau's denunciations of luxury. Amongst the first symptoms of the growing feeling of uneasy discontent had been the popularity of Browne's now forgotten estimate. The inestimable estimate of Browne rose like a paper kite, and charmed the town. Says Cooper, and he proceeds to show that, though Chatham's victorious administration had for a moment restored the self-respect of the country, the evils denounced by Browne were symptoms of a profound and lasting disease. The poems called The Progress of Error, Expostulation, Truth, Hope, Charity, and Conversation, all turn upon the same theme. Though Cooper is for brief spaces playful or simply satirical, he always falls back into his habitual vein of meditation. For the ferocious personalities of Churchill, the coarse-fibred friend of his youth, we have a sad strain of lamentation over the growing luxury and effeminacy of the age. It is a continued anticipation of the lines in the Task, which seem to express his most serious and sincere conviction. The course of human ills, from good to ill, from ill to worse, is fatal, never fails. Increase of power begets increase of wealth, wealth luxury, and luxury excess, excess the scrofulous and itchy plague, that seizes first the opulent, descends to the next rank contagious, and in time taints downwards all the graduated scale of order, from the chariot to the plough. That is his one unvariable lesson, set in different lights, but associated more or less closely with every observation. The world is ripening or rotting, and, as with Rousseau, luxury is the most significant name of the absorbing evil. That such a view should commend itself to a mind so clouded with melancholy would not be at any time surprising, but it fell in with a widely spread conviction. Cooper had not, indeed, learned the most effective mode of touching men's hearts. Separated by a retirement of 20 years from the world, with which he had never been very familiar, and at which he only peeped through the loopholes of retreat, his satire wanted the brilliance, the quickness of illustration from actual life, which alone makes satire readable. His tone of feeling too frequently suggests that the critic represents the querulous comments of old ladies gossiping about the outside world over their teacups, easily scandalized by very simple things. Mrs. Unwin was an excellent old lady, and Newton a most zealous country clergyman. Probably they were intrinsically superior to the fine ladies and gentlemen who laughed at them. But a mind acclimatist to the atmosphere which they breathed inevitably lost its nervous tone. There was true masculine vigor underlying Cooper's Jeremiads, but it was natural that many people should only see in him an amiable valetudinarian, not qualified for a censorship of statesmen and men of the world. The man who fights his way through London streets can't stop to lament over every splash and puddle which might shock poor Cooper's nervous sensibility. The last poem of the series, however, Retirement, showed that Cooper had a more characteristic and solacing message to mankind than a mere rehearsal of the threadbare denunciations of luxury. The task revealed his genuine power. There appeared those admirable delineations of country scenery and country thoughts which Saint Beuve detaches so lovingly from the mass of serious speculation in which they are embedded. What he, as a purely literary critic, passed over as comparatively uninteresting, gives the exposition of Cooper's intellectual position. The poem is in fact a political, moral, and religious disquisition interspersed with charming vignettes, which, though not obtrusively moralized, illustrate the general thesis. The poetical connoisseur may separate them from their environment, as a collector of engravings might cut out the illustrations from the now worthless letterpress. The poor author might complain that the most important moral was thus eliminated from his book. But the author is dead, and his opinions don't much matter. To understand Cooper's mind, however, we must take the now obsolete meditation with the permanently attractive pictures. To know why he so tenderly loved the slow windings of the sinuous Ouse, we must see what he thought of the great Babel beyond. It is the distant murmur of the great city that makes his little refuge so attractive. The general vein of thought which appears in every book of the poem is most characteristically expressed in the fifth, called The Winter Morning Walk. Cooper strolls out at sunrise in his usual mood of tender playfulness, smiles at the vast shadow cast by the low winter sun, as he sees upon the cottage wall the preposterous sight. The legs without the man. He remarks, with a passing recollection of his last sermon, that we are all shadows, but turns to note the cattle cowering behind the fences, the laborer carving the haystack, the woodman going to work, followed by his half-bred cur, and cheered by the fragrance of his short pipe. He watches the marauding sparrows, and thinks with tenderness of the fate of less audacious birds, and then pauses to examine the strange fretwork erected at the mill dam by the capricious freaks of the frost. Art, it suggests to him, is often beaten by nature, and his fancy goes off to the winter palace of ice erected by the Russian empress. His friend Newton makes use of the same easily allegorist object in one of his religious writings, though I know not whether the poet or the divine first turned it to account. Cooper, at any rate, is immediately diverted into a meditation on human grandeur and the courts of kings. The selfishness and folly of the great give him an obvious theme for a dissertation in the true Rousseau style. He tells us how kings were first invented, the ordinary theory of the time being that political deists added religious institutions were all somehow invented by knaves to impose upon fools. War is a game, he says, in the familiar phrase, which were their subjects wise kings would not play at. But, unluckily, their subjects are fools. In England indeed, for Cooper, by virtue of his family traditions, was in theory a sound wig. We know how far to trust our kings, and he rises into a warmth on behalf of liberty for which he thinks it right to make a simple-minded apology in a note. The sentiment suggests a vigorous and indeed prophetic denunciation of the terrors of the Bastille, and its horrid towers and dungeons. There's not an English heart that would not leap to hear that ye were fallen at last. Within 5 or 6 years English hearts were indeed welcoming the event thus foretold as the prospect of a new era of liberty. Liberty, says Cooper, is the one thing which makes England dear. Were that boon lost, I would at least bewail it under skies milder, amongst a people less austere, in scenes which, having never known me free, would not reproach me with the loss I felt. So far Cooper was but expressing the sentiments of Rousseau, omitting, of course, Rousseau's hearty dislike for England. But liberty suggests to Cooper a different and more solemn vein of thought. There are worse dungeons, he remembers, than the Bastille, and a slavery compared with which that of the victims of French tyranny is a trifle. There is yet a liberty unsung by poets, and by senators unpraised, which monarchs cannot grant, nor all the power of earth and hell confederate take away. The patriot is lower than the martyr, though more highly prized by the world, and Cooper changes his strain of patriotic fervour into a prolonged devotional comment upon the text. He is the freeman whom the truth makes free, and all are slaves besides. Who would have thought that we could glide so easily into so solemn a topic from looking at the quaint freaks of morning shadows? But the charm of the task is its sincerity, and in Cooper's mind the most trivial objects really are connected by subtle threads of association with the most solemn thoughts. He begins with mock heroics on the sofa, and ends with a glowing vision of the millennium. No dream of human perfectibility, but the expected advent of the true ruler of the earth, is the relief to the palpable darkness of the existing world. The winter walk traces the circle of thought through which his mind invariably revolves. It would be a waste of labor to draw out in definite formula the systems adopted, from emotional sympathy, rather than from any logical speculation, by Cooper and Rousseau. Each in some degree owed his power, though Rousseau in a far higher degree than Cooper, to his profound sensitiveness to the heavy burden of the time. Each of them felt like a personal grief, and exaggerated in a distempered imagination the weariness and the forebodings more dimly present to contemporaries. In an age when old forms of government had grown rigid and obsolete, when the stiffened crust of society was beginning to heave with new throes, when ancient faiths had left mere husks of dead formulae to cramp the minds of men, when even superficial observers were startled by vague omens of a coming crash, or expected some melodramatic regeneration of the world, it was perhaps not strange that two men, tottering on the verge of madness, should be amongst the most impressive prophets. The truth of Butler's speculation, that nations, like individuals, might go mad, was about to receive an apparent confirmation. Cooper, like Rousseau, might see the world through the distorting haze of a disordered fancy, but the world at large was itself strangely disordered, and the smouldering discontent of the inarticulate masses found an echo in their passionate utterances. Their voices were like the moan of a coming earthquake. The difference, however, so characteristic of the two countries, is reflected by the national representatives. Nobody could be less of a revolutionist than Cooper. His Whiggism was little more than a tradition. Though he felt bound to denounce kings, to talk about Hampden and Sidney, and to sympathize with Mrs. Macaulay's old-fashioned republicanism, there was not a more loyal subject of George III, or one more disposed, when he could turn his mind from his pet hares to the concerns of the empire, to lament the revolt of the American colonies. The awakening of England from the pleasant slumbers of the 18th century, for it seems pleasant in these more restless times, took place in a curiously sporadic and heterogeneous fashion. In France the spiritual and temporal were so intricately welded together, the interests of the state were so deeply involved in maintaining the faith of the Church, that conservatism and orthodoxy naturally went together. Philosophers rejected with equal fervour the established religious and the political creed. The new volume of passionate feeling, no longer satisfied with the ancient barriers, poured itself in both cases into the revolutionary channel. In England no such plain and simple issue existed. We had our usual system of compromises in practice, and hybrid combinations of theory. There were infidel conservatives and radical believers. The man who more than any other influenced English history during that century was John Wesley. Wesley was to the full as deeply impressed as Rousseau with the moral and social evils of the time. We may doubt whether Cooper's denunciations of luxury owed most to Rousseau's sentimental eloquence or to the matter-of-fact vigor of Wesley's appeals. Cooper's portrait of Whitefield Lucanomous, as he calls him, to evade the sneers of the cultivated, and his frequent references to the despised sect of Methodists reveal the immediate source of much of his indignation. So far as those evils were caused by the intellectual and moral conditions common to Europe at large, Wesley and Rousseau might be called allies. Both of them gave satisfaction to the need for a free play of unsatisfied emotions. Their solutions of the problem were of course radically different, and Cooper only speaks the familiar language of his sect when he taunts the philosopher with his incapacity to free man from his bondage. Spend all the powers of rant and rhapsody in virtue's praise, be most sublimely good, verbosely grand, and with poetic trappings grace thy prose till it outmantle all the pride of verse. Where he was possibly, as Saint Beauvais suggests, thinking of Rousseau, though Shaftesbury was the more frequent butt of such denunciations. The difference in the solution of the great problem of moral regeneration was facilitated by the difference of the environment. Rousseau, though he shows a sentimental tenderness for Christianity, could not be orthodox without putting himself on the side of the oppressors. Wesley, though feeling profoundly the social discords of the time, could take the side of the poor without the need of breaking in pieces a rigid system of class privilege. The evil which he had to encounter did not present itself as tyranny oppressing helplessness, but as a general neglect of reciprocal duties verging upon license. On the whole, therefore, he took the conservative side of political questions. When the American War gave the first signal of coming troubles, the combinations of opinion were significant of the general state of mind. Wesley and Johnson denounced the rebels from the orthodox point of view with curious coincidence of language. The only man of equal intellectual caliber who took the same side unequivocally was the arch-infidel Gibbon. The then sleepy established church was too tolerant or too indifferent to trouble him. Why should he ally himself with Puritans and enthusiasts to attack the government which at once supported and tied its hands? On the other side, we find such lovers of the established religious order as Burke associated with freethinkers like Tom Paine and Horne-Tooke. Tooke might agree with Voltaire in private, but he could not air his opinions to a party which relied in no small measure on the political zeal of sound dissenters. Dissent, in fact, meant something like atheism combined with radicalism in France. In England it meant desire for the traditional liberties of Englishmen, combined with an often fanatical theological creed. Cooper, brought up amidst such surroundings, had no temptation to adopt Rousseau's sweeping revolutionary fervour. His nominal Whiggism was not warmed into any subversive tendency. The laborers with whose sorrows he sympathized might be ignorant, coarse, and drunken. He saw their faults too clearly to believe in Rousseau's idyllic conventionalities, and painted the truth as realistically as Crabbe. They required to be kept out of the public house, not to be liberated from obsolete feudal disqualifications. A poacher, such as he described, was not the victim of a brutal aristocracy, but simply a commonplace variety of thief. And, on the other hand, when he denounces the laziness and selfishness of the establishment, the luxurious bishops, the sycophantic curates, the sporting and the fiddling and the card-playing parson, he has no thought of the enmity to Christianity which such satire would have suggested to a French reformer, but is mentally contrasting the sleepiness of the bishops with the virtues of Newton or Whitefield. Where dwell these matchless saints? Old Curio cries. Even at your side, sir, and before your eyes, the favored few, the enthusiasts you despise. And whatever be thought of Cooper's general estimate of the needs of his race, it must be granted that in one respect his philosophy was more consequent than Rousseau's. Rousseau, though a deist in theory, rejected the deist conclusion, that whatever is right, and consequently the problem of how it can be that men, who are naturally so good, are in fact so vile, remained a difficulty, only slurred over by his fluent metaphysics about free will. Cooper's belief in the profound corruption of human nature supplied him with a doctrine less at variance with his view of facts. He has no illusions about the man of nature. The savage, he tells us, was a drunken beast till rescued from his bondage by the zeal of the Moravian missionaries, and the poor are to be envied, not because their lives are actually much better, but because they escape the temptations and sophistries of the rich and learned. But how should this sentiment fit in with Cooper's love of nature? In the language of his sect, nature is generally opposed to grace. It is applied to a world in which not only the human inhabitants, but the whole creation, is tainted with a mysterious evil. Why should Cooper find relief in contemplating a system in which waste and carnage play so conspicuous a part? Why, when he rescued his pet hares from the general fate of their race, did he not think of the innumerable hares who suffered not only from guns and greyhounds, but from the general annoyances incident to the struggle for existence? Would it not have been more logical if he had placed his happiness altogether in another world, where the struggles and torments of our everyday life are unknown? Indeed, though Cooper, as an orthodox Protestant, held that ascetic practices ministered simply to spiritual conceit, was he not bound to a sufficiently galling form of asceticism? His friends habitually looked askance upon all those pleasures of the intellect and the imagination which are not directly subservient to the religious emotions. They had grave doubts of the expediency of his studies of the pagan Homer. They looked with suspicion upon the slightest indulgence in social amusements. And Cooper fully shared their sentiments. A taste for music, for example, generally suggests to him a parson fiddling when he ought to be praying, and following once more the lead of Newton, he remarks upon the Handel celebration as a piece of grotesque profanity. The name of science calls up to him a pert geologist, declaring after an examination of the earth, that he who made it, and revealed its date to Moses, was mistaken in its age. Not only is the great bulk of his poetry directly religious or devotional, but on publishing the task he assures Newton that he has admitted none but scriptural images, and kept as closely as possible to scriptural language. Elsewhere he quotes Swift's motto, Vive la bagatelle, as a justification of John Gilpin. Fox is recorded to have said that Swift must have been fundamentally a good-natured man because he wrote so much nonsense. To me the explanation seems to be very different. Nothing is more melancholy than Swift's elaborate triflings, because they represent the efforts of a powerful intellect passing into madness under enforced inaction, to kill time by childish occupation. And the diagnosis of Cooper's case is similar. He trifles, he says, because he is reduced to it by necessity. His most ludicrous verses have been written in his saddest mood. It would be, he adds, but a shocking vagary if the sailors on a ship in danger relieved themselves by fiddling and dancing, yet sometimes much such a part act I dot. His love of country sights and pleasures is so intense because it is the most effectual relief. Oh, he exclaims, I could spend whole days and nights in gazing upon a lovely prospect. My eyes drink the rivers as they flow. And he adds, in his characteristic vein of thought, if every human being upon earth could feel as I have done for many years, there might perhaps be many miserable men among them, but not an unawakened one could be found from the Arctic to the Antarctic Circle. The earth and the sun itself are, he says, but baubles, but they are the baubles which alone can distract his attention from more awful prospects. His little garden and greenhouse are playthings lent to him for a time, and soon to be left. He never framed a wish or formed a plan, as he says in the task, of which the scene was not laid in the country, and when the gloomiest forebodings unhinged his mind, his love became a passion. He is like his own prisoner in the Bastille playing with spiders. All other avenues of delight are closed to him. He believes, whenever his dark hour of serious thought returns, that he is soon to be carried off to unspeakable torments. All ordinary methods of human pleasure seem to be tainted with some corrupting influence, but whilst playing with his spaniel, or watching his cucumbers, or walking with Mrs. Unwin in the fields, he can for a moment distract his mind with purely innocent pleasures. The awful background of his visions, never quite absent, though often, we may hope, far removed from actual consciousness, throws out these hours of delight into more prominent relief. The sternest of his monitors, John Newton himself, could hardly grudge this cup of cold water presented, as it were, to the lips of a man in a self-made purgatory. This is the peculiar turn which gives so characteristic a tone to Cooper's loving portraits of scenery. He is like the Judah seen by Saint Brandan on the iceberg. He is enjoying a momentary relaxation between the past of misery and the future of anticipated torment. Such a sentiment must, fortunately, be in some sense exceptional and idiosyncratic. And yet, once more, it fell in with the prevailing current of thought. Cooper agrees with Rousseau in finding that the contemplation of scenery, unpolluted by human passion, and the enjoyment of a calm domestic life is the best anodyne for a spirit wearied with the perpetual disorders of a corrupt social order. He differs from him, as we have seen, in the conviction that a deeper remedy is wanting than any mere political change, in a more profound sense of human wickedness, and, on the other hand, in a narrower estimate of the conditions of human life. His definition of nature, to put it logically, would exclude that natural man in whose potential existence Rousseau more or less believed. The passionate love of scenery was enough to distinguish him from the poets of the preceding school, whose supposed hatred of nature meant simply that they were thoroughly immersed in the pleasures of a society then first developed in its modern form, and not yet undermined by the approach of a new revolution. The men of Pope and Addison's time looked upon country squires as boors incapable of intellectual pleasure, and, therefore, upon country life as a topic for gentle ridicule, or more frequently as an unmitigated nuisance. Probably their estimate was a very sound one. When a true poet like Thomson really enjoyed the fresh air, his taste did not become a passion, and the scenery appeared to him as a pleasant background to his castle of indolence. Cooper's peculiar religious views prevented him again from anticipating the wider and more philosophical sentiment of Wordsworth. Like Pope and Wordsworth, indeed, he occasionally uses language which has a pantheistic sound. He expresses his belief that there lives and works a soul in all things, and that soul is God. But when Pope uses a similar phrase, it is the expression of a decaying philosophy which never had much vitality, or passed from the sphere of intellectual speculation to affect the imagination and the emotions. It is a dogma which he holds sincerely, it may be, but not firmly enough to color his habitual sentiments. With Wordsworth, whatever its precise meaning, it is an expression of an habitual and abiding sentiment, which rises naturally to his lips whenever he abandons himself to his spontaneous impulses. With Cooper, as is the case with all Cooper's utterances, it is absolutely sincere for the time, but it is a doctrine not very easily adapted to his habitual creed, and which drops out of his mind whenever he passes from external nature to himself or his fellows. The indwelling divinity whom he recognizes in every freckle, streak, or stain on his favorite flowers, seems to be hopelessly removed from his own personal interests. An awful and mysterious decree has separated him forever from the sole source of consolation. This is not the place to hint at any judgment upon Cooper's theology, or to inquire how far a love of nature, in his sense of the words, can be logically combined with a system based upon the fundamental dogma of the corruption of man. Certainly a similar anticipation of the poetical pantheism of Wordsworth may be found in that most logical of Calvinists, Jonathan Edwards. Cooper, too, could be at no loss for scriptural precedents, when recognizing the immediate voice of God in thunder and earthquakes, or in the calmer voices of the water brooks and the meadows. His love of nature, at any rate, is at once of a narrower and sincerer kind than that which Rousseau first made fashionable. He has no tendency to the misanthropic or cynical view which induces men of morbid or affected minds to profess a love of savage scenery simply because it is savage. Neither does he rise to the more philosophical view which sees in the seas and the mountains the most striking symbols of the great forces of the universe to which we must accommodate ourselves, and which might therefore rightfully be associated by a Wordsworth with the deepest emotions of reverential awe. Nature is to him but a collection of baubles, soon to be taken away, and he seeks in its contemplation a temporary relief from anguish, not a permanent object of worship. He would dread that sentiment as a deistical form of idolatry, and he is equally far from thinking that the natural man, wherever that vague person might be found, could possibly be a desirable object of imitation. His love of nature, in short, keen as it might be, was not the reflection of any philosophical, religious, or political theory. But it was genuine enough to charm many who might regard his theological sentiments as a mere recrudescence of an obsolete form of belief. Mr. Mill tells us how Wordsworth's poetry, little as he sympathized with Wordsworth's opinions, solaced an intellect wearied with premature Greek and overdoses of Benthammism. Such a relief must have come to many readers of Cooper, who would put down his religion as rank fanaticism, and his satire as anile declamation. Men suffered even then, though Cooper was a predecessor of Miss Austen, from existing forms of life at high pressure. If life was not then so overcrowded, the evils under which men were suffering appeared to be even more hopeless. The great lesson of the value of intervals of calm retreat, of silence and meditation, was already needed, if it is now still more pressing. Cooper said, substantially, leave the world, as Rousseau said, upset the world. The reformer, to say nothing of his greater intellectual power, naturally interested the world which he threatened more than the recluse whom it frightened. Limited within a narrower circle of ideas, and living in a society where the great issues of the time were not presented in so naked a form, Cooper's influence ran in a more confined channel. He felt the incapacity of the old order to satisfy the emotional wants of mankind, but was content to revive the old forms of belief instead of seeking a more radical remedy in some subversive or reconstructive system of thought. But the depth and sincerity of feeling which explains his marvelous intensity of pathos is sometimes a pleasant relief to the sentimentalism of his greater predecessor. Nor is it hard to understand why his passages of sweet and melancholy musing by the quiet Ouse should have come like a breath of fresh air to the jaded generation waiting for the fall of the Bastille and of other things. The Rousseau Affair by Lytton Strachey. From Books and Characters, French and English. No one who has made the slightest expedition into that curious and fascinating country, 18th-century France, can have come away from it without at least one impression strong upon him that in no other place and at no other time have people ever squabbled so much. France in the 18th century, whatever else it may have been, however splendid in genius, in vitality, in noble accomplishment and high endeavor, was certainly not a quiet place to live in. One could never have been certain, when one woke up in the morning, whether, before the day was out, one would not be in the Bastille for something one had said at dinner, or have quarrelled with half one's friends for something one had never said at all. Of all the disputes and agitations of that agitated age, none is more remarkable than the famous quarrel between Rousseau and his friends, which disturbed French society for so many years, and profoundly affected the life and the character of the most strange and perhaps the most potent of the precursors of the Revolution. The affair is constantly cropping up in the literature of the time, it occupies a prominent place in the later books of the Confessions, and there is an account of its earlier phases, an account written from the anti-Rousseau point of view in the memoirs of Madame d'Épinay. The whole story is an exceedingly complex one, and all the details of it have never been satisfactorily explained, but the general verdict of subsequent writers has been decidedly hostile to Rousseau, though it has not subscribed to all the virulent abuse poured upon him by his enemies at the time of the quarrel. This, indeed, is precisely the conclusion which an unprejudiced reader of the Confessions would naturally come to. Rousseau's story, even as he himself tells it, does not carry conviction. He would have us believe that he was the victim of a vast and diabolical conspiracy, of which Grimm and Diderot were the moving spirits, which succeeded in alienating from him his dearest friends, and which eventually included all the ablest and most distinguished persons of the age. Not only does such a conspiracy appear, upon the face of it, highly improbable, but the evidence which Rousseau adduces to prove its existence seems totally insufficient, and the reader is left under the impression that the unfortunate Jean-Jacques was the victim, not of a plot contrived by rancorous enemies, but of his own perplexed, suspicious, and deluded mind. This conclusion is supported by the account of the affair given by contemporaries, and it is still further strengthened by Rousseau's own writings subsequent to the Confessions, where his endless recriminations, his elaborate hypotheses, and his wild inferences bear all the appearance of mania. Here the matter has rested for many years, and it seemed improbable that any fresh reasons would arise for reopening the question. Mrs. F. MacDonald, however, in a recently published work, has produced some new and important evidence, which throws entirely fresh light upon certain obscure parts of this doubtful history, and is possibly of even greater interest. For it is Mrs. MacDonald's contention that her new discovery completely overturns the orthodox theory, establishes the guilt of Grimm, Diderot, and the rest of the anti-Rousseau party, and proves that the story told in the Confessions is simply the truth. If these conclusions really do follow from Mrs. MacDonald's newly discovered data, it would be difficult to overestimate the value of her work, for the result of it would be nothing less than a revolution in our judgments upon some of the principal characters of the 18th century. To make it certain that Diderot was a cad and a cheat, that D'Alembert was a dupe, and Hume a liar, that, surely, were no small achievement. And, even if these conclusions do not follow from Mrs. MacDonald's data, her work will still be valuable, owing to the data themselves. Her discoveries are important, whatever inferences may be drawn from them, and for this reason her book, which represents, as she tells us, 20 years of research, will be welcome to all students of that remarkable age. Mrs. MacDonald's principal revelations relate to the memoirs of Madame d'Épinay. This work was first printed in 1818, and the concluding quarter of it contains an account of the Rousseau quarrel, the most detailed of all those written from the anti-Rousseau point of view. It has, however, always been doubtful how far the memoirs were to be trusted as accurate records of historical fact. The manuscript disappeared, but it was known that the characters who, in the printed book, appear under the names of real persons, were given pseudonyms in the original document, and many of the minor statements contradicted known events. Had Madame d'Épinay merely intended to write a roman à clef? What seemed, so far as concerned the Rousseau narrative, to put this hypothesis out of court was the fact that the story of the quarrel as it appears in the memoirs is, in its main outlines, substantiated both by Grimm's references to Rousseau in his Correspondance littéraire, and by a brief memorandum of Rousseau's misconduct, drawn up by Diderot for his private use, and not published until many years after Madame d'Épinay's death. Accordingly, most writers on the subject have taken the accuracy of the memoirs for granted. Saint Beuve, for instance, prefers the word of Madame d'Épinay to that of Rousseau, when there is a direct conflict of testimony, and Lord Morley, in his well-known biography, uses the memoirs as an authority for many of the incidents which he relates. Mrs. MacDonald's researches, however, have put an entirely different complexion on the case. She has discovered the manuscript from which the memoirs were printed, and she has examined the original draft of this manuscript, which had been unearthed some years ago, but whose full import had been unaccountably neglected by previous scholars. From these researches, two facts have come to light. In the first place, the manuscript differs in many respects from the printed book, and, in particular, contains a conclusion of 200 sheets, which has never been printed at all. The alterations were clearly made in order to conceal the inaccuracies of the manuscript, and the omitted conclusion is frankly and palpably a fiction. And in the second place, the original draft of the manuscript turns out to be the work of several hands. It contains, especially in those portions which concern Rousseau, many erasures, corrections, and notes, while several pages have been altogether cut out. Most of the corrections were made by Madame d'Épinay herself, but in nearly every case these corrections carry out the instructions in the notes, and the notes themselves are in the handwriting of Diderot and Grimm. Mrs. MacDonald gives several facsimiles of pages in the original draft, which amply support her description of it, but it is to be hoped that before long she will be able to produce a new and complete edition of the memoirs, with all the manuscript alterations clearly indicated, for until then it will be difficult to realize the exact condition of the text. However, it is now beyond dispute both that Madame d'Épinay's narrative cannot be regarded as historically accurate, and that its agreement with the statements of Grimm and Diderot is by no means an independent confirmation of its truth, for Grimm and Diderot themselves had a hand in its compilation. Thus far we are on firm ground. But what are the conclusions which Mrs. MacDonald builds up from these foundations? The account, she says, of Rousseau's conduct and character, as it appears in the printed version, is hostile to him, but it was not the account which Madame d'Épinay herself originally wrote. The hostile narrative was, in effect, composed by Grimm and Diderot, who induced Madame d'Épinay to substitute it for her own story, and thus her own story could not have agreed with theirs. Madame d'Épinay knew the truth, she knew that Rousseau's conduct had been honorable and wise, and so she had described it in her book, until, falling completely under the influence of Grimm and Diderot, she had allowed herself to become the instrument for blackening the reputation of her old friend. Mrs. MacDonald paints a lurid picture of the conspirators at work, of Diderot penning his false and malignant instructions, of Madame d'Épinay's half-unwilling hand putting the last touches to the fraud, of Grimm, rushing back to Paris at the time of the Revolution, and risking his life in order to make quite certain that the result of all these efforts should reach posterity. Well, it would be difficult, perhaps it would be impossible, to prove conclusively that none of these things ever took place. The facts upon which Mrs. MacDonald lays so much stress, the mutilations, the additions, the instructing notes, the proved inaccuracy of the story, the manuscripts tell these facts, no doubt, may be explained by Mrs. MacDonald's theories, but there are other facts no less important, and no less certain, which are in direct contradiction to Mrs. MacDonald's view, and over which she passes as lightly as she can. Putting aside the question of the memoirs, we know nothing of Diderot which would lead us to entertain for a moment the supposition that he was a dishonorable and bad-hearted man. We do know that his writings bear the imprint of a singularly candid, noble, and fearless mind. We do know that he devoted his life, unflinchingly and unsparingly, to a great cause. We know less of Grimm, but it is at least certain that he was the intimate friend of Diderot, and of many more of the distinguished men of the time. Is all this evidence to be put on one side as of no account? Are we to dismiss it, as Mrs. MacDonald dismisses it, as merely psychological? Surely Diderot's reputation as an honest man is as much a fact as his notes in the draft of the memoirs. It is quite true that his reputation may have been ill-founded, that D'Alembert, and Turgot, and Hume may have been deluded, or may have been bribed, into admitting him to their friendship, but is it not clear that we ought not to believe any such hypotheses as these until we have before us such convincing proof of Diderot's guilt that we must believe them? Mrs. MacDonald declares that she has produced such proof, and she points triumphantly to her garbled and concocted manuscripts. If there is indeed no explanation of these garblings and concoctions other than that which Mrs. MacDonald puts forward, that they were the outcome of a false and malicious conspiracy to blast the reputation of Rousseau, then we must admit that she is right, and that all our general psychological considerations as to Diderot's reputation in the world must be disregarded. But, before we come to this conclusion, how careful must we be to examine every other possible explanation of Mrs. MacDonald's facts, how rigorously must we sift her own explanation of them, how eagerly must we seize upon every loophole of escape. It is, I believe, possible to explain the condition of the d'Épinay manuscript without having recourse to the iconoclastic theory of Mrs. MacDonald. To explain everything, indeed, would be out of the question, owing to our insufficient data, and the extreme complexity of the events. All that we can hope to do is to suggest an explanation which will account for the most important of the known facts. Not the least interesting of Mrs. MacDonald's discoveries went to show that the memoirs, so far from being historically accurate, were in reality full of unfounded statements, that they concluded with an entirely imaginary narrative, and that, in short, they might be described, almost without exaggeration, in the very words with which Grimm himself actually did describe them in his Correspondance littéraire, as l'ébauche d'un long roman. Mrs. MacDonald eagerly lays emphasis upon this discovery, because she is, of course, anxious to prove that the most damning of all the accounts of Rousseau's conduct is an untrue one. But she has proved too much. The memoirs, she says, are a fiction, therefore the writers of them were liars. The answer is obvious. Why should we not suppose that the writers were not liars at all, but simply novelists? Will not this hypothesis fit into the facts just as well as Mrs. MacDonald's? Madame d'Épinay, let us suppose, wrote a narrative, partly imaginary and partly true, based upon her own experiences, but without any strict adherence to the actual course of events, and filled with personages whose actions were, in many cases, fictitious, but whose characters were, on the whole, molded upon the actual characters of her friends. Let us suppose that when she had finished her work, a work full of subtle observation and delightful writing, she showed it to Grimm and Diderot. They had only one criticism to make. It related to her treatment of the character which had been molded upon that of Rousseau. Your Rousseau, chère madame, is a very poor affair indeed. The most salient points in his character seem to have escaped you. We know what that man really was. We know how he behaved at that time. C'est un homme à faire peur. You have missed a great opportunity of drawing a fine picture of a hypocritical rascal. Whereupon they gave her their own impressions of Rousseau's conduct, they showed her the letters that had passed between them, and they jotted down some notes for her guidance. She rewrote the story in accordance with their notes and their anecdotes, but she rearranged the incidents, she condensed or amplified the letters, as she thought fit, for she was not writing a history, but elle ébauche un long roman. If we suppose that this, or something like this, was what occurred, shall we not have avoided the necessity for a theory so repugnant to common sense as that which would impute to a man of recognized integrity the meanest of frauds? To follow Mrs. MacDonald into the inner recesses and elaborations of her argument would be a difficult and tedious task. The circumstances with which she is principally concerned, the suspicions, the accusations, the anonymous letters, the intrigues, the endless problems as to whether Madame d'Épinay was jealous of Madame de Haudetot, whether Therese told fibs, whether, on the 14th of the month, Grimm was grossly impertinent, and whether, on the 15th, Rousseau was outrageously rude, whether Rousseau revealed a secret to Diderot, which Diderot revealed to Saint Lambert, and whether, if Diderot revealed it, he believed that Rousseau had revealed it. Before these circumstances form, as Lord Morley says, a tale of labyrinthine nightmares, and Mrs. MacDonald has done very little to mitigate either the contortions of the labyrinths or the horror of the dreams. Her book is exceedingly ill arranged, it is enormously long, filling 2 large volumes, with an immense apparatus of appendices and notes. It is full of repetitions and of irrelevant matter, and the argument is so indistinctly set forth that even an instructed reader finds great difficulty in following its drift. Without, however, plunging into the abyss of complications which yawns for us in Mrs. MacDonald's pages, it may be worthwhile to touch upon one point with which she has dealt only very slightly: the question of the motives which could have induced Grimm and Diderot to perpetuate a series of malignant lies. It is, doubtless, conceivable that Grimm, who was Madame d'Épinay's lover, was jealous of Rousseau, who was Madame d'Épinay's friend. We know very little of Grimm's character, but what we do know seems to show that he was a jealous man and an ambitious man. It is possible that a close alliance with Madame d'Épinay may have seemed to him a necessary step in his career, and it is conceivable that he may have determined not to rest until his most serious rival in Madame d'Épinay's affections was utterly cast out. He was probably prejudiced against Rousseau from the beginning, and he may have allowed his prejudices to color his view of Rousseau's character and acts. The violence of the abuse which Grimm and the rest of the encyclopedists hurled against the miserable Jean-Jacques was certainly quite out of proportion to the real facts of the case. Whenever he is mentioned, one is sure of hearing something about traître and mensonge and céléritesse. He is referred to as often as not as if he were some dangerous kind of wild beast. This was Grimm's habitual language with regard to him, and this was the view of his character which Madame d'Épinay finally expressed in her book. The important question is, did Grimm know that Rousseau was in reality an honorable man, and, knowing this, did he deliberately defame him in order to drive him out of Madame d'Épinay's affections? The answer, I think, must be in the negative, for the following reason. If Grimm had known that there was something to be ashamed of in the notes with which he had supplied Madame d'Épinay, and which led to the alteration of her memoirs, he certainly would have destroyed the draft of the manuscript, which was the only record of those notes having ever been made. As it happens, we know that he had the opportunity of destroying the draft, and he did not do so. He came to Paris at the risk of his life in 1791, and stayed there for 4 months, with the object, according to his own account, of collecting papers belonging to the Empress Catherine, or, according to Mrs. MacDonald's account, of having the rough draft of the memoirs copied out by his secretary. Whatever his object, it is certain that the copy that from which ultimately the memoirs were printed was made either at that time, or earlier, and that there was nothing on earth to prevent him, during the 4 months of his stay in Paris, from destroying the draft. Mrs. MacDonald's explanation of this difficulty is lamentably weak. Grimm, she says, must have wished to get away from Paris without arousing suspicion by destroying papers. This is indeed an exquisite reason, which would have delighted that good knight Sir Andrew Aguecheek. Grimm had 4 months at his disposal, he was undisturbed in his own house, why should he not have burnt the draft page by page as it was copied out? There can be only one reply, why should he? If it is possible to suggest some fairly plausible motives which might conceivably have induced Grimm to blacken Rousseau's character, the case of Diderot presents difficulties which are quite insurmountable. Mrs. MacDonald asserts that Diderot was jealous of Rousseau. Why? Because he was tired of hearing Rousseau described as the virtuous, that is all. Surely Mrs. MacDonald should have been the first to recognize that such an argument is a little too psychological. The truth is that Diderot had nothing to gain by attacking Rousseau. He was not, like Grimm, in love with Madame d'Épinay, he was not a newcomer who had still to win for himself a position in the Parisian world. His acquaintance with Madame d'Épinay was slight, and, if there were any advances, they were from her side, for he was one of the most distinguished men of the day. In fact, the only reason that he could have had for abusing Rousseau was that he believed Rousseau deserved abuse. Whether he was right in believing so is a very different question. Most readers, at the present day, now that the whole noisy controversy has long taken its quiet place in the perspective of time, would, I think, agree that Diderot and the rest of the encyclopedists were mistaken. As we see him now, in that long vista, Rousseau was not a wicked man, he was an unfortunate, a distracted, a deeply sensitive, a strangely complex creature, and, above all else, he possessed one quality which cut him off from his contemporaries, which set an immense gulf betwixt him and them, he was modern. Among those quick, strong, fiery people of the 18th century, he belonged to another world, to the new world of self-consciousness and doubt and hesitation, of mysterious melancholy and quiet intimate delights, of long reflex ions amid the solitudes of nature, of infinite introspections amid the solitudes of the heart. Who can wonder that he was misunderstood, and buffeted, and driven mad? Who can wonder that, in his agitations, his perplexities, his writhings, he seemed, to the pupils of Voltaire, little less than a frenzied fiend? Cet homme est un forcené. Diderot exclaims. Je tâche en vain de faire de la poésie, mais cet homme me revient tout à travers mon travail, il me trouble, et je suis comme si j'avais à côté de moi un damne, il est damne, cela est sûr. J'avoue que j'nai jamais éprouvé un trouble d'âme si terrible que celui que j'ai. Que j'nai revoit plus cet homme-là, il me ferait croire au diable et à l'enfer. Si je suis jamais forcé de retourner chez lui, je suis sûr que je fremirai tout le long du chemin, j'avais la faveur en revenant. En entendant ses cris jusqu'au bout du jardin, et je voya. Les poètes ont bien fait de mettre un intervalle immense entre le ciel et les enfers. En vérité, la main me tremble. Every word of that is stamped with sincerity. Diderot was writing from his heart. But he was wrong. The intervalle immense, across which, so strangely and so horribly, he had caught glimpses of what he had never seen before, was not the abyss between heaven and hell, but between the old world and the new. 1907. Rousseau and the Sentimentalists by James Russell Lowell. From among my books. First series. We have had the great professor and founder of the philosophy of vanity in England. As I had good opportunities of knowing his proceedings almost from day to day, he left no doubt in my mind that he entertained no principle either to influence his heart or to guide his understanding but vanity. With this vice he was possessed to a degree little short of madness. Benevolence to the whole species, and want of feeling for every individual with whom the professors come in contact, form the character of the new philosophy. Setting up for an unsocial independence, this their hero of vanity refuses the just price of common labor, as well as the tribute which opulence owes to genius, and which, when paid, honors the giver and the receiver, and then pleads his beggary as an excuse for his crimes. He melts with tenderness for those only who touch him by the remotest relation, and then, without one natural pang, casts away, as a sort of offal and excrement, the spawn of his disgustful amours, and sends his children to the hospital of foundlings. The bear loves, licks, and forms her young, but bears are not philosophers. This was Burke's opinion of the only contemporary who can be said to rival him in fervid and sustained eloquence, to surpass him in grace and persuasiveness of style. Perhaps we should have been more thankful to him if he had left us instead a record of those proceedings almost from day to day which he had such good opportunities of knowing, but it probably never entered his head that posterity might care as much about the doings of the citizen of Geneva as about the sayings of even a British right honourable. Vanity eludes recognition by its victims in more shapes, and more pleasing, than any other passion, and perhaps had Mr. Burke been able imaginatively to translate Swiss Jean-Jacques into Irish Edmund, he would have found no juster equivalent for the obnoxious trisyllable than righteous self-esteem. For Burke was himself also, in the subtler sense of the word, a sentimentalist, that is, a man who took what would now be called an aesthetic view of morals and politics. No man who ever wrote English, except perhaps Mr. Ruskin, more habitually mistook his own personal likes and dislikes, tastes and distastes, for general principles, and this, it may be suspected, is the secret of all merely eloquent writing. He hints at madness as an explanation of Rousseau, and it is curious enough that Mr. Buckle was fain to explain him in the same way. It is not, we confess, a solution that we find very satisfactory in this latter case. Burke's fury against the French Revolution was nothing more than was natural to a desperate man in self-defense. It was his own life, or, at least, all that made life dear to him, that was in danger. He had all that abstract political wisdom which may be naturally secreted by a magnanimous nature and a sensitive temperament, absolutely none of that rough and tumble kind which is so needful for the conduct of affairs. Fastidiousness is only another form of egotism, and all men who know not where to look for truth save in the narrow well of self will find their own image at the bottom, and mistake it for what they are seeking. Burke's hatred of Rousseau was genuine and instinctive. It was so genuine and so instinctive as no hatred can be but that of self, of our own weaknesses as we see them in another man. But there was also something deeper in it than this. There was mixed with it the natural dread in the political diviner of the political logician, in the empirical, of the theoretic statesman. Burke, confounding the idea of society with the form of it then existing, would have preserved that as the only specific against anarchy. Rousseau, assuming that society as it then existed was but another name for anarchy, would have reconstituted it on an ideal basis. The one has left behind him some of the profoundest aphorisms of political wisdom, the other, some of the clearest principles of political science. The one, clinging to divine right, found in the fact that things were, a reason that they ought to be; the other, aiming to solve the problem of the divine order, would deduce from that abstraction alone the claim of anything to be at all. There seems a mere repugnancy of nature between the two, and yet both were, in different ways, the dupes of their own imaginations. Now let us hear the opinion of a philosopher who was a bear, whether bears be philosophers or not. Boswell had a genuine relish for what was superior in any way, from genius to claret, and of course he did not let Rousseau escape him. One evening at the Mitre, Johnson said sarcastically to me, "It seems, sir, you have kept very good company abroad, Rousseau and Wilkes." I answered with a smile, "My dear sir, you don't call Rousseau bad company, do you really think him a bad man?" Johnson, "Sir, if you are talking jestingly of this, I don't talk with you. If you mean to be serious, I think him one of the worst of men, a rascal who ought to be hunted out of society, as he has been. 3 or 4 nations have expelled him, and it is a shame that he is protected in this country. Rousseau, sir, is a very bad man. I would sooner sign a sentence for his transportation, than that of any felon who has gone from the Old Bailey these many years. Yes, I should like to have him work in the plantations. We were the plantations then, and Rousseau was destined to work there in another and much more wonderful fashion than the gruff old Ursa Major imagined. However, there is always a refreshing heartiness in his growl, a masculine bass with no snarl in it. The doctor's logic is of that fine old crusted port sort, the native manufacture of the British conservative mind. 3 or 4 nations have, therefore England ought. A few years later, had the doctor been living, if 3 or 4 nations had treated their kings as France did hers, would he have thought the ergo a very stringent one for England? Mr. Burke, who could speak with studied respect of the Prince of Wales, and of his vices with that charity which thinketh no evil and can afford to think no evil of so important a living member of the British Constitution, surely could have had no unmixed moral repugnance for Rousseau's disgustful amours. It was because they were his that they were so loathsome. Mr. Burke was a snob, though an inspired one. Dr. Johnson, the friend of that wretchedest of lewd fellows, Richard Savage, and of that gay man about town, Topham Beauclerk, himself sprung from an amour that would have been disgustful had it not been royal, must also have felt something more in respect of Rousseau than the mere repugnance of virtue for vice. We must sometimes allow to personal temperament its right of peremptory challenge. Johnson had not that fine sensitiveness to the political atmosphere which made Burke presageful of coming tempest, but both of them felt that there was something dangerous in this man. Their dislike has in it somewhat of the energy of fear. Neither of them had the same feeling toward Voltaire, the man of supreme talent, but both felt that what Rousseau was possessed by was genius, with its terrible force either to attract or repel. By the pricking of my thumbs. Something wicked this way comes. Burke and Johnson were both of them sincere men, both of them men of character as well as of intellectual force, and we cite their opinions of Rousseau with the respect which is due to an honest conviction which has apparent grounds for its adoption, whether we agree with it or no. But it strikes us as a little singular that one whose life was so full of moral inconsistency, whose character is so contemptible in many ways, in some we might almost say so revolting, should yet have exercised so deep and lasting an influence, and on minds so various, should still be an object of minute and earnest discussion, that he should have had such vigor in his intellectual loins as to have been the father of Chateaubriand, Byron, Lamartine, George Sand, and many more in literature. In politics of Jefferson and Thomas Paine, that the spots he had haunted should draw pilgrims so unlike as Gibbon and Napoleon, nay, should draw them still, after the lapse of near a century. Surely there must have been a basis of sincerity in this man seldom matched, if it can prevail against so many reasons for repugnance, aversion, and even disgust. He could not have been the mere sentimentalist and rhetorician for which the rough and ready understanding would at first glance be inclined to condemn him. In a certain sense he was both of these, but he was something more. It will bring us a little nearer the point we are aiming at if we quote one other and more recent English opinion of him. Mr. Thomas More, returning pleasantly in a travelling carriage from a trip to Italy, in which he had never forgotten the poetical shop at home, but had carefully noted down all the pretty images that occurred to him for future use, Mr. Thomas More, on his way back from a visit to his noble friend Byron, at Venice, who had there been leading a life so gross as to be talked about, even amid the crash of Napoleon's fall, and who was just writing Don Juan for the improvement of the world. Mr. Thomas More, fresh from the reading of Byron's memoirs, which were so scandalous that, by some hocus pocus, 3,000 guineas afterward found their way into his own pocket for consenting to suppress them, Mr. Thomas More, the ci-devant friend of the Prince Regent, and the author of Little's poems, among other objects of pilgrimage visits Les Charmettes, where Rousseau had lived with Madame de Warens. So good an opportunity for occasional verses was not to be lost, so good a text for a little virtuous moralizing not to be thrown away, and accordingly Mr. More pours out several pages of octosyllabic disgust at the sensuality of the dead man of genius. There was no horror for Byron. Toward him all was suavity and decorous bienseance. That lively sense of benefits to be received made the Irish Anacreon wink with both his little eyes. In the judgment of a liberal like Mr. More, were not the errors of a lord excusable? But with poor Rousseau the case was very different. The son of a watchmaker, an outcast from boyhood up, always on the perilous edge of poverty, what right had he to indulge himself in any immoralities? So it is always with the sentimentalists. It is never the thing in itself that is bad or good, but the thing in its relation to some conventional and mostly selfish standard. More could be a moralist, in this case, without any trouble, and with the advantage of winning Lord Lansdowne's approval. He could write some graceful verses which everybody would buy, and for the rest it is not hard to be a stoic in 8-syllable measure and a travelling carriage. The next dinner at Bowood will taste none the worse. Accordingly he speaks of the mire, the strife, and vanities of this man's life, who more than all that have glowed, with fancy's flame showed. What an impostor genius is! How, with that strong mimetic art, which forms its life and soul, it takes all shapes of thought, all hues of heart, nor feels itself one throb it wakes. How, like a gem, its light may shine o'er the dark path by mortals trod, itself as mean a worm the while as crawls at midnight o'er the sod. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How, with the pencil hardly dry, from colouring up such scenes of love and beauty as make young hearts sigh, and dream and think through heaven they rove, and see, and see. Very spirited, is it not? One has only to overlook a little threadbareness in the similes, and it is very good oratorical verse. But would we believe in it, we must never read Mr. More's own journal, and find out how thin a piece of veneering his own life was, how he lived in sham till his very nature had become subdued to it, till he could persuade himself that a sham could be written into a reality, and actually made experiment thereof in his diary. One verse in this diatribe deserves a special comment. What an impostor genius is! In two respects there is nothing to be objected to in it. It is of 8 syllables, and is rhymes unexceptionably with his. But is there the least filament of truth in it? We venture to assert, not the least. It was not Rousseau's genius that was an impostor. It was the one thing in him that was always true. We grant that, in allowing that a man has genius. Talent is that which is in a man's power, genius is that in whose power a man is. That is the very difference between them. We might turn the tables on More, the man of talent, and say truly enough, what an impostor talent is. More talks of the mimetic power with a total misapprehension of what it really is. The mimetic power had nothing whatever to do with the affair. Rousseau had none of it, Shakespeare had it in excess, but what difference would it make in our judgment of Hamlet or Othello if a manuscript of Shakespeare's memoirs should turn up, and we should find out that he had been a pitiful fellow? None in the world, for he is not a professed moralist, and his life does not give the warrant to his words. But if Demos thence, after all his Philippis, throws away his shield and runs, we feel the contemptibleness of the contradiction. With genius itself we never find any fault. It would be an over-nicety that would do that. We do not get invited to nectar and ambrosia so often that we think of grumbling and saying we have better at home. No, the same genius that mastered him who wrote the poem masters us in reading it, and we care for nothing outside the poem itself. How the author lived, what he wore, how he looked, all that is mere gossip, about which we need not trouble ourselves. Whatever he was or did, somehow or other God let him be worthy to write this, and that is enough for us. We forgive everything to the genius, we are inexorable to the man. Shakespeare, Goethe, Burns, what have their biographies to do with us? Genius is not a question of character. It may be sordid, like the lamp of Aladdin, in its externals, what care we, while the touch of it builds palaces for us, makes us rich as only men in dreamland are rich, and lords to the utmost bound of imagination? So, when people talk of the ungrateful way in which the world treats its geniuses, they speak unwisely. There is no work of genius which has not been the delight of mankind, no word of genius to which the human heart and soul have not, sooner or later, responded. But the man whom the genius takes possession of for its pen, for its trowel, for its pencil, for its chisel, him the world treats according to his deserts. Does Burns drink? It sets him to gauging casks of gin. For, remember, it is not to the practical world that the genius appeals, it is the practical world which judges of the man's fitness for its uses, and has a right so to judge. No amount of patronage could have made distilled liquors less toothsome to Robbie Burns, as no amount of them could make a Burns of the Ettrick Shepherd. There is an old story in the Gastronomorum of a priest who was found fault with by one of his parishioners because his life was in painful discordance with his teaching. So one day he takes his critic out to a stream, and, giving him to drink of it, asks him if he does not find it sweet and pure water. The parishioner, having answered that it was, is taken to the source, and finds that what had so refreshed him flowed from between the jaws of a dead dog. "Let this teach thee," said the priest, "that the very best doctrine may take its rise in a very impure and disgustful spring, and that excellent morals may be taught by a man who has no morals at all." It is easy enough to see the fallacy here. Had the man known beforehand from what a carrion fountainhead the stream issued, he could not have drunk of it without loathing. Had the priest merely bidden him to look at the stream and see how beautiful it was, instead of tasting it, it would have been quite another matter. And this is precisely the difference between what appeals to our aesthetic and to our moral sense, between what is judged of by the taste and the conscience. It is when the sentimentalist turns preacher of morals that we investigate his character, and are justified in so doing. He may express as many and as delicate shades of feeling as he likes, for this the sensibility of his organization perfectly fits him, no other person could do it so well, but the moment he undertakes to establish his feeling as a rule of conduct, we ask at once how far are his own life and deed in accordance with what he preaches? For every man feels instinctively that all the beautiful sentiments in the world weigh less than a single lovely action, and that while tenderness of feeling and susceptibility to generous emotions are accidents of temperament, goodness is an achievement of the will and a quality of the life. "Fine words," says our homely old proverb, "butter no parsnips," and if the question be how to render those vegetables palatable, an ounce of butter would be worth more than all the orations of Cicero. The only conclusive evidence of a man's sincerity is that he give himself for a principle. Words, money, all things else, are comparatively easy to give away, but when a man makes a gift of his daily life and practice, it is plain that the truth, whatever it may be, has taken possession of him. From that sincerity his words gain the force and pertinency of deeds, and his money is no longer the pale drudge twixt man and man, but, by a beautiful magic, what erewhile bore the image and superscription of Caesar seems now to bear the image and superscription of God. It is thus that there is a genius for goodness, for magnanimity, for self-sacrifice, as well as for creative art, and it is thus that by a more refined sort of Platonism the infinite beauty dwells in and shapes to its own likeness the soul which gives it body and individuality. But when Moore charges genius with being an impostor, the confusion of his ideas is pitiable. There is nothing so true, so sincere, so downright and forthright, as genius. It is always truer than the man himself is, greater than he. If Shakespeare the man had been as marvelous a creature as the genius that wrote his plays, that genius so comprehensive in its intelligence, so wise even in its play, that its clowns are moralists and philosophers, so penetrative that a single one of its phrases reveals to us the secret of our own character, would his contemporaries have left us so wholly without record of him as they have done, distinguishing him in no wise from his fellow players? Rousseau, no doubt, was weak, nay, more than that, was sometimes despicable, but yet is not fairly to be reckoned among the herd of sentimentalists. It is shocking that a man whose preaching made it fashionable for women of rank to nurse their own children should have sent his own, as soon as born, to the Foundling Hospital. Still more shocking that, in a note to his Discourse sur l'Inégalité, he should speak of this crime as one of the consequences of our social system. But for all that, there was a faith and an ardor of conviction in him that distinguish him from most of the writers of his time. Nor were his practice and his preaching always inconsistent. He contrived to pay regularly, whatever his own circumstances were, a pension of 100 livres a year to a maternal aunt who had been kind to him in childhood. Nor was his asceticism a sham. He might have turned his gift into laced coats and chateaux as easily as Voltaire, had he not held it too sacred to be bartered away in any such losing exchange. But what is worthy of a special remark is this, that in nearly all that he wrote his leading object was the good of his kind, and that through all the vicissitudes of a life which illness, sensibility of temperament, and the approaches of insanity rendered wretched, the associate of infidels, the foundling child, as it were, of an age without belief, least of all in itself, he professed and evidently felt deeply a faith in the goodness both of man and of God. There is no such thing as scoffing in his writings. On the other hand, there is no stereotyped morality. He does not ignore the existence of scepticism, he recognizes its existence in his own nature, meets it frankly face to face, and makes it confess that there are things in the teaching of Christ that are deeper than its doubt. The influence of his early education at Geneva is apparent here. An intellect so acute as his, trained in the school of Calvin in a republic where theological discussion was as much the amusement of the people as the opera was at Paris, could not fail to be a good logician. He had the fortitude to follow his logic wherever it led him. If the very impressibility of character which quickened his perception of the beauties of nature, and made him alive to the charm of music and musical expression, prevented him from being in the highest sense an original writer, and if his ideas were mostly suggested to him by books, yet the clearness, consecutiveness, and eloquence with which he stated and enforced them made them his own. There was at least that original fire in him which could fuse them and run them in a novel mold. His power lay in this very ability of manipulating the thoughts of others. Fond of paradox he doubtless was, but he had a way of putting things that arrested attention and excited thought. It was, perhaps, this very sensibility of the surrounding atmosphere of feeling and speculation, which made Rousseau more directly influential on contemporary thought than any writer of his time. And this is rarely consistent with enduring greatness in literature. It forces us to remember, against our will, the oratorical character of his works. They were all pleas, and he a great advocate, with Europe in the jury box. Enthusiasm begets enthusiasm, eloquence produces conviction for the moment, but it is only by truth to nature and the everlasting intuitions of mankind that those abiding influences are one that enlarge from generation to generation. Rousseau was in many respects as great pleaders always are a man of the day, who must needs become a mere name to posterity, yet he could not but have had in him some not inconsiderable share of that principle by which man eternizes himself. For it is only to such that the night cometh not in which no man shall work, and he is still operative both in politics and literature by the principles he formulated or the emotions to which he gave a voice so piercing and so sympathetic. In judging Rousseau, it would be unfair not to take note of the malarious atmosphere in which he grew up. The constitution of his mind was thus early infected with a feverish taint that made him shiveringly sensitive to a temperature which hardier natures found bracing. To him this rough world was but too literally a rack. Good-humored Mother Nature commonly embeds the nerves of her children in a padding of self-conceit that serves as a buffer against the ordinary shocks to which even a life of routine is liable, and it would seem at first sight as if Rousseau had been better cared for than usual in this regard. But as his self-conceit was enormous, so was the reaction from it proportionate, and the fretting suspiciousness of temper, sure mark of an unsound mind, which rendered him incapable of intimate friendship, while passionately longing for it, became inevitably, when turned inward, a tormenting self-distrust. To dwell in unrealities is the doom of the sentimentalist, but it should not be forgotten that the same fitful intensity of emotion which makes them real as the means of elation, gives them substance also for torture. Too irritably jealous to endure the rude society of men, he steeped his senses in the enervating incense that women are only too ready to burn. If their friendship be a safeguard to the other sex, their homage is fatal to all but the strongest, and Rousseau was weak both by inheritance and early training. His father was one of those feeble creatures for whom a fine phrase could always satisfactorily fill the void that non-performance leaves behind it. If he neglected duty, he made up for it by that cultivation of the finer sentiments of our common nature which waters flowers of speech with the brineless tears of a flabby remorse, without one fibre of resolve in it, and which impoverishes the character in proportion as it enriches the vocabulary. He was a very Apicius in that digestible kind of woe which makes no man leaner, and had a favourite receipt for cooking you up a sorrow à la Toller in a sous vide that had just enough delicious sharpness in it to bring tears into the eyes by tickling the palate. When he said to me, "Jean-Jacques, let us speak of thy mother," I said to him, "Well, father, we are going to weep, then," and this word alone drew tears from him. "Ah," said he, groaning, "give her back to me, console me for her, fill the void she has left in my soul." Alas! In such cases, the void she leaves is only that she found. The grief that seeks any other than its own society will ere long want an object. This admirable parent allowed his son to become an outcast at 16, without any attempt to reclaim him, in order to enjoy unmolested a petty inheritance to which the boy was entitled in right of his mother. This conduct, Rousseau tells us, of a father whose tenderness and virtue were so well known to me, caused me to make reflections on myself which have not a little contributed to make my heart sound. I drew from it this great maxim of morals, the only one perhaps serviceable in practice, to avoid situations which put our duties in opposition to our interest, and which show us our own advantage in the wrong of another, sure that in such situations, however sincere may be one's love of virtue, it sooner or later grows weak without our perceiving it, and that we become unjust and wicked in action without having ceased to be just and good in soul. This maxim may do for that fugitive and cloistered virtue, unexercised and unbreathed, that never sallies out and seeks its adversary, which Milton could not praise, that is, for a manhood whose distinction it is not to be manly, but it is chiefly worth notice as being the characteristic doctrine of sentimentalism. This disjoining of deed from will, of practice from theory, is to put asunder what God has joined by an indissoluble sacrament. The soul must be tainted before the action become corrupt, and there is no self-delusion more fatal than that which makes the conscience dreamy with the anodyne of lofty sentiments, while the life is grovelling and sensual, witness Coleridge. In his case we feel something like disgust. But where, as in his son Hartley, there is hereditary infirmity, where the man sees the principle that might rescue him slip from the clutch of a nerveless will, like a rope through the fingers of a drowning man, and the confession of faith is the moan of despair, there is room for no harsher feeling than pity. Rousseau showed through life a singular proneness for being convinced by his own eloquence. He was always his own first convert, and this reconciles his power as a writer with his weakness as a man. He and all like him mistake emotion for conviction, velleity for resolve, the brief eddy of sentiment for the mid-current of ever-gathering faith in duty that draws to itself all the affluence of conscience and will, and gives continuity of purpose to life. They are like men who love the stimulus of being under conviction, as it is called, who, forever getting religion, never get capital enough to retire upon and spend for their own need and the common service. The sentimentalist is the spiritual hypochondriac, with whom fancies become facts, while facts are a discomfort because they will not be evaporated into fancy. In his eyes, Theory is too fine a dame to confess even a country cousinship with coarse-handed practice, whose homely ways would disconcert her artificial world. The very susceptibility that makes him quick to feel, makes him also incapable of deep and durable feeling. He loves to think he suffers, and keeps a pet sorrow, a blue devil familiar, that goes with him everywhere, like Paracelsus's black dog. He takes good care, however, that it shall not be the true sulphurous article that sometimes takes a fancy to fly away with his conjurer. René says, "In my madness I had gone so far as even to wish I might experience a misfortune, so that my suffering might at least have a real object. But no, selfishness is only active egotism, and there is nothing and nobody, with a single exception, which this sort of creature will not sacrifice, rather than give any other than an imaginary pang to his idol. Vicarious pain he is not unwilling to endure, nay, will even commit suicide by proxy, like the German poet who let his wife kill herself to give him a sensation." Had young Jerusalem been anything like Goethe's portrait of him in Werther, he would have taken very good care not to blow out the brains which he would have thought only too precious. Real sorrows are uncomfortable things, but purely aesthetic ones are by no means unpleasant, and I have always fancied the handsome young Wolfgang writing those distracted letters to Augusta Stahlberg with a looking-glass in front of him to give back an image of his desolation, and finding it rather pleasant than otherwise to shed the tear of sympathy with self that would seem so bitter to his fair correspondent. The tears that have real salt in them will keep, they are the difficult, manly tears that are shed in secret, but the pathos soon evaporates from that fresh water with which a man can bedew a dead donkey in public, while his wife is having a good cry over his neglect of her at home. We do not think the worse of Goethe for hypothetically desolating himself in the fashion aforesaid, for with many constitutions it is as purely natural a crisis as dentition, which the stronger worry through, and turn out very sensible, agreeable fellows. But where there is an arrest of development, and the heartbreak of the patient is audibly prolonged through life, we have a spectacle which the toughest heart would wish to get as far away from as possible. We would not be supposed to overlook the distinction, too often lost sight of, between sentimentalism and sentiment, the latter being a very excellent thing in its way, as genuine things are apt to be. Sentiment is intellectualized emotion, emotion precipitated, as it were, in pretty crystals by the fancy. This is the delightful staple of the poets of social life like Horace and Berenger, or Thackeray, when he too rarely played with verse. It puts into words for us that decorous average of feeling to the expression of which society can consent without danger of being indiscreetly moved. It is excellent for people who are willing to save their souls alive to any extent that shall not be discomposing. It is even satisfying till some deeper experience has given us a hunger which what we so glibly call the world cannot sate, just as a water ice is nourishment enough to a man who has had his dinner. It is the sufficing lyrical interpreter of those lighter hours that should make part of every healthy man's day, and is noxious only when it palls men's appetite for the truly profound poetry which is very passion of very soul sobered by afterthought and embodied in eternal types by imagination. True sentiment is emotion ripened by a slow ferment of the mind and qualified to an agreeable temperance by that taste which is the conscience of polite society. But the sentimentalist always insists on taking his emotion neat, and, as his sense gradually deadens to the stimulus, increases his dose till he ends in a kind of moral deliquium. At first the debaucher, he becomes at last the victim of his sensations. Among the ancients we find no trace of sentimentalism. Their masculine mood both of body and mind left no room for it, and hence the bracing quality of their literature compared with that of recent times, its tonic property, that seems almost too astringent to palates relaxed by a daintier diet. The first great example of the degenerate modern tendency was Petrarch, who may be said to have given it impulse and direction. A more perfect specimen of the type has not since appeared. An intellectual voluptuary, a moral dilettante, the first instance of that character, since too common, the gentleman in search of a sensation, seeking a solitude at Vaucluse because it made him more likely to be in demand at Avignon, praising philosophic poverty with a sharp eye to the next rich benefice in the gift of his patron, commending a good life but careful first of a good living, happy only in seclusion but making a dangerous journey to enjoy the theatrical show of a coronation in the capital, cherishing a fruitless passion which broke his heart 3 or 4 times a year and yet could not make an end of him till he had reached the ripe age of 70 and survived his mistress a quarter of a century. Surely a more exquisite perfection of inconsistency would be hard to find. When Petrarch returned from his journey into the north of Europe in 1332, he balanced the books of his unrequited passion, and, finding that he had now been in love 7 years, thought the time had at last come to call deliberately on death. Had death taken him at his word, he would have protested that he was only in fun. For we find him always taking good care of an excellent constitution, avoiding the plague with commendable assiduity, and in the very year when he declares it absolutely essential to his peace of mind to die for good and all, taking refuge in the fortress of Capranica, from a wholesome dread of having his throat cut by robbers. There is such a difference between dying in a sonnet with a cambric handkerchief at one's eyes, and the prosaic reality of demise certified in the parish register. Practically it is inconvenient to be dead. Among other things, it puts an end to the manufacture of sonnets. But there seems to have been an excellent understanding between Petrarch and death, for he was brought to that grisly monarch's door so often, that, otherwise, nothing short of a miracle or the 9 lives of that animal whom love also makes lyrical could have saved him. I consent, he cries, to live and die in Africa among its serpents, upon Caucasus or Atlas, if, while I live, to breathe a pure air, and after my death a little corner of earth where to bestow my body, may be allowed me. This is all I ask, but this I cannot obtain. Doomed always to wander, and to be a stranger everywhere, O fortune, fortune, fix me at last to some one spot. I do not covet thy favors. Let me enjoy a tranquil poverty, let me pass in this retreat the few days that remain to me. The pathetic stop of Petrarch's poetical organ was one he could pull out at pleasure, and indeed we soon learn to distrust literary tears, as the cheap subterfuge for want of real feeling with natures of this quality. Solitude with him was but the pseudonym of notoriety. Poverty was the archdeaconry of Parma, with other ecclesiastical pickings. During his retreat at Vaucluse, in the very height of that divine sonneteering love of Laura, of that sensitive purity which called Avignon Babylon, and rebuked the sinfulness of Clement, he was himself begetting that kind of children which we spell with AB. We believe that, if Messer Francesco had been present when the woman was taken in adultery, he would have flung the first stone without the slightest feeling of inconsistency, nay, with a sublime sense of virtue. The truth is, that it made very little difference to him what sort of proper sentiment he expressed, provided he could do it elegantly and with unction. Would anyone feel the difference between his faint abstractions and the platonism of a powerful nature fitted alike for the withdrawal of ideal contemplation and for breasting the storms of life? Would anyone know how wide a depth divides a noble friendship based on sympathy of pursuit and aspiration, on that mutual help which souls capable of self-sustainment are the readiest to give or to take, and a simulated passion, true neither to the spiritual nor the sensual part of man? Let him compare the sonnets of Petrarch with those which Michelangelo addressed to Vittoria Colonna. In them the airiest pinnacles of sentiment and speculation are buttressed with solid mason work of thought, and of an actual, not fancied experience, and the depth of feeling is measured by the sobriety and reserve of expression, while in Petrarch's all ingenuousness is frittered away into ingenuity. Both are cold, but the coldness of the one is self-restraint, while the other chills with pretense of warmth. In Michelangelo's, you feel the great architect, in Petrarch's the artist who can best realize his conception in the limits of a cherry stone. And yet this man influenced literature longer and more widely than almost any other in modern times. So great is the charm of elegance, so unreal is the larger part of what is written. Certainly I do not mean to say that a work of art should be looked at by the light of the artist's biography, or measured by our standard of his character. Nor do I reckon what was genuine in Petrarch his love of letters, his refinement, his skill in the superficial graces of language, that rhetorical art by which the music of words supplants their meaning, and the verse molds the thought instead of being plastic to it after any such fashion. I have no ambition for that character of valet de chambre which is said to disenchant the most heroic figures into mere everyday personages, for it implies a mean soul no less than a servile condition. But we have a right to demand a certain amount of reality, however small, in the emotion of a man who makes it his business to endeavor at exciting our own. We have a privilege of nature to shiver before a painted flame, how cunningly soever the colors be laid on. Yet our love of minute biographical detail, our desire to make ourselves spies upon the men of the past, seems so much of an instinct in us, that we must look for the spring of it in human nature, and that somewhat deeper than mere curiosity or love of gossip. It should seem to arise from what must be considered on the whole a creditable feeling, namely, that we value character more than any amount of talent, the skill to be something, above that of doing anything but the best of its kind. The highest creative genius, and that only, is privileged from arrest by this personality, for there the thing produced is altogether disengaged from the producer. But in natures incapable of this escape from themselves, the author is inevitably mixed with his work, and we have a feeling that the amount of his sterling character is the security for the notes he issues. Especially we feel so when truth to self, which is always self-forgetful, and not truth to nature, makes an essential part of the value of what is offered us, as where a man undertakes to narrate personal experience or to enforce a dogma. This is particularly true as respects sentimentalists, because of their intrusive self-consciousness, for there is no more universal characteristic of human nature than the instinct of men to apologize to themselves for themselves, and to justify personal failings by generalizing them into universal laws. A man would be the keenest devil's advocate against himself, were it not that he has always taken a retaining fee for the defense, for we think that the indirect and mostly unconscious pleas in abatement which we read between the lines in the works of many authors are oftener written to set themselves right in their own eyes than in those of the world. And in the real life of the sentimentalist it is the same. He is under the wretched necessity of keeping up, at least in public, the character he has assumed, till he at last reaches that last shift of bankrupt self-respect, to play the hypocrite with himself. Lamartine, after passing round the hat in Europe and America, takes to his bed from wounded pride when the French Senate votes him a subsidy, and sheds tears of humiliation. Ideally, he resents it; in practical coin, he will accept the shame without a wry face. George Sand, speaking of Rousseau's Confessions, says that an autobiographer always makes himself the hero of his own novel, and cannot help idealizing, even if he would. But the weak point of all sentimentalists is that they always have been, and always continue under every conceivable circumstance to be, their own ideals, whether they are writing their own lives or no. Rousseau opens his book with the statement, "I am not made like any of those I have seen, I venture to believe myself unlike any that exists. If I am not worth more, at least I am different." O exquisite cunning of self-flattery! It is this very imagined difference that makes us worth more in our own foolish sight. For while all men are apt to think, or to persuade themselves that they think, all other men their accomplices in vice or weakness, they are not difficult of belief that they are singular in any quality or talent on which they hug themselves. More than this, people who are truly original are the last to find it out, for the moment we become conscious of a virtue it has left us or is getting ready to go. Originality does not consist in a fidgety assertion of selfhood, but in the faculty of getting rid of it altogether, that the truer genius of the man, which commerces with universal nature and with other souls through a common sympathy with that, may take all his powers wholly to itself, and the truly original man could no more be jealous of his peculiar gift, than the grass could take credit to itself for being green. What is the reason that all children are geniuses, except that they never cross-examine themselves on the subject? The moment that process begins, their speech loses its gift of unexpectedness, and they become as tediously impertinent as the rest of us. If there never was any one like him, if he constituted a genus in himself, to what end write confessions in which no other human being could ever be in a condition to take the least possible interest? All men are interested in Montaigne in proportion as all men find more of themselves in him, and all men see but one image in the glass which the greatest of poets holds up to nature, an image which at once startles and charms them with its familiarity. Fabulists always endow their animals with the passions and desires of men. But if an ox could dictate his confessions, what glimmer of understanding should we find in those bovine confidences, unless on some theory of pre-existence, some blank misgiving of a creature moving about in worlds not realized? The truth is, that we recognize the common humanity of Rousseau in the very weakness that betrayed him into this conceit of himself. We find he is just like the rest of us in this very assumption of essential difference, for among all animals man is the only one who tries to pass for more than he is, and so involves himself in the condemnation of seeming less. But it would be sheer waste of time to hunt Rousseau through all his doublings of inconsistency, and run him to earth in every new paradox. His first 2 books attacked, one of them literature, and the other society. But this did not prevent him from being diligent with his pen, nor from availing himself of his credit with persons who enjoyed all the advantages of that inequality whose evils he had so pointedly exposed. Indeed, it is curious how little practical communism there has been, how few professors it has had who would not have gained by a general dividend. It is perhaps no frantic effort of generosity in a philosopher with 10 crowns in his pocket when he offers to make common stock with a neighbor who has 10,000 of yearly income, nor is it an uncommon thing to see such theories knocked clean out of a man's head by the descent of a thumping legacy. But, consistent or not, Rousseau remains permanently interesting as the highest and most perfect type of the sentimentalist of genius. His was perhaps the acutest mind that was ever mated with an organization so diseased, the brain most far-reaching in speculation that ever kept itself steady and worked out its problems amid such disordered tumult of the nerves. His letter to the Archbishop of Paris, admirable for its lucid power and soberness of tone, and his Rousseau Jeux de Jean-Jacques, which no man can read and believe him to have been sane, show him to us in his strength and weakness, and give us a more charitable, let us hope therefore a truer, notion of him than his own apology for himself. That he was a man of genius appears unmistakably in his impressibility by the deeper meaning of the epoch in which he lived. Before an eruption, clouds steeped through and through with electric life gather over the crater, as if in sympathy and expectation. As the mountain heaves and cracks, these vapory masses are seamed with fire, as if they felt and answered the dumb agony that is struggling for utterance below. Just such flashes of eager sympathetic fire break continually from the cloudy volumes of Rousseau, the result at once and the warning of that convulsion of which Paris was to be the crater and all Europe to feel the spasm. There are symptoms enough elsewhere of that want of faith in the existing order which made the revolution inevitable. Even so shallow an observer as Horace Walpole could forebode it so early as 1765, but Rousseau more than all others is the unconscious expression of the groping after something radically new, the instinct for a change that should be organic and pervade every fiber of the social and political body. Freedom of thought owes far more to the jester Voltaire, who also had his solid kernel of earnest, than to the sombre Genovese, whose earnestness is of the deadly kind. Yet, for good or evil, the latter was the father of modern democracy, and without him our Declaration of Independence would have wanted some of those sentences in which the immemorial longings of the poor and the dreams of solitary enthusiasts were at last affirmed as axioms in the manifesto of a nation, so that all the world might hear. Though Rousseau, like many other fanatics, had a remarkable vein of common sense in him, we cannot trace many practical results to his teaching, least of all in politics. For the great difficulty with his system, if system it may be called, is, that, while it professes to follow nature, it not only assumes as a starting point that the individual man may be made over again, but proceeds to the conclusion that man himself, that human nature, must be made over again, and governments remodeled on a purely theoretic basis. But when something like an experiment in this direction was made in 1789, not only did it fail as regarded man in general, but even as regards the particular variety of man that inhabited France. The revolution accomplished many changes, and beneficent ones, yet it left France peopled, not by a new race without traditions, but by Frenchmen. Still, there could not but be a wonderful force in the words of a man who, above all others, had the secret of making abstractions glow with his own fervor, and his ideas dispersed now in the atmosphere of thought have influenced, perhaps still continue to influence, speculative minds, which prefer swift and sure generalization to hesitating and doubtful experience. Rousseau has, in one respect, been utterly misrepresented and misunderstood. Even Chateaubriand most unfilially classes him and Voltaire together. It appears to me that the inmost core of his being was religious. Had he remained in the Catholic Church he might have been a saint. Had he come earlier, he might have founded an order. His was precisely the nature on which religious enthusiasm takes the strongest hold, a temperament which finds a sensuous delight in spiritual things, and satisfies its craving for excitement with celestial debauch. He had not the iron temper of a great reformer and organizer like Knox, who, true Scotchman that he was, found a way to weld this world and the other together in a cast-iron creed, but he had as much as any man ever had that gift of a great preacher to make the oratorical fervor which persuades himself while it lasts into the abiding conviction of his hearers. That very persuasion of his that the soul could remain pure while the life was corrupt, is not unexampled among men who have left holier names than he. His confessions, also, would assign him to that class with whom the religious sentiment is strong, and the moral nature weak. They are apt to believe that they may, as special pleaders say, confess and avoid. Hawthorne has admirably illustrated this in the Penance of Mr. Dimmesdale. With all the soil that is upon Rousseau, I cannot help looking on him as one capable beyond any in his generation of being divinely possessed, and if it happened otherwise, when we remember the much that hindered and the little that helped in a life and time like his, we shall be much readier to pity than to condemn. It was his very fitness for being something better that makes him able to shock us so with what in too many respects he unhappily was. Less gifted, he had been less hardly judged. More than any other of the sentimentalists, except possibly Sterne, he had in him a staple of sincerity. Compared with Chateaubriand, he is honesty, compared with Lamartine, he is manliness itself. His nearest congener in our own tongue is Cooper. In the whole school there is a sickly taint. The strongest mark which Rousseau has left upon literature is a sensibility to the picturesque in nature, not with nature as a strengthener and consoler, a wholesome tonic for a mind ill at ease with itself, but with nature as a kind of feminine echo to the mood, flattering it with sympathy rather than correcting it with rebuke or lifting it away from its unmanly depression, as in the wholesomer fellow-feeling of Wordsworth. They seek in her an accessory, and not a reproof. It is less a sympathy with nature than a sympathy with ourselves as we compel her to reflect us. It is solitude, nature for her estrangement from man, not for her companionship with him, it is desolation and ruin, nature as she has triumphed over man, with which this order of mind seeks communion and in which it finds solace. It is with the hostile and destructive power of matter, and not with the spirit of life and renewal that dwells in it, that they ally themselves. And in human character it is the same. Saint Preux, René, Werther, Manfred, Quasimodo, they are all anomalies, distortions, ruins. So much easier is it to caricature life from our own sickly conception of it, than to paint it in its noble simplicity, so much cheaper is unreality than truth. Every man is conscious that he leads two lives, the one trivial and ordinary, the other sacred and recluse, one which he carries to society and the dinner table, the other in which his youth and aspiration survive for him, and which is a confidence between himself and God. Both may be equally sincere, and there need be no contradiction between them, any more than in a healthy man between soul and body. If the higher life be real and earnest, its result, whether in literature or affairs, will be real and earnest too. But no man can produce great things who is not thoroughly sincere in dealing with himself, who would not exchange the finest show for the poorest reality, who does not so love his work that he is not only glad to give himself for it, but finds rather a gain than a sacrifice in the surrender. The sentimentalist does not think of what he does so much as of what the world will think of what he does. He translates should into would, looks upon the spheres of duty and beauty as alien to each other, and can never learn how life rounds itself to a noble completeness between these two opposite but mutually sustaining poles of what we long for and what we must. Did Rousseau, then, lead a life of this quality? Perhaps, when we consider the contrast which every man who looks backward must feel between the life he planned and the life which circumstance within him and without him has made for him, we should rather ask, was this the life he meant to lead? Perhaps, when we take into account his faculty of self-deception, it may be no greater than our own, we should ask, was this the life he believed he led? Have we any right to judge this man after our blunt English fashion, and condemn him, as we are wont to do, on the finding of a jury of average householders? Is French reality precisely our reality? Could we tolerate tragedy in rhymed alexandrines, instead of blank verse? The whole life of Rousseau is pitched on this heroic key, and for the most trivial occasion he must be ready with the sublime sentiments that are supposed to suit him rather than it. It is one of the most curious features of the sentimental ailment, that, while it shuns the contact of men, it courts publicity. In proportion as solitude and communion with self lead the sentimentalist to exaggerate the importance of his own personality, he comes to think that the least event connected with it is of consequence to his fellow men. If he change his shirt, he would have mankind aware of it. Victor Hugo, the greatest living representative of the class, considers it necessary to let the world know by letter from time to time his opinions on every conceivable subject about which it is not asked, nor is of the least value unless we concede to him an immediate inspiration. We men of colder blood, in whom self-consciousness takes the form of pride, and who have deified mauvaise honte as if our defect were our virtue, find it especially hard to understand that artistic impulse of more southern races to pose themselves properly on every occasion, and not even to die without some tribute of deference to the taste of the world they are leaving. Was not even mighty Caesar's last thought of his drapery? Let us not condemn Rousseau for what seems to us the indecent exposure of himself in his Confessions. Those who allow an oratorical and purely conventional side disconnected with our private understanding of the facts, and with life, in which everything has a wholly parliamentary sense where truth is made subservient to the momentary exigencies of eloquence, should be charitable to Rousseau. While we encourage a distinction which establishes two kinds of truth, one for the world, and another for the conscience, while we take pleasure in a kind of speech that has no relation to the real thought of speaker or hearer, but to the rostrum only, we must not be hasty to condemn a sentimentalism which we do our best to foster. We listen in public with the gravity or augurs to what we smile at when we meet a brother adept. France is the native land of eulogy, of truth padded out to the size and shape demanded by comme il faut. The French Academy has, perhaps, done more harm by the vogue it has given to this style, than it has done good by its literary purism, for the best purity of a language depends on the limpidity of its source in veracity of thought. Rousseau was in many respects a typical Frenchman, and it is not to be wondered at if he too often fell in with the fashion of saying what was expected of him, and what he thought due to the situation, rather than what would have been true to his inmost consciousness. Perhaps we should allow something also to the influence of a Calvinistic training, which certainly helps men who have the least natural tendency towards it to set faith above works, and to persuade themselves of the efficacy of an inward grace to offset an outward and visible defection from it. As the sentimentalist always takes a fanciful, sometimes an unreal, life for an ideal one, it would be too much to say that Rousseau was a man of earnest convictions. But he was a man of fitfully intense ones, as suited so mobile a temperament, and his writings, more than those of any other of his tribe, carry with them that persuasion that was in him while he wrote. In them at least he is as consistent as a man who admits new ideas can ever be. The children of his brain he never abandoned, but clung to them with paternal fidelity. Intellectually he was true and fearless, constitutionally, timid, contradictory, and weak, but never, if we understand him rightly, false. He was a little too credulous of sonorous sentiment, but he was never, like Chateaubriand or Lamartine, the lackey of fine phrases. If, as some fanciful physiologists have assumed, there be a masculine and feminine lobe of the brain, it would seem that in men of sentimental turn the masculine half fell in love with and made an idol of the other, obeying and admiring all the pretty whims of this fol du logis. In Rousseau the mistress had some noble elements of character, and less taint of the demi-monde than is visible in more recent cases of the same illicit relation. Rousseau by George Brandes. From Main Currents in 19th-Century Literature. Rousseau's chief work as an imaginative writer is La Nouvelle Héloïse. The novelty of the book lay, in the first instance, in the fact that it gave the death blow to gallantry, and, consequently, to the theory of the French classical period on the subject of the emotions. This theory was that all noble, fine emotions, and chief among them love, were the products of civilization. It is obvious enough that a certain degree of civilization was necessary before such a sentiment as love could arise. Until they wore womanly garb women did not exist, but only females, and until there were women there was no love. From this perfectly correct idea had resulted the belief that the veiling of passion ennobled it and made it worthy. The more it could be shrouded in circumlocutions, hints, and suggestions, the less coarse it was. The morality and the literature of that period were the products of social culture, a culture confined to the highest circles. We need but read Mélièvre's plays to find literary evidence of the extent to which courtly formality and refined sentiment were preferred to nature and passion. Mélièvre's lovers are always each other's equals in culture, and, what is of still greater importance, in rank. We never find, as in the dramas of our century, the aristocratic lady who loves a man of lower social station, nor such a character, for instance, as Ruy Blas, the lackey who finds favor in the eyes of a queen. In Marivaux, if a gentleman is disguised as a lackey, or a young lady as a waiting maid, they always divine each other immediately in spite of their disguise. Their conversation is an incessant pursuit and flight, advance and retreat. It is full of ambiguities and hints and evasions, masked confessions and suppressed sighs, love-sickness expressed in a becomingly conventional manner. In Rousseau's eyes these mannerisms are as ridiculous as they are artificial. He prefers love, like everything else, in its natural state, and to him love in its natural state is a violent, irresistible passion. In his books we are very far removed from those scenes in Marivaux in which the kneeling lover never forgets to preserve a graceful attitude while pressing the tips of a glove to his lips. For all his chivalry and virtue, Saint Preux is an electric battery charged with passion. The first kiss in the grove of Clarens produces the shock, the conflagration of a thunderbolt, and when Julie, bending towards Saint Preux and kissing him, swoons away, it is no coquettish feint of the days of the periwig, but the effect of the overwhelming might of passion upon a young and healthy child of nature. The second novelty in the book is the inequality in station of the hero and heroine. Julie is the daughter of a nobleman, Saint Preux is a poor tutor, a plebeian. Here, as in the Sorrows of Werther, the passion of love is connected with the equality-loving plebeian's determination to make a name for himself. This is no chance connection, for passion creates equality, whereas love in fashionable society has a tendency to develop into gallantry. A third significant feature in La Nouvelle Héloïse is that, just as we have passion in place of gallantry and inequality of station in place of similarity of rank, we have also the moral conviction of the sanctity of marriage in place of that honor grounded on aristocratic pride and self-respect, which stood for virtue in fashionable literature. This word, virtue, little in vogue until now, became with Rousseau and his school a watchword which was in perfect harmony with their other watchword, nature, for to Rousseau virtue was a natural condition. Following the example of society, French literature had been making merry at the expense of marriage. Rousseau, therefore, defied the spirit of the times by writing a book in its honor. His heroine returns the passion of her lover, but marries another, to whom she remains faithful. Here, as in Werther, the lover proper loses the maiden, who is wedded to a Monsieur Walmer, a man as irreproachable as he is uninteresting. The moral conviction which is vindicated and glorified in Rousseau as virtue, is the same as that which in Chateaubriand, under the influence of the religious reaction, takes the form of a binding religious vow. Note, finally, that the watchword nature is to be taken in its literal meaning. For the first time, out of England, we have the genuine feeling for nature in fiction, superseding love-making in drawing rooms and gardens. Under Louis XV and the Regency, people passed their time in boudoirs, where light conversation and light morals were in place. The rooms, like the verses of Voltaire's Poésies Fugitives, were adorned with endless multitudes of cupids and graces. In the gardens goat-footed pans embraced slender white nymphs by the side of artificial fountains. In their pictures of the Fates Champêtre of those days, Watteau and the less gifted Boucher and Lancret have preserved for us these gardens with their shady walks and quiet corners, where courtly gentlemen and gay ladies, clad as Pierrots and Columbines, coquetted and whispered, conscious of being on the right stage for such free and frivolous masquerading. Turn from these to the scenery of La Nouvelle Heloise. Rousseau's statue stands at this day on a little island lying in the Lake of Geneva, at its narrow southern extremity. The spot is one of the loveliest in the world. Pass the island and cross another bridge and you see the Rhône rush, impetuous and foaming white, out of the lake. A few steps further and you can see its white stream joined by the grey snow waters of the Arve. The rivers flow side by side, each retaining its color. Far away between two mighty ridges you discern the white snow caps of Mont Blanc. Towards evening, as those mountain ridges darken, the snows of Mont Blanc glow like pale roses. It would seem as if nature had gathered together all her contrasts here. Even in the warmest season as you approach the grey, foaming mountain torrents, the air becomes icy cold. In the course of a short stroll you may feel the heat of summer in some sheltered nook, and a few steps farther on encounter harsh autumn with its cutting winds. One can form no conception of the cool freshness and strength of the air here. Only the sun and the brilliant shimmer of the stars at night recall the south. The latter are not the bright points in a distant sky which they appear to be in the north, they seem to hang loose in the air, and the air itself, as one inhales it, feels like a strong massive substance. Sail up the lake to Vevey. Behind that town the alpine slopes are clad with the trees and vineyards of southern lands. On the farther side of the lake rise great walls of blue rock, solemn and threatening, and the sun plays in light and shade down the mountainside. No waters are so blue as those of the Lake of Geneva. As you sail down it on a beautiful summer day, it shines like blue satin shot with gold. It is a fairyland, a dreamland, where mighty mountains cast their blue-black shadows down into the azure waters and a brilliant sun saturates the air with color. Sail a little farther up the lake to Montreux, where the rock fortress of Chillon, the prison in which medieval cruelty collected all its instruments of torture, projects into the water. This witness to wild and terrible passions lies in the midst of scenery which may well be called enchanted. The lake is more open here, the view less peculiar, and the climate more southern than at Vevey. One sees sky, Alps, and lake, all melting together in a mysterious blue light. From Montreux walk to Clarens and pause in the chestnut grove which is still called the Bosquet de Julie. It is situated on a height from which you look down upon Montreux, lying sheltered and hidden in its bay. Look round and you will understand how it was from this spot that the love of nature spread throughout Europe. We are standing in Rousseau's country, upon the scene of his Nouvelle Heloise. This was the scenery which supplanted that of the Regency. It is not difficult to trace the relation between Chateaubriand's first work and Rousseau's famous romance. First and foremost, Chateaubriand inherits the love of nature. His strongly colored pictures of North American scenery have their progenitors in those descriptions of Swiss nature. But there is this difference between Rousseau's and Chateaubriand's landscapes, that the latters are much more dependent upon the mood of the hero and heroine. If stormy passions rage in their hearts, the storm rages without also, the characters are blent with their natural surroundings, which they permeate with their passions and moods in a manner quite unknown to the literature of the 18th century. The hero and heroine themselves, being savages, have even less suspicion of gallantry about them, are far more the children of nature than Rousseau's lovers, and although expressions occur again and again which are absurd coming from the lips of a Red Indian, Yet many of the love speeches have a touch of primitive poetry in them, a genus of literature which was entirely unknown in France in the 18th century. Take for an example the warrior's love song beginning with the words, "I will fly so fast that before the day has touched the mountain tops I shall have come to my white dove among the oaks of the forest. I have bound a necklace of beads about her neck, 3 red beads to speak of my love, 3 violet beads to speak of my fear, and 3 blue beads to speak my hope, and see." The inequality of position between Rousseau's lovers, so typical of that revolutionary time, finds its equivalent in Attila in the difference of religion, a matter which in the new century, with its reaction against Voltaire, acquires new importance. The religious reaction also explains the fact that a Catholic vow to remain unwed plays the same role in Chateaubriand's story which the dictate of morality does in Rousseau's. We have, then, progress in coloring, in the development of character, in the comprehension of the spirit and racial peculiarities of an uncivilized people, but we have also a deliberate step backward, in the substitution of Catholic conventual piety, with its unnatural renunciation, for morality. Passion is wedded, so to speak, on the altar of Catholicism, and its unnatural suppression creates that unnatural frenzy which causes Attila, the charming young Indian girl, who has so long held the desire of her heathen lover in check, to die with a wish on her lips for the annihilation of God and the world, if at that price she can be clasped forever to his heart. Rousseau in England in the 19th Century by Edmund Gosse. From Aspects and Impressions. Burke, in his reflections on the Revolution in France, although he called Rousseau an eccentric observer of human nature, had not attempted to deny his penetration. He wrote of him, already without sympathy, as one who for the sake of playing upon that love of the marvelous which is inherent in man, desired extraordinary situations, giving rise to new and unlooked-for strokes in politics and morals. But he gave the Genevese philosopher credit for nothing worse than levity. He had raised up political and social paradoxes in the spirit in which a storyteller, eager to arouse the attention of an idle audience, evokes giants and fairies to satisfy the credulity of his hearers. And Burke has the indulgence to admit that, I believe, were Rousseau alive, and in one of his lucid intervals, he would be shocked at the fanatical frenzy of his scholars, who, are servile imitators, and even in their incredulity discover an implicit faith. But when events had rapidly developed, and Burke came to write the flaming sentences of his great letter to a member of the National Assembly, the importance of Rousseau's influence in bringing about the events which Burke so passionately deplored had greatly widened and deepened. He saw that the very blood of Rousseau had been transfused into the veins of the National Assembly of France. Him they study, he wrote, him they meditate, him they turn over in all the time they can spare from the laborious mischief of the day, or the debauches of the night. Rousseau is their canon of Holy Writ, in his life he is their canon of Polyclitus, he is their standard figure of perfection. Burke felt obliged to denounce, with his unparalleled wealth of picturesque eloquence, the fatal character of the fascination exercised by the author of the Lettres de la Montague and the Confessions. To Burke, thus brought face to face with what he believed to be the very Ragnarok of the gods, the ruin of all which made life in Europe worth living, it now became a religious duty to expose the malefic character of the charming, exquisite pleadings of the revolutionary of Geneva. He declared that the virtue propounded by Rousseau was not virtue at all, but a selfish, flattering, seductive, ostentatious vice. This was a theory new to Englishmen, a theory which had, of course, in faltering accents, been here and there suggested by opponents, but never before deliberately and logically asserted by a great master of English oratory. Burke spoke, not merely with the immense prestige of his position, but as one who had been subjected to the personal charm of Rousseau, and who had studied him in his lifetime, not merely without prejudice, but with sympathy and admiration. His grave censure of the philosopher came with unction from the lips of one who was known to have been in communication with him, during his first visit to London, almost from day to day. Burke spoke with authority to a large section of the public when he stated that he had gradually become persuaded that Rousseau entertained no principle either to guide his heart, or to guide his understanding, but vanity. He did not deny the charm of Rousseau's writing, or pretend to depreciate his incomparable talents, but he pronounced him to be deranged and eccentric, and to have gloried in the illumination of the obscure and vulgar vices. He described the Confessions, over which the English world had bowed in transports of emotional adulation, as the record of a life that, with wild defiance, he flings in the face of his creator. Violence carried Burke so far as to describe Rousseau as a man, by his own account, without a single virtue. There can be no question that this diatribe, prominently brought forward by the first of English orators, in a work which was read by every educated man in Great Britain, sapped the reputation of Rousseau amongst our countrymen, and led to the gradual decline of his fame in England all down the 19th century. The attack on Rousseau, contained in many fulminating pages of the letter to a member of the National Assembly, is extravagant and unjust. We read it now with a certain indignation, tempered by a mild amusement. It should have been injured by its absurd denunciation of Frenchmen and of the French nation, in whom Burke saw little but a furious congeries of dancing masters, fiddlers, and valets de chamber. But there were already in England, in the reaction of terror brought about by the French Revolution, many who were delighted to accept this grotesque perversion of the truth, and Burke, with all his powers of speech, all his knowledge of his countrymen, knew how to play upon the alarms and the ignorances of the English. He had, at all events, the dangerous gift of unqualified statement, and when he solemnly declared, as if by reluctant conviction, that the writings of Rousseau lead directly to shameful evil both in theory and practice, there were thousands only too ready to accept the warning. We may observe, too, that Burke was the earliest English critic of weight who suggested that the exquisite literary art of Rousseau had its limitations. His remarks are worthy of being quoted at length, since they contain the germ of the English attitude through the whole of the 19th century. I have often wondered how he comes to be so much more admired and followed on the continent than he is here. Perhaps a secret charm in the language may have its share in this extraordinary difference. We certainly perceive, and to a degree we feel, in this writer, a style glowing, animated, enthusiastic, at the same time that we find it lax, diffuse, and not in the best taste of composition, all the members of the piece being pretty equally laboured and expended, without any due selection or subordination of parts. He is generally too much on the stretch, and his manner has little variety. We cannot rest upon any of his works, though they contain observations which occasionally discover a considerable insight into human nature. The attacks of Burke upon their idol were not accepted tamely by the Whigs, or by the radical wing of their party, which included most of the intellectual men of the time. It was recognized that Burke spoke with excessive violence, and that his emotion was largely provoked by political apprehensions which were not shared by the more enlightened of his countrymen. It was easily pointed out that the great orator's objection to Rousseau was founded on a predilection for aristocracy, a dread of innovation, an abhorrence for abstract politics, rather than on a serious and philosophical consideration of Rousseau's contributions to literature. There were many indignant replies to his denunciation, the most effective being those contained in Sir James Mackintosh's famous Vindicii Gallici. Mackintosh, with less eloquence but far more knowledge, denied the responsibility of Rousseau for the excesses of the Revolution, and suggested that Burke had not made himself acquainted with the contrat social. Rousseau was vindicated as one of the immortal band of sages who unshackled and emancipated the human mind, and he was assured a place in eternal glory, by the side of Locke and Franklin. All that was generous, all that was enthusiastic in English opinion, was still marshalled on the side of Rousseau, but Burke's measured attack, so universally considered, was the gradual cause of an ever-increasing defection. For the time being, however, this was confined to the more timid and the less intelligent part of the community. Burke had assailed in Rousseau the politician and the moralist, but although it was evident that he was out of sympathy with the imaginative writer, his diatribe did little at first to weaken the spell of the sentimental and literary writings. There was no sign, in 1800, that the Nouvelle Heloise had lost its magic for English readers, though it may be doubted whether these were so numerous as they had been 20 years earlier. The famous romance had been the direct precursor of the school of romantic sentimental novels in England, but it would take us too far back to consider in any detail its influence on Holcroft, whose Hugh Trevor dates from 1797, on Bage, in such romances as Hermsprong, on Mrs. Inchbold, in Nature and Art, and on Charlotte Smith. But it must be remembered that these popular novelists lived well on into the 19th century, and that their romances were still widely read, and by advanced thinkers warmly accepted, long after our period begins. Moreover, in William Godwin, once known as the immortal Godwin, we have the most pronounced type in English literature of the novelists started and supported by a devotion to the principles of Rousseau. Caleb Williams is still a minor English classic, and Fleetwood is an example of a Rousseau novel actually written within the confines of our century. But with these names the list of the novelists directly inspired by the Nouvelle Heloise, and in a much lesser degree by Émile, practically ceases, and the advent of Walter Scott gave them their coup de grâce. The excessive admiration of Englishmen for the imaginative writings of Rousseau was already on the wane, or rather it was beginning to be old-fashioned. That very remarkable work, The Diary of a Lover of Literature, by Thomas Green, gives us a valuable insight into the critical opinions of the opening years of the 19th century. It was published in 1810, but it reflects the feeling of a slightly earlier time. It represents the views of an independent and transitional thinker, remote from all the literary cliques, who read extensively in his hermitage at Ipswich, and it mirrors the mind of the average educated Englishman between 1795 and 1805. We discover that there were persons of cultivation in England at that time who did not hesitate deliberately to pronounce that Rousseau was, without exception, the greatest genius and the finest writer that ever lived. This opinion the judicious Green is by no means able to endorse, but he makes a very curious confession which throws a strong light on the best English opinion in 1800. The lover of literature says that Rousseau is a character who has by turns transported me with the most violent and opposite emotions of delight and disgust, admiration and contempt, indignation and pity. He points out, with great acumen, the peculiar conditions of Rousseau's distempered sensibility, and says that his wrath against evil-doing burns in consuming fire. Green's analysis of Rousseau's genius is very ingenious and glowing, but he sees spots in the sun, and thus, at the immediate opening of the new century, we meet with high critical commendation, but also with the faint beginnings of reproof. It is necessary to note that the earliest objections made to Rousseau's influence by Englishmen were political. They were not directed against the Nouvelle Heloise, nor Émile, nor the Confessions, but against the Contrat Social. The name of Rousseau was used, in connection with this work, to justify the horrors of the French Revolution, the Jacqueries, the September massacres. Serious English people, whom Burke had originally awakened to suspicion, became more and more persuaded that it was the doctrine of Rousseau which had conducted Louis XVI to the scaffold. The book itself was never much read in England, but it formed part of a tradition. It was understood to have consecrated the violent acts of the Revolution, and English people began to shrink from a name so tainted with blood. This view found a striking exponent in the opening number of the Edinburgh Review, where Geoffrey, reviewing Monnier's influence attribué auxiliary philosophes, warned his readers with earnest unction against the presumptuous and audacious maxims of Rousseau, which had a natural tendency to do harm. The arguments of the Contrat Social were exposed by the Whig critic as unsettling the foundations of political duty, and as teaching the citizens of every established government that they were enslaved, and had the power of being free. Whatever influence Rousseau still had, and in 1802 it was already waning, the Edinburgh Review solemnly declared to be unquestionably pernicious. By English politicians of the Tory type, Rousseau was now regarded with growing suspicion. They looked back to first causes, and found him at the end of the vista. They blamed him all the more because they still lay under the spell of his style and his sentiment. He was beginning to be regarded with more disapproval than other and more definitely revolutionary philosophers, than Condorcet, for instance, as being more presumptuous and less logical, more improvident, to use the expression of an early English critic. There was no considerable desire in England for the subversion of monarchy, and it was only in countries where there was a wish to believe that kings were toppling from their thrones that the political writings of the arch-firebrand could expect to find a welcome. All such speculation had been pleasant enough before the Great Revolution set in France, but England, thrilled for a moment by quixotic hopes, had turned into another path, where Rousseau had not led her, nor could ever be her companion. He appeared as a demagogue and a disturber of the public peace, as an apostle of change and crisis and unrest. In England everyone, or almost everyone, craved a respite from such ideas, and his prestige began to sink. Let us note, then, that beyond question the earliest objection to Rousseau came from the political side. The personal character of the Genoese philosopher was still little known. It was revealed, in certain unfavorable aspects, by several collections of memoirs, which now began to be published. Those of Marmontel, in 1805, were widely read in England, and were recommended to a large circle of readers by Jeffrey in a famous essay. The anecdotes, so amusing and often so piquant, appeared to the Scotch critic and to his British audience more discreditable than Marmontel, who belonged to an earlier and looser generation, had intended them to seem. From 1805 began to arise in England the conception of a Rousseau full of cruel vanity, implacable, calumnious, and wholly wanting in that frankness and bluff candour upon which John Bull delights to pride himself. But the splendour of his writings was still uncontested. In 1809, the Edinburgh Review said of the Contrat Social that it contains some deep observations, and many brilliant and elevated thoughts, along with a good deal, we admit, of impracticable and very questionable theory. The Confessions was not much read, but the precise Jeffrey did not hesitate to recommend it, in 1806, as in some respects the most interesting of books, and in 1807 Capel Loft declared, "If I had 5 millions of years to live upon the earth, I would read Rousseau daily with increasing delight." It would take us too far to consider how the sentimental pantasocracy of the youthful Lake poets coincided with the direct influence of Rousseau. That movement, moreover, belongs to the 18th, not the 19th century, since it was all over by 1794. But so far as it was an outcome of the teaching of Rousseau, the reaction which followed it was not favorable to the prestige of works which now came to seem almost hateful to the Lake poets. Wordsworth branched away irrevocably, and his account of the Saturnian reign in the Excursion would have given little satisfaction to Rousseau. Southey was early, and permanently, disgusted with himself for having supposed that the millennium would be ushered in from Geneva. But perhaps the best example of the revulsion of opinion which followed the juvenile raptures of the Lake poets is to be found in the pages of The Friend, where Coleridge derides Rousseau, the dreamer of love-sick tales, and the spinner of speculative cobwebs, shy of light as the mole, but quick-eared, too, for every whisper of the public opinion, the teacher of stoic pride in his principles, yet the victim of morbid vanity in his feelings and conduct. Yet this was premature, as an expression of general critical disapprobation. In November, 1809, the High Tory organ, the Quarterly Review, spoke, without a shade of disapproval, of the tremendous fidelity of the picture of life in the Confessions. In 1812, the same severe periodical, then forming the most dreaded tribunal of British intellectual taste, devoted several pages to an examination of the moral character of Rousseau, and the result was by no means unfavorable. The writer was John Herman Merivale, who declared that Rousseau's system of morality is as little practicable as would be a system of politics invented by one who had always lived in a state of savage independence, and suggested, but without bitterness, that portions of the Nouvelle Heloise betrayed a certain lack of just moral taste and feeling. The Confessions are described in faltering terms which suggest that Merivale had not read them with any attention. On the whole, we find, up to this point, no difference between the views of Englishmen and of similarly placed Frenchmen. Even Shelley, in his proposals for an association, blames the tendency of some of Rousseau's political writings in exactly the conventional continental tone. But a brief and limited, though splendid revival was now approaching. the last which the reputation of Rousseau was to enjoy in England. We must note the sphere within which this esoteric celebration of his genius was confined. It was not an explosion of national enthusiasm, but the defiant glorification of a power which had already begun to decline. It was not a general expression of approval, but the effort of a group of revolutionaries. It was roused, no doubt, by the attitude of the official critics who were affecting to think that the influence of Rousseau was exploded. The Quarterly had said in 1813, as it is probable that we may not soon be again in the company of this extraordinary man, we would willingly take leave of him in good humor, and though it was quite unable to keep up this attitude of dignified dismissal, and returned to the attack in April, 1814, nevertheless that was the tone adopted towards Rousseau, as of a man played out, and rapidly being forgotten. The publication of the voluminous correspondence of Grimm, which was much read in England, led Englishmen to review the subject of the character and writings of Rousseau, and in the remarks which contemporaries made in 1813 and 1814 we may trace a rapid cooling of their enthusiasm. The scorn of all French habits of thought and conduct, which immediately succeeded the anxious and wearisome period of the Napoleonic Wars, makes itself particularly felt in the English attitude towards Rousseau, who was regarded as the source from which all the revolutionary sorrows of Europe had directly proceeded. The Quarterly Review for April, 1814, pronounced a judgment upon Rousseau, of which a portion must be quoted here, since it may be considered as the original indictment, the document which served to start the unfavorable opinion which now became more and more that which sober and conservative Englishmen were to adopt during the next 50 years. The opening lines give a new warning, which was to gain more and more in emphasis, while the end repeats praise which was conventional in 1814, but was already fading, and was soon to disappear. It says, "A writer who professes to instruct mankind is bound to deliver precepts of morality. But it is by inflaming the passions, and by blotting out the line which separates virtue from vice, that Rousseau undertakes to teach young ladies to be chaste, and young men to respect the rights of hospitality. His heroine, indeed, in conformity to his own example, is always prating about virtue, even at the time when she deviates most essentially from its precepts, but to dogmatize is not to be innocent. Yet, with all its defects, there are numerous passages in this celebrated work which astonish by their eloquence. Language, perhaps, never painted the conflicts of love in colors more animated and captivating than in the letter written by Saint Preux when wandering among the rocks of Mullery. Unfortunately, the name of this critic is unknown. But the charm was not to be broken without a violent effort being made to restore to Rousseau his earlier supremacy. It came from the group of brilliant radical writers, who had not accepted the Toryism of the ruling classes, to whom the discredited principles of the revolution were more dear than they had ever been, and who pinned their attractive and enthusiastic aesthetic reforms to the voluptuous ecstasy of the Nouvelle Heloise and the chimerical sentiment of Émile. Already, in the Round Table, Hazlitt had recommended the Confessions as the most valuable of all Rousseau's writings. He was presently in his Liber Amoris to produce the work which of all important books of the English 19th century was to reproduce most closely the manner of the Genevese master. 2 years later, having made a very careful examination of the works, Hazlitt published his essay on the character of Rousseau, which was not surpassed, or approached, as a study of the great writer until the appearance of Lord Morley's monograph, nearly 60 years afterwards. Hazlitt exposes the baneful effect of Burke's attacks, while acknowledging that from his own, the Tory point of view, Burke was justified in taking the line that he did. It is perfectly true that the genius of Rousseau levelled the towers of the Bastille with the dust, but Hazlitt, an intellectual revolutionary, exults in the admission. Hazlitt allows, nevertheless, that the exaggerated hopes founded upon such books as the Contrat Social have been followed by inevitable disappointment. It was, however, not the fault of Rousseau, but of his sanguine and absurd disciples, that Europe, or particularly England, has lost confidence in social man. Ecstatic admirers of his inspired visions had expected the advent of Rousseau to bring in a millennium, and in the disappointment founded on the excesses of the French Revolution they had turned, with ingratitude, upon the pure and utopian dreamer who had drawn things as they should be, not as it was humanly possible that they ever could be. The writings of Rousseau, he declares, are looked up to with admiration by friends and foes alike as possessing the true revolutionary leaven, but it needs political foresight and a rare capacity of imagination to perceive that this operates, through temporary upheaval and distraction, to produce an ultimate harmony and a beneficent beauty. In the course of his writings, Hazlitt frequently quotes Rousseau, and always with admiration. He is the most illuminating and the most thoughtful of all his early English critics. In the summer of 1816 the two young poets of the day who displayed the most extraordinary genius in England, or perhaps in Europe, made acquaintance with one another for the first time, and instantly determined to travel together. They met in Switzerland, intoxicated with the unfamiliar beauty around them, and Byron took the Villa Diodati, close to Geneva, where he and Shelley steeped themselves in the Nouvelle Heloise under the shadow of Mont Blanc. In June they started together round the lake on a journey, which turned into a pilgrimage. In Shelley's letters may be read the enthusiastic account of the poet's visit to Malory. Shelley refrained from gathering acacia and roses from Gibbon's garden at Lausanne, fearing to outrage the greater and more sacred name of Rousseau, the contemplation of whose imperishable creations had left no vacancy in his heart for mortal things. As they sauntered along the shores of the enchanted Leman, the friends read Julie all day. They lived, with the characters of the great romance, in an endless melancholy transport. Byron's enthusiasm took the form of the famous stanzas in Childe Harold III, beginning, "Hear the self-torturing sophist, wild Rousseau." It is a remarkable instance of the complete decline of the prestige of Rousseau in England that Byron's editor of 1899 is astonished that Byron and Shelley should not only worship at the shrine of Rousseau, but take delight in reverently tracing the footsteps of Saint Preux and Julie. He is so completely disconcerted that he can only exclaim, "But to each age its own humor." The age of 1899 was certainly not in the humor for Rousseau, but it was almost to go beyond the boundaries of reason to denounce, as this editor did, in the face of Byron's raptures, the unspeakable philanderings of Rousseau. Such was not the poet's judgment when, in a trance of pleasure, he visited all the scenes of the Nouvelle Heloise. To Byron the long-drawn loves of Saint Preux and of Julie seemed most passionate, yet not impure, and he vivaciously proclaimed their creator as the one prophet of ideal beauty. The 5 or 6 stanzas mentioned above are so well known as to be positively hackneyed. We no longer set on them any very high poetical value, we see that none of them are good as verses, and that some of them are bad. But the whole passage retains its full interest for us. It is a perfectly logical statement of the author's unbounded admiration for Rousseau, and in particular for the burning page, distempered though it seems, upon which are celebrated the devouring loves of Julie and Saint Preux. Further on, in the same poem, Byron rose to far purer heights of style. The invocation to Clarens, in the texture of which the result of his recent intercourse with Shelley may be plainly perceived, is probably the most impassioned tribute ever paid by one great writer to the literature of another. All things are here of him, from the black pines, which are his shade on high, and the loud roar of torrents, where he listeneth, to the vines, which slope his green path downward to the shore, where the bowed waters meet him, and adore, kissing his feet with murmurs, and the wood, the covert of old trees, with trunks all hoar, but light leaves, young as joy, stands where it stood, offering to him, and his, a populous solitude of bees and birds, and fairy-formed and many-colored things, who worship him with thoughts more sweet than words, and innocently open their glad wings, fearless and full of life. This was a challenge, addressed by the most powerful poet of the day, and couched in idolatre's language, which it was not possible that those in England who were opposed to the influence of Rousseau could fail to take up. Nor did Byron pause here. Writing from Diodati, July, 1816, his famous sonnet to Lake Leman, Rousseau's was the first illustrious name he mentioned in the brief roll of Heirs of Immortality. Enthusiasm for the Nouvelle Héloïse led directly to the composition of The Prisoner of Chillon. Byron discussed and repudiated, with Stendhal in 1817, his mother's old dream that he closely resembled Rousseau. All that prevented his embracing this notion, and insisting on being considered an avatar of the philosopher, was his perception of something turbid in the character of Rousseau, hostile to the fiery ideal of 1816. The English poet preferred to be thought to resemble an alabaster vase lighted up within. But all his life the memory of Jean-Jacques continued to haunt him. He recollected the Ranz de Vaches when he was writing the Two Foscari and La Pervenche in the 14th canto of Don Juan. When Byron died at Missolonghi, the latest and the most passionate of Rousseau's English admirers passed away with him. The rapture of the sentimental poets was not allowed to pass unrebuffed. In October 1816, no less an authority on romance, no less sane and typical, and yet moderate and sound exponent of English feeling than Sir Walter Scott took up his parable against the sentimentality of the disciples of Rousseau. In reviewing Childe Harold III in the Quarterly, Walter Scott takes Byron severely to task for his exaggerated praise of Rousseau. He says of himself that he is almost ashamed to avow the truth he had never been able to feel the interest or discover the merit of the Nouvelle Héloïse. The dullness of the story is the last apology for its exquisite immorality. It is impossible to overestimate the importance of this utterance of Walter Scott, who was at that very moment bringing forth the amazing series of his own novels, which were to destroy the taste of his countrymen for all such works of the imagination as Rousseau had produced. Scott is no less condemnatory of the political influence of the philosopher. Deeply blaming the French Revolution, he styles Rousseau a primary apostle of it. On the silliness of Rousseau, on the subject of political equality, it is at this time of day, thank God, useless to expatiate. This was a counterblast, indeed, to the melodious trumpetings of Byron and Shelley. To a reputation already much reduced, the publication, in 1818, of the memoirs et Conversations of Madame d'Épinay was a serious blow. These were very much discussed in England, and Geoffrey called the special attention of his readers to the lady's revelations of Rousseau's eccentricity, insanity, and vice. This produced a painful effect. It was urged by English critics that Jean-Jacques, who had been held up as a portent of almost divine moral beauty, seemed, on the contrary, to have claimed, as the reward of genius and fine writing, an exemption from all moral duties. Geoffrey called indignant attention to the most rooted and disgusting selfishness of Rousseau, and quoted with approval the boutade of Diderot, cet homme est un forcené. The publication of Madame de Staël's Ouvres Inédites, brought out by Madame Necker-Saussure in 1820, further lowered the English estimate of the selfish and ungrateful Rousseau. He was still praised for his warmth of imagination, but told that he was vastly inferior to Madame de Staël in style. The Edinburgh Review now proclaimed, as a painful discovery, that Rousseau's affection for mankind was entirely theoretical, and had no living objects in this world, and blushed at the very scandalous and improper facts about his private life which were now more and more frequently being revealed. The publication of Simondi's Voyage en Suisse, which was widely read in England, continued the work of denigration. Simondi spoke with contempt and even with bitterness, of the character of Rousseau. His English critics pointed out that, although a Republican, Simondi rose above political prejudice. He called the Confessions the most admirable, but at the same time the most vile of all the productions of genius. Geoffrey, once again, was eloquent in the denunciation of Rousseau's personal character, which there seemed to be no one left in England to defend. This was about the time that special attention began to be drawn to Rousseau's exposure of his natural children, which had long been known, but which now began to excite English disgust. Moreover, the loose way in which Rousseau treated fact and logic irritated the newer school of English and Scotch politicians much more than it had their predecessors, and the invectives of Burke were revived and confirmed. There were still some private, though few public, admirers of Rousseau in England. Carlyle was too original not to perceive the value of the Genevan philosopher's historical attitude, and not to feel a genuine sympathy for his character. But we find him quoting the habits of John James, as he chose to call him, not adversely but a little slightingly. Almost the latest eulogist of Rousseau, before Morley, was the veteran Republican poet Walter Savage Landor, whose admirable Malesherbes and Rousseau appeared, almost unnoticed, in the third series of the Imaginary Conversations. This interesting composition was certainly not written when Landor reviewed his unpublished writings in 1824, we may probably date it 1826. It was a belated expression of the enthusiasm of a preceding generation, in full sympathy with the attitude of Hazlitt and Byron. It attracted no attention, for England was by this time wholly out of touch with the old preference of the impulse of the individual in opposition to the needs of the state. There was in England a growing cultivation of science, and by its side a growing suspicion of rhetoric, and both of these discouraged what was superficially lax in the views and in the expression of Rousseau. The discourse on the origin of inequality, which had delighted an earlier generation of English liberals, was now re-examined, and was rejected with impatience as dangerous moonshine, supported by illogical and even ridiculous arguments. Moreover, the study of anthropology was advancing out of the state of infancy, and was occupying serious minds in England, who were exasperated by Rousseau's fantastic theory of the purity of savage society, and a golden age of primal innocence. Moreover, as Morley long afterwards pointed out, from about the year 1825, there was a rapid increase in England of the superficial cultivation of letters, and particularly of scientific investigation. At the same time, the temper of the English nation repelled, with anger, the notion that a Swiss philosopher, of discredited personal character, could be allowed to denounce the science and literature of Europe. Thus from every point of view, the hold which Rousseau had held on English admiration was giving way. His influence was like a snowman in the sun, it melted and dripped from every limb, from all parts of its structure. But probably what did more than anything else to exclude Rousseau from English sympathy, and to drive his works out of popular attention, was the sterner code of conduct which came in, as a reaction to the swinish coarseness of the late Georgian period. We must pay some brief attention to a moral and religious phenomenon which was probably more than any other fatal to the prestige of Rousseau. The great feature of the new evangelical movement was an insistence on points of conduct which had, indeed, always been acknowledged in the English Church as theoretically important, but which were now exalted into a lively preeminence. There was suddenly seen, throughout the country, a marvelous increase in religious zeal, in the urging of penitence, contrition, and unworldliness upon young minds, in the activity which made practical and operative what had hitherto been largely nominal. There was a very wide awakening of the sense of sin, and a quickening, even a morbid and excessive quickening, of the Christian instinct to put off the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lusts, and to put on the new man, which, after God, is created in righteousness and true holiness. This conviction of sin and humble acceptance of righteousness was to be accompanied by a cultivation of all the contrite and retired and decent aptitudes of conduct, so that not only should no wrong be done to the soul of others, but no offense given. These were the objects which occupied the active and holy minds of the early evangelists, and of none of them more practically, in relation to the studies and the reading of the young, than of the great leader of the movement, Charles Simeon. We have forgotten, to a great extent, the amazing influence which the preaching and the practice of these leading evangelicals exercised in England between 1820 and 1840. It is certain that the young scholars of Cambridge who surrounded Simeon from 1810 onwards were much more numerous and no less active than those who surrounded Newman and Pusey at Oxford about 1835, while in each case the disciples trained in the school of enthusiasm were soon dispersed, to spread the flame of zeal throughout the length and breadth of the three kingdoms. In the preface of his famous Helps to Composition, a work of epoch-making character, Simeon boldly proposed 3 tests to be applied to any species of literature. When confronted by a book, the reader should ask, does it uniformly tend to humble the sinner, to exalt the Savior, to promote holiness. A work that lost sight of any one of these 3 points was to be condemned without mercy. The simplicity and freshness of the evangelicals, their ridicule of what was called the dignity of the pulpit, their active, breathless zeal in urging what they thought a purer faith upon all classes of society, gave them a remarkable power over generous and juvenile natures. They were wealthy, they were powerful, they stormed the high places of society, and it may without exaggeration be said that for the time being they changed the whole character of the surface of English social life. The work of the evangelicals, in emphasizing the strong reaction against the coarseness of the Georgian era, has been greatly forgotten in England, and on the continent has never been in the least understood. It is responsible, to deal solely with what interests us in our present inquiry, for the prudery and hypocrisy of which European criticism so universally accuses our Victorian literature and habits of thought. It is perhaps useless to contend against a charge so generally brought against English ideas, and this is not the place to attempt it. But, so far as Rousseau is concerned, it is necessary to point out that to a generation which revolted against lasciviousness in speech, and which believed that an indecent looseness in art and literature was a sin against God, the charm of the Nouvelle Heloise and of the Confessions could not be apparent. It is of no service to talk about hypocrisy. English readers simply disliked books of that sort, and there must be an end of it. A single example may serve to show how rapid the change had been. Sir James Edward Smith was an eminent botanist, who travelled widely and wrote many letters. In 1832 his memoirs and correspondence were published, a lively work which was much read. But Smith, living at the close of the 18th century, had been an ardent admirer of Rousseau, and this appeared glaringly in his letters. Reviewers in 1832 had to find excuses for his charitable eye and to attribute his partiality to Rousseau's being a botanist. There was quite a flutter, almost a scandal. One critic plainly said that Sir J. E. Smith's character would not have suffered if he had made some abatement from his extravagant eulogy of Rousseau. The Edinburgh Review was very severe, and regretted that the worthy botanist had not realized that religious toleration does not imply the toleration of immorality, and that licentiousness of speculation is as hostile to civil liberty as licentiousness of conduct. A critic of the same period roundly says that the vices and opinions of Rousseau are of so malignant an aspect that the virtues which accompany them serve only to render them more loathsome. Thus Rousseau, who in 1800 was regarded in England, even by his enemies, as the most enchanting of writers, had by 1835 sunken to be regarded as despicable, not to be quoted by decent people, not to be read even in secret. He was seldom mentioned, save to be reviled. The career of Rousseau does not come within the scope of Hallam as a critic, yet that historian was unable, in the second volume of his Literature of Europe, to resist a sneer at the contrat social, while he describes Rousseau's arguments as an insinuation and a calumny. We find so grave and dignified an historian as Burton using his Life of Hume as a means of placing Rousseau in the most odious light possible, and without a word of sympathy. To the younger Herman Marivalli, in 1850, the influence of Rousseau seemed simply mischievous, but he rejoiced to think that his fame was a bygone fashion. Having, in October, 1853, been led to express an ambiguous comment on the Confessions, Mrs. Jamieson, then the leading English art critic, hastened to excuse herself by explaining that of course, we speak without reference to the immorality which deforms that work. It would be easy to multiply such expressions, but difficult, indeed, in the middle of the century, to find a responsible word published by an English writer in praise of Rousseau. After this, till John Morley's monograph, there is very little to be recorded. Rousseau passed out of sight and out of mind, and was known only to those few who went to foreign sources of inspiration in that age of hard British insularity. But we have lately learned that there were two great authors who, in the seclusion of their own libraries, were now subjecting themselves to the fascination of the Genevan. On February 9, 1849, George Eliot wrote thus privately to a friend. It would signify nothing to me if a very wise person were to stun me with proofs that Rousseau's views of life, religion, and government are miserably erroneous, that he was guilty of some of the worst base essays that have degraded civilized man. I might admit all this, and it would not be the less true that Rousseau's genius has sent that electric thrill through my intellectual and moral frame which has wakened me to new perceptions. The rushing mighty wind of his imagination has so quickened my faculties that I have been able to shape more definitely for myself ideas which had previously dwelt as dim and ungent in my soul. The fire of his genius has so fused together old thoughts and prejudices, that I have been ready to make new combinations. Even more remarkable is the evidence which Edward Coke, in his Life of Ruskin, has produced with regard to the attitude of that illustrious writer. It was in 1849, just when George Eliot was finding her spirit quickened by the inspiration of Rousseau, that John Ruskin, at the age of 30, made a pilgrimage to Les Charmettes. The political revolt which colored all his later years was now beginning to move in him, and for the first time he felt affinities existing between his own nature and that of Rousseau. This consciousness increased upon him. In 1862 he wrote, "I know of no man whom I more entirely resemble than Rousseau. If I were asked whom of all men of any name in past time I thought myself to be grouped with, I should answer unhesitatingly Rousseau. I judge by the Nouvelle Héloïse, the Confessions, the writings of politics and the life in the Île Saint-Pierre." In 1866 Ruskin added, "The intense resemblance between me and Rousseau increases upon my mind more and more." Finally, in Pret Rita he openly acknowledged his lifelong debt to Rousseau. We may therefore set down the impact of Rousseau upon Ruskin as marking the main influence of the Genevese writer's genius upon English literature in the 19th century, but this was sympathetic, subterraneous, and, in a sense, secret. Without Rousseau, indeed, there never would have been Ruskin, yet we are only now beginning to recognize the fact. Of the overt cult of Rousseau, even of careful and detailed examination of his works, there was none until Mr. Morley published his brilliant monograph in 1873. This famous book, so remarkable for its gravity and justice, its tempered enthusiasm, its absence of prejudice, the harmony and illumination of its parts, is the one exception to the public neglect of Jean-Jacques by 19th-century Englishmen. It removed the reproach of our insular ignorance, it rose at once to the highest level of continental literature on the subject. The monograph of Morley has become a classic. Incessantly reprinted, it has remained the textbook of English students of Rousseau. It is needless in this place to draw attention to its eminent qualities, or to the fact that it contained, and continues to contain, lacunae which the eminent writer has not attempted to fill up by the light of later research. In particular, it is impossible not to regret that Lord Morley was unacquainted with the documents, so learnedly edited and lucidly arranged by Mr. L. J. Courtois, on the events of Rousseau's sojourn in England. But Lord Morley, immersed in the duties of a statesman, seems long ago to have lost all interest in the subject which he illuminated so brilliantly nearly 50 years ago. The wide publicity given to Morley's book did not, strangely enough, lead to any great revival of the study of Rousseau in Great Britain. English readers were content to accept the statements and the views of Morley without any special attempt to examine or continue them. There was no outburst of Rousseau study in England in consequence of the volumes of 1873. English translations of his works continued to be few and poor, and over the Nouvelle Héloïse and the Confessions there still hung a cloud of reproach. They were held to be immoral, and dull in their immorality. During the last decade of the century, however, a certain quickening of interest began to show itself in a variety of ways. A Rousseauist, who excelled all other disciples in the vehemence of her admiration, was revealed in 1895 by the studies in the France of Voltaire and Rousseau of Mrs. Frederica MacDonald. These, however, were at first but little noticed, and the labors of this lady, culminating in her violent and excessive, but learned and original new criticism of J. Rousseau and the humane philosophy, belong to the 20th century. It is to be hoped that the essays of Mrs. MacDonald may stimulate a new body of workers to remove the stigma which has lain on England for 100 years of being dry with cynical neglect of Rousseau, while all the rest of the threshing floor of Europe was wet with the dews of vivifying criticism. The Biographies. Les Charmettes, now a museum near the town of Chambéry in the Savoy region of France, where Rousseau resided with Madame de Warens in 1736. Rousseau by John Morley. Contents. Volume I. Note to the first edition. Chapter I Preliminary. Chapter 2. Youth. Chapter 3. Savoy. Chapter 4. Teresa Levasseur. Chapter V The Discourses. Chapter 6. Paris. Chapter 7. The Hermitage. Chapter 8. Music. Chapter 9. Voltaire and D'Alembert. Volume 2. Chapter I Montmorency the New Heloisa. Chapter 2. Persecution. Point 94. Chapter 3. The Social Contract. Chapter 4. Emileus. Chapter V The Savoyard Vicar. Chapter 6. England. Point 350. Chapter 7. The End. Volume I. Note to the first edition. This work differs from its companion volume in offering something more like a continuous personal history than was necessary in the case of such a man as Voltaire, the story of whose life may be found in more than one English book of repute. Of Rousseau there is, I believe, no full biographical account in our literature, and even France has nothing more complete under this head than Musset Pathé's Histoire de la vie et des ouvrages de J.J. Rousseau. This, though a meritorious piece of labor, is extremely crude and formless in composition and arrangement, and the interpreting portions are devoid of interest. The edition of Rousseau's works to which the references have been made is that by M. Augues, in 27 volumes, published in 1825 by Dalibin. In 1865 M. Strecky Eisenmulte published from the originals, which had been deposited in the library of Neuchâtel by Du Perrot, the letters addressed to Rousseau by various correspondents. These two interesting volumes, which are entitled Rousseau, Ses Amis et Ses Animus, are mostly referred to under the name of their editor. February, 1873. The second edition in 1878 was revised, some portions were considerably shortened, and a few additional footnotes inserted. No further changes have been made in the present edition. January, 1886. Chapter I Preliminary. Christianity is the name for a great variety of changes which took place during the first centuries of our era, in men's ways of thinking and feeling about their spiritual relations to unseen powers, about their moral relations to one another, about the basis and type of social union. So the Revolution is now the accepted name for a set of changes which began faintly to take a definite practical shape first in America, and then in France. Towards the end of the 18th century, they had been directly prepared by a small number of energetic thinkers, whose speculations represented, as always, the prolongation of some old lines of thought in obedience to the impulse of new social and intellectual conditions. While one movement supplied the energy and the principles which extricated civilization from the ruins of the Roman Empire, the other supplies the energy and the principles which already once, between the 7 Years' War and the Assembly of the States General, saved human progress in face of the political fatuity of England and the political nullity of France, and they are now, amid the distraction of the various representatives of an obsolete ordering, the only forces to be trusted at once. For multiplying the achievements of human intelligence stimulated by human sympathy, and for diffusing their beneficent results with an ampler hand and more far-scattering arm. Faith in a divine power, devout obedience to its supposed will, hope of ecstatic, unspeakable reward, these were the springs of the old movement. Undivided love of our fellows, steadfast faith in human nature, steadfast search after justice, firm aspiration towards improvement, and generous contentment in the hope that others may reap whatever reward may be, these are the springs of the new. There is no given set of practical maxims agreed to by all members of the revolutionary schools for achieving the work of release from the pressure of an antiquated social condition, any more than there is one set of doctrines and one kind of discipline accepted by all Protestants. Voltaire was a revolutionist in one sense, Diderot in another, and Rousseau in a third, just as in the practical order, Lafayette, Danton, Robespierre, represented three different aspirations and as many methods. Rousseau was the most directly revolutionary of all the speculative precursors, and he was the first to apply his mind boldly to those of the social conditions which the revolution is concerned by one solution or another to modify. How far his direct influence was disastrous in consequence of a mischievous method, we shall have to examine. It was so various that no single answer can comprehend an exhaustive judgment. His writings produced that glow of enthusiastic feeling in France, which led to the all-important assistance rendered by that country to the American colonists in a struggle so momentous for mankind. It was from his writings that the Americans took the ideas and the phrases of their Great Charter, thus uniting the native principles of their own direct Protestantism with principles that were strictly derivative from the Protestantism of Geneva. Again, it was his work more than that of any other one man, that France arose from the deadly decay which had laid hold of her whole social and political system, and found that irresistible energy which warded off dissolution within and partition from without. We shall see, further, that besides being the first immediately revolutionary thinker in politics, he was the most stirring of reactionists in religion. His influence formed not only Robespierre and Paine, but Chateaubriand, not only Jacobinism, but the Catholicism of the Restoration. Thus he did more than anyone else at once to give direction to the first episodes of revolution, and force to the first episode of reaction. There are some teachers whose distinction is neither correct thought, nor an eye for the exigencies of practical organization, but simply depth and fervor of the moral sentiment, bringing with it the indefinable gift of touching many hearts with love of virtue and the things of the Spirit. The Christian organizations which saved Western society from dissolution owe all to St. Paul, Hildebrand, Luther, Calvin, but the spiritual life of the West during all these generations has burnt with the pure flame first lighted by the sublime mystic of the Galilean hills. Aristotle acquired for men much knowledge and many instruments for gaining more, but it is Plato, his master, who moves the soul with love of truth and enthusiasm for excellence. There is peril in all such leaders of souls, inasmuch as they incline men to substitute warmth for light, and to be content with aspiration where they need direction. Yet no movement goes far which does not count one of them in the number of its chiefs. Rousseau took this place among those who prepared the first act of that revolutionary drama, whose fifth act is still dark to us. At the heart of the revolution, like a torrid stream flowing indiscernible amid the waters of a tumbling sea, is a new way of understanding life. The social changes desired by the various assailants of the old order are only the expression of a deeper change in moral idea, and the drift of the new moral idea is to make life simpler. This in a sense is at the bottom of all great religious and moral movements, and the revolution emphatically belongs to the latter class. Like such movements in the breast of the individual, those which stir an epoch have their principle in the same craving for disentanglement of life. This impulse to shake off intricacies is the mark of revolutionary generations, and it was the starting point of all Rousseau's mental habits, and of the work in which they expressed themselves. His mind moved outwards from this center, and hence the fact that he dealt principally with government and education, the two great agencies which, in an old civilization with 1,000 roots and feelers, surround external life and internal character with complexity. Simplification of religion by clearing away the overgrowth of errors, simplification of social relations by equality, of literature and art by constant return to nature, of manners by industrious homeliness and thrift, this is the revolutionary process and ideal, and this is the secret of Rousseau's hold over a generation that was lost amid the broken maze of fallen systems. The personality of Rousseau has most equivocal and repulsive sides. It has deservedly fared ill in the esteem of the saner and more rational of those who have judged him, and there is none in the history of famous men and our spiritual fathers that begot us, who make more constant demands on the patience or pity of those who study his life. Yet in no other instance is the common eagerness to condense all predication about a character into a single unqualified proposition so fatally inadequate. If it is indispensable that we should be forever describing, naming, classifying, at least it is well, in speaking of such a nature as his, to enlarge the vocabulary beyond the pedantic formulas of unreal ethics, and to be as sure as we know how to make ourselves, that each of the sympathies and faculties which together compose our power of spiritual observation, is in a condition of free and patient energy. Any less open and liberal method, which limits our sentiments to absolute approval or disapproval, and fixes the standard either at the balance of common qualities which constitutes mediocrity, or at the balance of uncommon qualities which is divinity as in a Shakespeare, must leave in a cloud of blank incomprehensibleness those singular spirits who come from time to quicken the germs of strange thought and shake the quietness of the earth. We may forget much in our story that is grievous or hateful, in reflecting that if any man now deems a day basely past in which he has given no thought to the hard life of garret and hovel, to the forlorn children and trampled women of wide squalid wildernesses in cities, it was Rousseau who first in our modern time sounded a new trumpet note for one more of the great battles of humanity. He makes the poor very proud, it was truly said. Some of his contemporaries followed the same vein of thought, as we shall see, and he was only continuing work which others had prepared. But he alone had the gift of the golden mouth. It was in Rousseau that polite Europe first hearkened to strange voices and faint reverberation from out of the vague and cavernous shadow in which the common people move. Science has to feel the way towards light and solution, to prepare, to organize. But the race owes something to one who helped to state the problem, writing up in letters of flame at the brutal feast of kings and the rich that civilization is as yet only a mockery, and did furthermore inspire a generation of men and women with the stern resolve that they would rather perish than live on in a world where such things can be. Chapter 2. Youth. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was born at Geneva, June 28, 1712. He was of old French stock. His ancestors had removed from Paris to the famous city of refuge as far back as 1529, a little while before Farel came thither to establish the principles of the Reformation, and 7 years before the first visit of the more extraordinary man who made Geneva the mother city of a new interpretation of Christianity, as Rome was the mother city of the old. 3 generations in a direct line separated Jean-Jacques from Didier Rousseau, the son of a Paris bookseller, and the first emigrant. 1 Thus Protestant tradition in the Rousseau family dates from the appearance of Protestantism in Europe, and seems to have exerted the same kind of influence upon them as it did, in conjunction with the rest of the surrounding circumstances, upon the other citizens of the ideal state of the Reformation. It is computed by the historians that out of 3,000 families who composed the population of Geneva towards the end of the 17th century, there were hardly 50 who before the Reformation had acquired the position of burgessship. The curious set of conditions which thus planted a colony of foreigners in the midst of a free polity, with a new doctrine and newer discipline, introduced into Europe a fresh type of character and manners. People declared they could recognize in the men of Geneva neither French vivacity, nor Italian subtlety and clearness, nor Swiss gravity. They had a zeal for religion, a vigorous energy in government, a passion for freedom, a devotion to ingenious industries, which marked them with a stamp unlike that of any other community. 2 Towards the close of the 17th century some of the old austerity and rudeness was sensibly modified under the influence of the great neighboring monarchy. One striking illustration of this tendency was the rapid decline of the Savoyard patois in popular use. The movement had not gone far enough when Rousseau was born, to take away from the manners and spirit of his country their special quality and individual note. The mother of Jean-Jacques, who seems to have been a simple, cheerful, and tender woman, was the daughter of a Genevan minister, her maiden name, Bernard. The birth of her son was fatal to her, and the most touching and pathetic of all the many shapes of death was the fit beginning of a life pre-appointed to nearly unlifting cloud. I cost my mother her life, he wrote, and my birth was the first of my woes. 3. Destiny thus touches us with magical finger, long before consciousness awakens to the forces that have been set to work in our personality, launching us into the universe with country, forefathers, and physical predispositions, all fixed without choice of ours. Rousseau was born dying, and though he survived this first crisis by the affectionate care of one of his father's sisters, yet his constitution remained infirm and disordered. Inborn tendencies, as we perceive on every side, are far from having unlimited irresistible mastery, if they meet early encounter from some wise and patient external will. The father of Rousseau was unfortunately cast in the same mold as his mother, and the child's own morbid sensibility was stimulated and deepened by the excessive sensibility of his first companion. Isaac Rousseau, in many of his traits, was a reversion to an old French type. In all the Genevese there was an underlying tendency of this kind. Under a phlegmatic and cool air, wrote Rousseau, when warning his countrymen against the inflammatory effects of the drama, the Genevese hide an ardent and sensitive character, that is more easily moved than controlled for. And some of the episodes in their history during the 18th century might be taken for scenes from the turbulent dramas of Paris. But Isaac Rousseau's restlessness, his eager emotion, his quick and punctilious sense of personal dignity, his heedlessness of ordered affairs, were not common in Geneva, fortunately for the stability of her society and the prosperity of her citizens. This disorder of spirit descended in modified form to the son. It was inevitable that he should be indirectly affected by it. Before he was 7 years old he had learned from his father to indulge a passion for the reading of romances. The child and the man passed whole nights in a fictitious world, reading to one another in turn, absorbed by vivid interest in imaginary situations, until the morning note of the birds recalled them to a sense of the conditions of more actual life, and made the elder cry out in confusion that he was the more childish of the two. The effect of this was to raise passion to a premature exaltation in the young brain. I had no idea of real things, he said, though all the sentiments were already familiar to me. Nothing had come to me by conception, everything by sensation. These confused emotions, striking me one after another, did not warp a reason that I did not yet possess, but they gradually shaped in me a reason of another caste and temper, and gave me bizarre and romantic ideas of human life, of which neither reflection nor experience has ever been able wholly to cure me. 5. Thus these first lessons, which have such tremendous influence over all that follow, had the direct and fatal effect in Rousseau's case of deadening that sense of the actual relations of things to one another in the objective world, which is the master key and prime law of sanity. In time the library of romances came to an end, and Jean-Jacques and his father fell back on the more solid and moderated fiction of history and biography. The romances had been the possession of the mother, the more serious books were inherited from the old minister, her father. Such books as Nanny's History of Venice, and Lesueur's History of the Church and the Empire, made less impression on the young Rousseau than the admirable Plutarch, and he used to read to his father during the hours of work, and read over again to himself during all hours, those stories of free and indomitable souls which are so proper to kindle the glow of generous fire. Plutarch was dear to him to the end of his life. He read him in the late days when he had almost ceased to read, and he always declared Plutarch to be nearly the only author to whom he had never gone without profit. 6 I think I see my father now, he wrote when he had begun to make his mark in Paris, living by the work of his hands, and nourishing his soul on the sublimest truths. I see Tacitus, Plutarch, and Grotius, lying before him along with the tools of his craft. I see at his side a cherished son receiving instruction from the best of fathers, alas, with but too little fruit. 7. This did little to implant the needed impressions of the actual world. Rousseau's first training continued to be in an excessive degree the exact reverse of our common method. This stirs the imagination too little, and shuts the young too narrowly within the straight pen of present and visible reality. The reader of Plutarch at the age of 10 actually conceived himself a Greek or a Roman, and became the personage whose strokes of constancy and intrepidity transported him with sympathetic ecstasy, made his eyes sparkle, and raised his voice to heroic pitch. Listeners were even alarmed one day as he told the tale of Savola at table, to see him imitatively thrust forth his arm over a hot chafing dish. 8. Rousseau had one brother, on whom the spirit of the father came down in ample measure, just as the sensibility of the mother descended upon Jean-Jacques. He passed through a boyhood of revolt, and finally ran away into Germany, where he was lost from sight and knowledge of his kinsmen forever. Jean-Jacques was thus left virtually an only child, 9, and he commemorates the homely tenderness and care with which his early years were surrounded. Except in the hours which he passed in reading by the side of his father, he was always with his aunt, in the self-satisfying curiosity of childhood, watching her at work with the needle and busy about affairs of the house, or else listening to her with contented interest, as she sang the simple airs of the common people. The impression of this kind and cheerful figure was stamped on his memory to the end, her tone of voice, her dress, the quaint fashion of her hair. The constant recollection of her shows, among many other signs, how he cherished that conception of the true unity of a man's life, which places it in a closely linked chain of active memories, and which most of us lose in wasteful dispersion of sentiment and poor fragmentariness of days. When the years came in which he might well say, "I have no pleasure in them," and after a manhood of distress and suspicion and diseased sorrows had come to dim those blameless times, he could still often surprise himself unconsciously humming the tune of one of his aunt's old songs, with many tears in his eyes. 10. This affectionate schooling came suddenly to an end. Isaac Rousseau, in the course of a quarrel in which he had involved himself, believed that he saw unfairness in the operation of the law, for the offender had kinsfolk in the Great Council. He resolved to leave his country rather than give way, in circumstances which compromised his personal honor and the free justice of the Republic. So his house was broken up, and his son was sent to school at the neighboring village of Bossy, under the care of a minister, there to learn along with Latin all the medley of sorry stuff with which, under the name of education, they accompany Latin 11. Rousseau tells us nothing of the course of his intellectual instruction here, but he marks his 2 years' sojourn under the roof of M. Lamartine by 2 forward steps in that fateful acquaintance with good and evil, which is so much more important than literary knowledge. Upon one of these fruits of the tree of nascent experience, men usually keep strict silence. Rousseau is the only person that ever lived who proclaimed to the whole world as a part of his own biography the ignoble circumstances of the birth of sensuality in boyhood. Nobody else ever asked us to listen while he told of the playmate with which unwarned youth takes its heedless pleasure, which waxes and strengthens with years, until the man suddenly awakens to find the playmate grown into a master, grotesque and foul, whose unclean grip is not to be shaken off, and who poisons the air with the goatish fume of the satyr. It is on this side that the unspoken plays so decisive a part, that most of the spoken seems but as dust in the balance. It is here that the flesh spreads gross clouds over the firmament of the spirit. Thinking of it, we flee from talk about the high matters of will and conscience, of purity of heart and the diviner mind, and hurry to the physician. Manhood commonly saves itself by its own innate healthiness, though the decent apron bequeathed to us in the old legend of the fall, the thick veil of a more than legendary reserve, prevents us from really measuring the actual waste of delicacy and the finer forces. Rousseau, most unhappily for himself, lacked this innate healthiness. He never shook off the demon which would be so ridiculous, if it did not hide such terrible power. With a moral courage, that it needs hardly less moral courage in the critic firmly to refrain from calling cynical or shameless, he has told the whole story of this lifelong deprivation. In the present state of knowledge, which in the region of the human character the false shamefacedness of science, aided and abetted by the mutilating hand of religious asceticism, has kept crude and imperfect, there is nothing very profitable to be said on all this. When the great art of life has been more systematically conceived in the long processes of time and endeavor, and when more bold, effective, and far-reaching advance has been made in defining those pathological manifestations which deserve to be seriously studied, as distinguished from those of a minor sort which are barely worth registering, then we should know better how to speak, or how to be silent, in the present most unwelcome instance. As it is, we perhaps do best in chronicling the fact and passing on. The harmless young are allowed to play without monition or watching among the deep open graves of temperament, and Rousseau, telling the tale of his inmost experience, unlike the physician and the moralist who love decorous surfaces of things, did not spare himself nor others a glimpse of the ignominies to which the body condemns its high tenant, the soul. 12. The second piece of experience which he acquired at Bossey was the knowledge of injustice and wrongful suffering as things actual and existent. Circumstances brought him under suspicion of having broken the teeth of a comb which did not belong to him. He was innocent, and not even the most terrible punishment could wring from him an untrue confession of guilt. The root of his constancy was not in an abhorrence of falsehood, which is exceptional in youth, and for which he takes no credit, but in a furious and invincible resentment against the violent pressure that was unjustly put upon him. Picture a character, timid and docile in ordinary life, but ardent, impetuous, indomitable in its passions, a child always governed by the voice of reason, always treated with equity, gentleness, and consideration, who had not even the idea of injustice, and who for the first time experiences an injustice so terrible, from the very people whom he most cherishes and respects. What a confusion of ideas, what disorder of sentiments, what revolution in heart, in brain, in every part of his moral and intellectual being. He had not learnt, any more than other children, either to put himself in the place of his elders, or to consider the strength of the apparent case against him. All that he felt was the rigor of a frightful chastisement for an offence of which he was innocent. And the association of ideas was permanent. This first sentiment of violence and injustice has remained so deeply engraved in my soul, that all the ideas relating to it bring my first emotion back to me, and this sentiment, though only relative to myself in its origin, has taken such consistency, and become so disengaged from all personal interest, that my heart is inflamed at the sight or story of any wrongful action, just as much as if its effect fell on my own person. When I read of the cruelties of some ferocious tyrant, or the subtle atrocities of some villain of a priest, I would fain start on the instant to poniard such wretches, though I were to perish 100 times for the deed. This movement may be natural to me, and I believe it is so, but the profound recollection of the first injustice I suffered was too long and too fast bound up with it, not to have strengthened it enormously. 13. To men who belong to the silent and phlegmatic races like our own, all this may possibly strike on the ear like a false or strained note. Yet a tranquil appeal to the real history of one's own strongest impressions may disclose their roots in facts of childish experience, which remoteness of time has gradually emptied of the burning color they once had. This childish discovery of the existence in his own world of that injustice which he had only seen through a glass very darkly in the imaginary world of his reading, was for Rousseau the angry dismissal from the primitive Eden, which in one shape and at one time or another overtakes all men. Here, he says, was the term of the serenity of my childish days. From this moment I ceased to enjoy a pure happiness, and I feel even at this day that the reminiscence of the delights of my infancy here comes to an end. Even the country lost in our eyes that charm of sweetness and simplicity which goes to the heart. It seemed sombre and deserted, and was as if covered by a veil, hiding its beauties from our sight. We no longer tended our little gardens, our plants, our flowers. We went no more lightly to scratch the earth, shouting for joy as we discovered the germ of the seed we had sown. Whatever may be the degree of literal truth in the Confessions, the whole course of Rousseau's life forbids us to pass this passionate description by as overcharged or exaggerated. We are conscious in it of a constitutional infirmity. We perceive an absence of healthy power of reaction against moral shock. Such shocks are experienced in many unavoidable forms by all save the dullest natures, when they first come into contact with the sharp tooth of outer circumstance. Indeed, a man must be either miraculously happy in his experiences, or exceptionally obtuse in observing and feeling, or else be the creature of base and cynical ideals, if life does not to the end continue to bring many a repetition of that first day of incredulous bewilderment. But the urgent demands for material activity quickly recall the mass of men to normal relations with their fellows and the outer world. A vehement objective temperament, like Voltaire's, is instantly roused by one of these penetrative stimuli into angry and tenacious resistance. A proud and collected soul, like Goethe's, loftily follows its own inner aims, without taking any heed of the perturbations that arise from want of self-collection in a world still spelling its rudiments. A sensitive and depressed spirit, like Rousseau's, or Cooper's, finds itself without any of these reacting kinds of force, and the first stroke of cruelty or oppression is the going out of a divine light. Leaving Bossy, Rousseau returned to Geneva, and passed 2 or 3 years with his uncle, losing his time for the most part, but learning something of drawing and something of Euclid, for the former of which he showed special inclination. 14 It was a question whether he was to be made a watchmaker, a lawyer, or a minister. His own preference, as his after life might have led us to suppose, was in favor of the last of the 3, for I thought it a fine thing, he says, to preach. The uncle was a man of pleasure, and as often happens in such circumstances, his love of pleasure had the effect of turning his wife into a pietist. Their son was Rousseau's constant comrade. Our friendship filled our hearts so amply, that if we were only together, the simplest amusements were a delight. They made kites, cages, bows and arrows, drums, houses, they spoiled the tools of their grandfather, in trying to make watches like him. In the same cheerful imitative spirit, which is the main feature in childhood when it is not disturbed by excess of literary teaching, after Geneva had been visited by an Italian showman with a troupe of marionettes, they made puppets and composed comedies for them, and when one day the uncle read aloud an elegant sermon, they abandoned their comedies, and turned with blithe energy to exhortation. They had glimpses of the rougher side of life in the biting mockeries of some schoolboys of the neighborhood. These ended in appeal to the god of youthful war, who pronounced so plainly for the bigger battalions, that the release of their enemies from school was the signal for the quick retreat of our pair within doors. All this is an old story in every biography written or unwritten. It seldom fails to touch us, either in the way of sympathetic reminiscence, or if life should have gone somewhat too hardly with a man, then in the way of irony, which is not less real and poetic than the ironia of a Greek dramatist, for being concerned with more unheroic creatures. And this rough play of the streets always seemed to Rousseau a manlier schooling than the effeminate tendencies which he thought he noticed in Genevese youth in after years. In my time, he says admiringly, children were brought up in rustic fashion and had no complexion to keep. Timid and modest before the old, they were bold, haughty, combative among themselves, they had no curled locks to be careful of, they defied one another at wrestling, running, boxing. They returned home sweating, out of breath, torn, they were true blackguards, if you will, but they made men who have zeal in their heart to serve their country and blood to shed for her. May we be able to say as much one day of our fine little gentlemen, and may these men at 15 not turn out children at 30-15. 2 incidents of this period remain to us, described in Rousseau's own words, and as they reveal a certain sweetness in which his life unhappily did not afterwards greatly abound, it may help our equitable balance of impressions about him to reproduce them. Every Sunday he used to spend the day at Paquis at Mr. Fazie's, who had married one of his aunts, and who carried on the production of printed calicoes. One day I was in the drying room, watching the rollers of the hot press, their brightness pleased my eye, I was tempted to lay my fingers on them, and I was moving them up and down with much satisfaction along the smooth cylinder, when young Fazy placed himself in the wheel and gave it a half-quarter turn so adroitly, that I had just the ends of my 2 longest fingers caught, but this was enough to crush the tips and tear the nails. I raised a piercing cry, Fazy instantly turned back the wheel, and the blood gushed from my fingers. In the extremity of consternation he hastened to me, embraced me, and besought me to cease my cries, or he would be undone. In the height of my own pain, I was touched by his, I instantly fell silent, we ran to the pond, where he helped me to wash my fingers and to staunch the blood with moss. He entreated me with tears not to accuse him, I promised him that I would not, and I kept my word so well that 20 years after no one knew the origin of the scar. I was kept in bed for more than 3 weeks, and for more than 2 months was unable to use my hand. But I persisted that a large stone had fallen and crushed my fingers 16. The other story is of the same tenor, though there is a new touch of sensibility in its concluding words. I was playing at ball at Plain Palais, with one of my comrades named Plince. We began to quarrel over the game, we fought, and in the fight he dealt me on my bare head a stroke so well directed, that with a stronger arm it would have dashed my brains out. I fell to the ground, and there never was agitation like that of this poor lad, as he saw the blood in my hair. He thought he had killed me. He threw himself upon me, and clasped me eagerly in his arms, while his tears poured down his cheeks, and he uttered shrill cries. I returned his embrace with all my force, weeping like him, in a state of confused emotion which was not without a kind of sweetness. Then he tried to stop the blood which kept flowing, and seeing that our 2 handkerchiefs were not enough, he dragged me off to his mother's. She had a small garden hard by. The good woman nearly fell sick at sight of me in this condition. She kept strength enough to dress my wound, and after bathing it well, she applied flour de luce macerated in brandy, an excellent remedy much used in our country. Her tears and those of her son went to my very heart, so that I looked upon them for a long while as my mother and my brother 17. If it were enough that our early instincts should be thus amiable and easy, then doubtless the dismal sloughs in which men and women lie floundering would occupy a very much more insignificant space in the field of human experience. The problem, as we know, lies in the discipline of this primitive goodness. For character in a state of society is not a tree that grows into uprightness by the law of its own strength, though an adorable instance here and there of rectitude and moral loveliness that seem intuitive may sometimes tempt us into a moment's belief in a contrary doctrine. In Rousseau's case the serious problem was never solved. There was no deliberate preparation of his impulses, prepossessions, notions, no foresight on the part of elders, and no gradual acclimatization of a sensitive and ardent nature in the fixed principles which are essential to right conduct in the frigid zone of our relations with other people. It was one of the most elementary of Rousseau's many perverse and mischievous contentions, that it is their education by the older which ruins or wastes the abundant capacity for virtue that subsists naturally in the young. His mind seems never to have sought much more deeply for proof of this, than the fact that he himself was innocent and happy so long as he was allowed to follow without disturbance the easy simple proclivities of his own temperament. Circumstances were not indulgent enough to leave the experiment to complete itself within these very rudimentary conditions. Rousseau had been surrounded, as he is always careful to protest, with a religious atmosphere. His father, though a man of pleasure, was possessed also not only of probity but of religion as well. His 3 aunts were all in their degrees gracious and devout. M. Lamercier at Bossy, although churchman and preacher, was still a sincere believer and nearly as good in act as in word. His inculcation of religion was so hearty, so discreet, so reasonable, that his pupils, far from being wearied by the sermon, never came away without being touched inwardly and stirred to make virtuous resolutions. With his Aunt Bernard devotion was rather more tiresome, because she made a business of it. 18 It would be a distinct error to suppose that all this counted for nothing, for let us remember that we are now engaged with the youth of the one great religious writer of France in the 18th century. When after many years Rousseau's character hardened, the influences which had surrounded his boyhood came out in their full force, and the historian of opinion soon notices in his spirit and work as something which had no counterpart in the spirit and work of men who had been trained in Jesuit colleges. At the first outset, however, every trace of religious sentiment was obliterated from sight, and he was left unprotected against the shocks of the world and the flesh. At the age of 11 Jean-Jacques was sent into a notary's office, but that respectable calling struck him in the same repulsive and insufferable way in which it has struck many other boys of genius in all countries. Contrary to the usual rule, he did not rebel, but was ignominiously dismissed by his master 19 for dullness and inaptitude. His fellow clerks pronounced him stupid and incompetent past hope. He was next apprenticed to an engraver 20, a rough and violent man, who seems to have instantly plunged the boy into a demoralised stupefaction. The reality of contact with this coarse nature benumbed as by touch of torpedo the whole being of a youth who had hitherto lived on pure sensations and among those ideas which are nearest to sensations. There were no longer heroic Romans in Rousseau's universe. The vilest tastes, the meanest bits of rascality, succeeded to my simple amusements, without even leaving the least idea behind. I must, in spite of the worthiest education, have had a strong tendency to degenerate. The truth was that he had never had any education in its veritable sense, as the process, on its negative side, of counteracting the inborn. There are two kinds, or perhaps we should more correctly say 2 degrees, of the constitution in which the reflective part is weak. There are the men who live on sensation, but who do so lustily, with a certain fullness of blood and active energy of muscle. There are others who do so passively, not searching for excitement, but acquiescing. The former by their sheer force and plenitude of vitality may, even in a world where reflection is a first condition, still go far. The latter succumb, and as reflection does nothing for them, and as their sensations in such a world bring them few blandishments, they are tolerably early surrounded with a self-diffusing atmosphere of misery. Rousseau had none of this energy which makes oppression bracing. For a time he sank. It would be a mistake to let the story of the Confessions carry us into exaggerations. The brutality of his master and the harshness of his life led him to nothing very criminal, but only to wrong acts which are despicable by their meanness, rather than in any sense atrocious. He told lies as readily as the truth. He pilfered things to eat. He cunningly found a means of opening his master's private cabinet, and of using his master's best instruments by stealth. He wasted his time in idle and capricious tasks. When the man, with all the gravity of an adult moralist, describes these misdeeds of the boy, they assume a certain ugliness of mien, and excites a strong disgust which, when the misdeeds themselves are before us in actual life, we experience in a far more considerate form. The effect of calm, retrospective avowal is to create a kind of feeling which is essentially unlike our feeling at what is actually avowed. Still it is clear that his unlucky career as apprentice brought out in Rousseau slyness, greediness, slovenliness, untruthfulness, and the whole ragged regiment of the squalider vices. The evil of his temperament now and always was of the dull smouldering kind, seldom breaking out into active flame. There is a certain sordidness in the scene. You may complain that the details which Rousseau gives of his youthful days are insipid. Yet such things are the web and stuff of life, and these days of transition from childhood to full manhood in every case mark a crisis. These insipidities test the education of home and family, and they presage definitely what is to come. The roots of character, good or bad, are shown for this short space, and they remain unchanged, though most people learn from their fellows the decent and useful art of covering them over with a little dust, in the shape of accepted phrases and routine customs and a silence which is not oblivion. After a time the character of Jean-Jacques was absolutely broken down. He says little of the blows with which his offenses were punished by his master, but he says enough to enable us to discern that they were terrible to him. This cowardice, if we choose to give the name to an overmastering physical horror, at length brought his apprentice days to an end. He was now in his 16th year. He was dragged by his comrades into sports for which he had little inclination, though he admits that once engaged in them he displayed an impetuosity that carried him beyond the others. Such pastimes naturally led them beyond the city walls, and on 2 occasions Rousseau found the gates closed on his return. His master when he presented himself in the morning gave him such greeting as we may imagine, and held out things beyond imagining as penalty for a second sin in this kind. The occasion came, as, alas, it nearly always does. Half a league from the town, says Rousseau, I hear the retreat sounded, and redouble my pace, I hear the drum beat, and run at the top of my speed, I arrive out of breath, bathed in sweat, my heart beats violently, I see from a distance the soldiers at their post, and call out with choking voice. It was too late. 20 paces from the outpost sentinel, I saw the first bridge rising. I shuddered, as I watched those terrible horns, sinister and fatal augury of the inevitable lot which that moment was opening for me. 21. In manhood, when we have the resource of our own will to fall back upon, we underestimate the unsurpassed horror and anguish of such moments as this. In youth, when we know only the will of others, and that this will is inexorable against us. Rousseau dared not expose himself to the fulfillment of his master's menace, and he ran away. But for this, wrote the unhappy man long years after, I should have passed, in the bosom of my religion, of my native land, of my family, and my friends, a mild and peaceful life, such as my character required, in the uniformity of work which suited my taste, and of a society after my heart. I should have been a good Christian, good citizen, good father of a family, good friend, good craftsman, good man in all. I should have been happy in my condition, perhaps I might have honored it, and after living a life obscure and simple, but even and gentle, I should have died peacefully in the midst of my own people. Soon forgotten, I should at any rate have been regretted as long as any memory of me was left. 22. As a man knows nothing about the secrets of his own individual organization, this illusory mapping out of a supposed possible need seldom be suspected of the smallest insincerity. The poor madman who declares that he is a king kept out of his rights only moves our pity, and we perhaps owe pity no less to those in all the various stages of aberration uncertificated by surgeons, down to the very edge of most respectable sanity, who accuse the injustice of men of keeping them out of this or that kingdom, of which in truth their own composition finally disinherited them at the moment when they were conceived in a mother's womb. The first of the famous 5 propositions of Jansen, which were a stumbling block to popes and to the philosophy of the 18th century foolishness, put this clear and permanent truth into a mystic and perishable formula, to the effect that there are some commandments of God which righteous and good men are absolutely unable to obey, though ever so disposed to do them, and God does not give them so much grace that they are able to observe them. If Rousseau's sensations in the evening were those of terror, the day and its prospect of boundless adventures soon turned them into entire delight. The whole world was before him, and all the old conceptions of romance were instantly revived by the supposed nearness of their realization. He roamed for 2 or 3 days among the villages in the neighborhood of Geneva, finding such hospitality as he needed in the cottages of friendly peasants. Before long his wanderings brought him to the end of the territory of the little republic. Here he found himself in the domain of Savoy, where dukes and lords had for ages been the traditional foes of the freedom and the faith of Geneva. Rousseau came to the village of Confignon, and the name of the priest of Confignon recalled one of the most embittered incidents of the old feud. This feud had come to take new forms. Instead of midnight expeditions to scale the city walls, the descendants of the Savoyard marauders of the 16th century were now intent with equivocal goodwill on rescuing the souls of the descendants of their old enemies from deadly heresy. At this time a systematic struggle was going on between the priests of Savoy and the ministers of Geneva, the former using every effort to procure the conversion of any Protestant on whom they could lay hands. 23 As it happened, the priest of Confignon was one of the most active in this good work. 24 He made the young Rousseau welcome, spoke to him of the heresies of Geneva and of the authority of the Holy Church, and gave him some dinner. He could hardly have had a more easy convert, for the nature with which he had to deal was now swept and garnished, ready for the entrance of all devils or gods. The dinner went for much. I was too good a guest, writes Rousseau in one of his few passages of humor, to be a good theologian, and his frangy wine, which struck me as excellent, was such a triumphant argument on his side, that I should have blushed to oppose so capital a host. 25. So it was agreed that he should be put in a way to be further instructed of these matters. We may accept Rousseau's assurance that he was not exactly a hypocrite in this rapid complaisance. He admits that anyone who should have seen the artifices to which he resorted, might have thought him very false. But, he argues, flattery, or rather concession, is not always a vice, it is oftener a virtue, especially in the young. The kindness with which a man receives us, attaches us to him. It is not to make a fool of him that we give way, but to avoid displeasing him, and not to return him evil for good. He never really meant to change his religion. His fault was like the coquetting of decent women, who sometimes, to gain their ends, without permitting anything or promising anything, lead men to hope more than they mean to hold good. 26 Thereupon follow some austere reflections on the priest, who ought to have sent him back to his friends, and there are strictures even upon the ministers of all dogmatic religions, in which the essential thing is not to do but to believe. Their priests therefore, provided that they can convert a man to their faith, are wholly indifferent alike as to his worth and his worldly interests. All this is most just. The occasion for such a strain of remark, though so apposite on one side, is hardly well chosen to impress us. We wonder, as we watch the boy complacently hoodwinking his entertainer, what has become of the Roman severity of a few months back. This nervous eagerness to please, however, was the complementary element of a character of vague ambition, and it was backed by a stealthy consciousness of intellectual superiority, which perhaps did something, though poorly enough, to make such ignominy less deeply degrading. The die was cast. M. Pontverre dispatched his brand plucked from the burning to a certain Madame de Warens, a lady living at Annecy, and counted zealous for the cause of the Church. In an interview whose minutest circumstances remained forever stamped in his mind, Rousseau exchanged his first words with this singular personage, whose name and character he has covered with doubtful renown. He expected to find some grey and wrinkled woman, saving a little remnant of days in good works. Instead of this, there turned round upon him a person not more than 28 years old, with gentle caressing air, a fascinating smile, a tender eye. Madame de Warens read the letters he brought, and entertained their bearer cheerfully. It was decided after consultation that the heretic should be sent to a monastery at Turin, where he might be brought over in form to the true Church. At the monastery not only would the spiritual question of faith and the soul be dealt with, but at the same time the material problem of shelter and subsistence for the body would be solved likewise. Elated with vanity at the thought of seeing before any of his comrades the great land of promise beyond the mountains, heedless of those whom he had left, and heedless of the future before him and the object which he was about, the young outcast made his journey over the Alps in all possible lightness of heart. Seeing country is an allurement which hardly any Genevese can ever resist. Everything that met my eye seemed the guarantee of my approaching happiness. In the houses I imagined rustic festivals, in the fields, joyful sports, along the streams, bathing and fishing, on the trees, delicious fruits, under their shade, voluptuous interviews, on the mountains, pails of milk and cream, a charming idleness, peace, simplicity, the delight of going forward without knowing whither. 27. He might justly choose out this interval as more perfectly free from care or anxiety than any other of his life. It was the first of the two rare occasions when his usually passive sensuousness was stung by novelty and hope into an active energy. The 7 or 8 days of the journey came to an end, and the youth found himself at Turin without money or clothes, an inmate of a dreary monastery, among some of the very basest and foulest of mankind, who pass their time in going from one monastery to another through Spain and Italy, professing themselves Jews or Moors for the sake of being supported while the process of their conversion was going slowly forward. At the hospice of the catechumens the work of his conversion was begun in such earnest as the insincerity of at least one of the parties to it might allow. It is needless to enter into the circumstances of Rousseau's conversion to Catholicism. The mischievous zeal for theological proselytizing has led to thousands of such hollow and degrading performances, but it may safely be said that none of them was ever hollower than this. Rousseau avows that he had been brought up in the heartiest abhorrence of the older Church, and that he never lost this abhorrence. He fully explains that he accepted the arguments with which he was not very energetically plied, simply because he could not bear the idea of returning to Geneva, and he saw no other way out of his present destitute condition. I could not dissemble from myself that the holy deed I was about to do, was at the bottom the action of a bandit. The sophism which destroyed me, he says in one of those eloquent pieces of moralizing, which bring ignoble action into a relief that exaggerates our condemnation, is that of most men, who complain of lack of strength when it is already too late for them to use it. It is only through our own fault that virtue costs us anything. If we could be always sage, we should rarely feel the need of being virtuous. But inclinations that might be easily overcome, drag us on without resistance. We yield to light temptations of which we despise the hazard. Insensibly we fall into perilous situations, against which we could easily have shielded ourselves, but from which we can afterwards only make a way out by heroic efforts that stupefy us, and so we sink into the abyss, crying aloud to God, "Why hast thou made me so weak?" But in spite of ourselves, God gives answer to our conscience, "I made thee too weak to come out from the pit, because I made thee strong enough to avoid falling into it." 28 So the hopeful convert did fall in, not as happens to the pious soul too hot for certainties in this our life, to find rest in liberty of private judgment and an open Bible, but simply as a means of getting food, clothing, and shelter. 29 The boy was clever enough to make some show of resistance, and he turned to good use. For this purpose the knowledge of church history and the great Reformation controversy which he had picked up at M. Lambercier's. He was careful not to carry things too far, and exactly 9 days after his admission into the hospice, he abjured the errors of the Section 30. 2 days after that he was publicly received into the kindly bosom of the true Church with all solemnity, to the high edification of the devout of Turin, who marked their interest in the regenerate soul by contributions to the extent of 20 francs in small money. With that sum and formal good wishes the fathers of the hospice of the catechumens thrust him out of their doors into the broad world. The youth who had begun the day with dreams of palaces, found himself at night sleeping in a den where he paid a halfpenny for the privilege of resting in the same room with the rude woman who kept the house, her husband, her 5 or 6 children, and various other lodgers. This rough awakening produced no consciousness of hardship in a nature which, beneath all fantastic dreams, always remained true to its first sympathy with the homely lives of the poor. The woman of the house swore like a carter, and was always dishevelled and disorderly. This did not prevent Rousseau from recognizing her kindness of heart and her staunch readiness to befriend. He passed his days in wandering about the streets of Turin, seeing the wonders of a capital, and expecting some adventure that should raise him to unknown heights. He went regularly to Mass, watched the pomp of the court, and counted upon stirring a passion in the breast of a princess. A more important circumstance was the effect of the Mass in awakening in his own breast his latent passion for music, a passion so strong that the poorest instrument, if it were only in tune, never failed to give him the liveliest pleasure. The King of Sardinia was believed to have the best performers in Europe. Less than that was enough to quicken the musical susceptibility which is perhaps an invariable element in the most completely sensuous natures. When the end of the 20 francs began to seem a thing possible, he tried to get work as an engraver. A young woman in a shop took pity on him, gave him work and food, and perhaps permitted him to make dumb and groveling love to her, until her husband returned home and drove her client away from the door with threats and the waving of a wand not magical. 31 Rousseau's self-love sought an explanation in the natural fury of an Italian husband's jealousy, but we need hardly ask for any other cause than a shopkeeper's reasonable objection to vagabonds. The next step of this youth, who was always dreaming of the love of princesses, was to accept with just thankfulness the position of lackey or footboy in the household of a widow. With Madame de Vercellis he passed 3 months, and at the end of that time she died. His stay here was marked by an incident that has filled many pages with stormful discussion. When Madame de Vercellis died, a piece of old rose-colored ribbon was missing. Rousseau had stolen it, and it was found in his possession. They asked him whence he had taken it. He replied that it had been given to him by Marion, a young and comely maid in the house. In her presence and before the whole household he repeated his false story, and clung to it with a bitter effrontery that we may well call diabolic, remembering how the nervous terror of punishment and exposure sinks the angel in man. Our phrase, want of moral courage, really denotes in the young an excruciating physical struggle, often so keen that the victim clutches after liberation with the spontaneous tenacity and cruelty of a creature wrecked in mastering waters. Undisciplined sensations constitute egoism in the most ruthless of its shapes, and at this epoch, owing either to the brutalities which surrounded his apprentice life at Geneva, or to that rapid tendency towards degeneration which he suspected in his own character, Rousseau was the slave of sensations which stained his days with baseness. Never, he says, in his account of this hateful action, was wickedness further from me than at this cruel moment, and when I accused the poor girl, it is contradictory, and yet it is true that my affection for her was the cause of what I did. She was present to my mind, and I threw the blame from myself onto the first object that presented itself. When I saw her appear, my heart was torn, but the presence of so many people was too strong for my remorse. I feared punishment very little, I only feared disgrace, but I feared that more than death, more than crime, more than anything in the world. I would fain have buried myself in the depths of the earth. Invincible shame prevailed over all, shame alone caused my effrontery, and the more criminal I became, the more intrepid was I made by the fright of confessing it. I could see nothing but the horror of being recognized and declared publicly to my face a thief, liar, and traducer. 32. When he says that he feared punishment little, his analysis of his mind is most likely wrong, for nothing is clearer than that a dread of punishment in any physical form was a peculiarly strong feeling with him at this time. However that may have been, the same overexcited imagination which put every sense on the alarm and led him into so abominable a misdemeanor, brought its own penalties. It led him to conceive a long train of ruin as having befallen Marion in consequence of his calumny against her, and this dreadful thought haunted him to the end of his life. In the long sleepless nights he thought he saw the unhappy girl coming to reproach him with a crime that seemed as fresh to him as if it had been perpetrated the day before. 33 Thus the same brooding memory which brought back to him the sweet pain of his gentle kinswoman's household melody, preserved the darker side of his history with equal fidelity and no less perfect continuousness. Rousseau expresses a hope and belief that this burning remorse would serve as expiation for his fault, as if expiation for the destruction of another soul could be anything but a fine name for self-absolution. We may, however, charitably and reasonably think that the possible consequences of his fault to the unfortunate Marion were not actual, but were as much a hallucination as the midnight visits of her reproachful spirit. Indeed, we are hardly condoning evil, in suggesting that the whole story from its beginning is marked with exaggeration, and that we who have our own lives to lead shall find little help in criticizing at further length the exact heinousness of the ignoble falsehood of a boy who happened to grow up into a man of genius. 34. After an interval of 6 weeks, which were passed in the garret or cellar of his rough patroness with kind heart and ungentle tongue, Rousseau again found himself a lackey in the house of a Piedmontese person of quality. This new master, the Count of Gouvion, treated him with a certain unusual considerateness, which may perhaps make us doubt the narrative. His son condescended to teach the youth Latin, and Rousseau presumed to entertain a passion for one of the daughters of the house, to whom he paid silent homage in the odd shape of attending to her wants at table with special solicitude. In this situation he had, or at least he supposed that he had, an excellent chance of ultimate advancement. But advancement here or elsewhere means a measure of stability, and Rousseau's temperament in his youth was the archetype of the mutable. An old comrade from Geneva visited him. 35 And as almost any incident is stimulating enough to fire the restlessness of imaginative youth, the gratitude which he professed to the Count of Gouvion and his family, the prudence with which he marked his prospects, the industry with which he profited by opportunity, all faded quickly into mere dead and disembodied names of virtues. His imagination again went over the journey across the mountains, the fields, the woods, the streams, began to absorb his whole life. He recalled with delicious satisfaction how charming the journey had seemed to him, and thought how far more charming it would be in the society of a comrade of his own age and taste, without duty, or constraint, or obligation to go or stay other than as it might please them. It would be madness to sacrifice such a piece of good fortune to projects of ambition, which were slow, difficult, doubtful of execution, and which, even if they should one day be realized, were not with all their glory worth a quarter of an hour of true pleasure and freedom in youth. 36. On these high principles he neglected his duties so recklessly that he was dismissed from his situation, and he and his comrade began their homeward wanderings with more than apostolic heedlessness as to what they should eat or wherewithal they should be clothed. They had a toy fountain. They hoped that in return for the amusement to be conferred by this wonder they should receive all that they might need. Their hopes were not fulfilled. The exhibition of the toy fountain did not excuse them from their reckoning. Before long it was accidentally broken, and to their secret satisfaction, for it had lost its novelty. Their naked vagrancy was thus undisguised. They made their way by some means or other across the mountains, and their enjoyment of vagabondage was undisturbed by any thought of a future. To understand my delirium at this moment, Rousseau says, in words which shed much light on darker parts of his history than fits of vagrancy, it is necessary to know to what a degree my heart is subject to get aflame with the smallest things, and with what force it plunges into the imagination of the object that attracts it, vain as that object may be. The most grotesque, the most childish, the maddest schemes come to caress my favorite idea, and to show me the reasonableness of surrendering myself to it. 37. It was this deep internal vehemence which distinguished Rousseau all through his life from the commonplace type of social revolter. A vagrant sensuous temperament, strangely compounded with Genovese austerity, an ardent and fantastic imagination, incongruously shot with threads of firm reason, too little conscience and too much, a monstrous and diseased love of self, intertwined with a sincere compassion and keen interest for the great fellowship of his brothers, a wild dreaming of dreams that were made to look like sanity by the close and specious connection between conclusions and premises, though the premises happened to have the fault of being profoundly unreal. This was the type of character that lay unfolded in the youth who, towards the autumn of 1729, reached Annecy, penniless and ragged, throwing himself once more on the charity of the patroness who had given him shelter 18 months before. Few figures in the world at that time were less likely to conciliate the favor or excite the interest of an observer, who had not studied the hidden convolutions of human character deeply enough to know that a boy of 18 may be sly, sensual, restless, dreamy, and yet have it in him to say things one day which may help to plunge a world into conflagration. Chapter 3. Savoy. The commonplace theory which the world takes for granted as to the relations of the sexes, makes the woman ever crave the power and guidance of her physically stronger mate. Even if this be a true account of the normal state, there is at any rate a kind of temperament among the many types of men, in which it seems as if the elements of character remain mere futile and dispersive particles, until compelled into unity and organization by the creative shock of feminine influence. There are men, famous or obscure, whose lives might be divided into a number of epochs, each defined and presided over by the influence of a woman. For the inconstant such a calendar contains many divisions, for the constant it is brief and simple, for both alike it marks the great decisive phases through which character has moved. Rousseau's temperament was deeply marked by this special sort of susceptibility in one of its least agreeable forms. His sentiment was neither robustly and courageously animal, nor was it an intellectual demand for the bright and vivacious sympathies in which women sometimes excel. It had neither bold virility, nor that sociable energy which makes close emotional companionship an essential condition of freedom of faculty and completeness of work. There is a certain close and sickly air round all his dealings with women and all his feeling for them. We seem to move not in the star-like radiance of love, nor even in the fiery flames of lust, but among the humid heats of some unknown abode of things not wholesome or manly. I know a sentiment, he writes, which is perhaps less impetuous than love, but 1,000 times more delicious, which sometimes is joined to love, and which is very often apart from it. Nor is this sentiment friendship only, it is more voluptuous, more tender. I do not believe that any one of the same sex could be its object, at least I have been a friend, if ever man was, and I never felt this about any of my friends. 38. He admits that he can only describe this sentiment by its effects, but our lives are mostly ruled by elements that defy definition, and in Rousseau's case the sentiment which he could not describe was a paramount trait of his mental constitution. It was as a voluptuous garment, in it his imagination was cherished into activity, and protected against that outer air of reality which braces ordinary men, but benumbs and disintegrates the whole vital apparatus of such an organization as Rousseau's. If he had been devoid of this feeling about women, his character might very possibly have remained sterile. That feeling was the complementary contribution, without which could be no fecundity. When he returned from his squalid Italian expedition in search of bread and a new religion, his mind was clouded with the vague desire, the sensual moodiness, which in such natures stains the threshold of manhood. This unrest, with its mysterious torments and black delights, was banished, or at least soothed into a happier humor, by the influence of a person who is one of the most striking types to be found in the gallery of fair women. A French writer in the 18th century, in a story which deals with a rather repulsive theme of action in a tone that is graceful, simple, and pathetic, painted the portrait of a creature for whom no moralist with a reputation to lose can say a word, and we may, if we choose, fool ourselves by supposing her to be without a counterpart in the better regulated world of real life, but, in spite of both these objections, she is an interesting and not untooshing figure to those who like to know all the many-webbed stuff out of which their brothers and sisters are made. The Manon Lescaut of the unfortunate Abbé Prévost, kindly, bright, playful, tender, but devoid of the very germ of the idea of that virtue which is counted the sovereign recommendation of woman, helps us to understand Madame de Warens. There are differences enough between them, and we need not mistake them for one and the same type. Manon Lescaut is a prettier figure, because romance has fewer limitations than real life, but if we think of her in reading of Rousseau's benefactress, the vision of the imaginary woman tends to soften our judgment of the actual one, as well as to enlighten our conception of a character that eludes the instruments of a commonplace analysis. 39. She was born at Vevey in 1700, she married early, and early disagreed with her husband, from whom she eventually went away, abandoning family, religion, country, and means of subsistence, with all gaiety of heart. The King of Sardinia happened to be keeping his court at a small town on the southern shores of the Lake of Geneva, and the conversion of Madame de Warens to Catholicism by the preaching of the Bishop of Annecy 40 gave a zest to the royal visit, as being a successful piece of sport in that great spiritual hunt which Savoy loved to pursue at the expense of the Reformed Church in Switzerland. The king, to mark his zeal for the faith of his house, conferred on the new convert a small pension for life, but as the tongues of the scandalous imputed a less pure motive for such generosity in a parsimonious prince, Madame de Warens removed from the court and settled at Annecy. Her conversion was hardly more serious than Rousseau's own, because seriousness was no condition of her intelligence on any of its sides or in any of its relations. She was extremely charitable to the poor, full of pity for all in misfortune, easily moved to forgiveness of wrong or ingratitude, careless, gay, open-hearted, having, in a word, all the good qualities which spring in certain generous soils from human impulse, and hardly any of those which spring from reflection, or are implanted by the ordering of society. Her reason had been warped in her youth by an instructor of the devil's stamp, 41 finding her attached to her husband and to her duties, always cold, argumentative, and impregnable on the side of the senses, he attacked her by sophisms, and at last persuaded her that the union of the sexes is in itself a matter of the most perfect indifference, provided only that decorum of appearance be preserved, and the peace of mind of persons concerned be not disturbed. 42 This execrable lesson, which greater and more unselfish men held and propagated in grave books before the end of the century, took root in her mind. If we accept Rousseau's explanation, it did so the more easily as her temperament was cold, and thus corroborated the idea of the indifference of what public opinion and private passion usually concur in investing with such enormous weightiness. I will even dare to say, Rousseau declares, that she only knew one true pleasure in the world, and that was to give pleasure to those whom she loved. 43. He is at great pains to protest how compatible this coolness of temperament is with excessive sensibility of character, and neither ethological theory nor practical observation of men and women is at all hostile to what he is so anxious to prove. The cardinal element of character is the speed at which its energies move, its rapidity or its steadiness, concentration or volatility, whether the thought and feeling travel as quickly as light or as slowly as sound. A rapid and volatile constitution like that of Madame de Warens is inconsistent with ardent and glowing warmth, which belongs to the other sort, but it is essentially bound up with sensibility, or readiness of sympathetic answer to every cry from another soul. It is the slow, brooding, smouldering nature, like Rousseau's own, in which we may expect to find the tropics. To bring the heavy artillery of moral reprobation to bear upon a poor soul like Madame de Warens is as if one should denounce flagrant want of moral purpose in the busy movements of ephemera. Her activity was incessant, but it ended in nothing better than debt, embarrassment, and confusion. She inherited from her father a taste for alchemy, and spent much time in search after secret elixirs and the like. Quacks, taking advantage of her weakness, made themselves her master, constantly infested her, ruined her, and wasted, in the midst of furnaces and chemicals, intelligence, talents, and charms which would have made her the delight of the best societies. 44. Perhaps, however, the too notorious vagrancy of her amours had at least as much to do with her failure to delight the best societies as her indiscreet passion for alchemy. Her person was attractive enough. She had those points of beauty, says Rousseau, which are desirable, because they reside rather in expression than in feature. She had a tender and caressing air, a soft eye, a divine smile, light hair of uncommon beauty. You could not see a finer head or bosom, finer arms or hands. 45. She was full of tricks and whimsies. She could not endure the first smell of the soup and meats at dinner. When they were placed on the table she nearly swooned, and her disgust lasted some time, until at the end of half an hour or so she took her first morsel. 46. On the whole, if we accept the current standard of sanity, Madame de Warens must be pronounced ever so little flighty, but a monotonous world can afford to be lenient to people with a slight craziness, if it only has hearty benevolence and cheerfulness in its company, and is free from egoism or rapacious vanity. This was the person within the sphere of whose attraction Rousseau was decisively brought in the autumn of 1729, and he remained, with certain breaks of vagabondage, linked by a close attachment to her until 1738. It was in many respects the truly formative portion of his life. He acquired during this time much of his knowledge of books, such as it was, and his principles of judging them. He saw much of the lives of the poor and of the world's ways with them. Above all, his ideal was revolutionist, and the recent dreams of Plutarchian heroism, of grandeur, of palaces, princesses, and a glorious career full in the world's eye, were replaced by a new conception of blessedness of life, which never afterwards faded from his vision, and which has held a front place in the imagination of literary Europe ever since. The notions or aspirations which he had picked up from a few books gave way to notions and aspirations which were shaped and fostered by the scenes of actual life into which he was thrown, and which found his character soft for their impression. In one way the new pictures of a future were as dissociated from the conditions of reality as the old had been, and the sensuous life of the happy valley in Savoy as little fitted a man to compose ideals for our gnarled and knotted world as the mental life among the heroics of sentimental fiction had done. Rousseau's delight in the spot where Madame de Warens lived at Annecy was the mark of the new ideal which circumstances were to engender in him, and after him to spread in many hearts. His room looked over gardens and a stream, and beyond them stretched a far landscape. It was the first time since leaving Bossy that I had green before my windows. Always shut in by walls, I had nothing under my eye but housetops and the dull grey of the streets. How moving and delicious this novelty was to me! It brightened all the tenderness of my disposition. I counted the landscape among the kindnesses of my dear benefactress. It seemed as if she had brought it there expressly for me. I placed myself there in all peacefulness with her. She was present to me everywhere among the flowers and the verdure. Her charms and those of spring were all mingled together in my eyes. My heart, which had hitherto been stifled, found itself more free in this ample space, and my sighs had more liberal vent among these orchard gardens. 47. Madame de Warens was the semi-divine figure who made the scene live, and gave it perfect and harmonious accent. He had neither transports nor desires by her side, but existed in a state of ravishing calm, enjoying without knowing what. I could have passed my whole life and eternity itself in this way, without an instant of weariness. She is the only person with whom I never felt that dryness in conversation, which turns the duty of keeping it up into a torment. Our intercourse was not so much conversation as an inexhaustible stream of chatter, which never came to an end until it was interrupted from without. I only felt all the force of my attachment for her when she was out of my sight. So long as I could see her I was merely happy and satisfied, but my disquiet in her absence went so far as to be painful. I shall never forget how one holiday, while she was at vespers, I went for a walk outside the town, my heart full of her image and of an eager desire to pass all my days by her side. I had sense enough to see that for the present this was impossible, and that the bliss which I relished so keenly must be brief. This gave to my musing a sadness which was free from everything sombre, and which was moderated by pleasing hope. The sound of the bells, which has always moved me to a singular degree, the singing of the birds, the glory of the weather, the sweetness of the landscape, the scattered rustic dwellings in which my imagination placed our common home, all this so struck me with a vivid, tender, sad, and touching impression that I saw myself as in an ecstasy transported into the happy time and the happy place where my heart, possessed of all the felicity that could bring it delight, without even dreaming of the pleasures of sense, should share joys inexpressible. 48. There was still, however, a space to be bridged between the doubtful now and this delicious future. The harshness of circumstance is ever interposing with the money question, and for a vagrant of 18 the first of all problems is a problem of economics. Rousseau was submitted to the observation of a kinsman of Madame de Warens 49, and his verdict corresponded with that of the notary of Geneva, with whom years before Rousseau had first tried the critical art of making a living. He pronounced that in spite of an animated expression, the lad was, if not thoroughly inept, at least of very slender intelligence, without ideas, almost without attainments, very narrow indeed in all respects, and that the honor of one day becoming a village priest was the highest piece of fortune to which he had any right to aspire. 50 So he was sent to the seminary, to learn Latin enough for the priestly offices. He began by conceiving a deadly antipathy to his instructor, whose appearance happened to be displeasing to him. A second was found. 51 And the patient and obliging temper, the affectionate and sympathetic manner of his new teacher made a great impression on the pupil, though the progress in intellectual acquirement was as unsatisfactory in one case as in the other. It is characteristic of that subtle impressionableness to physical comeliness, which in ordinary natures is rapidly effaced by press of more urgent considerations, but which Rousseau's strongly sensuous quality retained, that he should have remembered, and thought worth mentioning years afterwards, that the first of his two teachers at the seminary of Annecy had greasy black hair, a complexion as of gingerbread, and bristles in place of beard, while the second had the most touching expression he ever saw in his life, with fair hair and large blue eyes, and a glance and a tone which made you feel that he was one of the band predestined from their birth to unhappy days. While at Turin, Rousseau had made the acquaintance of another sage and benevolent priest. 52 And uniting the two good men 30 years after, he conceived and drew the character of the Savoyard vicar. 53. Shortly the seminarists reported that, though not vicious, their pupil was not even good enough for a priest, so deficient was he in intellectual faculty. It was next decided to try music, and Rousseau ascended for a brief space into the seventh heaven of the arts. This was one of the intervals of his life of which he says that he recalls not only the times, places, persons, but all the surrounding objects, the temperature of the air, its odor, its color, a certain local impression only felt there, and the memory of which stirs the old transports anew. He never forgot a certain tune, because one Advent Sunday he heard it from his bed being sung before daybreak on the steps of the cathedral, nor an old lame carpenter who played the counterbass, nor a fair little abbé who played the violin in the choir. 54 Yet he was in so dreamy, absent, and distracted a state, that neither his good will nor his assiduity availed, and he could learn nothing, not even music. His teacher, one Lemaitre, belonged to that great class of irregular and disorderly natures with which Rousseau's destiny, in the shape of an irregular and disorderly temperament of his own, so constantly brought him into contact. Lemaitre could not work without the inspiration of the wine cup, and thus his passion for his art landed him a sot. He took offense at a slight put upon him by the precentor of the cathedral of which he was choir master, and left Annecy in a furtive manner along with Rousseau, whom the too comprehensive solicitude of Madame de Warens dispatched to bear him company. They went together as far as Lyons. Here the unfortunate musician happened to fall into an epileptic fit in the street. Rousseau called for help, informed the crowd of the poor man's hotel, and then seizing a moment when no one was thinking about him, turned the street corner and finally disappeared, the musician being thus abandoned by the only friend on whom he had a right to count 55. It thus appears that a man may be exquisitely moved by the sound of bells, the song of birds, the fairness of smiling gardens, and yet be capable all the time without a qualm of misgiving of leaving a friend senseless in the road in a strange place. It has ceased to be wonderful how many ugly and cruel actions are done by people with an extraordinary sense of the beauty and beneficence of nature. At the moment Rousseau only thought of getting back to Annecy and Madame de Warens. It is not, he says in words of profound warning, which many men have verified in those 2 or 3 hours before the tardy dawn that swell into huge purgatorial eons, it is not when we have just done a bad action, that it torments us, it is when we recall it long after, for the memory of it can never be thrust out. 56. 2. When he made his way homewards again, he found to his surprise and dismay that his benefactress had left Annecy, and had gone for an indefinite time to Paris. He never knew the secret of this sudden departure, for no man, he says, was ever so little curious as to the private affairs of his friends. His heart, completely occupied with the present, filled its whole capacity and entire space with that, and except for past pleasures no empty corner was ever left for what was done with. 57 He says he was too young to take the desertion deeply to heart. Where he found subsistence we do not know. He was fascinated by a flashy French adventurer 58 in whose company he wasted many hours, and the precious stuff of youthful opportunity. He passed a summer day in joyful rustic fashion with 2 damsels whom he hardly ever saw again, but the memory of whom and of the holiday that they had made with him remained stamped in his brain, to be reproduced many a year hence in some of the traits of the new Heloisa and her friend Claire. 59 Then he accepted an invitation from a former waiting woman of Madame de Warens to attend her home to Fribourg. On this expedition he paid an hour's visit to his father, who had settled and remarried at Nyon. Returning from Fribourg, he came to Lausanne, where, with an audacity that might be taken for the first presage of mental disturbance, he undertook to teach music. I have already, he says, noted some moments of inconceivable delirium, in which I ceased to be myself. Behold me now a teacher of singing, without knowing how to decipher an air. Without the least knowledge of composition, I boasted of my skill in it before all the world, and without ability to score the slenderest vaudeville, I gave myself out for a composer. Having been presented to M. de Trétorens, a professor of law, who loved music and gave concerts at his house, I insisted on giving him a specimen of my talent, and I set to work to compose a piece for his concert with as much effrontery as if I knew all about it. The performance came off duly, and the strange impostor conducted it with as much gravity as the profoundest master. Never since the beginning of opera has the like chivalry greeted the ears of men. 60 Such an opening was fatal to all chance of scholars, but the friendly tavern keeper who had first taken him in did not lack either hope or charity. How is it, Rousseau cried, many years after this, that having found so many good people in my youth, I find so few in my advanced life? Is their stock exhausted? No, but the class in which I have to seek them now is not the same as that in which I found them then. Among the common people, where great passions only speak at intervals, the sentiments of nature make themselves heard oftener. In the higher ranks they are absolutely stifled, and under the mask of sentiment it is only interest or vanity that speaks. 61. From Lausanne he went to Neuchâtel, where he had more success, for, teaching others, he began himself to learn. But no success was marked enough to make him resist a vagrant chance. One day in his rambles falling in with an archimandrite of the Greek Church, who was traversing Europe in search of subscriptions for the restoration of the Holy Sepulchre, he at once attached himself to him in the capacity of interpreter. In this position he remained for a few weeks, until the French minister at Soleure took him away from the Greek monk, and dispatched him to Paris to be the attendant of a young officer. 62 A few days in the famous city, which he now saw for the first time, and which disappointed his expectations just as the sea and all other wonders disappointed them. 63 Convinced him that here was not what he sought, and he again turned his face southwards in search of Madame de Warens and more familiar lands. The interval thus passed in roaming over the eastern face of France, and which we may date in the summer of 1732-64, was always counted by Rousseau among the happy epochs of his life, though the weeks may seem grievously wasted to a generation which is apt to limit its ideas of redeeming the time to the two pursuits of reading books or making money. He travelled alone and on foot from Soleure to Paris and from Paris back again to Lyons, and this was part of the training which served him in the stead of books. Scarcely any great writer since the revival of letters has been so little literary as Rousseau, so little indebted to literature for the most characteristic part of his work. He was formed by life, not by life in the sense of contact with a great number of active and important persons, or with a great number of persons of any kind, but in the rarer sense of free surrender to the plenitude of his own impressions. A world composed of such people, all dispensing with the inherited portion of human experience, and living independently on their own stock, would rapidly fall backwards into dissolution. But there is no more rash idea of the right composition of a society than one which leads us to denounce a type of character for no better reason than that, if it were universal, society would go to pieces. There is very little danger of Rousseau's type becoming common, unless lunar or other great physical influences arise to work a vast change in the cerebral constitution of the species. We may safely trust the prodigious vis inertio of human nature to ward off the peril of an eccentricity beyond bounds spreading too far. At present, however, it is enough, without going into the general question, to notice the particular fact that while the other great exponents of the 18th century movement, Hume, Voltaire, Diderot, were nourishing their natural strength of understanding by the study and practice of literature, Rousseau, the leader of the reaction against that movement, was wandering a beggar and an outcast, craving the rude fare of the peasant's hut, knocking at roadside inns, and passing nights in caves and holes in the fields, or in the great desolate streets of towns. If such a life had been disagreeable to him, it would have lost all the significance that it now has for us. But where others would have found affliction, he had consolation, and where they would have lain desperate and squalid, he marched elate and ready to strike the stars. Never, he says, did I think so much, exist so much, be myself so much, as in the journeys that I have made alone and on foot. Walking has something about it which animates and enlivens my ideas. I can hardly think while I am still, my body must be in motion, to move my mind. The sight of the country, the succession of agreeable views, open air, good appetite, the freedom of the alehouse, the absence of everything that could make me feel dependence, or recall me to my situation, all this sets my soul free, gives me a greater boldness of thought. I dispose of all nature as its sovereign lord, my heart, wandering from object to object, mingles and is one with the things that soothe it, wraps itself up in charming images, and is intoxicated by delicious sentiment. Ideas come as they please, not as I please, they do not come at all, or they come in a crowd, overwhelming me with their number and their force. When I came to a place I only thought of eating, and when I left it I only thought of walking. I felt that a new paradise awaited me at the door, and I thought of nothing but of hastening in search of it. 65. Here again is a picture of one whom vagrancy assuredly did not degrade. I had not the least care for the future, and I awaited the answer, lying out in the open air, sleeping stretched out on the ground or on some wooden bench, as tranquilly as on a bed of roses. I remember passing one delicious night outside the town, in a road which ran by the side of either the Rhône or the Saône, I forget which of the two. Gardens raised on a terrace bordered the other side of the road. It had been very hot all day, and the evening was delightful, the dew moistened the parched grass, the night was profoundly still, the air fresh without being cold, the sun in going down had left red vapours in the heaven, and they turned the water to rose color, the trees on the terrace sheltered nightingales, answering song for song. I went on in a sort of ecstasy, surrendering my heart and every sense to the enjoyment of it all, and only sighing for regret that I was enjoying it alone. Absorbed in the sweetness of my musing, I prolonged my ramble far into the night, without ever perceiving that I was tired. At last I found it out. I lay down luxuriously on the shelf of a niche or false doorway made in the wall of the terrace. The canopy of my bed was formed by overarching tree tops, a nightingale was perched exactly over my head, and I fell asleep to his singing. My slumber was delicious, my awaking more delicious still. It was broad day, and my opening eyes looked on sun and water and green things, and an adorable landscape. I rose up and gave myself a shake. I felt hungry and started gaily for the town, resolved to spend on a good breakfast the 2 pieces of money which I still had left. I was in such joyful spirits that I went along the road singing lustily 66. There is in this the free expansion of inner sympathy, the natural sentiment spontaneously responding to all the delicious movement of the external world on its peaceful and harmonious side, just as if the world of many-hued social circumstance which man has made for himself had no existence. We are conscious of a full nervous elation which is not the product of literature, such as we have seen so many a time since, and which only found its expression in literature in Rousseau's case by accident. He did not feel in order to write, but felt without any thought of writing. He dreamed at this time of many lofty destinies, among them that of Marshal of France, but the fame of authorship never entered into his dreams. When the time for authorship actually came, his work had all the benefit of the absence of self-consciousness, it had all the disinterestedness, so to say, with which the first fresh impressions were suffered to rise in his mind. One other picture of this time is worth remembering, as showing that Rousseau was not wholly blind to social circumstances, and as illustrating, too, how it was that his way of dealing with them was so much more real and passionate, though so much less sagacious in some of its aspects, than the way of the other revolutionists of the century. One day, when he had lost himself in wandering in search of some sight which he expected to find beautiful, he entered the house of a peasant, half dead with hunger and thirst. His entertainer offered him nothing more restoring than coarse barley bread and skimmed milk. Presently, after seeing what manner of guest he had, the worthy man descended by a small trap into his cellar, and brought up some good brown bread, some meat, and a bottle of wine, and an omelette was added afterwards. Then he explained to the wondering Rousseau, who was a Swiss, and knew none of the mysteries of the French fisc, that he hid away his wine on account of the duties, and his bread on account of the taille, and declared that he would be a ruined man if they suspected that he was not dying of hunger. All this made an impression on Rousseau which he never forgot. Here, he says, was the germ of the inextinguishable hatred which afterwards grew up in my heart against the vexations that harass the common people, and against all their oppressors. This man actually did not dare to eat the bread which he had won by the sweat of his brow, and only avoided ruin by showing the same misery as reigned around him. 67. It was because he had thus seen the wrongs of the poor, not from without but from within, not as a pitying spectator but as of their own company, that Rousseau by and by brought such fire to the attack upon the old order, and changed the blank practice of the elder philosophers into a deadly affair of ball and shell. The man who had been a servant, who had wanted bread, who knew the horrors of the midnight street, who had slept in dens, who had been befriended by rough men and rougher women, who saw the goodness of humanity under its coarsest outside, and who above all never tried to shut these things out from his memory, but accepted them as the most interesting, the most touching, the most real of all his experiences, might well be expected to penetrate to the root of the matter, and to protest to the few who usurp literature and policy with their ideas, aspirations, interests, that it is not they but the many, whose existence stirs the heart and fills the eye with the great prime elements of the human lot. 3. It was, then, some time towards the middle of 1732 that Rousseau arrived at Chambéry, and finally took up his residence with Madame de Warrens, in the dullest and most sombre room of a dull and sombre house. She had procured him employment in connection with a land survey which the government of Charles Emmanuel III was then executing. It was only temporary, and Rousseau's function was no loftier than that of clerk, who had to copy and reduce arithmetical calculations. We may imagine how little a youth fresh from nights under the summer sky would relish 8 hours a day of surly toil in a gloomy office, with a crowd of dirty and ill-smelling fellow workers. 68 If Rousseau was ever oppressed by any set of circumstances, his method was invariable: he ran away from them. So now he threw up his post, and again tried to earn a little money by that musical instruction in which he had made so many singular and grotesque endeavors. Even here the virtues which make ordinary life a possible thing were not his. He was pleased at his lessons while there, but he could not bear the idea of being bound to be there, nor the fixing of an hour. In time this experiment for a subsistence came to the same end as all the others. He next rushed to Besançon in search of the musical instruction which he wished to give to others, but his baggage was confiscated at the frontier, and he had to return. 69 Finally he abandoned the attempt, and threw himself loyally upon the narrow resources of Madame de Warens, whom he assisted in some singularly indefinite way in the transaction of her very indefinite and miscellaneous affairs, if we are here, as so often, to give the name of affairs to a very rapid and heedless passage along a shabby road to ruin. The household at this time was on a very remarkable footing. Madame de Warens was at its head, and Claudinette, gardener, butler, steward, was her factotum. He was a discreet person, of severe probity and few words, firm, thrifty, and sage. The two comprehensive principles of his mistress admitted him to the closest intimacy, and in due time, when Madame de Warens thought of the seductions which ensnare the feet of youth, Rousseau was delivered from them in an equivocal way by solicitous application of the same maxims of comprehension. Although Claudinette was as young as she was, he was so mature and so grave, that he looked upon us as two children worthy of indulgence, and we both looked upon him as a respectable man, whose esteem it was our business to conciliate. Thus there grew up between us three a companionship, perhaps without another example like it upon earth. All our wishes, our cares, our hearts were in common, nothing seemed to pass outside our little circle. The habit of living together, and of living together exclusively, became so strong that if at our meals one of the three was absent, or there came a fourth, all was thrown out, and in spite of our peculiar relations, a tete-a-tete was less sweet than a meeting of all 370. Fate interfered to spoil this striking attempt after a new type of the family, developed on a duandric base. Claudinette was seized with illness, a consequence of excessive fatigue in an alpine expedition in search of plants, and he came to his end. 71 In him Rousseau always believed that he lost the most solid friend he ever possessed, a rare and estimable man, in whom nature served instead of education, and who nourished in obscure servitude all the virtues of great men. 72. The day after his death, Rousseau was speaking of their lost friend to Madame de Warens with the liveliest and most sincere affliction, when suddenly in the midst of the conversation he remembered that he should inherit the poor man's clothes, and particularly a handsome black coat. A reproachful tear from his maman, as he always somewhat nauseously called Madame de Warens, extinguished the vile thought and washed away its last traces. 73 After all, those men and women are exceptionally happy, who have no such involuntary meanness of thought standing against themselves in that unwritten chapter of their lives which even the most candid persons keep privately locked up in shamefast recollection. Shortly after his return to Chambéry, a wave from the great tide of European affairs surged into the quiet valleys of Savoy. In the February of 1733, Augustus the Strong died, and the usual disorder followed in the choice of a successor to him in the kingship of Poland. France was for Stanislaus, the father-in-law of Louis XV, while the Emperor Charles VI and Anne of Russia were for August III, Elector of Saxony. Stanislaus was compelled to flee, and the French government, taking up his quarrel, declared war against the emperor. The first act of this war, which was to end in the acquisition of Naples and the two Sicilies by Spanish Bourbons, and of Lorraine by France, was the dispatch of a French expedition to the Milanese under Marshal Villars, the husband of one of Voltaire's first idols. This took place in the autumn of 1733, and a French column passed through Chambéry, exciting lively interest in all minds, including Rousseau's. He now read the newspapers for the first time, with the most eager sympathy for the country with whose history his own name was destined to be so permanently associated. If this mad passion, he says, had only been momentary, I should not speak of it, but for no visible reason it took such root in my heart, that when I afterwards at Paris played the stern Republican, I could not help feeling in spite of myself a secret predilection for the very nation that I found so servile, and the government I made bold to assail. 74. This fondness for France was strong, constant, and invincible, and found what was in the 18th century a natural complement in a corresponding dislike of England. 75. Rousseau's health began to show signs of weakness. His breath became asthmatic, he had palpitations, he spat blood, and suffered from a slow feverishness from which he never afterwards became entirely free. 76. His mind was as feverish as his body, and the morbid broodings which active life reduces to their lowest degree in most young men, were left to make full havoc along with the seven devils of idleness and vacuity. An instinct which may flow from the unrecognized animal lying deep down in us all, suggested the way of return to wholesomeness. Rousseau prevailed upon Madame de Warens to leave the stifling streets for the fresh fields, and to deliver herself by retreat to rural solitude from the adventurers who made her their prey. Les Charmettes, the modest farmhouse to which they retired, still stands. The modern traveler, with a taste for relieving an imagination strained by great historic monuments and secular landmarks, with the sight of spots associated with the passion and meditation of some far-shining teacher of men, may walk a short league from where the grey slate roofs of dull Chambéry bake in the sun, and ascending a gently mounting road, with high leafy bank on the right throwing cool shadows over his head, and a stream on the left making music at his feet, he sees an old red housetop lifted lonely above the trees. The homes in which men have lived now and again lend themselves to the beholder's subjective impression, they seem to be brooding in forlorn isolation like some life-wearied greybeard over ancient and sorrow-stricken memories. At Les Charmettes a pitiful melancholy penetrates you. The supreme loveliness of the scene, the sweet-smelling meadows, the orchard, the waterways, the little vineyard with here and there a rose glowing crimson among the yellow stunted vines, the rust-red crag of the Nivelet rising against the sky far across the broad valley, the contrast between all this peace, beauty, silence, and the diseased miserable life of the famous man who found a scanty span of paradise in the midst of it, touches the soul with a pathetic spell. We are for the moment lifted out of squalor, vagrancy, and disorder, and seem to hear some of the harmonies which sounded to this perturbed spirit, soothing it, exalting it, and stirring those inmost vibrations which in truth make up all the short divine part of a man's life. 77. No day passes, he wrote in the very year in which he died, in which I do not recall with joy and tender effusion this single and brief time in my life, when I was fully myself, without mixture or hindrance, and when I may say in a true sense that I lived. I may almost say, like the prefect when disgraced and proceeding to end his days tranquilly in the country, I have passed 70 years on the earth, and I have lived but 7 of them. But for this brief and precious space, I should perhaps have remained uncertain about myself, for during all the rest of my life I have been so agitated, tossed, plucked hither and thither by the passions of others, that, being nearly passive in a life so stormy, I should find it hard to distinguish what belonged to me in my own conduct, to such a degree has harsh necessity weighed upon me. But during these few years I did what I wished to do, I was what I wished to be. 78. The secret of such rare felicity is hardly to be described in words. It was the ease of a profoundly sensuous nature with every sense gratified and fascinated. Caressing and undivided affection within doors, all the sweetness and movement of nature without, solitude, freedom, and the busy idleness of life in gardens, these were the conditions of Rousseau's ideal state. If my happiness, he says, in language of strange felicity, consisted in facts, actions, or words, I might then describe and represent it in some way, but how say what was neither said nor done nor even thought, but only enjoyed and felt without my being able to point to any other object of my happiness than the very feeling itself? I arose with the sun and I was happy, I went out of doors and I was happy, I saw Mom Ann and I was happy, I left her and I was happy, I went among the woods and hills, I wandered about in the dells, I read, I was idle, I dug in the garden, I gathered fruit, I helped them indoors, and everywhere happiness followed me. It was not in any given thing, it was all in myself, and could never leave me for a single instant. 79. This was a true Garden of Eden, with the serpent in temporary quiescence, and we may count the man rare since the fall who has found such happiness in such conditions, and not less blessed than he is rare. The fact that he was one of this chosen company was among the foremost of the circumstances which made Rousseau seem to so many men in the 18th century as a spring of water in a thirsty land. All innocent and amiable things moved him. He used to spend hours together in taming pigeons, he inspired them with such confidence that they would follow him about, and allow him to take them wherever he would, and the moment that he appeared in the garden 2 or 3 of them would instantly settle on his arms or his head. The bees, too, gradually came to put the same trust in him, and his whole life was surrounded with gentle companionship. He always began the day with the sun, walking on the high ridge above the slope on which the house lay, and going through his form of worship. It did not consist in a vain moving of the lips, but in a sincere elevation of heart to the author of the tender nature whose beauties lay spread out before my eyes. This act passed rather in wonder and contemplation than in requests, and I always knew that with the dispenser of true blessings, the best means of obtaining those which are needful for us, is less to ask than to deserve them. 80. These effusions may be taken for the beginning of the deistical reaction in the 18th century. While the truly scientific and progressive spirits were occupied in laborious preparation for adding to human knowledge and systematizing it, Rousseau walked with his head in the clouds among gods, beneficent authors of nature, wise dispensers of blessings, and the like. "Ah, madam," he once said, "sometimes in the privacy of my study, with my hands pressed tight over my eyes or in the darkness of the night, I am of his opinion that there is no God. But look yonder, the rising of the sun, as it scatters the mists that cover the earth and lays bare the wondrous glittering scene of nature, disperses at the same moment all cloud from my soul. I find my faith again, and my God, and my belief in him. I admire and adore him, and I prostrate myself in his presence." 81. As if that settled the question affirmatively, any more than the absence of such theistic emotion in many noble spirits settles it negatively. God became the highest known formula for sensuous expansion, the synthesis of all complacent emotions, and Rousseau filled up the measure of his delight by creating and invoking a supreme being to match with fine scenery and sunny gardens. We shall have a better occasion to mark the attributes of this important conception when we come to Émilius, where it was launched in a panoply of resounding phrases upon a Europe which was grown too strong for Christian dogma, and was not yet grown strong enough to rest in a provisional ordering of the results of its own positive knowledge. Walking on the terrace at Les Charmettes, you are at the very birthplace of that particular Être Supreme to whom Robespierre offered the incense of an official festival. Sometimes the reading of a Jansenist book would make him unhappy by the prominence into which it brought the displeasing idea of hell, and he used now and then to pass a miserable day in wondering whether this cruel destiny should be his. Madame de Warens, whose softness of heart inspired her with a theology that ought to have satisfied a seraphic doctor, had abolished hell, but she could not dispense with purgatory because she did not know what to do with the souls of the wicked, being unable either to damn them, or to install them among the good until they had been purified into goodness. In truth it must be confessed, says Rousseau, that alike in this world and the other the wicked are extremely embarrassing. 82 His own search after knowledge of his fate is well known. One day, amusing himself in a characteristic manner by throwing stones at trees, he began to be tormented by fear of the eternal pit. He resolved to test his doom by throwing a stone at a particular tree. If he hit, then salvation; if he missed, then perdition. With a trembling hand and beating heart he threw, as he had chosen a large tree and was careful not to place himself too far away, All was well. 83 As a rule, however, in spite of the ugly phantoms of theology, he passed his days in a state of calm. Even when illness brought it into his head that he should soon know the future lot by more assured experiment, he still preserved a tranquility which he justly qualifies as sensual. In thinking of Rousseau's peculiar feeling for nature, which acquired such a decisive place in his character during his life at Les Charmettes, it is to be remembered that it was entirely devoid of that stormy and boisterous quality which has grown up in more modern literature, out of the violent attempt to press nature in her most awful moods into the service of the great revolt against a social and religious tradition that can no longer be endured. Of this revolt Rousseau was a chief, and his passion for natural aspects was connected with this attitude, but he did not seize those of them which the poet of Manfred, for example, forced into an imputed sympathy with his own rebellion. Rousseau always loved nature best in her moods of quiescence and serenity, and in proportion as she lent herself to such moods in men. He liked rivulets better than rivers. He could not bear the sight of the sea, its infertile bosom and blind restless tumblings filled him with melancholy. The ruins of a park affected him more than the ruins of castles. 84 It is true that no plain, however beautiful, ever seemed so in his eyes. He required torrents, rocks, dark forests, mountains, and precipices. 85 This does not affect the fact that he never moralized appalling landscape, as post-revolutionary writers have done, and that the alpine wastes which throw your puniest modern into a rapture, had no attraction for him. He could steep himself in nature without climbing 15,000 feet to find her. In landscape, as has been said by one with the right to speak, Rousseau was truly a great artist, and you can, if you are artistic too, follow him with confidence in his wanderings. He understood that beauty does not require a great stage, and that the effect of things lies in harmony. 86 The humble heights of the Jura, and the lovely points of the valley of Chambéry, sufficed to give him all the pleasure of which he was capable. In truth, a man cannot escape from his time, and Rousseau at least belonged to the 18th century in being devoid of the capacity for feeling awe, and the taste for objects inspiring it. Nature was a tender friend with softest bosom, and no sphinx with cruel enigma. He felt neither terror, nor any sense of the littleness of man, nor of the mysteriousness of life, nor of the unseen forces which make us their sport. As he peered over the precipice and heard the water roaring at the bottom of it, he only remained for hours enjoying the physical sensation of dizziness with which it turned his brain, with a break now and again for hurling large stones, and watching them roll and leap down into the torrent, with as little reflection and as little articulate emotion as if he had been a child. 87 Just as it is convenient for purposes of classification to divide a man into body and soul, even when we believe the soul to be only a function of the body, so people talk of his intellectual side and his emotional side, his thinking quality and his feeling quality, though in fact and at the roots these qualities are not two but one, with temperament for the common substratum. During this period of his life the whole of Rousseau's true force went into his feelings, and at all times feeling predominated over reflection, with many drawbacks and some advantages of a very critical kind for subsequent generations of men. Nearly everyone who came into contact with him in the way of testing his capacity for being instructed pronounced him hopeless. He had several excellent opportunities of learning Latin, especially at Turin in the house of Count Gouvon, and in the seminary at Annecy, and at Les Charmettes he did his best to teach himself, but without any better result than a very limited power of reading. In learning one rule he forgot the last. He could never master the most elementary laws of versification. He learned and relearned 20 times the eclogues of Virgil, but not a single word remained with him. 88 He was absolutely without verbal memory, and he pronounces himself wholly incapable of learning anything from masters. Madame de Warens tried to have him taught both dancing and fencing. He could never achieve a minuet, and after 3 months of instruction he was as clumsy and helpless with his foil as he had been on the first day. He resolved to become a master at the chessboard. He shut himself up in his room, and worked night and day over the books with indescribable efforts which covered many weeks. On proceeding to the café to manifest his powers, he found that all the moves and combinations had got mixed up in his head. he saw nothing but clouds on the board, and as often as he repeated the experiment he only found himself weaker than before. Even in music, for which he had a genuine passion and at which he worked hard, he never could acquire any facility at sight, and he was an inaccurate scorer, even when only copying the score of others. 89. Two things nearly incompatible, he writes in an important passage, are united in me without my being able to think how: an extremely ardent temperament, lively and impetuous passions, along with ideas that are very slow in coming to birth, very embarrassed, and which never arise until after the event. One would say that my heart and my intelligence do not belong to the same individual. I feel all, and see nothing, I am carried away, but I am stupid. This slowness of thinking, united with such vivacity of feeling, possesses me not only in conversation, but when I am alone and working. My ideas arrange themselves in my head with incredible difficulty, they circulate there in a dull way and ferment until they agitate me, fill me with heat, and give me palpitations. In the midst of this stir I see nothing clearly, I could not write a single word. Insensibly the violent emotion grows still, the chaos is disentangled, everything falls into its place, but very slowly and after long and confused agitation. 90. So far from saying that his heart and intelligence belonged to two persons, we might have been quite sure, knowing his heart, that his intelligence must be exactly what he describes its process to have been. The slow burning ecstasy in which he knew himself at his height and was most conscious of fullness of life, was incompatible with the rapid and deliberate generation of ideas. The same soft passivity, the same receptiveness, which made his emotions like the surface of a lake under sky and breeze, entered also into the working of his intellectual faculties. But it happens that in this region, in the attainment of knowledge, truth, and definite thoughts, even receptiveness implies a distinct and active energy, and hence the very quality of temperament which left him free and eager for sensuous impressions, seemed to muffle his intelligence in a certain opaque and resisting medium, of the indefinable kind that interposes between will and action in a dream. His rational part was fatally protected by a non-conducting envelope of sentiment. This intercepted clear ideas on their passage, and even cut off the direct and true impress of those objects and their relations, which are the material of clear ideas. He was no doubt right in his avowal that objects generally made less impression on him than the recollection of them, that he could see nothing of what was before his eyes, and had only his intelligence in cases where memories were concerned, and that of what was said or done in his presence, he felt and penetrated nothing. 91. In other words, this is to say that his material of thought was not fact but image. When he plunged into reflection, he did not deal with the objects of reflection at first hand and in themselves, but only with the reminiscences of objects, which he had never approached in a spirit of deliberate and systematic observation, and with those reminiscences, moreover, suffused and saturated by the impalpable but most potent essences of a fermenting imagination. Instead of urgently seeking truth with the patient energy, the wariness, and the conscience, with the sharpened instruments, the systematic apparatus, and the minute feelers and tentacles of the genuine thinker and solid reasoner, he only floated languidly on a summer tide of sensation, and captured premise and conclusion in a succession of swoons. It would be a mistake to contend that no work can be done for the world by this method, or that truth only comes to those who chase her with logical forceps. But one should always try to discover how a teacher of men came by his ideas, whether by careful toil, or by the easy bequest of generous fantasy. To give a zest to rural delight, and partly perhaps to satisfy the intellectual interest which must have been an instinct in one who became so consummate a master in the great and noble art of composition, Rousseau, during the time when he lived with Madame de Warens, tried as well as he knew how to acquire a little knowledge of what fruit the cultivation of the mind of man had hitherto brought forth. According to his own account, it was Voltaire's letters on the English which first drew him seriously to study, and nothing which that illustrious man wrote at this time escaped him. His taste for Voltaire inspired him with the desire of writing with elegance, and of imitating the fine and enchanting color of Voltaire's style. 92. An object in which he cannot be held to have in the least succeeded, though he achieved a superb style of his own. On his return from Turin, Madame de Warens had begun in some small way to cultivate a taste for letters in him, though he had lost the enthusiasm of his childhood for reading. Saint Evremond, Puffendorf, the Henriade, and the Spectator happened to be in his room, and he turned over their pages. The Spectator, he says, pleased him greatly and did him much good. 93 Madame de Warens was what he calls Protestant in literary taste, and would talk forever of the Great Bell, while she thought more of Saint Evremond than she could ever persuade Rousseau to think. 2 or 3 years later than this he began to use his own mind more freely, and opened his eyes for the first time to the greatest question that ever dawns upon any human intelligence that has the privilege of discerning it, the problem of a philosophy and a body of doctrine. His way of answering it did not promise the best results. He read an introduction to the sciences, then he took an encyclopedia and tried to learn all things together, until he repented and resolved to study subjects apart. This he found a better plan for one to whom long application was so fatiguing, that he could not with any effect occupy himself for half an hour on any one matter, especially if following the ideas of another person. 94 He began his morning's work, after an hour or two of dispersive chat, with the Port Royal Logic, Locke's essay on the human understanding, Malebranche, Leibniz, Descartes. 95 He found these authors in a condition of such perpetual contradiction among themselves, that he formed the chimerical design of reconciling them with one another. This was tedious, so he took up another method, on which he congratulated himself to the end of his life. It consisted in simply adopting and following the ideas of each author, without comparing them either with one another or with those of other writers, and above all without any criticism of his own. Let me begin, he said, by collecting a store of ideas, true or false, but at any rate clear, until my head is well enough stocked to enable me to compare and choose. At the end of some years passed in never thinking exactly, except after other people, without reflecting so to speak, and almost without reasoning, he found himself in a state to think for himself. In spite of beginning late to exercise my judicial faculty, I never found that it had lost its vigor, and when I came to publish my own ideas, I was hardly accused of being a servile disciple. 96. To that fairly credible account of the matter, one can only say that this mutually exclusive way of learning the thoughts of others, and developing thoughts of your own, is for an adult probably the most mischievous, where it is not the most impotent, fashion in which intellectual exercise can well be taken. It is exactly the use of the judicial faculty, criticizing, comparing, and defining, which is indispensable in order that a student should not only effectually assimilate the ideas of a writer, but even know what those ideas come to and how much they are worth. And so when he works at ideas of his own, a judicial faculty which has been kept studiously slumbering for some years, is not likely to revive in full strength without any preliminary training. Rousseau was a man of singular genius, and he set an extraordinary mark on Europe, but this mark would have been very different if he had ever mastered any one system of thought, or if he had ever fully grasped what systematic thinking means. Instead of this, his debt to the men whom he read was a debt of piecemeal, and his obligation an obligation for fragments, and this is perhaps the worst way of acquiring an intellectual lineage, for it leaves out the vital continuity of temper and method. It is a small thing to accept this or that of Locke's notions upon education or the origin of ideas, if you do not see the merit of his way of coming by his notions. In short, Rousseau has distinctions in abundance, but the distinction of knowing how to think, in the exact sense of that term, was hardly among them, and neither now nor at any other time did he go through any of that toilsome and vigorous intellectual preparation to which the ablest of his contemporaries, Diderot, Voltaire, D'Alembert, Turgot, Condorcet, Hume, all submitted themselves. His comfortable view was that the sensible and interesting conversations of a woman of merit are more proper to form a young man than all the pedantical philosophy of books. 97. Style, however, in which he ultimately became such a proficient, and which wrought such marvels as only style backed by passion can work, already engaged his serious attention. We have already seen how Voltaire implanted in him the first root idea, which so many of us never perceive at all, that there is such a quality of writing as style. He evidently took pains with the form of expression and thought about it, in obedience to some inborn harmonious predisposition which is the source of all veritable eloquence, though there is no strong trace now nor for many years to come of any irresistible inclination for literary composition. We find him, indeed, in 1736 showing consciousness of a slight skill in writing 98, but he only thought of it as a possible recommendation for a secretaryship to some great person. He also appears to have practiced verses, not for their own sake, for he always most justly thought his own verses mediocre, and they are even worse, but on the ground that verse-making is a rather good exercise for breaking oneself to elegant inversions, and learning a greater ease in prose. 99 At the age of 21 he composed a comedy, long afterwards damned as Narcisse. Such prelusions, however, were of small importance compared with the fact of his being surrounded by a moral atmosphere in which his whole mind was steeped. It is not in the study of Voltaire or another, but in the deep soft soil of constant mood and old habit that such a style as Rousseau's has its growth. It was the custom to return to Chambéry for the winter, and the day of their departure from Les Charmettes was always a day blurred and tearful for Rousseau. He never left it without kissing the ground, the trees, the flowers. He had to be torn away from it as from a loved companion. At the first melting of the winter snows they left their dungeon in Chambéry, and they never missed the earliest song of the nightingale. Many a joyful day of summer peace remained vivid in Rousseau's memory, and made a mixed heaven and hell for him long years after in the stifling dingy Paris street, and the raw and cheerless air of a Derbyshire winter. 100 We started early in the morning, he says, describing one of these simple excursions on the day of St. Louis, who was the very unconscious patron saint of Madame de Warens. Together and alone, I proposed that we should go and ramble about the side of the valley opposite to our own, which we had not yet visited. We sent our provisions on before us, for we were to be out all day. We went from hill to hill and wood to wood, sometimes in the sun and often in the shade, resting from time to time and forgetting ourselves for whole hours, chatting about ourselves, our union, our dear lot, and offering unheard prayers that it might last. All seemed to conspire for the bliss of this day. Rain had fallen a short time before, there was no dust, and the little streams were full, a light fresh breeze stirred the leaves, the air was pure, the horizon without a cloud, and the same serenity reigned in our own hearts. Our dinner was cooked in a peasant's cottage, and we shared it with his family. These Savoyards are such good souls. After dinner we sought shade under some tall trees, where, while I collected dry sticks for making our coffee, Maman amused herself by botanizing among the bushes, and the expedition ended in transports of tenderness and effusion. 101. This is one of such days as the soul turns back to when the misery that stalks after us all has seized it, and a man is left to the sting and smart of the memory of irrecoverable things. He was resolved to bind himself to Madame de Warens with an inalterable fidelity for all the rest of his days. He would watch over her with all the dutiful and tender vigilance of a son, and she should be to him something dearer than mother or wife or sister. What actually befell was this. He was attacked by vapors, which he characterizes as the disorder of the happy. One symptom of his disease was the conviction derived from the rash perusal of surgeons' treatises, that he was suffering from a polypus in the heart. On the not very chivalrous principle that if he did not spend Madame de Warens' money, he was only leaving it for adventurers and knaves, he proceeded to Montpellier to consult the physicians, and took the money for his expenses out of his benefactress's store, which was always slender because it was always open to any hand. While on the road, he fell into an intrigue with a traveling companion, whom critics have compared to the fair Philina of Wilhelm Meister. In due time, the Montpellier doctor, being unable to discover a disease, declared that the patient had none. The scenery was dull and unattractive, and this would have counterbalanced the weightiest prudential reasons with him at any time. Rousseau debated whether he should keep tryst with his gay fellow-traveller, or return to Chambéry. Remorse and that intractable emptiness of pocket which is the iron key to many a deed of ingenuous-looking self-denial and Spartan virtue, directed him homewards. Here he had a surprise, and perhaps learned a lesson. He found installed in the house a personage whom he describes as tall, fair, noisy, coxcombical, flat-faced, flat-souled. Another triple alliance seemed a thing odious in the eyes of a man whom his travelling diversions had made a Pharisee for the hour. He protested, but Madame de Warens was a woman of principle, and declined to let Rousseau, who had profited by the doctrine of indifference, now set up in his own favor the contrary doctrine of a narrow and churlish partiality. So a short, delicious, and never forgotten episode came to an end. This pair who had known so much happiness together were happy together no more, and the air became peopled for Rousseau with wan spectres of dead joys and fast-gathering cares. The dates of the various events described in the 5th and 6th books of the Confessions are inextricable, and the order is evidently inverted more than once. The inversion of order is less serious than the contradictions between the dates of the Confessions and the more authentic and unmistakable dates of his letters. For instance, he describes a visit to Geneva as having been made shortly before Lautrec's temporary pacification of the civic troubles of that town, and that event took place in the spring of 1738. This would throw the Montpellier journey, which he says came after the visit to Geneva, into 1738, but the letters to Madame de Warens from Grenoble and Montpellier are dated in the autumn and winter of 1737.102. Minor verifications attest the exactitude of the dates of the letters 103, and we may therefore conclude that he returned from Montpellier, found his place taken and lost his old delight in Les Charmettes, in the early part of 1738. In the 10th of the Reveries he speaks of having passed a space of 4 or 5 years in the bliss of Les Charmettes, and it is true that his connection with it in one way and another lasted from the middle of 1736 until about the middle of 1741. But as he left for Montpellier in the autumn of 1737, and found the obnoxious Vinzenried installed in 1738, the pure and characteristic felicity of Les Charmettes perhaps only lasted about a year or a year and a half. But a year may set a deep mark on a man, and give him imperishable taste of many things bitter and sweet. Chapter 4. Teresa Levasseur. Men like Rousseau, who are most heedless in letting their delight perish, are as often as not most loath to bury what they have slain, or even to perceive that life has gone out of it. The sight of simple hearts trying to coax back a little warm breath of former days into a present that is stiff and cold with indifference, is touching enough. But there is a certain grossness around the circumstances in which Rousseau now and too often found himself, that makes us watch his embarrassment with some composure. One cannot easily think of him as a simple heart, and we feel perhaps as much relief as he, when he resolves after making all due efforts to thrust out the intruder and bring Madame de Warens over from theories which had become too practical to be interesting, to leave Les Charmettes and accept a tutorship at Lyons. His new patron was a Demable, elder brother of the philosophic abbé of the same name, and of the still more notable Condillac. The future author of the most influential treatise on education that has ever been written, was not successful in the practical and far more arduous side of that master art. 104 We have seen how little training he had ever given himself in the cardinal virtues of collectedness and self-control, and we know this to be the indispensable quality in all who have to shape young minds for a humane life. So long as all went well, he was an angel, but when things went wrong, he is willing to confess that he was a devil. When his two pupils could not understand him, he became frantic, when they showed willfulness or any other part of the disagreeable materials out of which, along with the rest, human excellence has to be ingeniously and painfully manufactured, he was ready to kill them. This, as he justly admits, was not the way to render them either well learned or sage. The moral education of the teacher himself was hardly complete, for he describes how he used to steal his employer's wine, and the exquisite draughts which he enjoyed in the secrecy of his own room, with a piece of cake in one hand and some dear romance in the other. We should forgive greedy pilferings of this kind more easily if Rousseau had forgotten them more speedily. These are surely offences for which the best expiation is oblivion in a throng of worthier memories. It is easy to understand how often Rousseau's mind turned from the deadly drudgery of his present employment to the beatitude of former days. What rendered my present condition insupportable was the recollection of my beloved Charmettes, of my garden, my trees, my fountain, my orchard, and above all of her for whom I felt myself born and who gave life to it all. As I thought of her, of our pleasures, our guileless days, I was seized by a tightness in my heart, a stopping of my breath, which robbed me of all spirit. 105. For years to come this was a kind of far-off accompaniment, thrumming melodiously in his ears under all the discords of a miserable life. He made another effort to quicken the dead. Throwing up his office with his usual promptitude in escaping from the irksome, after a residence of something like a year at Lyons, he made his way back to his old haunts. The first half hour with Madame de Warens persuaded him that happiness here was really at an end. After a stay of a few months, his desolation again overcame him. It was agreed that he should go to Paris to make his fortune by a new method of musical notation which he had invented, and after a short stay at Lyons, he found himself for the second time in the famous city which in the 18th century had become for the moment the center of the universe. 106. It was not yet, however, destined to be a center for him. His plan of musical notation was examined by a learned committee of the Academy, no member of whom was instructed in the musical art. Rousseau, dumb, inarticulate, and unready as usual, was amazed at the ease with which his critics by the free use of sounding phrases demolished arguments and objections which he perceived that they did not at all understand. His experience on this occasion suggested to him the most just reflection, how even without breadth of intelligence, the profound knowledge of any one thing is preferable in forming a judgment about it, to all possible enlightenment conferred by the cultivation of the sciences, without study of the special matter in question. It astonished him that all these learned men, who knew so many things, could yet be so ignorant that a man should only pretend to be a judge in his own craft. 107. His musical path to glory and riches thus blocked up, he surrendered himself not to despair but to complete idleness and peace of mind. He had a few coins left, and these prevented him from thinking of a future. He was presented to one or two great ladies, and with the blundering gallantry habitual to him he wrote a letter to one of the greatest of them, declaring his passion for her. Madame de Pan was the daughter of one, and the wife of another, of the richest men in France, and the attentions of a man whose acquaintance Madame Buzenval had begun by inviting him to dine in the servants' hall, were not pleasing to her. 108. She forgave the impertinence eventually, and her stepson, M. Francuil, was Rousseau's patron for some years. 109. On the whole, however, in spite of his own account of his social ineptitude, there cannot have been anything so repulsive in his manners as this account would lead us to think. There is no grave anachronism in introducing here the impression which he made on two fine ladies not many years after this. He pays compliments, yet he is not polite, or at least he is without the air of politeness. He seems to be ignorant of the usages of society, but it is easily seen that he is infinitely intelligent. He has a brown complexion, while eyes that overflow with fire give animation to his expression. When he has spoken and you look at him, he appears comely, but when you try to recall him, his image is always extremely plain. They say that he has bad health, and endures agony which from some motive of vanity he most carefully conceals. It is this, I fancy, which gives him from time to time an air of sullenness. 110. The other lady, who saw him at the same time, speaks of the poor devil of an author, who's as poor as Job for you, but with wit and vanity enough for four. They say his history is as queer as his person, and that is saying a good deal. Madame Maupia and I tried to guess what it was. In spite of his face, said she, his eyes tell that love plays a great part in his romance. No, said I, his nose tells me that it is vanity. Well then, 'tis both one and the other. 111. One of his patronesses took some trouble to procure him the post of secretary to the French ambassador at Venice, and in the spring of 1743 our much wandering man started once more in quest of meat and raiment in the famous city of the Adriatic. This was one of those steps of which there are not a few in a man's life, that seem at the moment to rank foremost in the short line of decisive acts, and then are presently seen not to have been decisive at all, but mere interruptions conducting nowhither. In truth, the critical moments with us are mostly as points in slumber. Even if the ancient oracles of the gods were to regain their speech once more on the earth, men would usually go to consult them on days when the answer would have least significance, and could guide them least far. That one of the most heedless vagrants in Europe, and as it happened one of the men of most extraordinary genius also, should have got a footing in the train of the ambassador of a great government, would naturally seem to him and others as chance's one critical stroke in his life. In reality it was nothing. The Count of Montaigu, his master, was one of the worst characters with whom Rousseau could for his own profit have been brought into contact. In his professional quality he was not far from imbecile. The folly and weakness of the government at Versailles during the reign of Louis XV, and its indifference to competence in every department except perhaps partially in the fisc, was fairly illustrated in its absurd representative at Venice. The secretary, whose renown has preserved his master's name, has recorded more amply than enough the grounds of quarrel between them. Rousseau is for once eager to assert his own efficiency, and declares that he rendered many important services for which he was repaid with ingratitude and persecution. 112 One would be glad to know what the Count of Montaigu's version of matters was, for in truth Rousseau's conduct in previous posts makes us wonder how it was that he who had hitherto always been unfaithful over few things, suddenly touched perfection when he became lord over many. There is other testimony, however, to the ambassador's morbid quality, of which, after that general imbecility which was too common a thing among men in office to be remarkable, avarice was the most striking trait. For instance, careful observation had persuaded him that 3 shoes are equivalent to 2 pairs, because there is always one of a pair which is more worn than its fellow, and hence he habitually ordered his shoes in 3s. 113 It was natural enough that such a master and such a secretary should quarrel over perquisites. That slightly cringing quality which we have noticed on 1 or 2 occasions in Rousseau's hungry youthful time, had been hardened out of him by circumstance or the strengthening of inborn fibre. He would now neither dine in a servants' hall because a fine lady forgot what was due to a musician, nor share his fees with a great ambassador who forgot what was due to himself. These sordid disputes are of no interest now to anybody, and we need only say that after a period of 18 months passed in ungenial company, Rousseau parted from his count in extreme dudgeon, and the diplomatic career which he had promised to himself came to the same close as various other careers had already done. He returned to Paris towards the end of 1744, burning with indignation at the unjust treatment which he believed himself to have suffered, and laying memorial after memorial before the minister at home. He assures us that it was the justice and the futility of his complaints, that left in his soul the germ of exasperation against preposterous civil institutions, in which the true common will and real justice are always sacrificed to some seeming order or other, which is in fact destructive of all order, and only adds the sanction of public authority to the oppression of the weak and the iniquity of the strong. 114. 1 or 2 pictures connected with the Venetian episode remain in the memory of the reader of the Confessions, and among them perhaps with most people is that of the quarantine at Genoa in Rousseau's voyage to his new post. The travelers had the choice of remaining on board the felucca, or passing the time in an unfurnished lazaretto. This, we may notice in passing, was his first view of the sea. He makes no mention of the fact, nor does the sight or thought of the sea appear to have left the least mark in any line of his writings. He always disliked it, and thought of it with melancholy. Rousseau, as we may suppose, found the want of space and air in the boat the most intolerable of evils, and preferred to go alone to the lazaretto, though it had neither window sashes nor tables nor chairs nor bed, nor even a truss of straw to lie down upon. He was locked up and had the whole barrack to himself. I manufactured, he says, a good bed out of my coats and shirts, sheets out of towels which I stitched together, a pillow out of my old cloak rolled up. I made myself a seat of one trunk placed flat, and a table of the other. I got out some paper and my writing desk, and arranged some dozen books that I had by way of library. In short, I made myself so comfortable, that, with the exception of curtains and windows, I was nearly as well off in this absolutely naked lazaretto as in my lodgings in Paris. My meals were served with much pomp. 2 grenadiers, with bayonets at their musketens, escorted them. The staircase was my dining room, the landing did for table and the lower step for a seat, and when my dinner was served, they rang a little bell as they withdrew, to warn me to seat myself at table. Between my meals, when I was neither writing nor reading, nor busy with my furnishing, I went for a walk in the Protestant graveyard, or mounted into a lantern which looked out onto the port, and whence I could see the ships sailing in and out. I passed a fortnight in this way, and I could have spent the whole 3 weeks of the quarantine without feeling an instant's weariness. 115. These are the occasions when we catch glimpses of the true Rousseau, but his residence in Venice was on the whole one of his few really sociable periods. He made friends and kept them, and there was even a certain gaiety in his life. He used to tell people their fortunes in a way that an earlier century would have counted unholy. 116 He rarely sought pleasure in those of her haunts for which the Queen of the Adriatic had a guilty renown, but he has left one singular anecdote, showing the degree to which profound sensibility is capable of doing the moralist's work in a man, and how a stroke of sympathetic imagination may keep one from sin more effectually than an ethical precept. 117 It is pleasanter to think of him as working at the formation of that musical taste which 10 years afterwards led him to amaze the Parisians by proving that French melody was a hollow idea born of national self-delusion. A Venetian experiment, whose evidence in the special controversy is less weighty perhaps than Rousseau supposed, was among the facts which persuaded him that Italian is the language of music. An Armenian who had never heard any music was invited to listen first of all to a French monologue, and then to an air of Galuppi's. Rousseau observed in the Armenian more surprise than pleasure during the performance of the French piece. The first notes of the Italian were no sooner struck, than his eyes and whole expression softened, he was enchanted, surrendered his whole soul to the ravishing impressions of the music, and could never again be induced to listen to the performance of any French air. 118. More important than this was the circumstance that the sight of the defects of the government of the Venetian Republic first drew his mind to political speculation, and suggested to him the composition of a book that was to be called Institutions Politiques. 119 The work, as thus designed and named, was never written, but the idea of it, after many years of meditation, ripened first in the Discourse on Inequality, and then in the Social Contract. If Rousseau's departure for Venice was a wholly insignificant element in his life, his return from it was almost immediately followed by an event which counted for nothing at the moment, which his friends by and by came to regard as the fatal and irretrievable disaster of his life, but which he persistently described as the only real consolation that heaven permitted him to taste in his misery, and the only one that enabled him to bear his many sore burdens. 120. He took up his quarters at a small and dirty hotel not far from the Sorbonne, where he had alighted on the occasion of his second arrival in Paris. 121 Here was a kitchen maid, some 22 years old, who used to sit at table with her mistress and the guests of the house. The company was rough, being mainly composed of Irish and Gascon abbés, and other people to whom graces of mien and refinement of speech had come neither by nature nor cultivation. The hostess herself pitched the conversation in merry Rabelaisian key, and the apparent modesty of her serving woman gave a zest to her own license. Rousseau was moved with pity for a maid defenceless against a ribald storm, and from pity he advanced to some warmer sentiment, and he and Teresa Levasseur took each other for better for worse, in a way informal but sufficiently effective. This was the beginning of a union which lasted for the length of a generation and more, down to the day of Rousseau's most tragical ending. 122 She thought she saw in him a worthy soul, and he was convinced that he saw in her a woman of sensibility, simple and free from trick, and neither of the two, he says, was deceived in respect of the other. Her intellectual quality was unique. She could never be taught to read with any approach to success. She could never follow the order of the 12 months of the year, nor master a single arithmetical figure, nor count a sum of money, nor reckon the price of a thing. A month's instruction was not enough to give knowledge of the hours of the day on the dial plate. The words she used were often the direct opposites of the words that she meant to use. 123. The marriage choice of others is the inscrutable puzzle of those who have no eye for the fact that such choice is the great match of cajolery between purpose and invisible hazard. The blessedness of many lives is the stake, as intention happens to cheat accident or to be cheated by it. When the match is once over, deep criticism of a game of pure chance is time wasted. The crude talk in which the unwise deliver their judgments upon the conditions of success in the relations between men and women, has flowed with unprofitable copiousness as to this not very inviting case. People construct an imaginary Rousseau out of his writings, and then fetter their elevated, susceptible, sensitive, and humane creation, to the unfortunate woman who could never be taught that April is the month after March, or that twice 4.5 are 9. Now we have already seen enough of Rousseau to know for how infinitely little he counted the gift of a quick wit, and what small store he set either on literary varnish or on capacity for receiving it. He was touched in people with whom he had to do, not by attainment, but by moral fiber or his imaginary impression of their moral fiber. Instead of analyzing a character, bringing its several elements into the balance, computing the more or less of this faculty or that, he loved to feel its influence as a whole, indivisible, impalpable, playing without sound or agitation around him like soft light and warmth and the fostering air. The deepest ignorance, the dullest incapacity, the cloudiest faculties of apprehension, were nothing to him in man or woman, provided he could only be sensible of that indescribable emanation from voice and eye and movement, that silent effusion of serenity around spoken words, which nature has given to some tranquilizing spirits, and which would have left him free in an even life of indolent meditation and unfretted sense. A woman of high, eager, stimulating kind would have been a more fatal mate for him than the most stupid woman that ever rivaled the stupidity of man. Stimulation in any form always meant distress to Rousseau. The moist warmth of the Savoy valleys was not dearer to him than the subtle inhalations of softened and close enveloping companionship, in which the one needful thing is not intellectual equality, but easy, smooth, constant contact of feeling about the thousand small matters that make up the existence of a day. This is not the highest ideal of union that one's mind can conceive from the point of view of intense productive energy, but Rousseau was not concerned with the conditions of productive energy. He only sought to live, to be himself, and he knew better than any critics can know for him, what kind of nature was the best supplement for his own. As he said in an apophthegm with a deep melancholy lying at the bottom of it, you never can cite the example of a thoroughly happy man, for no one but the man himself knows anything about it. 124 By the side of people we love, he says very truly, sentiment nourishes the intelligence as well as the heart, and we have little occasion to seek ideas elsewhere. I lived with my Teresa as pleasantly as with the finest genius in the universe. 125. Teresa Levasseur would probably have been happier if she had married a stout stable boy, as indeed she did some 30 years hence by way of gathering up the fragments that were left, but there is little reason to think that Rousseau would have been much happier with any other mate than he was with Teresa. There was no social disparity between the two. She was a person accustomed to hardship and coarseness, and so was he. And he always systematically preferred the honest coarseness of the plain people from whom he was sprung and among whom he had lived, to the more hateful coarseness of heart which so often lurks under fine manners and a complete knowledge of the order of the months in the year and the arithmetical table. Rousseau had been a serving man, and there was no deterioration in going with a serving woman. 126 However this may be, it is certain that for the first dozen years or so of his partnership and many others as well as he are said to have found in this term a limit to the conditions of the original contract, Rousseau had perfect and entire contentment in the Teresa whom all his friends pronounced as mean, greedy, jealous, degrading, as she was avowedly brutish in understanding. Granting that she was all these things, how much of the responsibility for his acts has been thus shifted from the shoulders of Rousseau himself, whose connection with her was from beginning to end entirely voluntary. If he attached himself deliberately to an unworthy object by a bond which he was indisputably free to break on any day that he chose, were not the effects of such a union as much due to his own character which sought, formed, and perpetuated it, as to the character of Teresa Levasseur? Nothing, as he himself said in a passage to which he appends a vindication of Teresa, shows the true leanings and inclinations of a man better than the sort of attachments which he forms. 127. It is a natural blunder in a literate and well-mannered society to charge a mistake against a man who infringes its conventions in this particular way. Rousseau knew what he was about, as well as politer persons. He was at least as happy with his kitchen wench as Addison was with his countess, or Voltaire with his Marchioness, and he would not have been what he was, nor have played the part that he did play in the 18th century, if he had felt anything derogatory or unseemly in a kitchen wench. The selection was probably not very deliberate. As it happened, Teresa served as a standing illustration of two of his most marked traits, a contempt for mere literary culture, and a yet deeper contempt for social accomplishments and social position. In time he found out the grievous disadvantages of living in solitude with a companion who did not know how to think, and whose stock of ideas was so slight that the only common ground of talk between them was gossip and quodlibets. But her lack of sprightliness, beauty, grace, refinement, and that gentle initiative by which women may make even a somber life so various, went for nothing with him. What his friends missed in her, he did not seek and would not have valued, and what he found in her, they were naturally unable to appreciate, for they never were in the mood for detecting it. "I have not seen much of happy men," he wrote when near his end, "perhaps nothing, but I have many a time seen contented hearts, and of all the objects that have struck me, I believe it is this which has always given most contentment to myself." 128. This moderate conception of felicity, which was always so characteristic with him, as an even, durable, and rather low-toned state of the feelings, accounts for his prolonged acquiescence in a companion whom men with more elation in their ideal would assuredly have found hostile even to the most modest contentment. "The heart of my Teresa," he wrote long after the first tenderness had changed into riper emotion on his side, and, alas, into indifference on hers, was that of an angel. Our attachment waxed stronger with our intimacy, and we felt more and more each day that we were made for one another. If our pleasures could be described, their simplicity would make you laugh. Our excursions together out of town, in which I would munificently expend 8 or 10 halfpence in some rural tavern, our modest suppers at my window, seated in front of one another on 2 small chairs placed on a trunk that filled up the breadth of the embrasure. Here the window did duty for a table, we breathed the fresh air, we could see the neighborhood and the people passing by, and though on the 4th story, could look down into the street as we ate. Who shall describe, who shall feel the charms of those meals, consisting of a coarse quartern loaf, some cherries, a tiny morsel of cheese, and a pint of wine which we drank between us? Ah, what delicious seasoning there is in friendship, confidence, intimacy, gentleness of soul! We used sometimes to remain thus until midnight, without once thinking of the time. 129. Men and women are often more fairly judged by the way in which they bear the burden of what they have done, than by the prime act which laid the burden on their lives. 130 The deeper part of us shows in the manner of accepting consequences. On the whole, Rousseau's relations with this woman present him in a better light than those with any other person whatever. If he became with all the rest of the world suspicious, angry, jealous, profoundly diseased, in a word, with her he was habitually trustful, affectionate, careful, most long-suffering. It sometimes even occurs to us that his constancy to Teresa was only another side of the morbid perversity of his relations with the rest of the world. People of a certain kind not seldom make the most serious and vital sacrifices for bare love of singularity, and a man like Rousseau was not unlikely to feel an eccentric pleasure in proving that he could find merit in a woman who to everybody else was desperate. One who is on bad terms with the bulk of his fellows may contrive to save his self-respect and confirm his conviction that they are all in the wrong, by preserving attachment to someone to whom general opinion is hostile, the private argument being that if he is capable of this degree of virtue and friendship in an unfavorable case, how much more could he have practiced it with others, if they would only have allowed him. Whether this kind of apology was present to his mind or not, Rousseau could always refer those who charged him with black caprice, to his steady kindness towards Teresa Levasseur. Her family were among the most odious of human beings, greedy, idle, and ill-humored, while her mother had every fault that a woman could have in Rousseau's eyes, including that worst fault of setting herself up for a fine wit. Yet he bore with them all for years, and did not break with Madame Levasseur until she had poisoned the mind of her daughter, and done her best by rapacity and lying to render him contemptible to all his friends. In the course of years Teresa herself gave him unmistakable signs of a change in her affections. I began to feel, he says, at a date of 16 or 17 years from our present point, that she was no longer for me what she had been in our happy years, and I felt it all the more clearly as I was still the same towards her. 131. This was in 1762, and her estrangement grew deeper and her indifference more open, until at length, 7 years afterwards, we find that she had proposed a separation from him. What the exact reasons for this gradual change may have been we do not know, nor have we any right in ignorance of the whole facts to say that they were not adequate and just. There are two good traits recorded of the woman's character. She could never console herself for having let her father be taken away to end his days miserably in a house of charity. 132 And the repudiation of her children, against which the glowing egoism of maternity always rebelled, remained a cruel dart in her bosom as long as she lived. We may suppose that there was that about household life with Rousseau which might have bred disgusts even in one as little fastidious as Teresa was. Among other things which must have been hard to endure, we know that in composing his works he was often weeks together without speaking a word to her. 133 Perhaps again it would not be difficult to produce some passages in Rousseau's letters and in the Confessions, which show traces of that subtle contempt for women that lurks undetected in many who would blush to avow it. Whatever the causes may have been, from indifference she passed to something like aversion, and in the one place where a word of complaint is wrung from him, he describes her as rending and piercing his heart at a moment when his other miseries were at their height. His patience at any rate was inexhaustible, now old, worn by painful bodily infirmities, racked by diseased suspicion and the most dreadful and tormenting of the minor forms of madness, nearly friendless, and altogether hopeless, he yet kept unabated the old tenderness of a quarter of a century before, and expressed it in words of such gentleness, gravity, and self-respecting strength, as may touch even those whom his books leave unmoved, and who view his character with deepest distrust. For the 26 years, dearest, that our union has lasted, I have never sought my happiness except in yours, and have never ceased to try to make you happy, and you saw by what I did lately. 134 That your honor and happiness were one as dear to me as the other. I see with pain that success does not answer my solicitude, and that my kindness is not as sweet to you to receive, as it is sweet to me to show. I know that the sentiments of honor and uprightness with which you were born will never change in you, but as for those of tenderness and attachment which were once reciprocal between us, I feel that they now only exist on my side. Not only, dearest of all friends, have you ceased to find pleasure in my company, but you have to tax yourself severely even to remain a few minutes with me out of complaisance. You are at your ease with all the world but me. I do not speak to you of many other things. We must take our friends with their faults, and I ought to pass over yours, as you pass over mine. If you were happy with me I could be content, but I see clearly that you are not, and this is what makes my heart sore. If I could do better for your happiness, I would do it and hold my peace, but that is not possible. I have left nothing undone that I thought would contribute to your felicity. At this moment, while I am writing to you, overwhelmed with distress and misery, I have no more true or lively desire than to finish my days in closest union with you. You know my lot, it is such as one could not even dare to describe, for no one could believe it. I never had, my dearest, other than one single solace, but that the sweetest, it was to pour out all my heart in yours. When I talked of my miseries to you, they were soothed, and when you had pitied me, I needed pity no more. My every resource, my whole confidence, is in you and in you only. My soul cannot exist without sympathy, and cannot find sympathy except with you. It is certain that if you fail me and I am forced to live alone, I am as a dead man. But I should die 1,000 times more cruelly still, if we continued to live together in misunderstanding, and if confidence and friendship were to go out between us. It would be 100 times better to cease to see each other, still to live, and sometimes to regret one another. Whatever sacrifice may be necessary on my part to make you happy, be so at any cost, and I shall be content. We have faults to weep over and to expiate, but no crimes. Let us not blot out by the imprudence of our closing days the sweetness and purity of those we have passed together. 135. Think ill as we may of Rousseau's theories, and meanly as we may of some parts of his conduct, yet to those who can feel the pulsing of a human life apart from a man's formulae, and can be content to leave to sure circumstance the tragic retaliation for evil behavior, this letter is like one of the great master's symphonies, whose theme falls in soft strokes of melting pity on the heart. In truth, alas, the union of this now diverse pair had been stained by crimes shortly after its beginning. In the estrangement of father and mother in their late years we may perhaps hear the rustle and spy the pale forms of the avenging spectres of their lost children. At the time when the connection with Teresa Levasseur was formed, Rousseau did not know how to gain bread. He composed the musical diversion of the Muses Galantes, which Rameau rightly or wrongly pronounced a plagiarism, and at the request of Richelieu he made some minor readaptations in Voltaire's Princesse de Navarre, which Rameau had set to music that farce of the fair to which the author of Zaire owed his seat in the Academy. 136 But neither task brought him money, and he fell back on a sort of secretaryship, with perhaps a little of the valet in it, to Madame Dupin and her son-in-law, M. de Franqueuil, for which he received the too moderate income of 900 francs. On one occasion he returned to his room expecting with eager impatience the arrival of a remittance, the proceeds of some small property which came to him by the death of his father. 137 He found the letter, and was opening it with trembling hands, when he was suddenly smitten with shame at his want of self-control. He placed it unopened on the chimney-piece, undressed, slept better than usual, and when he awoke the next morning, he had forgotten all about the letter until it caught his eye. He was delighted to find that it contained his money, but I can swear, he adds, that my liveliest delight was in having conquered myself. An occasion for self-conquest on a more considerable scale was at hand. In these tight straits, he received grievous news from the unfortunate Teresa. He made up his mind cheerfully what to do, the mother acquiesced after sore persuasion and with bitter tears, and the newborn child was dropped into oblivion in the box of the asylum for foundlings. Next year the same easy expedient was again resorted to, with the same heedlessness on the part of the father, the same pain and reluctance on the part of the mother. 5 children in all were thus put away, and with such entire absence of any precaution with a view to their identification in happier times, that not even a note was kept of the day of their birth. 138. People have made a great variety of remarks upon this transaction, from the economist who turns it into an illustration of the evil results of hospitals for foundlings in encouraging improvident unions, down to the theologian who sees in it new proof of the inborn depravity of the human heart and the fall of man. Others have vindicated it in various ways, one of them courageously taking up the ground that Rousseau had good reason to believe that the children were not his own, and therefore was fully warranted in sending the poor creatures kinless into the universe. 139 Perhaps it is not too transcendental a thing to hope that civilization may one day reach a point when a plea like this shall count for an aggravation rather than a palliative, when a higher conception of the duties of humanity, familiarized by the practice of adoption as well as by the spread of both rational and compassionate considerations as to the blameless little ones, shall have expelled what is surely as some red and naked beast's emotion of fatherhood. What may be an excellent reason for repudiating a woman, can never be a reason for abandoning a child, except with those whom reckless egoism has made willing to think it a light thing to fling away from us the molding of new lives and the ensuring of salutary nurture for growing souls. We are, however, dispensed from entering into these questions of the greater morals by the very plain account which the chief actor has given us, almost in spite of himself. His crime, like most others, was the result of heedlessness, of the overriding of duty by the short dim-eyed selfishness of the moment. He had been accustomed to frequent a tavern, where the talk turned mostly upon topics which men with much self-respect put as far from them, as men with little self-respect will allow them to do. I formed my fashion of thinking from what I perceived to reign among people who were at bottom extremely worthy folk, and I said to myself, since it is the usage of the country, as one lives here, one may as well follow it. So I made up my mind to it cheerfully, and without the least scruple. 140. By and by he proceeded to cover this nude and intelligible explanation with finer phrases, about preferring that his children should be trained up as workmen and peasants rather than as adventurers and fortune hunters, and about his supposing that in sending them to the hospital for foundlings he was enrolling himself a citizen in Plato's Republic. 141. This is hardly more than the talk of one become famous, who is defending the acts of his obscurity on the high principles which fame requires. People do not turn citizens of Plato's Republic cheerfully and without the least scruple, and if a man frequents company where the dispatch of inconvenient children to the hospital was an accepted point of common practice, it is superfluous to drag Plato and his Republic into the matter. Another turn again was given to his motives when his mind had become clouded by suspicious mania. Writing a year or two before his death, he had assured himself that his determining reason was the fear of a destiny for his children 1,000 times worse than the hard life of foundlings, namely, being spoiled by their mother, being turned into monsters by her family, and finally being taught to hate and betray their father by his plotting enemies. 142. This is obviously a mixture in his mind of the motives which led to the abandonment of the children and justified the act to himself at the time, with the circumstances that afterwards reconciled him to what he had done, for now he neither had any enemies plotting against him, nor did he suppose that he had. As for his wife's family, he showed himself quite capable, when the time came, of dealing resolutely and shortly with their importunities in his own case, and he might therefore well have trusted his power to deal with them in the case of his children. He was more right when in 1770, in his important letter to M. de Saint-Germain, he admitted that example, necessity, the honor of her who was dear to him, all united to make him entrust his children to the establishment provided for that purpose, and kept him from fulfilling the first and holiest of natural duties. In this, far from excusing, I accuse myself, and when my reason tells me that I did what I ought to have done in my situation, I believe that less than my heart, which bitterly belies it. 143. This coincides with the first undisguised account given in the Confessions, which has been already quoted, and it has not that flawed ring of cant and fine words which sounds through nearly all his other references to this great stain upon his life, excepting one, and this is the only further document with which we need concern ourselves. In that 144 which was written while the unholy work was actually being done, he states very distinctly that the motives were those which are more or less closely connected with most unholy works, motives of money, the great instrument and measure of our personal convenience, the quantitative test of our self-control in placing personal convenience behind duty to other people. If my misery and my misfortunes rob me of the power of fulfilling a duty so dear, that is a calamity to pity me for, rather than a crime to reproach me with. I owe them subsistence, and I procured a better or at least a surer subsistence for them than I could myself have provided. This condition is above all others. Next comes the consideration of their mother, whose honor must be kept. You know my situation, I gained my bread from day to day painfully enough, how then should I feed a family as well? And if I were compelled to fall back on the profession of author, how would domestic cares and the confusion of children leave me peace of mind enough in my garret to earn a living? Writings which hunger dictates are hardly of any use, and such a resource is speedily exhausted. Then I should have to resort to patronage, to intrigue, to tricks, in short to surrender myself to all those infamies, for which I am penetrated with such just horror. Support myself, my children, and their mother on the blood of wretches? No, madam, it were better for them to be orphans than to have a scoundrel for their father. Why have I not married, you will ask? Madam, ask it of your unjust laws. It was not fitting for me to contract an eternal engagement, and it will never be proved to me that my duty binds me to it. What is certain is that I have never done it, and that I never meant to do it. But we ought not to have children when we cannot support them. Pardon me, madam, nature means us to have offspring, since the earth produces sustenance enough for all, but it is the rich, it is your class, which robs mine of the bread of my children. I know that foundlings are not delicately nurtured, so much the better for them, they become more robust. They have nothing superfluous given to them, but they have everything that is necessary. They do not make gentlemen of them, but peasants or artisans. They would not know how to dance, or ride on horseback, but they would have strong unwearied legs. I would neither make authors of them, nor clerks, I would not practice them in handling the pen, but the plough, the file, and the plane, instruments for leading a healthy, laborious, innocent life. I deprived myself of the delight of seeing them, and I have never tasted the sweetness of a father's embrace. Alas, as I have already told you, I see in this only a claim on your pity, and I deliver them from misery at my own expense. 145. We may see here that Rousseau's sophistical eloquence, if it misled others, was at least as powerful in misleading himself, and it may be noted that this letter, with its talk of the children of the rich taking bread out of the mouths of the children of the poor, contains the first of those socialistic sentences by which the writer in after times gains so famous a name. It is at any rate clear from this that the real motive of the abandonment of the children was wholly material. He could not afford to maintain them, and he did not wish to have his comfort disturbed by their presence. There is assuredly no word to be said by anyone with firm reason and unsophisticated conscience in extenuation of this crime. We have only to remember that a great many other persons in that lax time, when the structure of the family was undermined alike in practice and speculation, were guilty of the same crime, that Rousseau, better than they, did not erect his own criminality into a social theory, but was tolerably soon overtaken by a remorse which drove him both to confess his misdeed, and to admit that it was inexpiable, and that the atrocity of the offense owes half the blackness with which it has always been invested by wholesome opinion, to the fact that the offender was by the author of the most powerful book by which parental duty has been commended in its full loveliness and nobility. And at any rate, let Rousseau be a little free from excessive reproach from all clergymen, sentimentalists, and others, who do their worst to uphold the common and rather bestial opinion in favor of reckless propagation, and who, if they do not advocate the dispatch of children to public institutions, still encourage a selfish incontinence which ultimately falls in burdens on others than the offenders, and which turns the family into a scene of squalor and brutishness, producing a kind of parental influence that is far more disastrous and demoralizing than the absence of it in public institutions can possibly be. If the propagation of children without regard to their maintenance be either a virtue or a necessity, and if afterwards the only alternatives are their maintenance in an asylum on the one hand, and their maintenance in the degradation of a poverty-stricken home on the other, we should not hesitate to give people who act as Rousseau acted, all that credit for self-denial and high moral courage which he so audaciously claimed for himself. It really seems to be no more criminal to produce children with the deliberate intention of abandoning them to public charity, as Rousseau did, than it is to produce them in deliberate reliance on the besotted maxim that he who sends mouths will send meat, or any other of the spurious saws which make Providence do duty for self-control, and add to the gratification of physical appetite the grotesque luxury of religious unction. In 1761 the Miracle de Luxembourg made efforts to discover Rousseau's children, but without success. They were gone beyond hope of identification, and the author of Emidius and his sons and daughters lived together in this world, not knowing one another. Rousseau with singular honesty did not conceal his satisfaction at the fruitlessness of the charitable endeavors to restore them to him. The success of your search, he wrote, could not give me pure and undisturbed pleasure, it is too late, too late. In my present condition this search interested me more for another person than myself, and considering the too easily yielding character of the person in question, it is possible that what she had found already formed for good or for evil, might turn out a sorry boon to her. 146. We may doubt, in spite of one or two charming and graceful passages, whether Rousseau was of a nature to have any feeling for the pathos of infancy, the bright blank eye, the eager unpurposed straining of the hand, the many turns and changes in murmurings that yet can tell us nothing. He was both too self-centered and too passionate for warm ease and fullness of life in all things, to be truly sympathetic with a condition whose feebleness and immaturity touch us with half-painful hope. Rousseau speaks in the Confessions of having married Teresa 25 years after the beginning of their acquaintance 147, but we hardly have to understand that any ceremony took place which anybody but himself would recognize as constituting a marriage. What happened appears to have been this. Seated at table with Teresa and two guests, one of them the mayor of the place, he declared that she was his wife. This good and seemly engagement was contracted, he says, in all the simplicity but also in all the truth of nature, in the presence of two men of worth and honor. During the short and simple act, I saw the honest pair melted in tears. 148. He had at this time whimsically assumed the name of Renaud, and he wrote to a friend that of course he had married in this name, for he adds, with the characteristic insertion of an irrelevant bit of magniloquence, it is not names that are married, no, it is persons. Even if in the simple and holy ceremony names entered as a constituent part, the one I bear would have sufficed, since I recognize no other. If it were a question of property to be assured, then it would be another thing, but you know very well that is not our case. 149. Of course, this may have been a marriage according to the truth of nature, and Rousseau was as free to choose his own rights as more sacramental performers, but it is clear from his own words about property that there was no pretense of a marriage in law. He and Teresa were on profoundly uncomfortable terms about this time. 150. And Rousseau is not the only person by many thousands who has deceived himself into thinking that some form of words between man and woman must magically transform the substance of their characters and lives, and conjure up new relations of peace and steadfastness. We have, however, been outstripping slow-footed destiny, and have now to return to the time when Teresa did not drink brandy, nor run after stable boys, nor fill Rousseau's soul with bitterness and suspicion, but sat contentedly with him in an evening taking a stoic's meal in the window of their garret on the 4th floor, seasoning it with confidence, intimacy, gentleness of soul, and that general comfort of sensation which, as we know to our cost, is by no means an invariable condition, either of duty done externally or of spiritual growth within. It is perhaps hard for us to feel that we are in the presence of a great religious reactionist. There is so little sign of the higher graces of the soul, there are so many signs of the lowering clogs of the flesh. But the spirit of a man moves in mysterious ways, and expands like the plants of the field with strange and silent stirrings. It is one of the chief tests of worthiness and freedom from vulgarity of soul in us, to be able to have faith that this expansion is a reality, and the most important of all realities. We do not rightly seize the type of Socrates if we can never forget that he was the husband of Xanthippe, nor David's if we can only think of him as the murderer of Uriah, nor Peter's if we can simply remember that he denied his master. Our vision is only blindness, if we can never bring ourselves to see the possibilities of deep mystic aspiration behind the vile outer life of a man, or to believe that this coarse Rousseau, scantily supping with his coarse mate, might yet have many glimpses of the great wide horizons that are haunted by figures rather divine than human. Chapter V. The Discourses. The busy establishment of local academies in the provincial centers of France only preceded the outbreak of the Revolution by 10 or a dozen years, but one or two of the provincial cities, such as Bordeaux, Rouen, Dijon, had possessed academies in imitation of the greater body of Paris for a much longer time. Their activity covered a very varied ground, from the mere commonplaces of literature to the most practical details of material production. If they now and then relapsed into inquiries about the laws of Crete, they more often discussed positive and scientific theses, and rather resembled our chambers of agriculture than bodies of more learned pretension. The Academy of Dijon was one of the earliest of these excellent institutions, and on the whole the list of its theses shows it to have been among the most sensible in respect of the subjects which it found worth thinking about. Its members, however, could not entirely resist the intellectual atmosphere of the time. In 1742 they invited discussion of the point, whether the natural law can conduct society to perfection without the aid of political laws. 151 In 1749 they proposed this question as a theme for their prize essay: has the restoration of the sciences contributed to purify or to corrupt manners? Rousseau was one of 14 competitors, and in 1750 his discussion of the academic theme received the prize. 152 This was his first entry on the field of literature and speculation. 3 years afterwards the same academy propounded another question: what is the origin of inequality among men, and is it authorized by the natural law? Rousseau again competed, and though his essay neither gained the prize, nor created as lively an agitation as its predecessor had done, yet we may justly regard the second as a more powerful supplement to the first. It is always interesting to know the circumstances under which pieces that have moved the world were originally composed, and Rousseau's account of the generation of his thoughts as to the influence of enlightenment on morality, is remarkable enough to be worth transcribing. He was walking along the road from Paris to Vincennes one hot summer afternoon on a visit to Diderot, then in prison for his letter on the blind, when he came across in a newspaper the announcement of the theme propounded by the Dijon Academy. If ever anything resembled a sudden inspiration, it was the movement which began in me as I read this. All at once I felt myself dazzled by 1,000 sparkling lights. Crowds of vivid ideas thronged into my mind with a force and confusion that threw me into unspeakable agitation. I felt my head whirling in a giddiness like that of intoxication. A violent palpitation oppressed me. Unable to walk for difficulty of breathing, I sank under one of the trees of the avenue, and passed half an hour there in such a condition of excitement, that when I arose I saw that the front of my waistcoat was all wet with my tears, though I was wholly unconscious of shedding them. Ah, if I could ever have written the quarter of what I saw and felt under that tree, with what clearness should I have brought out all the contradictions of our social system, with what simplicity I should have demonstrated that man is good naturally, and that by institutions only is he made bad. 153. Diderot encouraged him to compete for the prize, and to give full flight to the ideas which had come to him in this singular way. 154. People have held up their hands at the amazing originality of the idea that perhaps sciences and arts have not purified manners. This sentiment is surely exaggerated, if we reflect first that it occurred to the academicians of Dijon as a question for discussion, and second that, if you are asked whether a given result has or has not followed from certain circumstances, the mere form of the question suggests no quite as readily as yes. The originality lay not in the central contention, but in the fervour, sincerity, and conviction of a most unacademic sort with which it was presented and enforced. There is less originality in denouncing your generation as wicked and adulterous than there is in believing it to be so, and in persuading the generation itself both that you believe it and that you have good reasons to give. We have not to suppose that there was any miracle wrought by agency celestial or infernal in the sudden disclosure of his idea to Rousseau. Rousseau had been thinking of politics ever since the working of the government of Venice had first drawn his mind to the subject. What is the government, he had kept asking himself, which is most proper to form a sage and virtuous nation? What government by its nature keeps closest to the law? What is this law? And whence? 155 This chain of problems had led him to what he calls the historic study of morality, though we may doubt whether history was so much his teacher as the rather meagerly nourished handmaid of his imagination. Here was the irregular preparation, the hidden process, which suddenly burst into light and manifested itself with an exuberance of energy, that passed to the man himself for an inward revolution with no precursive sign. Rousseau's ecstatic vision on the road to Vincennes was the opening of a life of thought and production which only lasted a dozen years, but which in that brief space gave to Europe a new gospel. ÉMILE and the social contract were completed in 1761, and they crowned a work which, if you consider its origin, influence, and meaning with due and proper breadth, is marked by signal unity of purpose and conception. The key to it is given to us in the astonishing transport at the foot of the wide-spreading oak. Such a transport does not come to us of cool and rational Western temperament, but more often to the Oriental after lonely sojourning in the wilderness, or in violent reactions on the road to Damascus and elsewhere. Jean-Jacques detected Oriental quality in his own nature 156, and so far as the union of ardor with mysticism, of intense passion with vague dream, is to be defined as Oriental, he assuredly deserves the name. The ideas stirred in his mind by the Dijon problem suddenly opened his eyes, brought order into the chaos in his head, revealed to him another universe. From the active effervescence which thus began in his soul, came sparks of genius which people saw glittering in his writings through 10 years of fever and delirium, but of which no trace had been seen in him previously, and which would probably have ceased to shine henceforth, if he should have chanced to wish to continue writing after the access was over. Inflamed by the contemplation of these lofty objects, he had them incessantly present to his mind. His heart, made hot within him by the idea of the future happiness of the human race, and by the honor of contributing to it, dictated to him a language worthy of so high an enterprise, and for a moment, he astonished Europe by productions in which vulgar souls saw only eloquence and brightness of understanding, but in which those who dwell in the ethereal regions recognized with joy one of their own. 157. This was his own account of the matter quite at the end of his life, and this is the only point of view from which we are secure against the vulgarity of counting him a deliberate hypocrite and conscious charlatan. He was possessed, as holier natures than his have been, by an enthusiastic vision, an intoxicated confidence, a mixture of sacred rage and prodigious love, an insensate but absolutely disinterested revolt against the stone and iron of a reality which he was bent on melting in a heavenly blaze of splendid aspiration and irresistibly persuasive expression. The last word of this great expansion was Émile's, its first and more imperfectly articulated was the earlier of the two discourses. Rousseau's often repeated assertion that here was the instant of the ruin of his life, and that all his misfortunes flowed from that unhappy moment, has been constantly treated as the word of affectation and disguised pride. Yet, vain as he was, it may well have represented his sincere feeling in those better moods when mental suffering was strong enough to silence vanity. His visions mastered him for these 13 years, grande mortalis evi spatium. They threw him onto that turbid sea of literature for which he had so keen an aversion, and from which, let it be remarked, he fled finally away, when his confidence in the ease of making men good and happy by words of monition had left him. It was the torment of his own enthusiasm which rent that veil of placid living, that in his normal moments he would fain have interposed between his existence and the tumult of a generation with which he was profoundly out of sympathy. In this way the first discourse was the letting in of much evil upon him, as that and the next and the social contract were the letting in of much evil upon all Europe. Of this essay the writer has recorded his own impression that, though full of heat and force, it is absolutely wanting in logic and order, and that of all the products of his pen, it is the feeblest in reasoning and the poorest in numbers and harmony. For, as he justly adds, the art of writing is not learnt all at once. 158. The modern critic must be content to accept the same verdict. Only a generation so in love as this was with anything that could tickle its intellectual curiousness, would have found in the first of the two discourses that combination of speculative and literary merit which was imputed to Rousseau on the strength of it, and which at once brought him into a place among the notables of an age that was full of them. 159. We ought to take in connection with it too at any rate of the vindications of the discourse, which the course of controversy provoked from its author, and which served to complete its significance. It is difficult to analyze, because in truth it is neither closely argumentative, nor is it vertebrate, even as a piece of rhetoric. The gist of the piece, however, runs somewhat in this wise. Before art had fashioned our manners, and taught our passions to use a too elaborate speech, men were rude but natural, and difference of conduct announced at a glance difference of character. Today a vile and most deceptive uniformity reigns over our manners, and all minds seem as if they had been cast in a single mold. Hence we never know with what sort of person we are dealing, hence the hateful troop of suspicions, fears, reserves, and treacheries, and the concealment of impiety, arrogance, calumny, and scepticism, under a dangerous varnish of refinement. So terrible a set of effects must have a cause. History shows that the cause here is to be found in the progress of sciences and arts. Egypt, once so mighty, becomes the mother of philosophy and the fine arts, straightway behold its conquest by Cambyses, by Greeks, by Romans, by Arabs, finally by Turks. Greece twice conquered Asia, once before Troy, once in its own homes, then came in fatal sequence the progress of the arts, the dissolution of manners, and the yoke of the Macedonian. Rome, founded by a shepherd and raised to glory by husbandmen, began to degenerate with Ennius, and the eve of her ruin was the day when she gave a citizen the deadly title of arbiter of good taste. China, where letters carry men to the highest dignities of the state, could not be preserved by all her literature from the conquering power of the ruder Tartar. On the other hand, the Persians, Scythians, Germans, remain in history as types of simplicity, innocence, and virtue. Was not he admittedly the wisest of the Greeks, who made of his own apology a plea for ignorance, and a denunciation of poets, orators, and artists? The chosen people of God never cultivated the sciences, and when the new law was established, it was not the learned, but the simple and lowly, fishers and workmen, to whom Christ entrusted his teaching and its ministry. 160. This, then, is the way in which chastisement has always overtaken our presumptuous efforts to emerge from that happy ignorance in which eternal wisdom placed us, though the thick veil with which that wisdom has covered all its operations seemed to warn us that we were not destined to fatuous research. All the secrets that nature hides from us are so many evils against which she would fain shelter us. Is probity the child of ignorance, and can science and virtue be really inconsistent with one another? These sounding contrasts are mere deceits, because if you look nearly into the results of this science of which we talk so proudly, you will perceive that they confirm the results of induction from history. Astronomy, for instance, is born of superstition, geometry from the desire of gain, physics from a futile curiosity, all of them, even morals, from human pride. Are we forever to be the dupes of words, and to believe that these pompous names of science, philosophy, and the rest, stand for worthy and profitable realities? 161. Be sure that they do not. How many errors do we pass through on our road to truth, errors 1,000-fold more dangerous than truth is useful? And by what marks are we to know truth, when we think that we have found it? And above all, if we do find it, who of us can be sure that he will make good use of it? If celestial intelligences cultivated science, only good could result, and we may say as much of great men of the stamp of Socrates, who are born to be the guides of others. 162. But the intelligences of common men are neither celestial nor Socratic. Again, every useless citizen may be fairly regarded as a pernicious man, and let us ask those illustrious philosophers who have taught us what insects reproduce themselves curiously, in what ratio bodies attract one another in space, what curves have conjugate points, points of inflection or reflection, what in the planetary revolutions are the relations of areas traversed in equal times. Let us ask those who have attained all this sublime knowledge, by how much the worse governed, less flourishing, or less perverse we should have been if they had attained none of it. Now if the works of our most scientific men and best citizens lead to such small utility, tell us what we are to think of the crowd of obscure writers and idle men of letters who devour the public substance in pure loss. Then it is in the nature of things that devotion to art leads to luxury, and luxury, as we all know from our own experience, no less than from the teaching of history, saps not only the military virtues by which nations preserve their independence, but also those moral virtues which make the independence of a nation worth preserving. Your children go to costly establishments where they learn everything except their duties. They remain ignorant of their own tongue, though they will speak others not in use anywhere in the world. They gain the faculty of composing verses which they can barely understand, without capacity to distinguish truth from error. They possess the art of rendering them indistinguishable to others by specious arguments. Magnanimity, equity, temperance, courage, humanity, have no real meaning to them, and if they hear speak of God, it breeds more terror than awful fear. Whence spring all these abuses, if not from the disastrous inequality introduced among men by the distinction of talents and the cheapening of virtue. 163 People no longer ask of a man whether he has probity, but whether he is clever, nor of a book whether it is useful, but whether it is well written. And after all, what is this philosophy, what are these lessons of wisdom, to which we give the prize of enduring fame? To listen to these sages, would you not take them for a troop of charlatans, all bawling out in the marketplace, "Come to me, it is only I who never cheat you, and always give good measure"? One maintains that there is no body, and that everything is mere representation, the other that there is no entity but matter, and no God but the universe, one that moral good and evil are chimeras, the other that men are wolves and may devour one another with the easiest conscience in the world. These are the marvelous personages on whom the esteem of contemporaries is lavished so long as they live, and to whom immortality is reserved after their death. And we have now invented the art of making their extravagances eternal, and thanks to the use of typographic characters the dangerous speculations of Hobbes and Spinoza will endure forever. Surely when they perceive the terrible disorders which printing has already caused in Europe, sovereigns will take as much trouble to banish this deadly art from their states as they once took to introduce it. If there is perhaps no harm in allowing 1 or 2 men to give themselves up to the study of sciences and arts, it is only those who feel conscious of the strength required for advancing their subjects, who have any right to attempt to raise monuments to the glory of the human mind. We ought to have no tolerance for those compilers who rashly break open the gate of the sciences, and introduce into their sanctuary a populace that is unworthy even to draw near to it. It may be well that there should be philosophers, provided only and always that the people do not meddle with philosophising. 164. In short, there are 2 kinds of ignorance, one brutal and ferocious, springing from a bad heart, multiplying vices, degrading the reason, and debasing the soul; the other a reasonable ignorance, which consists in limiting our curiosity to the extent of the faculties we have received, a modest ignorance, born of a lively love for virtue, and inspiring indifference only for what is not worthy of filling a man's heart, or fails to contribute to its improvement, a sweet and precious ignorance. The treasure of a pure soul at peace with itself, which finds all its blessedness in inward retreat, in testifying to itself its own innocence, and which feels no need of seeking a warped and hollow happiness in the opinion of other people as to its enlightenment. 165. Some of the most pointed assaults in this discourse, such for instance as that on the pedantic parade of wit, or that on the excessive preponderance of literary instruction in the art of education, are due to Montaigne, and in one way, the discourse might be described as binding together a number of that shrewd man's detached hints by means of a paradoxical generalization. But the Rousseau is more important than the Montaigne in it. Another remark to be made is that its vigorous disparagement of science, of the emptiness of much that is called science, of the deadly pride of intellect, is an anticipation in a very precise way of the attitude taken by the various Christian churches and their representatives now and for long, beginning with de Maistre, the greatest of the religious reactionaries after Rousseau. The vilification of the Greeks is strikingly like some vehement passages in de Maistre's estimate of their share in sophisticating European intellect. At last Rousseau even began to doubt whether so chattering a people could ever have had any solid virtues, even in primitive times. 166. Yet Rousseau's own thinking about society is deeply marked with opinions borrowed exactly from these very chatterers. His imagination was fascinated from the first by the freedom and boldness of Plato's social speculations, to which his debt in 100 details of his political and educational schemes is well known. What was more important than any obligation of detail was the fatal conception, borrowed partly from the Greeks and partly from Geneva, of the omnipotence of the lawgiver in molding a social state after his own purpose and ideal. We shall presently quote the passage in which he holds up for our envy and imitation the policy of Lycurgus at Sparta, who swept away all that he found existing and constructed the social edifice afresh from foundation to roof. 167. It is true that there was an unmistakable decay of Greek literary studies in France from the beginning of the 18th century, and Rousseau seems to have read Plato only through Ficinus's translation. But his example and its influence, along with that of Mably and others, warrant the historian in saying that at no time did Greek ideas more keenly preoccupy opinion than during this century. 168 Perhaps we may say that Rousseau would never have proved how little learning and art do for the good of manners, if Plato had not insisted on poets being driven out of the Republic. The article on political economy, written by him for the Encyclopedia, rings with the names of ancient rulers and lawgivers. The project of public education is recommended by the example of Cretans, Lacedaemonians, and Persians, while the propriety of the reservation of a state domain is suggested by Romulus. It may be added that one of the not too many merits of the essay is the way in which the writer, more or less in the Socratic manner, insists on dragging people out of the refuge of sonorous general terms, with a great public reputation of much too well established a kind to be subjected to the affront of analysis. It is true that Rousseau himself contributed nothing directly to that analytic operation which Socrates likened to midwifery, and he set up graven images of his own in place of the idols which he destroyed. This, however, did not wholly efface the distinction, which he shares with all who have ever tried to lead the minds of men into new tracks, of refusing to accept the current coins of philosophical speech without test or measurement. Such a treatment of the great trite words which come so easily to the tongue and seem to weigh for so much, must always be the first step towards bringing thought back into the region of real matter, and confronting phrases, terms, and all the common form of the discussion of an age, with the actualities which it is the object of sincere discussion to penetrate. The refutation of many parts of Rousseau's main contention on the principles which are universally accepted among enlightened men in modern society is so extremely obvious that to undertake it would merely be to draw up a list of the gratulatory commonplaces of which we hear quite enough in the literature and talk of our day. In this direction, perhaps it suffices to say that the discourse is wholly one-sided, admitting none of the conveniences, none of the alleviations of suffering of all kinds, nothing of the increase of mental stature, which the pursuit of knowledge has brought to the race. They may or may not counterbalance the evils that it has brought, but they are certainly to be put in the balance in any attempt at philosophic examination of the subject. It contains no serious attempt to tell us what those alleged evils really are, or definitely to trace them one by one, to abuse of the thirst for knowledge and defects in the method of satisfying it. It omits to take into account the various other circumstances, such as climate, government, race, and the disposition of neighbors, which must enter equally with intellectual progress into whatever demoralization has marked the destinies of a nation. Finally, it has for the base of its argument the entirely unsupported assumption of there having once been in the early history of each society a stage of mild, credulous, and innocent virtue, from which appetite for the fruit of the forbidden tree caused an inevitable degeneration. All evidence and all scientific analogy are now well known to lead to the contrary doctrine, that the history of civilization is a history of progress and not of decline from a primary state. After all, as Voltaire said to Rousseau in a letter which only showed a superficial appreciation of the real drift of the argument, we must confess that these thorns attached to literature are only as flowers in comparison with the other evils that have deluged the earth. It was not Cicero nor Lucretius nor Virgil nor Horace, who contrived the proscriptions of Marius, of Sulla, of the debauched Antony, of the imbecile Lepidus, of that craven tyrant basely surnamed Augustus. It was not Marot who produced the St. Bartholomew massacre, nor the tragedy of the Cid that led to the wars of the Fronde. What really makes, and always will make, this world into a valley of tears, is the insatiable cupidity and indomitable insolence of men, from Cowley Khan, who did not know how to read, down to the custom house clerk, who knows nothing but how to cast up figures. Letters nourish the soul, they strengthen its integrity, they furnish a solace to it, and so on in the sense, though without the eloquence, of the famous passage in Cicero's defense of Archias the poet. 169 All this, however, in our time is in no danger of being forgotten, and will be present to the mind of every reader. The only danger is that pointed out by Rousseau himself: people always think they have described what the sciences do, when they have in reality only described what the sciences ought to do. 170. What we are more likely to forget is that Rousseau's piece has a positive as well as a negative side, and presents, in however vehement and overstated a way, a truth which the literary and speculative enthusiasm of France in the 18th century, as is always the case with such enthusiasm whenever it penetrates either a generation or an individual, was sure to make men dangerously ready to forget. 171 This truth may be put in different terms. We may describe it as the possibility of eminent civic virtue existing in people, without either literary taste or science or speculative curiosity. Or we may express it as the compatibility of a great amount of contentment and order in a given social state, with a very low degree of knowledge. Or finally, we may give the truth its most general expression, as the subordination of all activity to the promotion of social aims. Rousseau's is an elaborate and roundabout manner of saying that virtue without science is better than science without virtue, or that the well-being of a country depends more on the standard of social duty and the willingness of citizens to conform to it, than on the standard of intellectual culture and the extent of its diffusion. In other words, we ought to be less concerned about the speculative or scientific curiousness of our people than about the height of their notion of civic virtue and their firmness and persistency in realizing it. It is a moralist's way of putting the ancient preacher's monition, that they are but empty in whom is not the wisdom of God. The importance of stating this is in our modern era always pressing, because there is a constant tendency on the part of energetic intellectual workers, first, to concentrate their energies on a minute specialty, leaving public affairs and interests to their own course. Second, they are apt to overestimate their contributions to the stock of means by which men are made happier, and what is more serious, to underestimate in comparison those orderly, modest, self-denying, moral qualities, by which only men are made worthier, and the continuity of society is made surer. Third, in consequence of their greater command of specious expression and their control of the organs of public opinion, they both assume a kind of supreme place in the social hierarchy, and persuade the majority of plain men unsuspectingly to take so very egregious an assumption for granted. So far as Rousseau's discourse recalled the truth as against this sort of error, it was full of wholesomeness. Unfortunately, his indignation against the overweening pretensions of the verse writer, the gazetteur, and the great band of socialists at large, led him into a general position with reference to scientific and speculative energy, which seems to involve a perilous misconception of the conditions of this energy producing its proper results. It is easy now, as it was easy for Rousseau in the last century, to ask in an epigrammatical manner by how much men are better or happier for having found out this or that novelty in transcendental mathematics, biology, or astronomy, and this is very well as against the discoverer of small marvels who shall give himself out for the benefactor of the human race. But both historical experience and observation of the terms on which the human intelligence works, show us that we can only make sure of intellectual activity on condition of leaving it free to work all round, in every department and in every remotest nook of each department, and that its most fruitful epochs are exactly those when this freedom is greatest, this curiosity most keen and minute, and this waste, if you choose to call the indispensable superfluity of force in a natural process, waste, most copious and unsparing. You will not find your highest capacity in statesmanship, nor in practical science, nor in art, nor in any other field where that capacity is most urgently needed for the right service of life, unless there is a general and vehement spirit of search in the air. If it incidentally leads to many industrious futilities and much learned refuse, this is still the sign and the generative element of industry which is not futile, and of learning which is something more than mere water spilled upon the ground. We may say in fine that this first discourse and its vindications were a dim, shallow, and ineffective feeling after the great truth, that the only normal state of society is that in which neither the love of virtue has been thrust far back into a secondary place by the love of knowledge, nor the active curiosity of the understanding dulled, blunted, and made ashamed by soft, lazy ideals of life as a life only of the affections. Rousseau now and always fell into the opposite extreme from that against which his whole work was a protest. We need not complain very loudly that while remonstrating against the restless intrepidity of the rationalists of his generation, he passed over the central truth, namely that the full and ever festal life is found in active freedom of curiosity and search, taking significance, motive, force, from a warm inner pulse of human love and sympathy. It was not given to Rousseau to see all this, but it was given to him to see the side of it for which the most powerful of the men living with him had no eyes, and the first discourse was only a moderately successful attempt to bring his vision before Europe. It was said at the time that he did not believe a word of what he had written. 172 It is a natural characteristic of an age passionately occupied with its own set of ideas, to question either the sincerity or the sanity of anybody who declares its sovereign conceptions to be no better than foolishness. We cannot entertain such a suspicion. Perhaps the vehemence of controversy carries him rather further than he quite meant to go, when he declares that if he were a chief of an African tribe, he would erect on his frontier a gallows, on which he would hang without mercy the first European who should venture to pass into his territory, and the first native who should dare to pass out of it. 173 And there are many other extravagances of illustration, but the main position is serious enough, as represented in the emblematic vignette with which the essay was printed. The torch of science brought to men by Prometheus, who warns a satyr that it burns. The satyr, seeing fire for the first time and being fain to embrace it, is the symbol of the vulgar men who, seduced by the glitter of literature, insist on delivering themselves up to its study. 174 Rousseau's whole doctrine hangs compactly together, and we may see the signs of its growth after leaving his hands in the crude formula of the first discourse. If we proceed to the more audacious paradox of the second. 2. The discourse on the origin of inequality among men opens with a description of the natural state of man, which occupies considerably more than half of the entire performance. It is composed in a vein which is only too familiar to the student of the literature of the time, picturing each habit and thought, and each step to new habits and thoughts, with the minuteness, the fullness, the precision, of one who narrates circumstances of which he has all his life been the close eyewitness. The natural man reveals to us every motive, every process internal and external, every slightest circumstance of his daily life, and each element that gradually transformed him into the non-natural man. One who had watched bees or beetles for years could not give us a more full or confident account of their doings, their hourly goings in and out, than it was the fashion in the 18th century to give of the walk and conversation of the primeval ancestor. The conditions of primitive man were discussed by very incompetent ladies and gentlemen at convivial supper parties, and settled with complete assurance. 175. Rousseau thought and talked about the state of nature because all his world was thinking and talking about it. He used phrases and formulas with reference to it which other people used. He required no more evidence than they did, as to the reality of the existence of the supposed set of conditions to which they gave the almost sacramental name of state of nature. He never thought of asking, any more than anybody else did in the middle of the 18th century, what sort of proof, how strong, how direct, was to be had, that primeval man had such and such habits, and changed them in such a way and direction, and for such reasons. Physical science had reached a stage by this time when its followers were careful to ask questions about evidence, correct description, verification. But the idea of accurate method had to be made very familiar to men by the successes of physical science in the search after truths of one kind, before the indispensableness of applying it in the search after truths of all kinds had extended to the science of the constitution and succession of social states. In this respect Rousseau was not guiltier than the bulk of his contemporaries. Voltaire's piercing common sense, Hume's deep-set sagacity, Montesquieu's caution, prevented them from launching very far onto this metaphysical sea of nature and natural laws and states, but none of them asked those critical questions in relation to such matters which occur so promptly in the present day to persons far inferior to them in intellectual strength. Rousseau took the notion of the state of nature because he found it to his hand, he fitted to it his own characteristic aspirations, expanding and vivifying a philosophic conception with all the heat of humane passion, and thus, although, at the end of the process when he had done with it, the state of nature came out blooming as the rose, it was fundamentally only the dry, current abstraction of his time, artificially decorated to seduce men into embracing a strange ideal under a familiar name. Before analyzing the discourse on inequality, we ought to make some mention of a remarkable man whose influence probably reached Rousseau in an indirect manner through Diderot, I mean Morelli. 176. In 1753 Morelli published a prose poem called the Basiliad, describing the corruption of manners introduced by the errors of the lawgiver, and pointing out how this corruption is to be amended by return to the empire of nature and truth. He was no doubt stimulated by what was supposed to be the central doctrine of Montesquieu, then freshly given to the world, that it is government and institutions which make men what they are. But he was stimulated into a reaction, and in 1754 he propounded his whole theory, in a piece which in closeness, consistency, and thoroughness is admirably different from Rousseau's rhetoric. 177 It lacked the sovereign quality of persuasiveness, and so fell on deaf ears. Morelli accepts the doctrine that men are formed by the laws, but insists that moralists and statesmen have always led us wrong by legislating and prescribing conduct on the false theory that man is bad, whereas he is in truth a creature endowed with natural probity. Then he strikes to the root of society with a directness that Rousseau could not imitate, by the position that these laws, by establishing a monstrous division of the products of nature, and even of their very elements by dividing what ought to have remained entire, or ought to have been restored to entireness if any accident had divided them, aided and favored the break-up of all sociability. All political and all moral evils are the effects of this pernicious cause, private property. He says of Rousseau's first discourse that the writer ought to have seen that the corruption of manners which he set down to literature and art really came from this venomous principle of property, which infects all that it touches. 178 Christianity, it is true, assailed this principle and restored equality or community of possessions, but Christianity had the radical fault of involving such a detachment from earthly affections, in order to deliver ourselves to heavenly meditation, as brought about a necessary degeneration in social activity. The form of government is a matter of indifference, provided you can only assure community of goods. Political revolutions are at bottom the clash of material interests, and until you have equalized the one you will never prevent the other. 179. Let us turn from this very definite position to one of the least definite productions to be found in all literature. It will seem a little odd that more than half of a discussion on the origin of inequality among men should be devoted to a glowing imaginary description, from which no reader could conjecture what thesis it was designed to support. But we have only to remember that Rousseau's object was to persuade people that the happier state is that in which inequality does not subsist, that there had once been such a state, and that this was first the state of nature, and then the state only one degree removed from it, in which we now find the majority of savage tribes. At the outset he defines inequality as a word meaning two different things: 1. Natural or physical inequality, such as difference of age, of health, of physical strength, of attributes of intelligence and character; the other, moral or political inequality, consisting in difference of privileges which some enjoy to the detriment of the rest, such as being richer, more honored, more powerful. The former differences are established by nature, the latter are authorized, if they were not established, by the consent of men. 180 In the state of nature no inequalities flow from the differences among men in point of physical advantage and disadvantage, and which remain without derivative differences so long as the state of nature endures undisturbed. Nature deals with men as the law of Sparta dealt with the children of its citizens. She makes those who are well constituted strong and robust, and she destroys all the rest. The surface of the earth is originally covered by dense forest, and inhabited by animals of every species. Men, scattered among them, imitate their industry, and so rise to the instinct of the brutes, with this advantage that while each species has only its own, man, without anything special, appropriates the instincts of all. This admirable creature, with foes on every side, is forced to be constantly on the alert, and hence to be always in full possession of all his faculties, unlike civilized man, whose native force is enfeebled by the mechanical protections with which he has surrounded himself. He is not afraid of the wild beasts around him, for experience has taught him that he is their master. His health is better than ours, for we live in a time when excess of idleness in some, excess of toil in others, the heating and overabundant diet of the rich, the bad food of the poor, the orgies and excesses of every kind, the immoderate transport of every passion, the fatigue and strain of spirit, when all these things have inflicted more disorders upon us than the vaunted art of medicine has been able to keep pace with. Even if the sick savage has only nature to hope from, on the other hand he has only his own malady to be afraid of. He has no fear of death, for no animal can know what death is, and the knowledge of death and its terrors is one of the first of man's terrible acquisitions after abandoning his animal condition. 181 In other respects, such as protection against weather, such as habitation, such as food, the savage's natural power of adaptation, and the fact that his demands are moderate in proportion to his means of satisfying them, forbid us to consider him physically unhappy. Let us turn to the intellectual and moral side. If you contend that men were miserable, degraded, and outcast during these primitive centuries because the intelligence was dormant, then do not forget, first, that you are drawing an indictment against nature, no trifling blasphemy in those days, and second, that you are attributing misery to a free creature with tranquil spirit and healthy body, and that must surely be a singular abuse of the term. We see around us scarcely any but people who complain of the burden of their lives, but who ever heard of a savage in full enjoyment of his liberty ever dreaming of complaint about his life or of self-destruction? With reference to virtues and vices in a state of nature, Hobbes is wrong in declaring that man in this state is vicious, as not knowing virtue. He is not vicious, for the reason that he does not know what being good is. It is not development of enlightenment nor the restrictions of law, but the calm of the passions and ignorance of vice, which keep them from doing ill. Tanto plus in illis proficit vitiorum ignoratio, quam in his cognitio virtutis. Besides, man has one great natural virtue, that of pity, which precedes in him the use of reflection, and which indeed he shares with some of the brutes. Mandeville, who was forced to admit the existence of this admirable quality in man, was absurd in not perceiving that from it flow all the social virtues which he would fain deny. Pity is more energetic in the primitive condition than it is among ourselves. It is reflection which isolates one. It is philosophy which teaches the philosopher to say secretly at sight of a suffering wretch, "Perish if it please thee, I am safe and sound." They may be butchering a fellow creature under your window, all you have to do is to clap your hands to your ears, and argue a little with yourself to hinder nature in revolt from making you feel as if you were in the case of the victim. 182 The savage man has not got this odious gift. In the state of nature it is pity that takes the place of laws, manners, and virtue. It is in this natural sentiment rather than in subtle arguments that we have to seek the reluctance that every man would feel to do ill, even without the precepts of education. 183. Finally, the passion of love, which produces such disasters in a state of society, where the jealousy of lovers and the vengeance of husbands lead each day to duels and murders, where the duty of eternal fidelity only serves to occasion adulteries, and where the law of continence necessarily extends the debauching of women and the practice of procuring abortion. 184 This passion in a state of nature, where it is purely physical, momentary, and without any association of durable sentiment with the object of it, simply leads to the necessary reproduction of the species and nothing more. Let us conclude, then, that wandering in the forests, without industry, without speech, without habitation, without war, without connection of any kind, without any need of his fellows or without any desire to harm them, perhaps even without ever recognizing one of them individually, savage man, subject to few passions and sufficing to himself, had only the sentiments and the enlightenment proper to his condition. He was only sensible of his real wants, and only looked because he thought he had an interest in seeing, and his intelligence made no more progress than his vanity. If by chance he hit on some discovery, he was all the less able to communicate it, as he did not know even his own children. An art perished with its inventor. There was neither education nor progress, generations multiplied uselessly, and as each generation always started from the same point, centuries glided away in all the rudeness of the first ages, the race was already old, the individual remained always a child. This brings us to the point of the matter. For if you compare the prodigious diversities in education and manner of life which reign in the different orders of the civil condition, with the simplicity and uniformity of the savage and animal life, where all find nourishment in the same articles of food, live in the same way, and do exactly the same things, you will easily understand to what degree the difference between man and man must be less in the state of nature than in that of society. 185 Physical inequality is hardly perceived in the state of nature, and its indirect influences there are almost non-existent. Now, as all the social virtues and other faculties possessed by man potentially were not bound by anything inherent in him to develop into actuality, he might have remained to all eternity in his admirable and most fitting primitive condition, but for the fortuitous concurrence of a variety of external changes. What are these different changes, which may perhaps have perfected human reason, while they certainly have deteriorated the race, and made men bad in making them sociable? What, then, are the intermediary facts between the state of nature and the state of civil society, the nursery of inequality? What broke up the happy uniformity of the first times? First, difference in soil, in climate, in seasons, led to corresponding differences in men's manner of living. Along the banks of rivers and on the shores of the sea, they invented hooks and lines, and were eaters of fish. In the forests they invented bows and arrows, and became hunters. In cold countries they covered themselves with the skins of beasts. Lightning, volcanoes, or some happy chance acquainted them with fire, a new protection against the rigors of winter. In company with these natural acquisitions, grew up a sort of reflection or mechanical prudence, which showed them the kind of precautions most necessary to their security. From this rudimentary and wholly egoistic reflection there came a sense of the existence of a similar nature and similar interests in their fellow creatures. Instructed by experience that the love of well-being and comfort is the only motive of human actions, the savage united with his neighbors when union was for their joint convenience, and did his best to blind and outwit his neighbors when their interests were adverse to his own, and he felt himself the weaker. Hence the origin of certain rude ideas of mutual obligation. 186. Soon, ceasing to fall asleep under the first tree, or to withdraw into caves, they found axes of hard stone, which served them to cut wood, to dig the ground, and to construct hovels of branches and clay. This was the epoch of a first revolution, which formed the establishment and division of families, and which introduced a rough and partial sort of property. Along with rudimentary ideas of property, though not connected with them, came the rudimentary forms of inequality. When men were thrown more together, then he who sang or danced the best, the strongest, the most adroit, or the most eloquent, acquired the most consideration, that is, men ceased to take uniform and equal place. And with the coming of this end of equality there passed away the happy primitive immunity from jealousy, envy, malice, hate. On the whole, though men had lost some of their original endurance, and their natural pity had already undergone a certain deterioration, this period of the development of the human faculties, occupying a just medium between the indolence of the primitive state and the petulant activity of our modern self-love, must have been at once the happiest and the most durable epoch. The more we reflect, the more evident we find it that this state was the least subject to revolutions and the best for man. So long as men were content with their rustic hovels, so long as they confined themselves to stitching their garments of skin with spines or fish bones, to decking their bodies with feathers and shells and painting them in different colors, to perfecting and beautifying their bows and arrows, in a word, so long as they only applied themselves to works that one person could do, and to arts that needed no more than a single hand, then they lived free, healthy, good, and happy, so far as was compatible with their natural constitution, and continued to enjoy among themselves the sweetness of independent intercourse. But from the moment that one man had need of the help of another, as soon as they perceived it to be useful for one person to have provisions for two, then equality disappeared, property was introduced, labor became necessary, and the vast forests changed into smiling fields, which had to be watered by the sweat of men, and in which they ever saw bondage and misery springing up and growing ripe with the harvests. 187. The working of metals and agriculture have been the two great agents in this revolution. For the poet it is gold and silver, but for the philosopher it is iron and corn, that have civilized men and undone the human race. It is easy to see how the latter of the two arts was suggested to men by watching the reproducing processes of vegetation. It is less easy to be sure how they discovered metal, saw its uses, and invented means of smelting it, for nature had taken extreme precautions to hide the fatal secret. It was probably the operation of some volcano which first suggested the idea of fusing ore. From the fact of land being cultivated its division followed, and therefore the institution of property in its full shape. From property arose civil society. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, could think of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. How many crimes, wars, murders, miseries, and horrors would not have been spared to the human race by one who, plucking up the stakes, or filling in the trench, should have called out to his fellows, "Beware of listening to this impostor, you are undone if you forget that the earth belongs to no one, and that its fruits are for all." 188. Things might have remained equal even in this state, if talents had only been equal, and if for example the employment of iron and the consumption of agricultural produce had always exactly balanced one another. But the stronger did more work, the cleverer got more advantage from his work, the more ingenious found means of shortening his labor, the husbandman had more need of metal, or the smith more need of grain, and while working equally, one got much gain, and the other could scarcely live. This distinction between have and have not led to confusion and revolt, to brigandage on the one side and constant insecurity on the other. Hence disorders of a violent and interminable kind, which gave rise to the most deeply designed project that ever entered the human mind. This was to employ in favor of property the strength of the very persons who attacked it, to inspire them with other maxims, and to give them other institutions which should be as favorable to property as natural law had been contrary to it. The man who conceived this project, after showing his neighbors the monstrous confusion which made their lives most burdensome, spoke in this wise: "Let us unite to shield the weak from oppression, to restrain the proud, and to assure to each the possession of what belongs to him. Let us set up rules of justice and peace, to which all shall be obliged to conform, without respect of persons, and which may repair to some extent the caprices of fortune, by subjecting the weak and the mighty alike to mutual duties. In a word, instead of turning our forces against one another, let us collect them into one supreme power to govern us by sage laws, to protect and defend all the members of the association, repel their common foes, and preserve us in never-ending concord." This, and not the right of conquest, must have been the origin of society and laws, which threw new chains round the poor and gave new might to the rich, and for the profit of a few grasping and ambitious men, subjected the whole human race henceforth and forever to toil and bondage and wretchedness without hope. The social constitution thus propounded and accepted was radically imperfect from the outset, and in spite of the efforts of the sagest lawgivers, it has always remained imperfect, because it was the work of chance, and because, inasmuch as it was ill begun, time, while revealing defects and suggesting remedies, could never repair its vices, people went on incessantly repairing and patching, instead of which it was indispensable to begin by making a clean surface and by throwing aside all the old materials, just as Lycurgus did in Sparta. Put shortly, the main positions are these. In the state of nature each man lived in entire isolation, and therefore physical inequality was as if it did not exist. After many centuries, accident, in the shape of difference of climate and external natural conditions, enforcing for the sake of subsistence some degree of joint labor, led to an increase of communication among men, to a slight development of the reasoning and reflective faculties, and to a rude and simple sense of mutual obligation, as a means of greater comfort in the long run. The first state was good and pure, but the second state was truly perfect. It was destroyed by a fresh succession of chances, such as the discovery of the arts of metal working and tillage, which led first to the institution of property, and second to the prominence of the natural or physical inequalities, which now began to tell with deadly effectiveness. These inequalities gradually became summed up in the great distinction between rich and poor, and this distinction was finally embodied in the constitution of a civil society, expressly adapted to consecrate the usurpation of the rich, and to make the inequality of condition between them and the poor eternal. We thus see that the discourse, unlike Morelli's terse exposition, contains no clear account of the kind of inequality with which it deals. Is it inequality of material possession or inequality of political right? Morelli tells you decisively that the latter is only an accident, flowing from the first, that the key to renovation lies in the abolition of the first. Rousseau mixes the two confusedly together under a single name, bemoans each, but shrinks from a conclusion or a recommendation as to either. He declares property to be the key to civil society, but falls back from any ideas leading to the modification of the institution lying at the root of all that he deplores. The first general criticism, which in itself contains and covers nearly all others, turns on method. Conjectures become reasons when they are the most likely that you can draw from the nature of things, and it is for philosophy in lack of history to determine the most likely facts. In an inductive age this royal road is rigorously closed. Guesses drawn from the general nature of things can no longer give us light as to the particular nature of the things pertaining to primitive men, any more than such guesses can teach us the law of the movement of the heavenly bodies, or the foundations of jurisprudence. Nor can deduction from anything but propositions which have themselves been won by laborious induction, ever lead us to the only kind of philosophy which has fair pretension to determine the most probable of the missing facts in the chain of human history. That quantitative and differentiating knowledge which is science, was not yet thought of in connection with the movements of our own race upon the earth. It is to be said, further, that of the two possible ways of guessing about the early state, the conditions of advance from it, and the rest, Rousseau's guess that all movement away from it has been towards corruption, is less supported by subsequent knowledge than the guess of his adversaries, that it has been a movement progressive and upwards.